Chapter 1. The Marksman. The sun sets like blood, and the cold wind howls in the northern frontier of the Great Wei dynasty, at Anning Pass. The moment of confrontation with a foreign army draws near. The left sage king of the Xiongnu, Huan Xie, leads a formidable force of 100,000, intent on breaching the pass and advancing southward. With such a vast army at the gates, the flames of war loom ominously. Sheng Huai'an gazes upon the encroaching troops, his grip on the bow trembling with cold sweat. This is his inaugural foray into battle. "Are you nervous?" inquires an old soldier beside him, clearly recognizing Sheng Huai'an as a novice. "Yes," Sheng Huai'an responds, his eyes betraying a deep-seated fear. After all, he is indeed a rookie, having just traversed into this realm. He stepped outside to familiarize himself with the surroundings, only to be conscripted into the defense of the city. What were those seasoned soldiers thinking, recruiting an inexperienced civilian like him? Am I merely cannon fodder? The civilians inside the city? The old soldier seems to see through his thoughts, his gaze wise and penetrating. Sheng Huai'an nods, his hands quaking. He has assumed the identity of another scholar, also named Sheng Huai'an, and upon stepping outside to survey his new environment, he was seized by recruiters and thrust into military service. Fear not a blink of an eye, and it will all be over. There is nothing to dread, the old soldier reassures him. Sheng Huai'an thinks. You offer comforting words well, but perhaps refrain from doing so next time. Bang, bang, bang. Outside the city, the war drums thunder, resonating through the heavens. Stay low. Do not expose yourselves. The Xiongnu army is commencing their assault. Let's weather this storm of arrows first, the old soldier cautions. Seeing the old soldier crouched behind the parapet, peering through a narrow slit to observe the enemy, Sheng Huai'an quickly joins him. In the next moment, arrows rain down like a tempest. The air is filled with the sharp whistling of projectiles. The defenders atop the walls huddle behind the parapet, none daring to stand. Those who stand are but targets, offering themselves up as sacrifices. With the Xiongnu army advancing, the arrows descend like a deluge. Standing upright would be akin to inviting death. As the barrage continues, the besieging troops set up ladders, preparing to scale the walls. Once the rain of arrows ceases, the old soldier shouts, "Quick, prepare to counterattack. We must hold the walls to survive." Seeing the old soldier rise, Sheng Huai'an follows suit. The only weapon assigned to him is a worn bow, barely functional, accompanied by 5 arrows and abysmal supply. After all, he is merely fodder, no need for superior equipment. "Kid, stop dawdling, shoot now." The old soldier urges that as he witnesses the tide of Xiongnu forces surging forth. Sheng Huai'an snaps back to reality. This is nothing like the dramas portrayed on television. The portrayal on screen pales in comparison to the stark reality. It's utterly lacking in authenticity. Thousands storm the city, a dense mass that overwhelms the senses with an oppressive presence. Now, as the army approaches the base of the walls, the rain of arrows finally subsides. Sheng Huai'an gazed at the densely packed Huns beneath the city, disregarding whether he could shoot accurately. He knocked an arrow and released it towards the throng below. Whoosh! A Hun soldier fell lifelessly to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. By a stroke of luck, he had unwittingly slain an enemy on his very first attempt at archery. After dispatching the Hun, Sheng Huai'an sensed an unusual phenomenon occurring within his mind. "Oh no, my head feels itchy. Am I about to gain wisdom?" He discovered a golden screen appearing in his consciousness, adorned with golden script. Name: Sheng Huai'an. Race: human. Cultivation technique: none. Talent: inexperienced, mediocre archer. Kill value: 1. A golden finger? Sheng Huai'an's heart leapt with joy at the sight of the golden screen materializing in his mind. A necessary golden finger for traversing realms. Truly, the ancients do not deceive me. System: hello? No response. Could it be that I'm opening it incorrectly? Hey, greetings, system. Still no reaction. Growing increasingly anxious, Sheng Huai'an pondered whether this golden finger was indeed a system. Why was there no response? He had hoped for the system to unlock a beginner's gift package, transforming him into a formidable warrior, capable of slaying enemies with ease. What should one do when trapped on the battleground of Syria, endowed with a dysfunctional system? He awaited assistance, feeling an urgent sense of desperation. Alas, mere longing does not always yield a reply. Noticing a plus sign next to his designation as a mediocre archer, Sheng Huai'an, having immersed himself in online literature for years, did not hesitate to allocate points. This situation undoubtedly resembled a one-click point allocation system for cultivation. Indeed, as he focused on the allocation, a surge of archer-related experiences and knowledge flooded his mind. In an instant, Sheng Huai'an successfully transformed from a mediocre archer to an ordinary archer. A warm sensation coursed through his body, bestowing him with newfound strength. So allocating kill value suffices. Clear and straightforward, I feel extraordinarily powerful now. Sheng Huai'an swiftly nocked another arrow, exuding the demeanor of an archer. With a deft release, he pierced the heart of yet another Hun soldier, who collapsed to the ground, utterly lifeless. His kill value reverted to 1 after this latest triumph. However, this time, there was no plus sign following his designation as an ordinary archer. Evidently, this singular kill value was insufficient for him to advance further in rank. Hey, not bad. Another one down. An old soldier nearby marveled at Sheng Huai'an's ability to release 2 arrows and eliminate 2 foes. Such prowess was hardly characteristic of a newly recruited soldier. Luck is on my side. Indeed, Sheng Huai'an replied, his initial apprehension replaced by a confident smile. "To the enemy. Thank you for my good fortune. I wish your luck were not so favorable, as it costs us our lives." What an infuriatingly oblivious adversary. With his golden finger at his disposal, what was there to fear? Under the protective aura of a protagonist, he was destined to grow stronger. In numerous novels, protagonists often embody such traits. As the Huns besieged the city, their soldiers ascended the ladders, while the defenders hurled stones down upon them. Each stone that struck felt as if it split open a watermelon. Some soldiers, wielding scalding molten gold, poured it down, causing the Hunnic warriors drenched in the liquid to scream in agony as they plummeted. The defenders held the advantage, and for the assailants to claim victory, they could only do so by risking their lives. If the enemy manages to breach the walls, you must retreat to the rear, an old soldier advised. Rarely did a promising archer emerge, and he did not wish for Sheng Huai'an to perish in close combat. "Rest assured, uncle, I value my life," Sheng Huai'an replied. At that moment, he had cast aside the fear of battle, fixated instead on accumulating his kill count. Strangely, his adaptability was remarkably strong. Continuing to knock arrows and draw his bow, he released them towards the Hunnic forces below. The wall was teeming with foes, making it improbable for him to miss. Whoosh! Another enemy fell, pierced by an arrow that struck true. His kill count increased incrementally, yet there was still no indication of an upgrade for a common archer. Noticing the absence of an upgrade, it appeared he must persist in his killing. To grow stronger and survive in this unfamiliar realm, Sheng Huai'an could only utter his apologies. No need for thanks. Once more he knocked an arrow, releasing it to extinguish the life of another Hunnic soldier. Having used 4 of his 5 arrows, Sheng Huai'an did not pause, continuing to knock and draw, his technique growing increasingly refined. An arrow flew forth, striking directly at the center of a Hunnic soldier's forehead. All 5 arrows found their mark. "Young man, are you truly a fresh recruit?" the old soldier asked incredulously, observing Sheng Huai'an's pristine scholar appearance. Who would have imagined that on the battlefield, he could shoot down 5 foes without a hint of hesitation? Having felled 5 enemies without so much as a change in expression, was he indeed a mere novice? Surely, even new soldiers would not display such prowess. Not only the veteran, but several other soldiers nearby regarded Sheng Huai'an with astonishment. With a rickety bow, he had slain 5 adversaries, earning their respect. Though it was simply 5 enemies, it still counted as a military achievement. Unfortunately, as they were on the defensive, he could not claim any trophies for his efforts. That it was known that other archers, faced with such a multitude of Huns below, would frequently miss their targets. It was improbable for Sheng Huai'an to maintain such accuracy. Whether it was sheer luck or a testament to his extraordinary archery skills remained uncertain. Moreover, Sheng Huai'an was merely a newly conscripted soldier, while others trembled at the sight of the advancing army. "Is there any doubt?" Sheng Huai'an replied, exasperated, as he looked at the old soldier. "All right, you should withdraw and rest. Soon, it will be hand-to-hand combat with your slender arms and legs. You might get hurt," the veteran suggested, glancing at Sheng Huai'an. "No, I must continue to fight for my homeland, Sheng Huai'an declared with righteous fervor. The veteran cast a glance at Sheng Huai'an, incredulous that such words could emerge from the lips of a mere conscript. When did the new recruits attain such profound awareness? The other soldiers regarded Sheng Huai'an with astonishment. Could this truly be a recruit speaking? That recruit had no desire to flee down from the city wall to seek refuge. Uncle, please fetch me some more arrow fletchings. I feel an overwhelming strength surging within me, Sheng Huai'an declared with unshakable confidence. Chapter 2. The fierce bull. The surrounding soldiers exchanged glances, astonished, terrifyingly strong. Yet, with Sheng Huai'an's delicate face, slender arms, and legs, he resembled a frail scholar, utterly inconspicuous in terms of strength. Observing Sheng Huai'an's reluctance to retreat to the back, an old soldier spoke up. Bring him a fine bow and 10 arrows. Uncle, I require 50 arrows. Today, I shall hunt with abandon, Sheng Huai'an declared with fervor. The old soldiers were left speechless. This fellow's transformation was astonishing. Just moments ago, he trembled like a frightened quail. Now he bore the demeanor of a seasoned veteran. Though puzzled, the old soldier acquiesced. Bring him 20 arrows. A soldier was dispatched hastily to retrieve the bow and arrows. The others maintained their guard with steel blades and spears, or hurled stones down upon the enemy, scaling the ladders, sending them plummeting to their demise. Boiling gold liquid was also poured down indiscriminately. As long as they could eliminate the advancing foes, it sufficed. Sheng Huai'an noticed several arrows fired by the enemy littering the ground and promptly retrieved them. Not bad, still usable. He collected 6 arrows from the ground and resumed shooting at the enemy with the worn bow. Whoosh! An arrow claimed a life, incrementing his kill count. Soon, all 6 arrows were expended, each striking down a Hunnic soldier. The scene left the nearby soldiers in a state of disbelief. Was this truly not a case of a wolf in sheep's clothing? Is this what one calls a conscript, who possesses such prowess, effortlessly slaying 10 enemies without a flicker of emotion? His kill count escalated to 10, and at last, an enhancement appeared behind the ordinary archer. He could allocate points once more. Without hesitation, Sheng Huai'an invested his points, elevating from an ordinary archer to a bronze-level archer. A wealth of archery experience flooded his mind, and he felt his strength increase. Upon attaining the bronze-level archer status, Sheng Huai'an perceived himself as terrifyingly powerful. The gazes of the old soldier and surrounding comrades shifted as they regarded him anew. With a mere shabby bow, he had dispatched 11 enemies. Such archery talent was indeed fearsome. If he could secure the heads of these 11 foes, he would earn enough military merit to be promoted to a squad leader. In the Wei dynasty, a corporal could command 5 soldiers, while a squad leader could oversee 10. The old soldier was a squad leader, commanding 10 soldiers, and Sheng Huai'an was now among them. With the emergence of this sharpshooter in their ranks, the old soldier felt a protective instinct arise. Soon, the soldier sent to fetch the bow and arrows returned. Kid, kill enemies well and strive to survive. Perhaps one day you shall become a general, the old soldier remarked with a smile. With the new bow and arrows, Sheng Huai'an tested them, finding them significantly superior to the old bow. To kill for one's country reveals a man's true character. Uncle, watch closely, for I shall send these Hunnic scoundrels straight to hell. Sheng Huai'an spoke as he knocked an arrow to his bow. Upon attaining the rank of a bronze-level archer, he felt that his stance while drawing the bow had become significantly more elegant. Whoosh! An arrow was released, striking the center of the forehead of a Xiongnu soldier, who fell lifelessly in confusion. Soon, 20 arrows claimed the lives of 20 Xiongnu foes. At this moment, several Xiongnu soldiers had begun to ascend the walls, but they were swiftly dispatched by the defenders and fell lifeless to the ground below. Beneath the walls, a considerable number of Xiongnu corpses had accumulated, staining the ground with blood. Yet, undeterred by the sight of their fallen comrades, the Xiongnu soldiers continued to clamber upwards defiantly. The war drums did not sound to signal a retreat. The siege would not cease. Those who dared to withdraw without cause would face execution, and their kin would be relegated to slavery. Thus, the Xiongnu soldiers, even in the face of death, would not retreat a single step. Once Sheng Huai'an had exhausted his supply of arrows, he was ordered by the veteran to rest. The battle persisted until noon, at which point the Xiongnu forces finally sounded the call to retreat, withdrawing like a receding tide, leaving behind thousands of corpses. Regrettably, this golden finger of fate only granted him the opportunity to accumulate kill points from enemies he personally vanquished. Otherwise, Sheng Huai'an would have soared to greater heights. The Xiongnu army had not retreated entirely, indicating that the day's conflict was far from over. As Sheng Huai'an retreated to rest, he reviewed the holographic display. Name: Sheng Huai'an. Race: human. Martial arts: none. Talent: bronze archer. Kill points: 20 with 20 kill points accrued. A plus sign appeared next to the title of bronze archer. Yet Sheng Huai'an refrained from hastily allocating points. For the time being, his experience as a bronze-level archer sufficed for the defense of the city. He needed to contemplate martial training. In this world, the existence of martial arts was undeniable, and to survive on the battlefield, he must cultivate his own strength. During the midday break, the group engaged in self-introductions to foster camaraderie. I am Sheng Huai'an, of the Sheng family, he announced. Sheng family, a good name indeed, remarked the veteran with a sigh. The northern frontier of the Great Wei dynasty has been embroiled in relentless warfare for years. Countless brave souls of the Great Wei have met their fate. I wonder what a prosperous age truly looks like. I am Wang Wu, a rugged man interjected. I am Zhang Daniu, proclaimed a robust figure resembling an ox. I am Li Busi, said a seemingly frail individual. Li Bison added, before falling silent, exuding an air of aloofness and standing tall and slender. He and Busi were brothers, true kin. Wang Wu chuckled. These two brothers' parents must have been quite careless in naming them. Not 3, not 4. After everyone had introduced themselves, only the veteran remained silent. Uncle, what is your name? Sheng Huai'an inquired with curiosity. The sergeant is simply called the veteran. He has no name, Zhang Daniu replied. No name? Surely, there must be a story behind that. A name is merely a code, the veteran said with a hint of indifference. Sheng Huai'an scratched his head, finding himself even more intrigued by the veteran. After becoming acquainted with the others, he turned to the veteran and inquired, Uncle, does the military practice martial arts? The veteran regarded Sheng Huai'an and replied, Indeed. It would be prudent to learn some martial skills. Otherwise, with such slender arms and legs, those Xiongnu bandits would easily dispatch you with just 2 strikes. Uncle, is it necessary to belittle me so? Sheng Huai'an retorted, somewhat speechless. Today, you have slain 31 enemies, and you are now officially a member of the Anning Pass garrison. I can take the liberty of imparting to you the martial arts practiced within the army. Upon hearing that there were martial arts to learn, Sheng Huai'an felt a surge of joy within. The martial art practiced by the Anning Pass garrison is known as brawny bull strength, which, when mastered, grants one the might of a brawny bull, with strength exceeding 10,000 pounds. The veteran continued, I wish to learn. Very well. I shall teach you. The veteran nodded. During the midday meal, the veteran shared the training mantra and postures of brawny bull strength with Sheng Huai'an. After demonstrating the postures once, the veteran asked, So, did you remember them? Sheng Huai'an nodded affirmatively, saying, Of course I did. How could he forget? The golden light screen displayed. Name: Sheng Huai'an. Race: human. Technique: brawny bull strength. Talent: bronze archer. Kill value: 20. Did you truly remember it? The veteran asked incredulously. Indeed. Sheng Huai'an replied earnestly. The veteran, somewhat skeptical, wondered if Sheng Huai'an was a martial arts prodigy, capable of remembering after just one viewing. Show me your practice. The veteran commanded. All right. Sheng Huai'an nodded, then immediately invested his points. A warm sensation coursed through his body, and he felt an overwhelming surge of strength, as if he could strike down a cow with a single punch. Simultaneously, the memories and experiences of practicing brawny bull strength effortlessly appeared in his mind. His kill value decreased by 10 points, and brawny bull strength advanced to a minor proficiency. Sheng Huai'an assumed the stance and executed the postures of brawny bull strength. The veteran and the other soldiers stared in astonishment at Sheng Huai'an. Is this level of proficiency truly achieved after just one viewing? They regarded him as if he were a monster. Did you genuinely only see it once? Have you never practiced before? The veteran queried in disbelief. Sheng Huai'an nodded, replying, Yes, is there a problem? A prodigy. Zhang Daniu muttered under his breath. A rare talent in martial arts? Li Busi chimed in. It feels as though we are the ones who are lacking, Wang Wu lamented. When they had first enlisted, it had taken them 2.5 months to barely grasp the postures of brawny bull strength. The way the others looked at Sheng Huai'an was akin to gazing at an extraordinary being. Brawny bull strength requires the combination of physical postures with the training mantra for effective results. Sheng Huai'an touched his nose, pondering how to articulate his thoughts. With a golden finger, was he not a prodigious talent? This battlefield at the northern frontier was utterly suited for him. Glancing at the golden screen, he saw name, Sheng Huai'an, race, human, realm, initial stage of martial disciple, technique, mighty bull technique, entry level, strength, 300 pounds, talent, bronze archer, slaughter value, 10. The golden screen displayed both realm and strength, marking Sheng Huai'an's transformation from an ordinary individual to a martial practitioner at the initial stage of martial disciple. Uncle, is there a division of realms in martial cultivation? Sheng Huai'an inquired. Indeed, there is a division of realms, the veteran nodded and replied. Chapter 3. The archer may also wield a blade. Sheng Huai'an stretched his neck and began to listen intently. This unfamiliar world was filled with knowledge he had yet to grasp. After all, his previous incarnation was merely a frail scholar, oblivious to the affairs beyond his window, devoted solely to the study of ancient texts. To put it bluntly, he was rather unworldly, ensconced in his own universe, with little interaction with the outside world, akin to a socially anxious recluse. However, despite his scholarly pursuits, he had failed to even pass the examinations for a mere licentiate, a rather disheartening fate. The old soldier spoke in a leisurely manner. The path of martial arts is categorized into several stages: martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, postnatal, and innate. The martial apprentice focuses on body refinement, marking the initial stage of martial arts, aimed primarily at strengthening and toughening the body. Upon reaching the martial artist level, one can generate true martial essence within, a stage that revolves around refining essence into energy, condensing the spiritual aura of the heavens and earth into one's own true essence. Advancing to the martial master level, one begins to refine energy and temper blood. Beyond that, in the postnatal stage, one refines tendons and bones. The innate stage entails cleansing the marrow and bones, resulting in a complete transformation, transcending the ordinary. Only upon reaching the innate level can one truly be regarded as a formidable martial artist. Upon becoming a martial apprentice, one's single-arm strength can reach between 100 to 1,000 pounds, making it effortless to subdue 10 ordinary individuals who lack martial knowledge. Upon achieving the martial artist status, the internal generation of true martial essence enhances one's single-arm strength from 1,000 to 3,000 pounds, capable of shattering rocks with a single punch. A martial master can wield a strength of 3,000 to 5,000 pounds, with blood as heavy as lead. In the postnatal realm, one possesses skin as tough as bronze and bones as strong as iron, capable of exerting between 5,000 to 10,000 pounds of force. An innate martial artist can attain a strength ranging from 10,000 to 50,000 pounds, allowing one to stand against 1,000 soldiers. Sheng Huai'an listened with rapt attention, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer might described. A punch capable of delivering 10,000 pounds of force. What an astonishing concept. Could one truly obliterate a child with a single blow? At this juncture, the old soldier halted his discourse, leaving Sheng Huai'an yearning for more. What comes next? He inquired eagerly. The soldier cast a sidelong glance at Sheng Huai'an and replied, "Young man, do not aim too high. One must remain grounded in their endeavors." Scratching his head, Sheng Huai'an reflected on the initial stage of the martial apprentice's cultivation. Was it truly that difficult? Surely, a mere press of a button could expedite the process. The old soldier refrained from continuing his explanation of the subsequent martial realms, leaving Sheng Huai'an with no choice but to relent. Now in a temporary ceasefire, everyone took the opportunity to relax and recuperate. The old soldier brought forth a set of armor for Sheng Huai'an to don. Wear this, it will provide some safety. Lest you fall prey to an enemy's arrow, he advised. Sheng Huai'an felt exasperated by the soldier's constant allusions to death, which seemed rather ominous. The old soldier assisted him in putting on the armor. Not bad. You look quite the part, he remarked with an approving nod. Though adorned in armor, Sheng Huai'an found it uncomfortable and unfamiliar. Suddenly, the sound of war drums echoed from beyond the gates, like a summons to battle. Quickly, arm yourselves and ascend the city walls, the old soldier bellowed. The crowd hastily gathered their weapons and rushed towards the battlements. Other soldiers from different squads hastened towards the city walls with equal urgency. Sheng Huai'an, armed with a bow and carrying over 30 arrows, trailed behind the veterans. Upon ascending the ramparts, they beheld the Xiongnu army outside, already commencing their assault. A lieutenant bellowed, "Archers, step forward and unleash your arrows." The archers from various squads promptly advanced, knocking their bows and releasing a deluge of arrows upon the advancing Xiongnu forces. A rain of arrows cascaded from the battlements. Sheng Huai'an skillfully nocked an arrow, took aim, and released it with precision. The shaft pierced the heart of a robust Xiongnu soldier in mid-stride, causing him to collapse. The kill count increased by 1. On the walls, arrows continued to descend like a relentless storm, with Xiongnu soldiers succumbing in their charge. Sheng Huai'an, now acclimatized to the battlefield, coldly nocked and released arrows with swift efficiency, each strike claiming a foe's life. This was war. It was a matter of survival, with no room for anything else. He swiftly dispatched his 35 arrows, each one taking down a Xiongnu soldier, raising his kill count to 45. Once the archers had exhausted their quivers, they withdrew to the rear. Sheng Huai'an was also called back, making way for spear and sword wielders to advance and confront the besieging enemy. The afternoon's assault proved even more brutal than that of the morning. The Xiongnu forces had doubled in number, surging towards the walls like an unstoppable tide. Fearless Xiongnu warriors, undeterred by the heavy toll, soon reached the ramparts. Retreating to the back, Sheng Huai'an began to allocate points to enhance his abilities. Name: Sheng Huai'an race, human realm, early martial apprentice technique, bull strength, novice, strength, 300 pounds talent, bronze archer kill count, 45. Sheng Huai'an decisively allocated points to bull strength, for his martial prowess was of utmost importance. As he did so, a warm current surged through his body, and he felt every cell strengthening within him. Glancing at the golden interface once more, he noted, name: Sheng Huai'an race, human realm, mid-martial apprentice technique, bull strength, minor achievement, strength, 700 pounds talent, bronze archer kill count, 25. His cultivation had instantaneously ascended from early to mid-martial apprentice, with his strength now at 700 pounds. Transitioning from the early to mid-realm consumed 20 points of kill count, and his technique, bull strength, had reached minor achievement. At that moment, Sheng Huai'an flexed his arms, feeling invigorated with newfound power. Watching the fierce battle unfold atop the walls, a burning desire ignited within him. Those Xiongnu adversaries were the very source of his strength. Captain, grant me a blade. I am eager to join the fray. Sheng Huai'an approached the captain, voicing his determination. You have just retreated from battle. Archers are not to engage in close combat, the sergeant replied. Who says archers cannot fight? I long to engage, to slay the enemy and serve my country. As men, we must shed our blood to safeguard our borders. Sheng Huai'an spoke with unwavering righteousness. However, the peculiar gaze of the enemy revealed the presence of an imbecile, rushing recklessly towards his own demise. Give him a knife, one of them declared. A soldier promptly handed over a blade. Sheng Huai'an accepted the knife, expressing his gratitude with a simple, thank you. He then turned and ascended the city wall to continue his fight against the enemy. Observing his retreating figure, the soldiers were left in awe, reflecting on how rare individuals like Sheng Huai'an had become. Without military orders, who would willingly ascend the walls to engage in a bloody struggle against the Xiongnu invaders? Upon reaching the battlements, Sheng Huai'an joined the fray, honing in on a target, a Xiongnu warrior locked in combat with a comrade. With a swift strike, he dispatched the foe, his blade cleaving through both man and armor with such force that it nearly bisected them. With the strength of 700 pounds in one arm, he swiftly sought his next target. At that moment, a Xiongnu soldier scaled the wall, spotting Sheng Huai'an. With a fierce cry, the warrior leapt from the battlements, aiming a downward slash at him. Sheng Huai'an raised his blade to parry the blow, only to be momentarily staggered back by the tremendous force. His opponent was a formidable warrior of the Xiongnu, broad-shouldered and brutish. Die! The enemy roared, swinging his sword menacingly at Sheng Huai'an. In response, Sheng Huai'an swung his own blade, lacking any formal technique but relying purely on raw strength to engage in combat. With a powerful strike, he repelled the Xiongnu soldier. Realizing that his adversary was not as formidable as he had anticipated, the previous force had likely stemmed from the momentum of the leap. Sensing his advantage, Sheng Huai'an pressed on, delivering relentless blows that forced the Xiongnu warrior, Liguo, to retreat. As Liguo felt the weight behind each strike increase, a sense of dread washed over him. This seemingly delicate scholar possessed surprising strength. Cornered by Sheng Huai'an, Liguo steeled himself for a desperate clash. With a resounding clash, Sheng Huai'an's blade cleaved through Liguo's weapon, leaving a gash upon his brow. Defeated, Liguo collapsed to the ground, unwilling to accept his fate. Having vanquished one foe, Sheng Huai'an continued to seek out enemies. With a swift stroke, he severed another opponent's head from their shoulders. The Xiongnu soldier, Li Fan, recognizing Sheng Huai'an's prowess, charged towards him. Sensing the overwhelming intent to kill, Sheng Huai'an's heart raced. He turned to face a robust enemy charging at him. With a fierce strike, Sheng Huai'an attempted to parry, yet was forced back several steps. "You possess commendable strength. No wonder you managed to slay my brother. However, this level of skill shall only lead you to accompany him in death," Li Fan declared, continuing his assault without an ounce of sorrow for his slain sibling. Sheng Huai'an raised his blade to block, yet was sent flying by a powerful kick, collapsing to the ground, struggling to rise as his organs shifted from the force of the blow. The formidable strength of Li Man, a martial artist at the pinnacle of his abilities, rendered Sheng Huai'an's defense utterly futile, for Li Man possessed the might of 1,000 pounds in a single arm. As Li Man approached, brandishing his sharp battle blade with the intent to sever Sheng Huai'an's head, the latter's pupils dilated in fear. Was this to be his end? Just as he closed his eyes, a resounding clang echoed in the air. Upon opening his eyes, he saw that the descending blade had been intercepted by another weapon. "Boy, didn't I tell you to go to the back? What are you doing on the city wall? Are you seeking death?" The voice of an old soldier broke through, and Sheng Huai'an felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was spared from death. "I came up here to slay the enemy." "Of course," Sheng Huai'an replied. "You, an archer, engaging in close combat is our responsibility," the old soldier retorted. "Who said archers cannot wield blades to fight?" Sheng Huai'an countered. "Get up quickly if you're not dead. The ground is cold," the old soldier said, then turned his attention back to battling Li Man, leaving Sheng Huai'an to fend for himself. With gratitude swelling in his heart, Sheng Huai'an realized the chill of the ground beneath him was a stark reminder of the enemy's relentless assault that had knocked the breath from his lungs. Despite the old soldier's seemingly frail and hunched stature, his strength was undeniably formidable, as he forced Li Man to retreat step by step. Catching his breath, Sheng Huai'an rose from the ground, rubbed his aching chest, and resumed his fight against the foes. This time, he applied a lesson learned and targeted the enemies who appeared weaker. He understood that he could not contend with those of greater prowess. After all, he was still but a novice. Chapter 4. The master of kidney stabbing. In this martial arts world, ordinary soldiers are predominantly warriors at the level of martial apprentices. With many of the Xiongnu soldiers possessing greater strength than him, one must seize the opportunity to strike the vulnerable. Thus, Sheng Huai'an began to embody the role of the cunning tactician. Observing others engaged in combat, he remained undistracted and stealthily approached a Xiongnu soldier from behind, plunging his weapon into the soldier's left flank. "You." The Xiongnu soldier turned to face Sheng Huai'an, blood streaming from his mouth. Truly a cunning maneuver. With a swift strike to the kidney, the soldier succumbed in a state of utter humiliation, never fathoming that he would meet his demise in such a manner. An allied soldier, witnessing Sheng Huai'an's deftness, felt an involuntary chill at his waist. Sheng Huai'an offered a brief smile, lacking the luxury of further pleasantries, as he proceeded to locate his next target. No, it was not merely a target, it was the next victim. The innocent smile of Sheng Huai'an sent a shiver down the spine of the onlooker, who resolved to keep a safe distance from this individual. Spotting a Xiongnu soldier just climbing onto the city wall, Sheng Huai'an swiftly advanced, his blade as swift as the wind. Before the soldier could draw his weapon, he was dispatched, tumbling down from the wall. Another Xiongnu soldier, noticing Sheng Huai'an at the battlements, raised his blade and charged towards him. The Xiongnu forces assaulting the wall primarily aimed to secure the battlements, allowing more of their comrades to ascend and seize control, subsequently slaughtering their foes and opening the gates for their army to enter. As the enemy bore down upon him, Sheng Huai'an raised his weapon and struck, lacking any technique or finesse, relying solely on brute force. The Xiongnu adversary, merely at the initial stage of martial apprenticeship, soon found himself overwhelmed by Sheng Huai'an's ferocity. Seizing the opportunity, Sheng Huai'an delivered a fatal blow. Just then, two more Xiongnu soldiers ascended the battlements, their eyes filled with vengeance as they witnessed Sheng Huai'an slay their comrade. They quickly joined forces to confront him. Having dispatched several foes, Sheng Huai'an's blood surged with exhilaration, and his confidence soared, leading him to confront two enemies alone. However, he soon realized the strain of the encounter. Lacking skill in swordplay or unarmed combat, and possessing minimal battle experience, he began to wane under the relentless pressure of brute force. With blood still dripping from his blade, Wang Wu, witnessing Sheng Huai'an's struggle, called out, Hold on, Brother Huai'an. I'm coming to assist. He rushed forward to engage one of the adversaries, alleviating some of Sheng Huai'an's burden. With Wang Wu's timely intervention, the pressure on Sheng Huai'an diminished significantly. How dare they take advantage of my lack of skill and experience? Sheng Huai'an seized the moment, launching a fierce assault against his opponent. Now facing a single adversary, he unleashed a barrage of strikes, ultimately slaying the Xiongnu warrior after a fierce exchange. Meanwhile, Wang Wu had already dispatched his opponent and was now embroiled in a fierce battle with a new foe. Wang Wu's technique and agility were sharp and precise, in stark contrast to Sheng Huai'an's reliance on sheer strength. Witnessing this, Sheng Huai'an resolved that once they repelled the enemies, he would seek out seasoned warriors to acquire knowledge of swordplay, agility, and unarmed combat techniques. Otherwise, possessing only the power of ambition, he would struggle to contend with foes of equal or greater strength. The cries of battle resounded from the city walls, where the air was thick with the glint of blades and the chaos of conflict as the Huns relentlessly ascended the fortifications. Faced with an ever-increasing tide of enemy forces, the defenders began to dispatch reinforcements to thwart the Hun advance. Sheng Huai'an, having honed his skills, resorted to more cunning methods for his own safety. Spotting a Hun engaged with an ally, he seized the moment, executing a swift and precise strike that pierced the foe's side. Before long, the number of Huns succumbing to his ambush surpassed a dozen. With a deft motion, he withdrew his blade from the lifeless body of a fallen adversary. "Thank you, brother," came the grateful acknowledgement from his comrade, though a peculiar glint lingered in his gaze. "Your method of slaying is rather distinctive." Observing the lifeless form, he couldn't help but wonder why one would so deliberately target the waist. Surely, there must be some peculiar inclination at play. "No need for thanks. We are all comrades, united in our cause," Sheng Huai'an replied with a broad grin. He refrained from further conversation, as the time was ripe for harvesting Huns and accumulating his kill count. As he once again set his sights on the waist of another enemy, his comrade shivered involuntarily, silently mourning the impending doom of the Huns. Thus, Sheng Huai'an navigated the battlefield, striking when the opportunity arose. Noticing Zhang Dainiu engaged in fierce combat with a Hun, driving the enemy back relentlessly, Sheng Huai'an seized his chance. With a swift motion, his blade found its mark in the enemy's waist. The Hun, staring at the knife lodged in his side, turned to Sheng Huai'an, his eyes ablaze with fury and indignation. "Vile coward, you strike from the shadows, devoid of honor." Sheng Huai'an offered a semblance of an apology. On the battlefield, the sole objective is to eliminate the opponent. Whether it be a sneak attack or not is of little consequence. He withdrew the blade with such force that it nearly extracted the very kidney. Zhang Dainiu observed with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, realizing that beneath Sheng Huai'an's unassuming exterior lay a mind twisted enough to target the weak points of others. "Brother Huai'an, the battlefield is perilous. You must exercise caution," he advised. "Such tactics of targeting the waist will surely earn you enmity." "Ha. Thank you for the warning, Brother Dainiu. I am well aware," Sheng Huai'an replied with a naive smile. Zhang Dainiu, gazing at Sheng Huai'an's grin, felt compelled to urge, "Brother Huai'an, perhaps refrain from smiling. It is rather unsettling." After exchanging glances with Zhang Dainiu, Sheng Huai'an resumed his grim endeavor. In the midst of the fray, he found ample opportunity to claim more lives, aiming to amass his kill count and elevate his own prowess. The battle raged on until twilight, with the Huns who had scaled the walls being dispatched by the defenders, preventing the enemy from breaching the stronghold. As the Hun forces retreated like a receding tide, Sheng Huai'an glanced at his blade, now marred with nicks and scars from the day's grim work. Upon the battlements and beneath them, a grim tableau unfolded, teeming with the lifeless forms of both the Hunnic adversaries and the valiant defenders. At this moment, the Huns dispatched small contingents to collect the remains of their fallen warriors. A tacit truce enveloped the battlefield, allowing both sides to gather their dead. The chilling northern wind howled, while the banners atop the walls fluttered with fervor. The fiery sun cast its radiant glow upon the earth, staining it with a hue of crimson. As they beheld the retreating Hunnic forces, the defenders expressed neither jubilation nor relief. Their faces were instead etched with solemnity. Sheng Huai'an gazed at the waning sun, then turned his attention to the soldiers diligently attending to the battlefield, moving the lifeless bodies with care. The remains of the Hunnic soldiers were unceremoniously lifted and cast over the walls, for the defenders harbored no compassion for their foes. It was left to the Huns to reclaim their own dead. Blood stained the cobblestones atop the battlements, and in the golden light of the setting sun, an indescribable sensation lingered. The dying sun resembled blood, its crescent shape evoking the haunting memory of countless loyal souls interred in the autumn's embrace. Enough of this pitiful lamentation. Return to your posts, bellowed an old soldier to Sheng Huai'an. With a heavy heart, Sheng Huai'an suppressed his sorrow and followed the veteran, departing from the walls. As the guard was now relieved by another company. On the journey back to the encampment, Sheng Huai'an noted that among the 10 men led by the veteran, 4 were missing. This stark reality signified that their unit had suffered the loss of 4 comrades in the afternoon's clash. Silence enveloped them on the return journey. The battlefield was a relentless meat grinder, ceaselessly consuming lives within its grasp. They were acutely aware that any day could mark their own downfall. Chapter 5. Bloodthirsty Blade Technique. The townsfolk rejoiced at the news of the garrison's victory today, having successfully repelled the invading Huns. The inhabitants of the borderlands, accustomed to the specter of life and death, felt a sense of security as long as the enemy did not breach the city walls. Should the fortress be on the verge of collapse, they would hastily flee with their families in tow. Living on the frontier, their fate hinged entirely on the valor of the defenders. Within the city, the population was sparse, with many being merchants trapped within the walls, unable to venture forth or return as the Huns besieged the gates. Upon returning to the barracks, the soldiers silently finished their evening meal and sought rest. After a day of fierce combat, both their spirits and bodies were thoroughly exhausted. Sheng Huai'an was no exception. Earlier that afternoon, he had wielded his blade relentlessly from Donglu to Shilu of Penglai, feeling an overwhelming sense of invincibility. The 2 battalions stationed at the city wall had been at full strength when they ascended, yet by evening, only half had survived to return. The brutality of the conflict was evident. Once he lay down, Sheng Huai'an found a moment to reflect on the amount of slaughter value he had accrued that afternoon. Name: Sheng Huai'an. Race: Human Realm. Mid-level Martial Disciple Technique. Mighty Bull Strength, Minor Accomplishment. Strength, 700 Gene Talent. Bronze Archer. Slaughter Value, 70 points of slaughter value. With 25 points of life remaining from the morning. In the afternoon, he had slain over 30 enemies, yet had only earned 45 points of slaughter value. Wasn't it customary to gain 1 life point for each enemy vanquished? Why had this changed? This perplexity left Sheng Huai'an in a state of bewilderment. Beholding the 70 points of life value, he noticed a plus sign appearing after his martial realm, indicating he could enhance his cultivation. Without hesitation, he allocated points. There was no time to delay in elevating his prowess, for death would offer no further opportunities. With a single command, he allocated his points. Instantly, a surge of power coursed through his entire being, continuously fortifying his flesh and bones, as if he were undergoing profound tempering and metamorphosis. Simultaneously, experiences and memories pertaining to the cultivation of mighty bull strength flooded his mind, as though he had practiced the technique countless times, embedding those insights deeply within his consciousness. The enhancement concluded. Name: Sheng Huai'an. Race: Human Realm. Late-level Martial Disciple Technique. Mighty Bull Strength, Minor Accomplishment. Strength, 999 Gene Talent. Bronze Archer. Slaughter Value, 30. He had expended 40 points of slaughter value to elevate his realm to late-level Martial Disciple. This slaughter value was exceedingly scarce. After a grueling afternoon of combat, he had only gained enough to ascend 1 level. With 30 points remaining, he could still enhance his proficiency as a bronze archer, but Sheng Huai'an chose to refrain, intending to save them for tomorrow when he would seek a manual on blade techniques from an experienced soldier to further his martial prowess. Otherwise, relying solely on brute strength would prove arduous when facing foes of equal standing. As fate would have it, one must find solace in their circumstances. Although this world lacks the charming guiding stars of yore, and the vast memory of over 100 gigabytes remains unclaimed, it offers him a golden opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle of life and witness diverse splendors. He shall no longer be merely a beneficiary of the 007 fortune as in his previous life. In this grand universe, where beautiful women abound, he is certain that they will not be inferior to those enlightening mentors of the past. With such hopeful aspirations, Sheng Huai'an drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, Sheng Huai'an was roused for morning drills. The soldiers stationed at the border must rely on self-improvement to survive. Suddenly awakened for training, Sheng Huai'an found himself somewhat unaccustomed. Rising early for drills harkened back to the days of youthful aspirations. After practicing the brawny bull technique several times, it was time for breakfast. Though their regiment was not tasked with guarding the city walls today, idleness was not an option. They had to remain on standby within the military camp. After finishing breakfast, Sheng Huai'an approached an old soldier. "Uncle," he said, rubbing his hands with a cheerful grin. "What is it?" The veteran inquired, regarding Sheng Huai'an with curiosity. "Hee. I was wondering if there are any sword techniques to practice in the army. Could you teach me?" Sheng Huai'an replied with a grin. "Is that all? You make it sound like a thief," the old soldier remarked with a roll of his eyes. "You performed admirably in yesterday's battle. I've reported your merits. If you survive, becoming a sergeant should be a piece of cake," he continued. Above the rank of sergeant is that of a corporal who commands 50 men, while a sergeant commands 100. The sergeant is regarded as a minor officer within the military, holding a 9th-grade martial official position. The veteran's assertion about becoming a sergeant was not mere boast. Based on Sheng Huai'an's accomplishments in battle, such a promotion was well within reach. Alas, soldiers stationed at the border face a high mortality rate. Many do not have the opportunity to be promoted before meeting their demise. "Uncle, let's set aside the promotions for now. Just teach me the sword techniques," Sheng Huai'an insisted, prioritizing the acquisition of skills to enhance his combat effectiveness. Survival was paramount. Only by living could he have the means to discuss other matters. "Why the rush?" The old soldier shot a glare at Sheng Huai'an. "Brother Huai'an, even if you don't ask, the sergeant will still teach you the techniques," Wang Wu chimed in with a smile. They had all witnessed Sheng Huai'an's tremendous strength during the previous day's battle, yet his swordplay was lacking. "Watch closely, I will demonstrate the techniques for you," the old soldier declared, drawing his blade to illustrate the sword techniques. Sheng Huai'an nodded eagerly, fixated on the veteran, fearful of missing any detail. The old soldier began his demonstration, each move of the blade executed with deadly precision, crafted solely for the art of killing. A palpable aura of bloodlust seemed to envelop the blade, causing the surrounding air to chill as the sword moved with the fluidity of an arm. Completing the full 18 forms of the technique, the old soldier sheathed his blade and turned to Sheng Huai'an. "So, did you memorize it? Would you like me to demonstrate it once more?" Sheng Huai'an nodded and smiled, saying, "I've remembered everything. Thank you, uncle." "Have you truly committed it to memory?" the crowd inquired, their gazes fixed on Sheng Huai'an. "Indeed," he affirmed with a nod. "How could I not remember?" Name: Sheng Huai'an. Race: Human Realm. Late Martial Apprentice Technique: Mighty Bull Stance. Minor Accomplishment: Blood Saber Technique. Uninitiated. Strength: 999. Gene Talent: Bronze Archer. Kill Points: 30 upon witnessing the technique being recorded by the golden finger. A plus sign appeared, and without hesitation, Sheng Huai'an pressed the plus sign. It was a straightforward and swift way to embark on his cultivation journey. Instantly, 10 kill points vanished, and knowledge of the blood saber technique surged into his mind, making him feel as though he had trained in the technique for 2.5 years. "Show me your practice," the veteran commanded, tossing the saber to Sheng Huai'an. He received the weapon and drew it, demonstrating the technique. With upward slashes, powerful strikes, horizontal cuts, and chaotic flurries, Sheng Huai'an flawlessly executed the 18 forms of the blood saber technique. The veteran, Zhang Daniu, Wang Wu, Li Busan, and Li Busi gazed at Sheng Huai'an as if he were a marvel. To reach such a level after just one demonstration, could this lad truly be a martial genius? "Impressive, Brother Huai'an. Your single observation equates to our 2.5 years of practice," Zhang Daniu remarked in admiration. "Alas, sometimes I truly resent the unfairness of fate," Wang Wu sighed, observing Sheng Huai'an. "A scholarly lad like him turns out to be a martial prodigy. Who can one complain to? Hee, I merely possess better comprehension." Sheng Huai'an chuckled sheepishly. "Enough with the pride, focus on your training. You're merely at the threshold," the veteran advised. "Yes, uncle, I understand," Sheng Huai'an nodded. Name: Sheng Huai'an. Race: Human Realm. Late Martial Apprentice Technique: Mighty Bull Stance. Minor Accomplishment: Blood Saber Technique. Initiated. Strength: 999. Gene Talent: Bronze Archer. Kill Points: 20. Noticing that he could further enhance the blood saber technique, Sheng Huai'an decisively allocated points. The technique advanced from initiation to minor accomplishment, consuming 20 kill points. With his kill points depleted, he felt an unsettling emptiness, akin to a person without savings staring at a bank account balance of 0. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the fortress, war drums resounded as the Xiongnu army commenced their assault once more. Within the military camp, Sheng Huai'an gazed at the city walls, yearning to partake in the battle. Without vanquishing foes, there would be no kill points. Without kill points, he could not grow stronger. This predicament weighed heavily on him. Chapter 6. The Maniac of Slaughter. Regrettably, it was not their turn to guard the city today. He could only remain in the barracks, listening to the sounds of battle echoing from outside the walls. Soon, the logistics officer arrived, bringing reinforcements to fill the gaps in their ranks. They were assigned 4 soldiers, 2 appearing to be local militia, while the other 2 bore the countenance of conscripts from unknown origins. There was no alternative. The war had persisted for half a month, and the defending soldiers had suffered significant losses, necessitating such replacements. It was lamentable that the court had yet to dispatch a substantial force for support. The 2 new recruits, hearing the cacophony of conflict beyond the walls, wore expressions of palpable fear. The seasoned veterans regarded these fresh faces with a sense of resignation, for these conscripts were merely fodder for the slaughter. However, Sheng Huai'an was an anomaly. He was a peculiar case, untrained and unversed in martial arts. These recruits were indeed destined to meet a grim fate. Silence enveloped the group as Wang Wu quietly polished his blade. Zhang Dainiu gazed skyward, the northern sky brilliantly clear, an expanse of azure stretching endlessly. It was September, a season characterized by invigorating autumn air. Li Bu-san and Li Bu-si sat together, taking a moment to rest. "Uncle, how long do you think the Xiongnu army will besiege the city?" Sheng Huai'an inquired. "Until winter," replied the veteran tersely. The Xiongnu forces were advancing southward to plunder the grain of the border populace for the winter and to abduct women, ensuring a warmer season ahead. "At least there will be a fight." Sheng Huai'an's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What kind of look is that?" The veteran shot him a disapproving glance. While others wished for peace, Sheng Huai'an appeared to yearn for conflict. "Well, I was merely thinking of slaying some Xiongnu bandits, accumulating military merit, securing a minor official position, purchasing a few acres of land, and perhaps marrying a couple of wives to live a good life," Sheng Huai'an rambled. "Several wives? Has your bird grown?" Li Bu-si chuckled. "Ha ha ha, Brother Huai'an seems to still be a fledgling," Zhang Dainiu added with laughter. Sheng Huai'an's expression darkened. "I am 17 this year. My bird has matured, and feathers have fully grown. If you wish, I can show you." "Silence. What nonsense are you spouting?" the veteran admonished. "Are you really contemplating comparing birds in the barracks? Do you wish to court disaster?" Reluctantly, Sheng Huai'an fell silent, and Zhang Dainiu ceased his teasing. The group busied themselves with their armor and weapons, the morning passing in the midst of the distant sounds of slaughter. Sheng Huai'an obtained a hand order from the veteran to collect equipment. Upon arriving at the supply depot, he was met with a query from a logistics officer. "Whose subordinate are you, and what is your purpose here?" The officer asked upon seeing Sheng Huai'an. "I am a soldier under the veteran. I have a hand order to collect equipment," Sheng Huai'an replied, presenting the document given to him. The logistics officer examined the hand order and nodded. "So you are that fellow's soldier. Very well, wait here." He then turned and entered the supply room. "Hey, brother, are you here to collect your weaponry as well?" a burly man inquired of Sheng Huai'an. Upon hearing the voice, Sheng Huai'an turned around and nodded at the giant, finding him somewhat familiar. "It's you, the kidney stabber." The man gazed at Sheng Huai'an, his face filled with astonishment. "Kidney stabber? What kidney stabber?" Sheng Huai'an was utterly perplexed. The man appeared to recollect something and quickly silenced himself, instinctively protecting his waist with both hands. "No, it's nothing," he remarked, turning to leave hastily. Watching him depart, Sheng Huai'an felt a sense of bewilderment. "Deng Wu, why have you returned? Where's the weapon you collected?" Deng Wu glanced back before responding. "Guess who I just saw? Mysterious. Are you saying you encountered the illustrious general of Pingbei?" Pei Yong interjected. "No, I'm telling you, I ran into the kidney stabber," Deng Wu declared. "The kidney stabber? The one rumored to have a penchant for targeting the kidneys of the Xiongnu enemies?" Pei Yong asked. "Yes, that's him. I witnessed him ruthlessly dispatch 5 or 6 Xiongnu soldiers yesterday, each with a single thrust to their kidneys. The sight was quite gruesome," Deng Wu recounted, a shiver running down his spine. "Why are you afraid of him? Do you think he will stab your kidney? Besides, if he were to stab someone, it would surely be the Xiongnu marauders, not you." "Look at how frightened you are," Pei Yong remarked. "It's not that I fear him stabbing me, but what if he inadvertently does so in the heat of battle? Then I would be done for. My beloved Xiao Hong back home is waiting for me to return and marry her," Deng Wu replied. The logistics officer emerged from the storeroom, carrying 30 arrowheads and a new combat knife. Sheng Huai'an had intended to request more arrowheads, but was sternly rebuffed by the officer, who cited a shortage of supplies and the need to endure until reinforcements arrived. Reluctantly, Sheng Huai'an acquiesced. Nevertheless, 30 arrowheads would suffice for him to fell 30 adversaries. After leaving the storeroom, Sheng Huai'an returned to his squad. Following their midday meal, the absence of the Xiongnu army's retreat caused the seasoned soldiers to furrow their brows as they gazed anxiously at the city walls. The assault today appeared more ferocious than yesterday's. Before long, the military instructor urgently assembled their battalion to ascend the walls in support, as the defending battalion was on the verge of collapse. Upon receiving the order to assist, Sheng Huai'an felt an overwhelming joy. He would have the opportunity to ascend the walls and engage the enemy once more. Equipped with his bow, arrows, and combat knife, clad in armor, Sheng Huai'an swiftly followed the veterans up to the battlements. The number of Xiongnu adversaries atop the walls today was greater than the previous day, with many defenders already slain. In close combat, Sheng Huai'an could not use his bow to eliminate foes, so he drew his combat knife and charged toward the enemy. As he swung his blade down in a powerful strike, the Xiongnu soldier quickly raised his weapon to block. Clang! With a swift strike, he sent his opponent staggering back several steps. Seizing the moment while the adversary was still dazed, Sheng Huai'an rushed forward and executed a precise cut, cleaving his foe in two. Wang Wu, witnessing the brutality of Sheng Huai'an's actions, felt a chill run down his spine and resolved never to provoke him again. This fellow was not only adept at inflicting pain, but also exhibited remarkable ferocity. Having slain his enemy with a single stroke, Sheng Huai'an noted that he had gained 2 points of slaughter value. There was no time for contemplation. He quickly raised his blade and charged at another Xiongnu soldier. This was merely a novice warrior, but Sheng Huai'an severed both weapon and man in a single blow. The blood saber technique he had mastered greatly enhanced his combat prowess, allowing him to move beyond sheer brute force. With a swift motion, he dispatched yet another Xiongnu soldier, his strength now equivalent to that of 999 pounds in a single arm, coupled with the blood saber technique, rendering him significantly more formidable than the previous day. Enemies of lesser cultivation fell before him like ripe melons. As he advanced, Sheng Huai'an recognized a familiar figure among the brawny warriors engaged in fierce combat. It resembled the man he had encountered while collecting weapons. At that moment, Deng Wu found himself in a tough battle, locked in a fierce struggle with an equally matched opponent. Seizing the opportunity, Sheng Huai'an struck down decisively, plunging his blade into the side of a Xiongnu soldier. Observing this familiar scene, Deng Wu shuddered involuntarily, feeling an unsettling chill at his waist. He has returned. The master of kidney strikes, with that gentle and benevolent smile, he thought. Are you all right, my friend? Sheng Huai'an inquired with a congenial smile. I'm fine, thank you. Deng Wu replied hurriedly, turning to distance himself from Sheng Huai'an. This was a battlefield, rife with chaos. He feared Sheng Huai'an might become addicted to his method and turn the blade upon him as well. Watching Deng Wu retreat, Sheng Huai'an felt perplexed. Was he truly so fearsome? Why did it seem as though his counterpart was terrified of him? Pondering this conundrum, he continued his search for his next victim. As Sheng Huai'an relentlessly struck down his comrades, 4 or 5 Xiongnu soldiers converged upon him, intent on avenging their fallen brethren. You lowly men of Wei! How dare you kill so many of my kin? You shall pay dearly. One of the brawny warriors glared at Sheng Huai'an. In a short span, several had already perished at the hands of Sheng Huai'an, drawing the attention of numerous Xiongnu warriors. Xiongnu marauders, all deserve to be slain. It is you who should meet your demise. I shall send each of you to greet your shamanic deity, one by one, Sheng Huai'an declared, showing no mercy. It is said that those not of my kin harbor different hearts. Now, as a man of Wei, he found himself inherently opposed to the Xiongnu. The conflict was a matter of life and death. Moreover, Sheng Huai'an required the slaughter value to aid in his cultivation, for both personal and communal reasons. These Xiongnu warriors must perish. Humph! When our royal army breaks through, we shall eradicate every last one of you Wei scum. The Xiongnu warrior shouted, raising his blade and charging at Sheng Huai'an. The other 4 warriors followed suit, launching their assault against him. Sheng Huai'an wielded the blood saber technique, the blade imbued with a sinister aura, executing grand and sweeping motions as he single-handedly battled 5 Hunnic foes. The leading enemy, not lacking in strength, was comparable to Sheng Huai'an, both being at the late stage of martial discipleship. However, Sheng Huai'an's power surpassed his adversaries by a considerable margin. And with the blood saber technique at his command, he faced the encirclement of the 5 Huns without yielding an inch. Typically, a martial disciple at this level possesses an arm strength of around 700 pounds, yet Sheng Huai'an boasted an astounding 999. This level of strength was typically attainable only by those who had reached the pinnacle of martial discipleship. Having broken through to the late stage of martial discipleship and mastered the blood saber technique to a degree, he confidently declared himself unmatched among his peers. In a fierce battle, he unleashed a torrent of strikes, cutting through the night like a storm, executing moves such as the raining shadows and the splitting of Mount Hua, sweeping away thousands of foes. After completing a sequence of the blood saber technique, the 5 Hunnic soldiers lay lifeless in a pool of blood, having vanquished his assailants. Sheng Huai'an flicked the blood from his blade. "I am terrifyingly powerful now," he mused, recalling how he could have boasted on the streets in his past life, proclaiming he could defeat 100 foes. Yet, Sheng Huai'an did not pause after dispatching the 5 Huns. He continued to slay those scaling the city walls. The Hunnic army relentlessly ascended the walls, exhibiting a reckless disregard for death. In a short span, he had already claimed the lives of over 20 enemies. The Hunnic foes, lacking the strength to reach the late stage of martial discipleship, fell one by one to Sheng Huai'an's blade upon the battlements. On the city ramparts, a general noticed Sheng Huai'an's feats. "Whose subordinate is that? How remarkably valiant," he inquired. "It appears to be a mere soldier." "Likely one of the subordinates from the 7th camp," replied an adjacent officer. "Indeed, he has slain over 20 enemies in such a brief time. He exhibits considerable courage," the general remarked with a smile. Sheng Huai'an resembled an insatiable harbinger of death, charging at every Hunnic soldier in sight. As each enemy climbed, one fell. As he cut his way from east to west, ruthlessly clearing an entire street. Chapter 7. The warrior. This young man is commendable, courageous in battle, and bold in confrontation. He has the makings of a commander, the general nodded in approval. Among the ordinary soldiers, few exhibit the fervor and ferocity in slaying enemies as does Sheng Huai'an. The subordinate officer acknowledged this and made a mental note of Sheng Huai'an. Unbeknownst to him, as he relentlessly cut through the Huns, he had attracted the attention of the commanding leaders of the defending army. Engrossed in the exhilarating slaughter, Sheng Huai'an felt as though an innate battle instinct within him had been awakened. Despite having dispatched numerous Hunnic foes, his actions had drawn the gaze of a formidable adversary among them. One powerful Hun warrior swiftly dispatched 3 soldiers from the defending side and charged toward Sheng Huai'an. Among the defenders, there were indeed powerful individuals, and the same held true for the Hunnic forces. As the chilling intent to kill approached, Sheng Huai'an turned to see a burly Hun warrior advancing towards him. With a swift motion, Sheng Huai'an raised his blade to block the impending strike. However, the weight behind the opponent's attack was immense, sending him reeling backwards. He sensed a surge of true essence emanating from the adversary's weapon, causing pain to radiate through his arm and splitting the skin of his palm. A warrior. Sheng Huai'an's expression grew grave as he realized he had provoked a true combatant from the Hunnic ranks. Jabaxia, having momentarily pushed Sheng Huai'an back, was taken aback. "To withstand my strike, it is no wonder you have claimed the lives of so many of my kin, but today, your fate reaches its end." He was a centurion of the Hunnic vanguard, a warrior at the initial stage of mastery, and he regarded Sheng Huai'an, who was at the later stage of a martial apprentice, with newfound respect for being able to endure his blow without sustaining injury. Yet, this respect was fleeting. The combat prowess of a true warrior was still unknown to him. Sheng Huai'an shook his aching arm, yearning to measure the gap between himself and a warrior, fueled by the burgeoning power within him and his burgeoning blood slaughter blade technique. "Arrogant fool, allow me to demonstrate the chasm that exists between a warrior and a martial apprentice." Jabaxia propelled himself forward, leaping into the air, his curved blade raised high, aimed directly at Sheng Huai'an. In response, Sheng Huai'an executed a swift slide, evading the attack with agility. Blood slaughter blade technique, night battle in all directions. A faint crimson aura enveloped his blade. Clang, clang. The two engaged fiercely, their blades clashing with sparks flying. Sheng Huai'an's strikes were rapid, although lacking in power. His speed compensated. Soon, he found himself gasping for breath, with deep gashes appearing on his shoulder and back, blood seeping forth. He had sustained injuries. Indeed, the true warriors were not to be underestimated. Jabaxia was similarly affected. He had been caught off guard by Sheng Huai'an's swiftness, and despite his efforts, he bore several wounds. staining his battle garb crimson. "Not bad, lad. You've managed to injure me, which speaks volumes of your pride. Dying now would not be in vain," Jaboxia remarked, glancing at his own wounds and then at Sheng Huai'an. "With so many murals around, do you sell them at home? If you wish to slay me, come at me then," Sheng Huai'an retorted, raising his middle finger defiantly. Although Jibersheo was unaware of the meaning behind the gesture, he could sense that it was a mockery directed at him. The audacity of a mere martial apprentice to deride him ignited a fiery rage within Jibersheo. "You shall perish." He vowed to sever Sheng Huai'an's head and bring it back as a trophy. With the bloodthirsty blade technique, he executed a swift slash. Sheng Huai'an performed a roll and countered with a fierce upward strike aimed directly at Jibersheo's brother, Jishin. Jibersheo was taken aback, hastily evading, utterly unprepared for the filthiness of Sheng Huai'an's swordplay, which was aimed low. The bloodthirsty blade technique, designed to sever your legs. Sheng Huai'an unleashed a sweeping strike. An old soldier mused, "Is this technique part of the bloodthirsty blade? I don't recall it." The bloodthirsty blade technique aimed to cleave your head. After executing a low strike, Sheng Huai'an targeted his opponent's neck. The old soldier pondered, "In the realm of martial arts, nothing is invincible. Only speed is unbreakable." Sheng Huai'an's strikes were rapid, and even Jibersheo, a practitioner of martial arts, found it challenging to gain an advantage against him. In this moment, he shed his contempt. Sheng Huai'an was indeed a formidable adversary deserving of serious consideration. Now, Jibersheo entered Sheng Huai'an's rhythm of combat, skillfully defending while searching for an opening. His strength surpassed that of Sheng Huai'an, yet the latter's speed ensnared him, forcing him to continuously parry the barrage of attacks. Upon detecting a slight flaw, Jibersheo seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful kick that sent Sheng Huai'an sprawling. Clutching his chest, Sheng Huai'an could not suppress a cough of blood. "What good is speed if your strength is lacking?" Jibersheo sneered, his visage contorted with malice. "Accept your fate. In the face of absolute power, all struggles are futile. I shall crush you." Sheng Huai'an rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, massaging his chest, realizing that battling above his level was no simple task. His prowess was still significantly inferior to that of a seasoned warrior. "Prepare to meet your end, you little brat." Jibersheo advanced with his blade raised, ready to claim Sheng Huai'an's head. "Old Wong, do not intervene. I can handle this," Sheng Huai'an shouted, glancing behind at Jibersheo. However, he saw the Huns engaged in a fierce clash with the defenders of Anning, with no one to assist. Suddenly, a sharp sound. Jibersheo turned to see an arrow lodged in his side. "My kidney, you treacherous scoundrel." He grimaced, clutching his side, pain radiating through him. "All is fair in war. If you lack this basic principle, perhaps you should return home and till the soil," Sheng Huai'an chuckled. Time was of the essence. He had only managed to draw his bow and shoot, but his aim was woeful, striking Jibersheo in the side instead of the chest, as intended. Clearly, his archery skills required further refinement. "You insolent whelp, daring to shoot my side, I shall tear you apart." Jibersheo was consumed by rage, having lost a kidney. It was inevitable that Suehua would abandon him in search of a stronger ally. What significance did his battles and military accolades hold now? All his fury was directed at that insufferable young man before him. With a crack, Jibersheo snapped the arrow, leaving part of it embedded in his side, and discarded the broken shaft onto the ground. He brandished his sword and charged at Sheng Huai'an, intent on cleaving him into 18 pieces to alleviate his profound resentment. Sheng Huai'an slung his bow over his shoulder and grasped his battle knife, ready to engage in a fierce clash with Jibersheo. He refused to believe that he could not vanquish Jibersheo, who had already been wounded by his arrow. Even if it meant dragging his opponent down to the depths of bloodshed and weakness, he was determined to prevail. With the arrow still lodged in his side, each step Jibersheo took felt like 1,000 knives piercing him, causing him to grimace in agony. Seeing Jibersheo's pained expression, Sheng Huai'an could not help but burst into laughter. "Huh, what's the matter? Come at me, you fool." His taunt was delightfully infuriating, rivaling the most provoking of expressions. Perhaps his words reached the ears of a nearby Xiongnu soldier. "Captain, allow me to take care of him," the soldier proclaimed, brandishing his steel blade as he charged towards Sheng Huai'an. With a swift motion, Sheng Huai'an struck, severing the soldier's throat, and blood splattered across the ground as the Xiongnu warrior crumpled lifelessly. Looking down at the fallen body, Sheng Huai'an scoffed, "Fool, even your pathetic captain cannot contend with me. Have you always been so brave?" Jibersheo, witnessing the triumphant Sheng Huai'an, bellowed in fury, "Ah! I shall slay you, you dog of Wei." Despite the searing pain in his kidney, he lunged towards Sheng Huai'an. Chapter 8. Slaying the warrior. Sheng Huai'an raised his hand and delivered a powerful strike akin to a cleaving blow, emboldened now that his opponent was wounded. Unable to intimidate through brute force, he pondered whether he could still dominate through cunning. Ji Bashio staggered back a couple of steps, blood seeping from the wound at his waist. A broken arrowhead lodged within him pierced his kidney, significantly diminishing his combat capability. He was far from resilient enough to disregard the agony of the arrow embedded in him. Feigning indifference was not an option. It seemed today he might indeed extinguish a warrior's life for the sake of excitement. Sheng Huai'an, sensing his advantage, was relentless in his assault, wielding the blood slaughter blade technique with ferocity, compelling Ji Bashio to retreat continuously. During this tumultuous exchange, some Xiongnu soldiers attempted to intervene, but they all fell beneath Sheng Huai'an's lethal blade. At that moment, Ji Bashio's wound had torn further, blood flowing unabated as he gasped for breath. His armor, once formidable, lay in tatters from Sheng Huai'an's relentless strikes. The worsening of his injuries rendered him incapable of withstanding Sheng Huai'an's onslaught. Even in death, I shall drag you down with me. Ji Bashio boldly charged at Sheng Huai'an, determined to achieve a mutual demise. Witnessing Ji Bashio's desperate resolve to perish alongside him, Sheng Huai'an could only regard him as naive. No longer willing to engage in a direct confrontation, he opted instead to wear down his opponent. Other Xiongnu soldiers continued to charge at him, yet most were mere foot soldiers, their initial martial prowess easily dispatched by Sheng Huai'an's blade. Name: Sheng Huai'an. Race: Human realm. Late martial disciple technique. Mighty bull strength, minor accomplishment. Blood slaughter blade technique, minor accomplishment. Strength: 999 gene talent. Bronze archer kill value: 55. Unbeknownst to him, amidst the chaos of battle, he had already slain 30 to 40 Xiongnu foes. He began to grasp the mechanism behind acquiring kill value. Defeating an early-stage martial disciple yielded a single point, a mid-stage 2 points, and a late-stage 3 points. The majority of his kills were from early-stage adversaries, with fewer from the mid and late stages. Contemplating the elevation of his own prowess, Sheng Huai'an did not hesitate to allocate points to his cultivation. A surge of power coursed through him, as if his very bones were being tempered through relentless forging. Ji Bashio, witnessing the sudden surge in Sheng Huai'an's aura, felt a profound sense of despair. This was a breakthrough in the midst of battle. Already weakened and fatigued, could it be that his life was about to be extinguished here? In an instant, Sheng Huai'an's strength surged dramatically, and with a single stroke, he forced Ji Bashio back. Name: Sheng Huai'an. Race: Human realm. Perfect martial disciple technique. Mighty bull strength, minor accomplishment. Blood slaughter blade technique, minor accomplishment. Strength: 1500 gene talent. Bronze archer kill value: 15. He expended 40 points of kill value to ascend directly to the realm of perfect martial disciple. The strength has surged to an impressive 1,400 pounds, a force comparable to that of a newly ascended martial artist. Jiboshio also possesses this level of power, albeit augmented by the true essence of martial arts. However, most newly promoted martial artists have their true essence still feeble within them. Sheng Huai'an, having refined his blade techniques, recognizes that with his cultivation having reached a new pinnacle, there is no need for delay. He must swiftly eliminate this formidable foe and proceed to vanquish the other Xiongnu adversaries. He must seize the opportunity to slay the Xiongnu and rapidly enhance his own prowess. In this world where martial strength reigns supreme, the foundation of one's existence lies in the power they can wield. On the northern battlefield, according to his observations, the moment is not yet the most perilous. There remains much to be fought in this war. With a surge of energy beneath his feet, he propelled himself forward, closing the distance to Jiboshio. Employing the blood slaughter blade technique, he struck decisively at the throat. A spray of blood erupted as Jiboshio's head fell to the ground. Treading through the pool of blood, he did not cast another glance at the lifeless body of Jiboshio. This was the first martial artist he had slain, yet certainly not the last. The severed head, with its eyes wide in shock, reflected the scene of Sheng Huai'an dispatching another Xiongnu soldier. With a swift motion, yet another Xiongnu soldier succumbed beneath Sheng Huai'an's blade. In his current state, he moved through the ranks of ordinary Xiongnu soldiers as if they were but sheep, incapable of withstanding a single strike. Soon, no Xiongnu soldiers remained around him. The ground was littered with their corpses, the blood staining the city walls and cobblestones. The Xiongnu soldiers attempting to ascend the walls met their demise at his hands. Alone, he had defended a section of the wall. This young man harbored a ferocious thirst for blood. Those who observed Sheng Huai'an were left in utter astonishment. The number of foes felled by his blade had surpassed 50. What an impressive young man. The mastery of the blood slaughter blade technique had reached such heights. An old soldier, glancing over, noticed the bloodthirsty aura enveloping Sheng Huai'an's blade. He was inwardly astonished. Just yesterday he had imparted this technique to Sheng Huai'an, and within a mere day, he had grasped it to such an extent. Furthermore, he had slain a martial artist, a feat only a few could achieve. Engaging in combat beyond 1's level is rare, and to slay enemies of a higher rank is even more exceptional. Sheng Huai'an, at the level of a martial apprentice, had slain a martial artist, marking him as a truly remarkable presence. All told, Sheng Huai'an had only been training for 2 days. What an extraordinary talent. The Xiongnu forces continued their relentless assault, ceaselessly scaling the walls and clashing with the defenders. Soldiers fell in droves, lives extinguished in the brutality of battle. Kill him. 6 or 7 Xiongnu soldiers surrounded Sheng Huai'an, intent on overwhelming him. With a fierce invocation of the blood slaughter blade technique, he unleashed the 5 horses disembowelment. Sheng Huai'an, akin to an unparalleled deity of death, surged into the fray, dispatching the 6 or 7 Xiongnu foes beneath his blade. Nearby, the old soldier muttered in disbelief. What is this 5 horses disembowelment technique? Is there such a style within the blood slaughter blade technique? Kill him. In the next moment, a dozen soldiers armed with spears encircled Sheng Huai'an, vowing to end his life. Their motivation was simple. He stood out too distinctly, single-handedly dispatching nearly 100 Huns, carving out a wide berth amidst the chaos of battle. By this point, Sheng Huai'an's armor lay in tatters, his battle robe shredded, and he bore several wounds upon his body. Yet his fighting spirit remained undaunted, the fervor within him still boiling. Confronted by the throng of spearmen, Sheng Huai'an remained fearless, brandishing his blade and charging into the fray with an indomitable spirit, embracing the prospect of death. "Huai'an, I'm coming to aid you," Wang Wu exclaimed as he rushed to assist his beleaguered comrade. Upon witnessing Wang Wu's approach, Sheng Huai'an wished to protest. "Do not come. These heads belong to me." With Wang Wu joining the fray, the soldiers who had scaled the battlements were swiftly dispatched by the duo. "Goodness, your strength has increased remarkably." Wang Wu gazed at Sheng Huai'an as if he were a marvel. "Mediocre. I was merely contemplating a swift breakthrough to the innate realm to annihilate these Huns." Sheng Huai'an replied with a faint smile. "You dare to dream of such a leap to the innate level in one go?" Wang Wu could not help but scoff at such aspirations. What audacity! Even I only dare to entertain such dreams occasionally. Haha, what is there to fear in dreaming? Sheng Huai'an declared, dispatching another enemy who had just ascended the wall. "Do not draw too much attention to yourself. Beware of the sharpshooters among the Huns," Wang Wu cautioned. Sheng Huai'an's conspicuous prowess in slaying numerous Huns made him a prime target for the archers lurking within the enemy ranks. Yet, despite his numerous victories, no such sharpshooters had yet targeted Sheng Huai'an, prompting Wang Wu to believe that fortune favored his ally, as if divine providence were at play. Meanwhile, within the central tent of the left Xian King among the Huns, a general reported, "My lord, the great Chan Yu has inquired about the timing of our assault on Anning Pass." "What of the right Xian King's offensive?" Left Xian King Yi Zhihan countered without answering the query. "It is said they are close to capturing Qishan Fortress. Then let us hasten our siege. I demand that Anning Pass be taken within 2 days," the left Xian King declared with commanding authority. Having besieged for half a month, he felt he had toyed long enough with the situation. He aimed to secure Anning Pass before the right Xian King could claim Qishan Fortress, thereby sweeping through the defenses. With the issuance of the left Xian King's orders, the Huns continued to dispatch more troops to the siege. The horns sounded, signaling that yet another contingent, numbering over 5,000, had joined the assault. "This is bad. The Huns have intensified their siege efforts. We can expect formidable foes to scale the walls soon. Be cautious," Wang Wu advised. "How formidable?" Sheng Huai'an inquired, having just felled an approaching Hun soldier. "Strong enough to slay you with but a slap." Wang Wu spoke with a grave expression. As he gazed upon the Hun's forces surging like a tide, Sheng Huai'an exhaled deeply. His sword had become dulled from use. Yet the army outside the city showed no signs of abating. "How many Huns are there besieging the gates?" Sheng Huai'an lamented. The left Xian Wang's army numbers 100,000, Wang Wu replied. 100,000 troops? To assault a single pass? Sheng Huai'an was taken aback. How many defenders do we have at Anning Pass? He inquired hastily. 30,000, but now there are barely over 20,000 left, Wang Wu stated matter-of-factly. The relentless siege by the Huns for half a month had already depleted a significant portion of the defending forces, and in an effort to bolster their numbers, conscription had become a necessity. Sheng Huai'an himself had been conscripted. By heaven, 30,000 against 100,000, he thought, filled with dread. It is a commonplace occurrence for foreign tribes to besiege the northern borders each year, Wang Wu remarked without surprise. Has the general not sought reinforcements? Sheng Huai'an questioned, eyeing the fluttering banners of the Hun army beyond the walls. As a mere foot soldier, how would I know? Wang Wu shot back, rolling his eyes at Sheng Huai'an. The sounds of war drums and horns resonated through the northern reaches, echoing with a timeless solemnity, a poignant and heartrending melody. Chapter 9. The innate warriors. A resounding thud echoed from the city walls, reverberating like a heavy drum. The atmosphere was laden with a chilling sense of foreboding, and even the clouds above appeared to darken ominously. General, it seems the Xiongnu forces are preparing for a fierce assault, a subordinate officer remarked with a grave expression. Yang Yi, maintaining an air of calm, replied, Fear not. As long as I am here at Anning Pass, the Xiongnu will find it difficult to breach our defenses. At least for the time being. Reinforce the walls with 2 additional regiments. Yes, sir. The officer clasped his fists in respect before turning to relay the orders for 2 regiments to ascend the walls, with each regiment comprising 2,000 soldiers. Yang Yi commanded the deployment of 4,000 troops, augmenting the existing force of over 2,000 already stationed on the walls. Thus, the total number of defenders swelled to over 6,000. However, half of the soldiers from the 2 regiments had already perished in battle. 6,000 defenders were ample. Any additional soldiers would hinder movement on the walls, rendering further reinforcements unnecessary. As the defending side, they occupied a natural advantage, enabling a steady flow of troops from the rear. Brother Huai'an, take care and survive. When the conflict subsides, I shall treat you to a night of revelry at the Yichuan Tower, Wang Wu called out, before advancing to continue the fight. Agreed. We shall indulge in merriment together afterward, Sheng Huai'an responded with a hearty laugh. As the enemy surged onto the walls, Sheng Huai'an, undeterred, charged towards the advancing Xiongnu, recklessly engaging the foe. The blood-slaughter blade technique wielded in his hands radiated ferocity, rendering the weaker Xiongnu soldiers powerless against his strikes. 1, 2, 3. Drops of blood splattered as he mentally recited his mantra. At present, his prowess rivaled that of an early-stage warrior. The Xiongnu warriors fell before him in droves. He embodied the essence of a bloodthirsty deity of war, his battle attire stained crimson with the blood of his adversaries. Just as he reveled in his rampage, an overwhelming aura suddenly encroached, sending shivers down his spine. From the ranks of the Xiongnu below, 5 towering figures leapt onto the city walls, their presence pulsating with power and vitality. With a mighty strike, their true energy surged forth like a tidal wave, sending a dozen soldiers flying with a single blow. In an instant, those soldiers lay bloodied on the ground, devoid of life. Within moments, the 5 formidable foes decimated over 100 defenders, leaving a stretch of the wall eerily devoid of life. Fortunately, Sheng Huai'an had maintained a safe distance. Otherwise, he too would have succumbed to such a devastating blow. No wonder Wang Wu had cautioned him to be vigilant. True power could annihilate entire swathes with a mere strike. Bold indeed, to slaughter the soldiers of our great way. The left virtuous king appeared intent on breaching the city, dispatching 5 innate warriors to assail the walls. Act swiftly, lest the ordinary soldiers atop the walls be swiftly annihilated. Upon the city ramparts, 5 figures resembling generals leapt down from the tower, landing upon the walls to confront the 5 Huns. Those treacherous Hun dogs, emboldened by their malice, bellowed a bearded lieutenant. We thought you cowards would not dare to face us. Ha ha ha, laughed a formidable Hun warrior. Slay them and seize the walls, allowing our army to advance, declared another Hun, a natural-born warrior. Kill, annihilate them. With a thunderous roar, the clash of 10 warriors erupted, their vital energies colliding, creating an oppressive force that deterred ordinary soldiers from approaching. The battleground upon the wall transformed into a fierce arena for those 10 combatants. From a distance, Sheng Huai'an felt the overwhelming pressure. Ah, is this the essence of martial prowess? He mused, feeling neither fear nor trepidation, but rather a surge of excitement and anticipation. Such strength was precisely what he aspired to attain. Soon, his slaughter points surged to 60. Name: Sheng Huai'an race, human realm, martial apprentice, great perfection techniques. Bull strength, minor accomplishment. Blood slaughter blade technique, minor accomplishment. Strength, 1. 500 pounds talent. Bronze archer slaughter points, 60. Casting a glance at the golden light curtain, he realized his cultivation could be enhanced once more. With a heart brimming with exhilaration, it seemed today would mark his breakthrough into the realm of martial artists. Observing the relentless tide of Huns besieging the city, Sheng Huai'an resolutely allocated points to elevate his cultivation. In this battlefield, greater strength equated to a higher chance of survival. The weak were merely fodder, meeting their demise swiftly. With a single allocation of points, a powerful surge coursed through his body, refining his physique and bones. Sheng Huai'an felt the immense power within him, continuously fortifying his flesh and skin. His aura intensified significantly, and his strength underwent a transformative change. Name: Sheng Huai'an race, human realm, martial apprentice limit techniques. Bull strength, minor accomplishment. Blood slaughter blade technique, minor accomplishment. Strength, 2. 000 pounds talent. Bronze archer slaughter points, 20. After a glance at the light curtain, Sheng Huai'an was taken aback. What on earth is the martial apprentice limit? He pondered. In martial arts classification, were not all realms divided into early, middle, late, and great perfection stages? Having expended 40 slaughter points, he found himself at the martial apprentice limit. He had anticipated a cost of 60 points to break through to the martial artist realm. Nevertheless, he welcomed the increase of 500 pounds to reach a total of 2,000 pounds. His strength had once again escalated, and although he had not yet generated martial true essence within, his overall power rivaled that of a mid-level martial cultivator. With his strength now transcended, Sheng Huai'an continued to wreak havoc across the battlefield, deliberately steering clear of the tumultuous clash among the 10 formidable warriors. That section of the wall had become a no-man's land, with both the defenders and the Hun forces keeping their distance, wary of the fierce confrontation. A mere display of combat energy could effortlessly slay martial artists, who would be foolish enough to approach recklessly. With his newfound strength, Sheng Huai'an swiftly dispatched over a dozen Hunnic soldiers who dared to ascend the city walls. Halt! A thunderous voice resounded from behind him. Turning, Sheng Huai'an beheld a robust Hunnic warrior, glaring at him with palpable fury. With a swift motion, Sheng Huai'an drew his blade and effortlessly felled an early-stage martial adversary. Did you not hear my command to stop? The Hunnic giant scowled, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. I heard you, but do you think I will cease simply because you command it? Foolishness, Sheng Huai'an replied, wiping the blood from his blade with indifference. Were all Huns this dim-witted? To demand a halt on the battlefield was tantamount to courting death. The hulking Hunnic warrior brandished a massive blade, charging forth. Sheng Huai'an countered with the blood slaughter blade technique, dispatching the giant in just 3 strikes. How can you be so powerful? The Hunnic warrior's eyes widened in disbelief. He was but an early-stage martial artist, a centurion among the Hunnic forces, yet he had been bested by a mere martial apprentice. A trivial martial artist, how laughable. Does being a martial artist truly confer strength? You are the second Hunnic warrior I have slain, Sheng Huai'an declared, severing the warrior's head with a decisive stroke, which earned him an increase of 5 points in his kill value. Indeed, the stronger the opponent, the greater the rewards. It seems the battlefield is teeming with soldiers, slaughtering them occurs swiftly. Has this lad consumed some miraculous elixir? His strength escalates at an astonishing rate, Wang Wu mused, observing as Sheng Huai'an felled yet another early-stage Hunnic warrior. In such a short span, the lad's prowess was nearly matching his own. Was it possible that such martial prodigies existed in this world? Wang Wu's heart raced unsteadily, like a fearsome tiger. Sheng Huai'an soon annihilated over 20 Hunnic foes and approached Wang Wu. Brother Wang, what is the cultivation level of those 5 Hunnic elites and the 5 generals? Sheng Huai'an inquired. Innate martial artists, Wang Wu retorted, having just slain another Hunnic soldier. Innate martial artists? A glimmer of yearning filled Sheng Huai'an's eyes. He resolved to rapidly advance and attain the level of innate martial artist, a determination firmly etched in his heart. Chapter 10. The Commander, stay away from there. Even a mere thread of true energy from a congenital warrior could slay us, Wang Wu remarked. I am not foolish enough to recklessly approach, Sheng Huai'an retorted. casting a disdainful glance at Wang Wu. Enough of your chatter. We must swiftly eliminate the enemy. Those accursed Xiongnu bandits are multiplying by the moment. With that, Wang Wu raised his blade and struck at his Xiongnu adversary. At this juncture, an increasing number of Xiongnu soldiers began to scale the city walls. The two regiments, comprising 4,000 troops, had finally arrived at the battlements, barely managing to suppress the advancing Xiongnu forces. Frustrated by the stalemate, the left noble king dispatched an additional 5,000 troops to besiege the city, instructing another cohort of soldiers to join the assault, ruthlessly depleting the living strength of the defenders in Anning. Yes, the herald conveyed the royal command, and a contingent of 5,000 Xiongnu warriors surged forth from their encampment, charging towards the city gates. The clarion call of their charge echoed through the heavens. Over 10,000 Xiongnu soldiers pressed forward, relentlessly scaling the walls. At this moment, Sheng Huai'an found himself besieged by over 20 Xiongnu warriors. His ferocity was unmatched. Within a brief span, he had dispatched more than a dozen adversaries, drawing undue attention to himself. Kill. A centurion from the Xiongnu led the charge to encircle Sheng Huai'an. As the battle raged on, he found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle. Witnessing Sheng Huai'an's plight, Wang Wu rushed to his aid. Fear not, brother Huai'an. I am here to rescue you. Yet, before Wang Wu could reach him, he too was ensnared by the encroaching Xiongnu forces. Seeing Wang Wu also surrounded, Sheng Huai'an exhaled in relief. Why did this man always seek to claim his glory? With his bloodthirsty blade technique, Sheng Huai'an rendered the encircling Xiongnu warriors helpless, their numbers dwindling as they fell before him. The centurion, a mere novice warrior, could hardly contend with Sheng Huai'an's prowess. Carnage painted the battlefield, the crimson of blood staining the ground. With a swift stroke, Sheng Huai'an cleaved the centurion in two, leaving him in a grotesque display that instilled fear among the remaining Xiongnu soldiers. Having dispatched the centurion, he swiftly eradicated the remaining assailants. The battle raged on until dusk, yet the Xiongnu forces failed to breach the walls. The sound of drums signaling retreat reverberated through the ranks of the Xiongnu, those who could not scale the walls withdrawing like a receding tide. The 5 congenital warriors of the Xiongnu found themselves unable to overcome the 5 commanders of Anning's garrison, ultimately retreating. Those Xiongnu soldiers who could not escape were mercilessly cut down by the defenders. Amidst the carnage, with bodies strewn across the ground and rivers of blood flowing, only about 3,000 defenders remained standing on the walls. Of the more than 10,000 Xiongnu troops that had besieged the city, fewer than 4,000 managed to retreat. At this moment, Sheng Huai'an stood with a blade in hand, panting heavily. Having fought since noon, he was utterly fatigued, with numerous wounds bleeding across his body. Fortunately, his injuries were not life-threatening. The Xiongnu forces had retreated. Suddenly, a soldier burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. Among the 8,000 defenders stationed at the city, only about 3,000 remained standing, a testament to the arduous struggle they had endured. Many soldiers gazed mournfully at the corpses of their comrades and the fallen Xiongnu, their faces etched with sorrow. Perhaps tomorrow, they too would lie lifeless. Brave soldiers, do not grieve. Today we have triumphed, slaying many Xiongnu marauders, and not a single one breached our city. They sacrificed their lives to protect their families and homeland. They are all heroes. A deputy general appeared atop the city wall to reassure the defenders. General, can we truly hold the walls? A trembling soldier inquired. They had suffered 5,000 casualties in just one day. At this rate, how many more days could they endure? Yes, we certainly can. General Pingbei stands with us in life and death, vowing to defend Anning Pass to the last breath, ensuring no Xiongnu marauder crosses our gates, the deputy general declared resolutely. Sheng Huai'an recognized him as one of the 5 formidable generals of the Xiongnu resistance, known as General Broken Slaves, a mid-stage martial artist among the 5 deputy generals. Wang Wu whispered beside Sheng Huai'an. This deputy general has attained the 6th rank. To be promoted, one must first transcend into the innate realm of martial arts, followed by sufficient military achievements. The deputy general commanded a regiment of 5,000 men, yet the Anning Pass garrison comprised only 5 regiments totaling 30,000 soldiers. After half a month of relentless combat, the number dwindled to less than 20,000. The 4 regiments engaged in battle that day had all been recalled to the camp for rest. The tasks of clearing the battlefield, transporting the dead, and tending to the wounded were now undertaken by another regiment of soldiers. Upon returning to the camp, Sheng Huai'an and his comrades received only rudimentary treatment for their wounds. hastily bandaging themselves. Sheng Huai'an was wrapped up like a mummy. "Dear brother Huai'an, you are pushing yourself too hard," Zhang Daniyu remarked, noting the numerous injuries. "It's nothing serious." Sheng Huai'an waved dismissively. Their small squad of 10 had all sustained injuries. Li Busan's wounds were severe, necessitating his transfer to the city's medical station. Li Busan, Zhang Daniyu, and Wang Wu had only minor injuries that required simple dressings. Tragically, the 4 newly assigned soldiers had already perished in battle. "Be cautious, don't be too reckless. You might attract the attention of the Xiongnu elites," Zhang Daniyu cautioned. Had it not been for the veteran soldiers shielding Sheng Huai'an from the Xiongnu's formidable forces, he would have undoubtedly drawn their ire. Of course, Zhang Daniyu kept this thought to himself. "Don't worry, I have a strong constitution," Sheng Huai'an replied with a chuckle. Sobbing softly, the melodious sound of the Chong flute emanated from an unknown baroque, captivating all who heard it. The hauntingly beautiful notes silenced the room, casting a somber atmosphere within the barracks. At this moment, several high-ranking generals of the Anning Pass garrison gathered in the quarters of General Yang Yi of the Pingbei region. "General, is it true that we cannot send reinforcements to the Jubii Pass?" inquired General Sun Hao, known as the Breaker of Slaves. "The Jubii Pass is defended by 200,000 troops of the Northern Town Army. Can we not spare even 10 or 20,000 soldiers?" Another officer echoed his concern. "Indeed, the Jubii Pass is under siege by 30,000 Huns led by the great Chanyu." With a heavy sigh, General Yang Yi responded, "Moreover, at the Qishan fortress, the right-wise king of the Huns commands an additional 100,000 troops to assault the gates. How can we possibly send aid?" As his words lingered in the air, the 5 officers fell into silence. Without reinforcements, how long could the meager garrison at Anning Pass hold out? What of the Imperial Army? One officer voiced his discontent. General Yang Yi remained silent, his gaze fixed on the horizon, as the other 4 officers shared in the weight of the moment. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. "Send word to the counties within the pass, instructing them to dispatch local troops for support. Inform them that if Anning Pass falls, they too will suffer the consequences." "Yes, I shall convey the message at once," Sun Hao replied as he rose to exit the barracks. Later that night, Sheng Huai'an examined the luminous screen before him. Name: Sheng Huai'an race, human realm, martial apprentice limit techniques. Bison strength, minor accomplishment, blood slaughter blade technique, minor accomplishment, strength, 2000 gene talent, bronze archer kill value, 95 with his kill value reaching 95 points. It was evident that this amount was insufficient to enhance his techniques further. However, he discerned that he could elevate his realm. Without hesitation, he allocated points to improve his cultivation, instantly consuming 60 points of kill value. A surge of formidable power coursed through his body, relentlessly refining and strengthening him. Each cell within him rejoiced, and his wounds began to heal rapidly. Simultaneously, a stream of true energy emerged within him, circulating through his dantian and permeating his entire being, fortifying his flesh and bones. This true energy represented the essence of martial arts, and quietly, he officially stepped into the realm of a martial artist. Name: Sheng Huai'an race, human realm, early martial artist techniques, bison strength, minor accomplishment, blood slaughter blade technique, minor accomplishment, strength, 2,900 gene talent, bronze archer kill value, 35. Observing that his strength had increased to 2,900 gene, he recognized that he was nearing the pinnacle of the martial artist realm. He marveled at the potency of this golden opportunity, having just ascended to martial artist status. He was already comparable to those at the peak of this realm. Perhaps this was the advantage of transcending the limits of a martial apprentice, he pondered quietly. In this situation, he found himself somewhat bewildered, as he too was a novice in martial arts, having not undergone any systematic study or understanding. He relied solely on his innate abilities to enhance his training. Rather than dwell on uncertainties, he chose to embrace the tangible improvement in his strength, pondering little on the matter. At that moment, Sheng Huai'an felt an inexhaustible energy coursing through his body. He perceived himself as extraordinarily powerful, capable of defeating 100 foes without difficulty. He drifted off into a peaceful sleep, undisturbed by dreams. Upon awakening the following morning, after completing his morning exercises and breakfast, he learned that their camp would be resting today, as they were to be rotated with other units. After all, their battalion had dwindled from 2,000 to fewer than 1,000 following the ongoing battles. Outside the city, the Xiongnu army commenced another assault. Regrettably, Sheng Huai'an and his comrades would not be assigned to fight today. Otherwise, he would have surely vanquished 200 enemies. Such was his formidable strength. While the soldiers rested, reinforcements of over 1,000 arrived to replenish their ranks, and several leaders were promoted, Sheng Huai'an among them. Sheng Huai'an, step forward, commanded the military officer. Taken aback for a moment, he was nudged forward by Wang Wu. Present, he responded loudly as he was pushed out. The officer regarded Sheng Huai'an, unable to recall any such fierce warrior under his command. However, he could not contest the orders from above. Here is your appointment letter. From this day forth, you shall serve as the captain of the 10th Squad, the officer declared. Sheng Huai'an could scarcely believe his ears. He had only been a soldier for 2 or 3 days, and now he was being promoted directly to captain. It was an extraordinary leap in rank. He became lost in the euphoric delight of his newfound title, oblivious to anything the officer might have said thereafter. Chapter 11. The Camp Assault in a Previous Life. I enjoyed the privileges of a 007, and now I have suddenly ascended to the esteemed rank of a captain. How could Sheng Huai'an not feel elated? It is noteworthy that within the Wei dynasty, a captain holds a 9th-grade military official position, signifying that he is no longer a mere civilian. Furthermore, he possesses the authority to command 100 men, akin to a leadership role in a factory or enterprise in my former life. Sheng Huai'an was appointed as the captain of the 10th Division, following the tragic demise of the previous captain during a city defense, along with the loss of half the soldiers in the 10th Division. The current full roster was due to the influx of new recruits and able-bodied men. Young man, lead these 100 soldiers well. I entrust them to you, the military officer said, patting Sheng Huai'an on the shoulder. Indeed, I shall lead them with diligence, Sheng Huai'an replied, nodding in agreement. The thrill of leading for the first time stirred excitement within him. The military officer, observing Sheng Huai'an, was perplexed as to why the general of the Northern Front had taken such a liking to him, directly assigning him this command. In the military, merit does not always guarantee advancement, particularly in the border forces where decisions regarding promotions often lie solely in the hands of the officers. Today, there will be no military engagements. Everyone should rest well, as further battles await us, the military officer concluded before departing. Sheng Huai'an surveyed his new soldiers, who were also sizing up their new captain. Brothers, you may not have recognized me before, but I am now your captain, Sheng Huai'an. Remember my name. In the heat of battle, I shall lead the charge and fall alongside you, he proclaimed loudly. His words fostered a sense of camaraderie among the soldiers of the 10th Division. The captains from the same camp were also scrutinizing Sheng Huai'an, intrigued by the sudden emergence of a new leader for the 10th Division. Many in the camp were familiar with Sheng Huai'an. They had fought alongside him and had come to recognize his prowess in battle. It's him, the one known for his lethal strikes. Someone whispered. Deng Wu's face turned pale at the sight of Sheng Huai'an. How did this notorious figure become their captain? This is disastrous. How could it be him? Deng Wu muttered anxiously. What is the matter? Do you know him? Yuan Yong inquired. How could I not? He is the one I mentioned to you. The master of lethal strikes, Deng Wu replied. Is it truly him? He doesn't look the part. Yuan Yong exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at Sheng Huai'an, who appeared to be merely 17 or 18, with a scholarly visage. Doesn't he look like it? Yu Haven witnessed his ferocity on the battlefield. Striking down foes without a flicker of hesitation, Deng Wu said, swallowing hard. What are you two whispering about? Sheng Huai'an asked, noticing the murmurs among the crowd, one of whom seemed somewhat familiar. In nothing, Captain, Deng Wu hurriedly answered. Very well, then, Sheng Huai'an replied, satisfied. Sheng Huai'an nodded, relieved to find that there were no objections to his appointment as the squad leader. All right, everyone disperse and rest well. Be prepared to face the battle at any moment. He dismissed his troops. New armor, sabers, battle robes, and insignias had been issued, transforming him into a junior officer. Clad in the fresh armor and draped in the battle robe, with the saber at his side, his demeanor instantly elevated, exuding an imposing presence. He sought out the veterans. Uncle, I have come to see you all, Sheng Huai'an announced. You're not here to flaunt your achievements, are you? Zhang Daniyu remarked with a grin upon seeing him. How could that be? You misunderstand me, Brother Zhang. Am I that kind of person? Sheng Huai'an replied. You most certainly are, Wang Wu interjected with a hint of envy. Although Wang Wu had earned sufficient merit and cultivated his skills, he had yet to be promoted to squad leader. He remained a mere private, while Sheng Huai'an, having enlisted only 3 or 4 days prior, had inexplicably risen to the rank of squad leader. Were it not for the knowledge that Sheng Huai'an had recently been conscripted from the city, Wang Wu might have assumed he was a young scion of a prominent family undergoing training. The speed of his promotion was astonishing, akin to ascending a rank each day. Do I detect a hint of jealousy? Sheng Huai'an teased. Brother Zhang, do you smell it too? Enough with the banter. Since the higher-ups have promoted you to squad leader, you must lead your soldiers well. Ascending is no easy feat now. Go back and get some proper rest, the veteran advised. But it's not even noon yet. Why should I sleep? Sheng Huai'an was perplexed. Just heed the veteran's words. Return and rest well, Li Busi remarked cryptically from the side. The veteran's squad had been replenished, and Sheng Huai'an was assigned to the 10th squad as squad leader, while Li Busi remained in recovery from serious injuries. 6 new recruits had been added to the ranks. Get lost and stop loitering in front of me. Your presence is bothersome, Wang Wu grumbled. You are just envious, Sheng Huai'an teased, flashing his squad leader insignia. Careful, or I might just hammer you. Wang Wu feigned anger. Returning to his quarters, Sheng Huai'an followed the veteran's advice to rest. Although the reason was not articulated, he complied. Now, he found himself in a small barack alone, which, while modest, spared him the discomfort of shared bunks, conveniently located next to the 10th squad's quarters. Outside the city, the Xiongnu forces relentlessly launched their assaults, and fierce combat raged atop the walls. Today, the Xiongnu had dispatched over 10,000 troops to intensify their siege. 10,000, an incomprehensible multitude, a veritable sea of humanity. The phrase "a forest of 10,000" was not merely figurative. As dusk approached, the Xiongnu had still failed to breach the walls. After sleeping from midday until evening, Sheng Huai'an awoke, stretching languidly, just as the Xiongnu's assault came to an end. Another day has passed, the setting sun casting its warm glow upon Sheng Huai'an's face, as he begins to sense a hint of chill from the northern territories. In a past life, he yearned for the clangor of swords and the gallop of horses, yet now, having fought fiercely on the battlefield for 2 or 3 days, the experience feels almost surreal. He gazes at his long, fair hands. Who would have imagined that these hands have claimed the lives of 100 or 200 men? However, Sheng Huai'an is still but a sergeant. Suddenly, a messenger dashes over, breaking his reverie. What is it? Is there military business? Sheng Huai'an inquires, nodding in acknowledgement. The captain has issued orders for you to report, the messenger replies hastily before departing. Without the chance to ask for clarification, Sheng Huai'an heads towards the tent of Captain Wu. Upon entering, he finds a dozen sergeants already assembled. Captain Wu occupies the main seat, flanked by 2 sergeants, each commanding 1,000 men, as one sergeant leads 1,000 soldiers, and each battalion consists of 2 sergeants. Sheng Huai'an selects a spot near the entrance and observes the silence among the others, uncertain of the matter at hand. Soon enough, all 20 sergeants of the 7th Battalion stationed at Anning Pass arrive. Captain Wu then speaks slowly. I trust some of you have already guessed the reason for your summons. General Ping Bei has issued a mission to assault the enemy camp, and this task falls upon our battalion. As the orders of the assault are revealed, several sergeants' expressions darken. Now it makes sense to Sheng Huai'an why some faces were grim upon his entry. An assault, as the name suggests, entails a nighttime attack on the enemy camp. This is a perilous endeavor fraught with danger. It is known that the Hun's camp beyond the pass numbers no fewer than 70,000 troops. With merely 2,000 men in their battalion, the outcome of such an incursion is all too predictable. He also realizes why the veteran had advised him to rest earlier. Evidently, the veteran had anticipated this. The purpose of gathering them now is to issue the mission orders. Upon returning, each of you is to assemble your respective teams. Exit through the southern gate and encircle the rear of the Hun camp, causing as much chaos and destruction as possible to delay their daytime assault on the city, thus buying time for our defense. Do you understand? Captain Wu inquires, surveying the sergeants. Understood, comes the unified response. Good, now go and rally your troops. I will accompany you as well, Captain Wu asserts. Sheng Huai'an and the others receive their orders and return to their quarters to gather the soldiers. Rally. There is a military command. Sheng Huai'an calls out to the troops. Upon hearing the command, the soldiers of the 10th team swiftly assemble. The issuance of military orders is imperative. Any delay will result in punishment. A sergeant within the ranks asks, "What is the command, Sergeant?" Each team consists of 2 sergeants, each overseeing 5 squads of 50 men. A squad comprises 10 men, a platoon consists of 5, and a company is led by a commanding officer. Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. This is neither the time for disseminating military orders nor for idle questions. Merely follow my lead. Sheng Huai'an cast a fleeting glance at the squad leader and spoke with a hint of indifference. His silence rendered further inquiries futile. Sheng Huai'an was the captain of this contingent, their superior officer. Under the cover of darkness, they swiftly approached the encampment of the military officer Wu. Members of the other platoons also gathered, converging towards the appointed location. Wu, alongside two other officers, stood together, and upon the soldiers' arrival, he simply uttered, "Advance." Wu personally led the contingent, and under the veil of night, the 2,000-strong army quietly exited through the southern gate. By this hour, many seasoned veterans had surmised the purpose of their nighttime assembly, while only the new recruits remained oblivious to their mission. Upon departing the southern city gate and traversing a narrow path over the mountains, they spent an hour and a half crossing the ridges before finally emerging beyond the pass. After another 30 minutes, they maneuvered to the rear of the Xiongnu army camp. Officer 2, commanding 500 men, initiated the assault from the left flank, while Officer Li, "You shall lead 500 men from the right. I will command 1,000 to launch an attack from the rear of the Xiongnu forces." Understood? The two officers responded affirmatively. "It is now the hour of the rat. We shall strike precisely at the hour of the tiger. Do you all comprehend?" Wu inquired. "Understood." The officers and several captains replied in hushed tones. "Very well, let us proceed." Officer Li led 5 platoons toward the right flank of the Xiongnu army, with Sheng Huai'an's unit among them. As they neared the right side of the Xiongnu encampment, the flickering flames within were visible from a distance. Upon approaching within 500 meters, the formation halted. The glow illuminated the patrolling Xiongnu soldiers. The moon was obscured by clouds, rendering visibility limited in the night. "Sir, shall we launch the surprise attack from this position?" Sheng Huai'an approached Officer Li and quietly inquired. Recognizing Sheng Huai'an as one of the favored captains for promotion, Officer Li replied, "What are your thoughts?" At this distance, a charge would create too much noise and could easily alert the Xiongnu forces. "I propose we advance to within 100 meters. This would facilitate a more discreet charge and reduce the risk of detection," Sheng Huai'an suggested. "How naive you are. Approaching the enemy camp within 100 meters is no simple feat should you jeopardize the ambush plan. We both risk our heads," Officer Li retorted. "Sir, I have a plan to advance within 100 meters without being noticed," Sheng Huai'an asserted, his mind already racing with thoughts of how to maximize his kills for the sake of accruing combat merit and enhancing his skills. "You?" Officer Li regarded Sheng Huai'an with skepticism. "I am willing to stake my honor on this. If I fail to accomplish the task, you may take my head," Sheng Huai'an declared with unwavering confidence. In such darkness, one would not dare approach the enemy camp within 100 meters, let alone contemplate a night raid. Chapter 12. Swift and boldly disturbing the enemy camp. Well, since you dare to issue a military order, advance with your soldiers to within 100 meters of the enemy camp. Li Bingwei, witnessing Sheng Huai'an's unwavering determination, refrained from further discourse and readily acquiesced to his request. He was eager to observe what capabilities this individual, favored by the general of Pingbei, possessed. Having achieved his objective, Sheng Huai'an returned and summoned his contingent of soldiers. "Follow me. We shall draw closer and pave the way for our army's assault," he instructed his men. "Commander, at this distance, advancing further will easily expose us to the enemy," Tang Yunshan cautioned. "Simply follow my lead. I possess a method to ensure your concealment," Sheng Huai'an replied. He was astonished to discover that the military in this world lacked even the basic skill of crawling forward, let alone conducting a surprise attack. Tang Yunshan opened his mouth, intending to dissuade him, believing this was tantamount to courting death, yet seeing Sheng Huai'an issue a military order rendered further words futile. "All of you, follow my lead. Do precisely as I do, and utter not a sound," Sheng Huai'an commanded. The 2 squad leaders and the various sergeants harbored doubts. Was it truly possible to remain utterly silent? Sheng Huai'an crouched low and advanced, prompting the soldiers behind him to mimic his movements. After crawling 50 meters, Sheng Huai'an dropped to the ground. "Everyone, lie down and follow my lead." Upon seeing Sheng Huai'an prostrate on the earth, the soldiers had no choice but to imitate him, all sinking down. Once on the ground, in a bid to minimize noise, Sheng Huai'an began to crawl slowly. Observing him squirm like a maggot, Tang Yunshan and the others followed suit, inching along the ground. The soldiers behind them emulated their actions, crawling at a measured pace. Fortunately, the sandy terrain muted the sound of their armor, allowing them to progress quietly. As they vanished into the night, Li Bingwei felt a flicker of curiosity. How had this fellow managed to lead his troop into obscurity? Half an hour later, with no sign of movement, one of the squad leaders could no longer contain himself. "Commander, could it be that he has led his men in retreat?" Silence. Li Bingwei glared at the squad leader, wishing to chastise him. But the peculiar circumstances prevented him from doing so. Instead of hoping for something positive, he was adept at sowing discord. Intimidated by Li Bingwei's glare, the squad leader withdrew his head and ceased speaking. Time passed, and the night deepened. Among the Xiongnu forces, the vigilance of the patrolling soldiers began to wane. An hour later, Sheng Huai'an, along with his soldiers, had crawled to within 100 meters of the Xiongnu camp. This seemingly short distance of 400 meters had taken Sheng Huai'an and his 100 soldiers an entire hour to traverse. Their cumbersome armor and the soldiers' inexperience with crawling contributed to their sluggish pace. Fearing that a hastened movement would create noise, Sheng Huai'an deliberately advanced with caution. "What hour is it now?" Sheng Huai'an inquired of Tang Yinshan, who was trailing behind. At the 6th watch of the night, only 2 quarters remained until the 3rd watch. Tang Yinshan responded. Sheng Huai'an nodded, noting that in just 2 quarters, or 30 minutes, it would be the 3rd watch, which marked 3 o'clock in the morning. This period is one when fatigue easily overtakes a person, making it the most opportune moment for a nocturnal assault. "Prepare yourselves, and follow me into the fray," commanded Sheng Huai'an. "Yes, Commander," both Tang Yinshan and Haidai replied, as they were the squad leaders of the unit. "Once we breach the enemy camp, Haidai, you shall take a soldier to set fire to their tents. Tang Yinshan, you will take another soldier to slay the encroaching foes. Do you understand?" Sheng Huai'an continued with hushed urgency. "Understood." As time steadily ticked away, the moment for the assault drew near, and the soldiers could not help but feel the mounting tension. The crackling of burning wood was faintly audible from 100 meters away within the Xiongnu encampment. By this point, the flames of the Xiongnu army had begun to dwindle. The moon of this night had retreated behind the clouds, and the northern winds howled, as if the heavens themselves were aiding their cause. "Commander, the time is approaching," Tang Yinshan reminded. Sheng Huai'an unslung his bow and nocked an arrow. "Archers, prepare to swiftly eliminate the patrolling soldiers," he urged while crouching low. The archers in the ranks mimicked his stance and readied their arrows. "Fire!" Sheng Huai'an released an arrow, swiftly dispatching a Xiongnu patrolman. With a whoosh, 10 arrows flew forth, claiming the lives of 7 Xiongnu foes. An enemy attack. The remaining 2 Xiongnu soldiers, witnessing their comrades fall, were about to raise the alarm. Whoosh! Sheng Huai'an loosed 2 arrows simultaneously, felling the last 2 soldiers. "Soldiers, charge with me." Sheng Huai'an rose and surged forward. The other soldiers quickly followed suit, drawing their blades and charging alongside him. In less than 10 seconds, they covered the 100 meters and breached the enemy camp. By the time another squad of patrolling Xiongnu soldiers reacted to the commotion, Sheng Huai'an and his men had already engaged. "Brothers, let us slay the Xiongnu invaders." Sheng Huai'an swiftly nocked his arrows, sending enemy after enemy crashing down beneath his aimed shots. Tang Yinshan led 50 soldiers into the fray, cutting down the Xiongnu soldiers, while Haidai, accompanied by another 50, ignited torches and set fire to the Xiongnu tents. "Officer Li, look!" exclaimed one of the soldiers. The entire engagement, from the initial noise to the moment Sheng Huai'an and his men stormed the enemy camp, transpired in a mere 10 seconds. Officer Li, who had been watching intently, was astonished. The speed of this assault was astounding. Not only the Xiongnu troops, but even they had scarcely registered the events unfolding. As he beheld the enemy camp ablaze, Officer Li snapped back to reality. "Brothers, charge with me and slay the Xiongnu invaders." Li Bingwei let out a loud shout as he scrambled to his feet and charged forward. Sheng Huai'an swiftly discharged 30 arrows before unsheathing his battle blade, surging ahead to slay the Huns. The surrounding Hun soldiers, roused by the commotion, hurriedly emerged to engage in battle. At the forefront, Sheng Huai'an led the charge, relentlessly cutting down the Hun soldiers that obstructed his path. Haidai, accompanied by his soldiers, relentlessly set fire to the tents, causing some of the deeply slumbering Hun soldiers to perish in the flames. Many Hun soldiers were caught off guard, unable to fathom that the garrison at Anning Pass would dispatch troops to launch an assault on their camp at such an hour. By the time Li Bingwei and his soldiers stormed into the enemy camp, Chaos reigned amidst the blazing inferno. Fire! Fire! Quickly extinguish the flames. Enemies are attacking our camp. Stop them. The Han encampment descended into disarray, with some attempting to extinguish the flames, others searching for the enemy, and many rendered bewildered and uncertain. Some of you assist in extinguishing the fire, while the rest follow me to slay. Li Bingwei commanded. Meanwhile, Sheng Huai'an and his comrades pressed deeper into the enemy camp. On the left flank, Tu Bu Wei and the Han army's rear guard also initiated their assault at the break of dawn. Do not linger, do not hesitate. Charge with me. Sheng Huai'an bellowed. As more and more Han soldiers awoke in confusion, one furious Han centurion shouted, "Damn those Wei people! How dare they attack our camp? Slay them! Surround them and eliminate these Wei soldiers. We cannot allow them to assault our encampment." The Huns roared, their urgency palpable as they beheld the raging flames. Numerous Han soldiers advanced to encircle their attackers. Any hesitation could lead to their demise at the hands of the Han army. The only course of action was to press forward and wreak havoc within the enemy camp. The right side of the Han encampment was engulfed in flames, which blazed fiercely in the wind's favor. From the walls of Anning Pass, the guards spotted the distant glow of fire. The Han camp is ablaze. The officer on watch hurried to the battlements. "General, the enemy camp is on fire." General Sun Hao, the destroyer of slaves, chuckled. "I see it, haha. They have succeeded. Quickly, open the city gates and let the cavalry charge forth." "Yes, General." The officer hastened to issue the command to open the gates. The cavalry of Anning, long prepared and gathered, surged forth as soon as the gates were opened. With merely 2,000 men, led by General Zhao Yong'an, the cavalry charged out. At this moment, Sheng Huai'an, leading his unit, continued to advance, igniting chaos in the right side of the Han encampment. What is happening? Such a commotion. The left Xian king of the Central Army, awakened, inquired in anger. "Your Excellency, the Wei army has taken advantage of the night to assault our camp." A Han general reported, drenched in cold sweat. "Damn it, do you lack even this minimal vigilance? How could you allow the Wei to attack our camp?" The left Xian king seethed with fury. Within the military tent, the generals of the Han army dared not utter a word. Who could have foreseen that the treacherous Wei would launch an assault on the camp at this very hour? "Why do you linger? Quickly mobilize the troops and eliminate the Wei intruders." The left Xian Wang bellowed with fury. Indeed, the generals within the tent promptly took their leave, vowing to annihilate the Wei invaders. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed through the night, shattering the stillness. "What is that noise? Fool! Can't you recognize the sound of galloping horses? The Wei cavalry has arrived." The Xiongnu soldiers were gripped by panic, many losing their composure. "Brothers, let us carve a path through the blood." Sheng Huai'an charged forward, leading the charge. Those Xiongnu soldiers who stood in his way fell beneath his blade. His battle robe and armor were drenched in crimson, and the soldiers under his command followed him relentlessly, igniting flames wherever they went. The speed was overwhelming. The Xiongnu soldiers were unable to form a cohesive defense against them. The Xiongnu camp was engulfed in chaos. Some rushed to extinguish the flames while others succumbed to the fire or were trampled in the tumult. In essence, it was utter disarray. In some areas, the lines between friend and foe blurred, leading to frenzied clashes. Flames leapt skyward, thick smoke billowed, and the right camp was thrown into chaos by Sheng Huai'an and his men. "Help! Please save me. Ah, it hurts, help me. I do not wish to perish." The Xiongnu soldiers, engulfed in flames, screamed as they ran to their comrades, seeking aid. Li Bingwei, accompanied by 400 men, followed closely behind Sheng Huai'an, charging forward but soon lost sight of the direction in which Sheng Huai'an and his forces had gone. Chapter 13. Setting fire to grain and driving away sheep. The assault on the left and rear camps of the Xiongnu by the slaughter officer Wei and the martial officer was fraught with difficulties, unlike the smooth progress experienced by Sheng Huai'an and his companions. During their charge, they were detected by Xiongnu patrol soldiers, which alerted the enemy forces. Although they managed to infiltrate the enemy camp, they suffered losses and faced considerable resistance from the Xiongnu soldiers. Despite the success of their incursion, the commotion they caused paled in comparison to that of Sheng Huai'an's group. "Captain, I believe this area is a storage point for Xiongnu supplies," a soldier reported amidst the chaos. "Lead the way," Sheng Huai'an exclaimed upon learning of the Xiongnu's supply depot, swiftly altering their course. "If we can destroy their provisions, the Xiongnu will find it impossible to mount an assault without food. Brothers, stay close and charge this way," Sheng Huai'an shouted, rallying his comrades. Along the way, several soldiers fell in battle and others scattered, leaving him with approximately 70 men. Upon reaching the designated storage area, Sheng Huai'an entered a tent filled with grain. In some tents, there were sheep brought along by the Xiongnu. Set it ablaze, Haide. Burn everything to the ground. He commanded swiftly. The rest of you, come with me to fend off the Xiongnu forces. Taking the lead, Sheng Huai'an engaged the enemy with his swift and lethal sword techniques, easily dispatching non-combatant Xiongnu soldiers. Meanwhile, Haide and his men ignited the tents one by one. The sight of the flames sent the penned sheep into a frenzy. Open the pens and drive the sheep out, Haide shouted. Several soldiers rushed to open the pens, tossing torches inside. Startled by the fire, the sheep bolted out in all directions, creating further chaos as they charged toward the Xiongnu camp. Seeing Sheng Huai'an and his men igniting their supplies, the Xiongnu soldiers rushed to intervene. It was well known that the Xiongnu were already facing a scarcity of resources, which explained their desperate southward invasion of the Wei dynasty before winter set in, seeking provisions for survival. One by one, the storage tents were engulfed in flames. The Xiongnu soldiers seethed with rage at the sight of their supplies being consumed. With the number of Xiongnu soldiers increasing, Sheng Huai'an and his group had no choice but to fight while retreating. The wind fanned the flames, and soon a vast area was ablaze. Witnessing the destruction of their provisions, the Xiongnu soldiers felt a deep sense of loss. Everyone, hurry! Follow me! Sheng Huai'an shouted as he noticed the encroaching enemy forces. The soldiers, responding to his call, rushed to follow him. As they fled, they fought and set fires, unable to discern their direction. The martial officer and the slaughter officer were also embroiled in chaos, clashing with Xiongnu soldiers without daring to pause, as they were continuously surrounded by the enemy. If we do not escape soon, once encircled, our fate will be but one word: death. Tonight, it seems as though the heavens themselves conspire to aid them. The north wind intensifies, and the tents of the Xiongnu army ignite with alarming rapidity. The vast encampment of the Xiongnu has descended into utter chaos. Cursed be the way. I shall rend them limb from limb. Hurry, extinguish the flames. Salvage the provisions. Water, bring forth water. Kill, slay the way. They must not escape. Meanwhile, General Zhao Yong'an, leading 2,000 cavalry of Anning, swiftly charges into the heart of the Xiongnu camp. In the dead of night, the Xiongnu encampment is besieged, thrown into disarray. And in the face of the Anning cavalry, they find it nearly impossible to muster a defense. Soldiers, follow me to vanquish the Xiongnu foes. Zhao Yong'an leads his cavalry into the right wing of the Xiongnu camp, the most tumultuous area, ablaze with flames and disoriented shadows, where no organized military resistance can be formed. As the cavalry penetrates the enemy camp, they cleave through the Xiongnu soldiers, who now find themselves with little recourse but to perish. Flee. Mother, I wish to return home. May the great shaman bless your people. With the cavalry's intervention, the soldiers in the right wing of the Xiongnu encampment are reduced to mere lambs for slaughter. Observing the pandemonium of their camp, the generals of the Xiongnu are equally flustered. In this state of disarray, even the soldiers struggle to regroup. The camp is engulfed in a melee, illuminated by flames on all sides as fierce battles rage on. The entire situation is chaotic, and military orders scarcely reach their intended recipients. Beyond the front and center forces, it appears that enemies lurk everywhere within the encampment. The Xiongnu's herds of sheep and warhorses, frightened by the flames, exhibit restless behavior, causing further turmoil. A centurion, accompanied by over 1,000 soldiers, relentlessly pursues Sheng Huai'an and his comrades. This centurion yearns to consume Sheng Huai'an's flesh and blood. It is this instigator who wreaks havoc within the camp, setting fires that have rendered the encampment a scene of utter confusion. Stockpiled provisions, sheep, and warhorses are either burned or fleeing, leading to losses that are nearly incalculable. The Xiongnu army presses closely behind, with Sheng Huai'an at the forefront. Those who wish to survive, stay close to me and do not lag behind. Sheng Huai'an bellows. Having successfully breached the camp, the Xiongnu forces, now fully aware, aim to encircle and annihilate the Anning defenders. In the midst of this chaotic encampment, Sheng Huai'an and his men are fortunate. They encounter few Xiongnu soldiers ahead. All who stand in their path are vanquished by Sheng Huai'an and his troops. As they charge forth, continuously advancing, they burst from the encampment into the dark night. Disoriented and unable to discern direction, Sheng Huai'an leads his forces in a singular direction. The immediate aim is survival, to evade their pursuers. After all, They have executed the order to raid the camp, and the command did not stipulate a fight to the death with the Xiongnu army. Raiding inherently entails seizing the opportunity to flee. Centurion, we cannot continue the pursuit. We must swiftly return to extinguish the flames, a 100-man commander of the Xiongnu interjects. Gazing at the inferno that illuminated the rear camp, the centurion could only watch in reluctant despair as Sheng Huai'an and his companions vanished into the night. Under the command of Zhao Yong'an, the Anning cavalry charged twice into the right camp before retreating. With formidable warriors within the Xiongnu ranks, their meager cavalry could not hope to breach the Xiongnu encampment. Should a master from the Xiongnu army intervene and cut off their escape route, though he might save himself, the 2,000 cavalrymen would surely perish there. Thus, Zhao Yong'an prudently chose to withdraw after seizing the advantage, denying any opportunity to the Xiongnu's powerful forces. The Anning troops, having successfully raided the camp, began to surge outwards in preparation for their escape. Sheng Huai'an, accompanied by his subordinates, ran a full 20 miles before halting. Exhausted from the violence and flight, they were left panting heavily. "Let us pause and rest for a moment," Sheng Huai'an gasped. "Ha ha ha, what a thrill!" Though Tang Yinshan was too weary to stand upright, he laughed heartily. This battle had been exhilarating for them. Being confined within the city and passively enduring assaults had been utterly stifling. The success of this raid not only resulted in the slaughter of numerous foes, but also incinerated many of the Xiongnu's supplies, significantly undermining their arrogance. Indeed, this battle was immensely satisfying. Hai Dai chimed in with a grin. Setting aside all else, the very success of their raid was a monumental achievement in itself. "Let us account our numbers and see how many remain," Sheng Huai'an instructed. Tang Yinshan swiftly counted the men and reported 53. In this raid, they had lost half of their 100, a relatively favorable outcome given their successful endeavor and the minimal resistance encountered along the way. "I wonder how the others fared," Sheng Huai'an sighed. With 2,000 men who had raided, it was uncertain how many would return safely. Tang Yinshan and Hai Dai fell into silence, pondering how many of their former comrades they might never see again. War is indeed merciless. One moment a man lives, and the next he lies lifeless upon the battlefield. "By the way, do you still remember the way back?" Sheng Huai'an asked after a brief respite. Upon his inquiry, silence enveloped them. In the dark of night, the howling wind heightened the eerie quiet. "Come now, speak up. Your silence frightens me," Sheng Huai'an admitted, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Commander, it seems we may have lost our way," Yuan Yong replied timidly. Beside him, Deng Wu, utterly exhausted, lay sprawled on the ground, unwilling to move. "What? Are you suggesting that we are lost?" Sheng Huai'an was taken aback. "Well, it appears, yes," Tang Yinshan affirmed. "Commander, in the dead of night, amidst chaos and pursuit, we have long since lost our bearings," Hai Dai added. Sheng Huai'an collapsed onto the grass, staring up at the sky, his hands covering his face. Chapter 14. Heavy losses, retreating behind enemy lines. The good news is that they launched a night raid on the enemy camp and successfully completed their mission to escape. The bad news is that they seem to have lost their way and do not know where they are. "Never mind, let's wait until dawn. We can determine our bearings then," Sheng Huai'an consoled himself. Thus, the group lay on the grass, allowing the northern winds to caress them. They were utterly exhausted from traversing mountains and valleys under the cover of night, having ventured beyond the city walls to lie concealed in the darkness. They hardly had any proper rest, engaging in the assault on the enemy camp, fighting fiercely, setting fires, and then fleeing for 20 miles. Had they not been martial practitioners of considerable strength, they would have surely perished in the enemy camp. Even from 20 miles away, the flickering flames of the Xiongnu army's camp could be faintly seen. They lay there for an indeterminate time until the eastern sky began to reveal a hint of dawn. As time passed, the fires within the Xiongnu camp gradually extinguished. That night, the soldiers on the city walls joyfully observed the flames in the enemy camp, hoping they would burn longer. Who attacked the right flank? Truly impressive. Ha ha ha. They set so many enemy camps ablaze. Conversely, the left and rear flanks were far less effective, having failed to ignite many enemy camps. No one could ascertain how many Xiongnu soldiers had been slain that night. Regardless, the losses must have been significant. General Palu led his cavalry in a fierce charge against the enemy camp, undoubtedly claiming many enemy lives. General Yang Yi of Pingbei was also elated to hear of the successful raid, surmising that the Xiongnu would be too fatigued to continue their assault during the day. "Ha ha, this commotion exceeded our expectations. General Panu, Sun Hao exclaimed with laughter. Indeed, it makes me want to lead my troops into the enemy camp and unleash a massacre. Another deputy general chimed in. The results will not be small. It is just uncertain how many from the 7th Battalion will return alive, another deputy general remarked. The group fell silent again. A raid merely exchanged their lives for the enemy's losses. As dawn gradually broke, smoke continued to rise from the Xiongnu army's camp. Observing the ravaged camp and the disheartened soldiers, the left prince's expression darkened. It was clear how furious he was at that moment. He had intended to breach the Anning Pass today, but after this uproar, how could he approach the gates with such demoralized soldiers? The Xiongnu generals, one by one, dared not utter a word. Their spirits dampened, fearing the wrath of the left prince would descend upon them. As daylight fully emerged and the sun ascended, the tally of losses was reported. Have the losses been assessed? The left prince inquired, his tone devoid of emotion. Yet, the Xiongnu generals within the tent felt a chill run down their spines. Those familiar with the left prince knew that this indicated a deadly reckoning was imminent. Returning to the king, over 18,000 men fell last night, with more than 9,000 injured, one general cautiously reported. The casualties have approached 30,000, which is indeed a grave loss. Furthermore, last night, 2/3 of the provisions were incinerated, over 30,000 sheep fled, and more than 7,000 warhorses escaped. The general, with great reluctance, divulged all this information. Incompetence, all of them, roared the left noble king, unable to contain his fury. Over 30,000 sheep, 1/3 of the food supply, were lost. And there were originally over 90,000 sheep, now reduced by 1/3. The warhorses, vital mounts for the cavalry, saw the escape of more than 7,000, meaning that over 7,000 cavalrymen would be rendered ineffective in battle. Additionally, 2/3 of the food supplies had been destroyed. What would the army eat next? The soldier casualties had reached 20 to 30,000, brave warriors who perished in a single night raid, along with those who had fallen in the past fortnight. Less than half of the 100,000 soldiers he had brought remained. This equated to nearly 30,000 valiant Huns lost in last night's devastation, causing the left noble king's heart to bleed. Who was on duty last night? Bring him to me for execution, he bellowed, his anger unabated. The generals within the tent trembled under the weight of the left noble king's wrath. With such monumental losses in a single night, how could he not be furious? Word would undoubtedly reach the right noble king, who would mock him mercilessly. The great Chanyu would also demand an explanation. Incompetence, all of you. We must besiege the city. If we cannot capture Anning Pass, then you all deserve to die? The left noble king shouted in rage. This is unthinkable, my king. Our forces are weary, and morale is unstable. We cannot launch an assault on the city now, hurriedly advised the left gully king, the left noble king's closest confidant and father-in-law. When he spoke, even the left noble king's fury could not resist his counsel. With only 50,000 troops remaining, a single decisive strike to breach the gates was increasingly improbable. The soldiers were already fatigued, and to initiate a siege at this moment would be tantamount to seeking death. The commander on duty last night was executed to appease the spirits of the fallen. Within Anning Pass, General Yang Yi of the 7th Battalion remained silent as he observed the returning remnants of his regiment. Out of the 2,000 who had set forth, fewer than 500 returned, excluding those cavalrymen who had charged in later. The Butcher Wei had perished, Li had been gravely injured, and Wu bore numerous wounds. The majority of the returning soldiers were wounded, underscoring the ferocity of last night's battle. Brave soldiers, on behalf of the people of Dawei and the citizens of Anning City, I thank you for your sacrifices and contributions. Yang Yi deeply bowed to the returning remnant of the 7th Battalion. The weary soldiers, however, displayed little emotion in response. After a night of slaughter and flight, they were utterly exhausted. Moreover, every soldier who participated in the raid will be recognized for their valor, rewarded with 10 taels of silver. Yang Yi continued. Thank you, General. The soldiers of the 7th Battalion finally spoke, their spirits slightly lifted by the promise of reward, for at this moment, nothing could stir their hearts as profoundly as the allure of silver. Everyone, go and take a good rest. The provisions of food and drink are prepared for you. Enjoy your meal and drink well, then take a warm bath and have a good sleep, Yang Yi proclaimed loudly. To ensure that the soldiers below would fight valiantly, it was imperative that they receive proper treatment. Upon hearing of the food, drink, and warm baths, the soldiers' eyes sparkled with excitement, and their spirits were lifted. By the way, Who was responsible for the attack on the enemy's right flank last night? Yang Yi inquired. Li Bingwei, lying on a stretcher, raised his hand and replied, General. It was us. Indeed, well done. You are commendable. First, attend to your wounds and rest well, then return to report to me on how you assaulted the enemy camp. Yang Yi said with a satisfied smile. Yes, General. Li Bingwei replied, filled with joy. Had he not been grievously injured, he would have eagerly recounted the details of last night's offensive to Yang Yi at that very moment. With the merit earned from the night's raid, once he improved his skills, a promotion to a lieutenant was assured. As dawn broke and the sun ascended, Sheng Huai'an and his companions found their bearings. We have ventured into the territory of the Xiongnu beyond the pass, Tang Yinshan remarked, observing the surrounding grasslands and yellow sands. Upon hearing this, Sheng Huai'an exclaimed, Goodness! We have indeed infiltrated behind enemy lines. Which direction is Anning Pass? Is anyone familiar with the way? I am familiar with the route, a soldier volunteered. Very well. You shall lead us back, Sheng Huai'an acknowledged with a nod. The group proceeded towards Anning Pass. After traveling approximately 5 or 6 miles, the procession came to a halt. Stop! There is something ahead, Sheng Huai'an instructed. Commander, there are Xiongnu cavalry ahead, pursuing a group that appears to be our Anning garrison, the guiding soldier reported. Chapter 15. The retreat of the Xiongnu cavalry and a familiar encounter upon witnessing the Anning garrison being pursued by the Xiongnu cavalry. Sheng Huai'an did not hesitate. Let us go and provide support. Hand over all the arrows you carry. He swiftly collected the arrows from several soldiers, totaling over 30. With his comrades in tow, he charged towards his allies, simultaneously allocating points to upgrade his archery skills. Name, Sheng Huai'an race, human realm, early martial artist techniques, savage bull strength, minor accomplishment, blood slaughter blade technique, minor accomplishment, strength, 2. 900 pounds talent, bronze archer kill value, 185 last night as brutal skirmish had garnered him an impressive 150 kill points, having slain over 100 Xiongnu enemies. With a total of 185 kill points, he found his cultivation, techniques, and blade skills all enhanced. This presented an opportunity for further growth. Yet Sheng Huai'an refrained from immediate upgrades. In the face of the Xiongnu cavalry, archery was the most effective means of attack. Thus, he opted to enhance his archer level. Investing 20 kill points, he elevated his archery status to silver archer. Upon achieving this rank, he felt an overwhelming surge of power in his archery skills. While sprinting, he deftly knocked 3 arrows, drawing back the bowstring. With a single shot, he dispatched 3 Xiongnu cavalrymen in an instant. Tang Yinshan, Haidai, and others were left utterly astonished. Incredible! From 500 meters away, he shot 3 arrows that each struck down a Xiongnu cavalryman? Is this some sort of cheat? They marveled. After all, these were not foot soldiers, but cavalry, known for their swift mobility. It was a feat beyond what most could achieve. This archery skill is nothing short of magnificent, Haidai couldn't help but exclaim. Tang Yinshan glanced at Haidai, surprised that this burly fellow had taken to flattery so readily. In the blink of an eye, 3 Xiongnu cavalrymen had fallen, drawing the attention of the Xiongnu forces. Allies! We have allies! We are saved! One of the fleeing soldiers shouted joyfully. Stop shouting and keep running. These are Xiongnu cavalry. We are mere foot soldiers. If we don't flee, we'll meet our end. Another soldier replied urgently. There were over 30 Xiongnu cavalrymen, evidently a small squadron. How dare they kill our Xiongnu wolf cavalry? The squad leader seethed with rage. Another group of Wei soldiers. They must be the ones who attacked our camp last night. Let us take their heads back for a reward, he commanded vehemently. In the next moment, the Xiongnu cavalry turned and charged toward Sheng Huai'an and his companions. With a swift flick, 3 more arrows flew, each finding its mark and slaying yet another 3 Xiongnu cavalrymen. As the enemy cavalry approached, Sheng Huai'an showed no inclination to retreat. At this moment, he decided to test his archery skills against the Hunnic cavalry. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows flew forth, and 3 charging Hunnic riders tumbled from their horses. In a mere instant, this squad of Hunnic cavalry had lost a third of its number. Impressive, Master Bow. Tang Yinshan could not contain his excitement. Alas, his lack of education limited him to a single exclamation that echoed widely. Initially, upon seeing the Hunnic cavalry turn towards them, he had intended to urge Sheng Huai'an to lead the troops in retreat. However, it now seemed that such apprehension was entirely unwarranted. The other soldiers gazed at Sheng Huai'an with admiration and reverence, astonished to discover that their leader was indeed a master archer. "Charge! Kill them!" shouted the Hunnic cavalry captain. In no time, Sheng Huai'an had dispatched 9 riders. He knew that without claiming the heads of Sheng Huai'an's group, he could not face the fallen warriors. Those were friends and family from his tribe. Sheng Huai'an focused on the Hunnic captain, knocking an arrow and drawing back his bow. As the leading captain charged forward, his eyes widened in horror as an arrow, swift as lightning, hurtled toward him. Thud! Blood sprayed forth, and his body was sent hurtling backward, the world spinning around him before the sky faded to darkness. Sheng Huai'an had slain the Hunnic captain with a single arrow, then continued to draw and release, sending 3 more arrows flying, striking down 3 additional Hunnic riders. As infantry, they could not allow the cavalry to close the distance. Otherwise, ordinary soldiers would stand no chance against the Huns. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another 3 arrows soared forth, and yet another trio of Hunnic cavalrymen fell. In the span of a few moments, half of the 30-man Hunnic unit had been annihilated by Sheng Huai'an's arrows. "He is an exceptional archer. We must flee," cried one terrified Hunnic rider. With 1 arrow per enemy, they feared that before even reaching the front lines, they would be entirely decimated. Meanwhile, the 20-plus defenders of Anning, witnessing Sheng Huai'an's remarkable prowess as he shot arrows at the Hunnic cavalry with precision akin to shooting doves, ceased their flight. They stood, wide-eyed, transfixed by Sheng Huai'an's display of skill. The Hunnic cavalry, paralyzed with fear, turned to escape. Sheng Huai'an, his bowstring pulled taut, was relentless. He viewed them as his quarry, and they would not escape without his consent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more Hunnic riders fell as they attempted to flee. Seeing his prey on the verge of escape, Sheng Huai'an exerted himself, sprinting forward, channeling his martial energy to continue knocking arrows. He released 3 arrows in one fluid motion, and the 3 slowest riders were pierced and toppled from their mounts, bitterly watching their fleeing companions. They would be forever laid to rest upon this grassland. Observing the 9 riders that had managed to escape, Sheng Huai'an felt a twinge of frustration. They had fled too swiftly. Were they born of rabbits? Such speed was astounding. "Master Bo is magnificent. Master Bo is valiant." Haide shouted loudly, cheering for Sheng Huai'an. In the eyes of the others, Sheng Huai'an was truly formidable, single-handedly wielding a bow to drive away a small contingent of Xiongnu cavalry. Such a remarkable feat was unprecedented in their experience. "The commander is magnificent." The soldiers cheered in unison, for the military was a realm where strength was revered. From the dawn skirmishes to the present moment, where one man with a bow repelled the Xiongnu cavalry, Sheng Huai'an had successfully won their admiration. Previously, their deference to him had been rooted in military hierarchy, but now, they were wholeheartedly devoted to him. "Quickly, let us scavenge for food and water from the Xiongnu cavalry and retrieve the horses," Sheng Huai'an promptly directed. Upon the demise of their masters, the trained warhorses remained calm, not scattering in panic but instead standing nearby. In this vast grassland, horses were invaluable means of transportation, and it was imperative to bring them back swiftly. Heeding Sheng Huai'an's orders, Tang Yunshan and the others hurriedly collected water, food, and weapons such as sabers and bows from the Xiongnu cavalry. 21 warhorses were successfully brought back, all in pristine condition. "These Xiongnu steeds are indeed magnificent and robust," Tang Yunshan remarked with a smile. Having gathered a portion of food and water, as well as a considerable amount of bows and arrows, Haide arrived with the spoils. "Brother Huai'an, it truly is you." A burly figure sprinted towards them. Upon hearing the voice and turning, Sheng Huai'an was surprised to see Wang Wu, dirt-streaked and breathless, approaching. "Wang Wu, is that you?" Sheng Huai'an exclaimed, astonished to encounter an old comrade from his previous squad. "Brother Huai'an, it is so good to see you. I nearly thought I would never see you again," Wang Wu declared, rushing forward to embrace Sheng Huai'an tightly. "You're choking me. What kind of conduct is this between 2 grown men?" Sheng Huai'an hurriedly pushed Wang Wu away, not wishing to indulge in such displays. "Brother Wang, how did you end up here? What about the others?" Sheng Huai'an inquired. "Ah, it's a long story," Wang Wu sighed with a look of resignation. Sheng Huai'an rolled his eyes, "Then let us make it a short one." Chapter 16. The ambush on the Xiongnu supply camp. The 20 or so soldiers from Anning hastily gathered around Wang Wu, standing at a distance to observe Sheng Huai'an and his companions. Last night's raid had commenced with an assault from the left flank. However, The operation did not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. Although we successfully launched an attack on the Xiongnu encampment, the losses we incurred were significant. Once we breached the enemy's camp, we ignited fires and engaged in combat with the Xiongnu forces, but as their numbers swelled, we were scattered. By the time we managed to escape the enemy camp, we were disoriented, fleeing in a single direction without a clear sense of east or west. Wang Wu recounted, we, too, were a collection of scattered soldiers who regrouped while fleeing. When dawn broke, we astonishingly found ourselves behind the Xiongnu lines. This morning, we set our course toward Anning Pass, intending to return, only to encounter Xiongnu cavalry along the way. They roamed the plains, seemingly in search of us. The remnants of last night's raid. Wait, Brother Wang, are you suggesting that Xiongnu cavalry are patrolling the route back, obstructing our return? Sheng Huai'an inquired. Indeed. Numerous Xiongnu horsemen are prowling about, blocking our way back. They have discovered us and are pursuing us, treating us like prey, Wang Wu affirmed with a nod. We originally numbered around 40, but those Xiongnu horsemen toyed with us as if we were mere cattle, mercilessly slaying over a dozen of our comrades. Those damned Xiongnu! Tang Yunshan exclaimed, his anger palpable. The very idea that they were hunted for sport was infuriating. Are any of you sergeants or squad leaders? Sheng Huai'an asked the group of soldiers. No, we are all privates like myself, Wang Wu responded first. Sheng Huai'an subtly nodded, noting that being privates was advantageous in this scenario. It seems you are all soldiers from the 7th Battalion who participated in last night's raid. I am the squad leader of the 10th team in the 7th Battalion. Henceforth, I hereby command you to join the 10th team and serve under my command. With that declaration, Sheng Huai'an incorporated the 20 soldiers into his ranks. Given their position behind enemy lines, it was imperative to bolster his forces to enhance their combat capability and increase their chances of survival against the Xiongnu. The soldiers exchanged glances, but no one voiced any dissent. They hailed from different squads, and as scattered troops, they were now under the command of Sheng Huai'an, who, as a squad leader, held a higher rank. Moreover, he had been the one to save them from certain death at the hands of Xiongnu horsemen. His prowess, single-handedly felling a cavalry unit in their flight, had deeply impressed them. With the addition of these 20 soldiers, his force swelled to over 70. Brother Huai'an, we cannot linger here, we must depart swiftly. The few Xiongnu cavalry who escaped will undoubtedly return with reinforcements to hunt us down, Wang Wu urged. We are too close to the enemy camp, we must leave at once. The path back was obstructed, leaving them no choice but to venture deeper into the grasslands. Let us depart with our provisions and steeds towards the heart of the prairie, commanded Sheng Huai'an, who resolved to lead his soldiers into the enemy's rear. The group gathered their belongings and set forth into the vast expanse of the grassland. After traversing over 20 kilometers, they paused to rest. Let us take a moment to recuperate and nourish ourselves, Sheng Huai'an instructed. They managed to procure ample food and water from the Huns, sufficient to satiate their hunger. Once replenished, Tang Yunshan inquired, what shall we do now, Commander? With no way to return to Anning City, we stand as a solitary force out here. Encountering a band of Huns would spell our doom. The scarcity of provisions was also a pressing concern, as they had left without sufficient supplies. We shall take it one step at a time. Do not fret, I will not lead you to your demise, Sheng Huai'an reassured them. Out here, he was the unequivocal commander of the troop. Despite their small number, his words constituted their sole military decree. This situation was far preferable to that within the city, where even as a commander, he was but a minor figure, subject to the orders of generals. Let us proceed, we cannot linger in this grassland. Otherwise, the Huns will pursue us like hyenas drawn by the scent of our presence, Wang Wu interjected. Sheng Huai'an generally heeded the counsel of these seasoned soldiers. Recognizing the value of their experience, they had ventured out to strike the enemy camp, and returning empty-handed was not an option. After resting and replenishing their strength, the group continued onward, wandering the grasslands as their only recourse. Sheng Huai'an was averse to retreating and passively guarding the city, having finally ventured out. He was determined to make an impact. With 21 steeds carrying a portion of the wounded and supplies, the rest of the men proceeded on foot. As they lacked enough horses for all to ride, Sheng Huai'an, newly appointed as the commander of this unit, sought to foster camaraderie before leading them into battle. As dusk fell, they found refuge on a wind-sheltered hillock to rest. It was then that Sheng Huai'an resumed his scrutiny of the light screen. Name, Sheng Huai'an race, human realm, initial stage of martial artist techniques, Bison strength, minor accomplishment. Blood slaughter blade technique, minor accomplishment. Strength, 2. 900 gene talent. Silver archer kill points. 193. The enhancement of his archer level consumed 20 kill points, leaving him with 165. After dispatching 21 cavalrymen, his kill points surged to 193, an increase of 28. Remaining in the territory behind the Hun forces filled him with unease. He recognized the necessity of augmenting his strength. Otherwise, encountering a formidable Hun could lead to their demise. Without hesitation, Sheng Huai'an allocated his points and commenced his cultivation. This upgrade consuming 100 kill points. He initially believed the slaughter value would be 80 points. It seems the price has risen. A tremendous force surged throughout his body, continuously refining and strengthening his physique. Simultaneously, the martial essence within him was steadily increasing and expanding. Warriors cultivate their bodies, excavating their innate potential, emphasizing the consolidation of all great power within oneself. Hence, the foremost priority for martial practitioners is the physical form. At present, Sheng Huai'an's golden finger manifests as a slaughter system, perpetually enhancing his physique. Soon, his cultivation level ascended to the mid-stage of a warrior. This rate of breakthrough surpasses that of a martial genius who has trained for 2.5 years. Name: Sheng Huai'an race, human realm, mid-stage warrior techniques, mighty bull strength, minor accomplishment, blood slaughter blade technique, minor accomplishment, strength, 3,400 pounds talent, silver archer slaughter value, 93 having expended 100 slaughter points. He elevated his cultivation to the mid-stage of a warrior. The remaining 93 slaughter points vanished along with the plus signs next to his techniques and blade methods, clearly indicating that this amount was insufficient for further enhancement. Gazing at such a fleeting resource, Sheng Huai'an found himself at a loss for words. How many adversaries must he vanquish to elevate his cultivation to the innate level? The mere thought of it gave him a headache. Having broken through 3,000 pounds of strength, he was now nearly on par with those who had just ascended to the initial stage of a martial master. With this enhancement in power, Sheng Huai'an felt a sense of stability within. Today, the Xiongnu army was in a state of exhaustion, failing to launch further attacks. This brought a rare moment of tranquility to the defending troops of Anning Pass. After half a month of relentless city defense, even the most steadfast would grow weary. Not to mention flesh and blood beings. Anning Pass enjoyed an unusual day of peace. The sounds of war drums and battle horns were absent, allowing the bolder residents to venture into the streets. Nightfall. The northern winds howled, and Sheng Huai'an and his companions did not sleep soundly. The cold was one reason, but they also needed to guard against the Xiongnu cavalry sneaking up on them. At dawn, Sheng Huai'an resumed leading the troops, this time in a different direction. After marching several miles, the soldiers dispatched to scouts soon returned. "Commander, we have a situation. A troop of Xiongnu enemies is ahead, numbering over 500. Seemingly transporting goods to the Xiongnu camp before the pass," reported the 2 scouting soldiers. "Tang Yinshan, you lead the team here and wait. Come, let us investigate," Sheng Huai'an instructed. "Understood, Commander," Tang Yinshan replied. "Huai'an, I shall accompany you. I have previously worked as a scout." Wang Wu interjected. "Very well, let us proceed." Sheng Huai'an agreed, following Wang Wu and the 2 scouting soldiers back to observe the situation. The group crouched in the grass, watching from a distance as a contingent of Xiongnu soldiers was transporting something, their marching pace not particularly swift. "Huai'an, this is a Xiongnu supply convoy, delivering provisions to their army," Wang Wu remarked after observing for a while. "What? Provisions?" Sheng Huai'an's eyes brightened. As one feels drowsy, a pillow is conveniently provided. Presently, what they lack the most is supplies. Observing the glint of intention in Sheng Huai'an's eyes, Wang Wu sensed an ominous turn. "Huai'an, you cannot possibly be contemplating an assault on this Hunnic supply unit, can you?" "Why not?" Sheng Huai'an retorted. "This Hunnic army likely consists of 500 men. Are you certain that our mere 70 will charge into certain demise?" Wang Wu considered Sheng Huai'an's audacity to be rather excessive. 500 men? What is there to fear? They are not 1,000. How formidable is the strongest among this Hunnic contingent? Sheng Huai'an inquired. "Based on my understanding of the Huns, typically, in a transport unit of 500, the mightiest would be at the peak of martial prowess. However, it remains uncertain whether their commanding officer is at that level or merely in the latter stages of martial cultivation," Wang Wu replied. "Let us proceed. We shall return and set a trap ahead of this unit," Sheng Huai'an decisively declared. Upon their return, they raced to the route that the Hunnic transport convoy would inevitably traverse. "Commander, confronting 500 Huns with our 70 might prove challenging," Tang Yinshan cautioned. "What is there to fear? I assert that we can prevail," Sheng Huai'an declared resolutely. He was determined to secure victory over this Hunnic supply unit. "Not even the divine forces of the eternal sky could thwart him," he proclaimed. "Those who can ride, step forward," Sheng Huai'an commanded. Over 30 cavalrymen emerged from the ranks, including Wang Wu, Tang Yinshan, and Haide. Wang Wu, Haide, select 19 individuals to form the cavalry and prepare to charge from the left flank, Sheng Huai'an instructed. "Archers, you will engage first, expending all your arrows before we advance." He began to orchestrate the strategy. Within a 50-meter stretch on either side of the road, Sheng Huai'an commenced the digging of pits. In this vast plain, ambushes are challenging. Thus, conditions must be fabricated for concealment. It sufficed to dig pits large enough for a single person to crouch, with the grass carefully cut and preserved to later cover the pits, rendering them undetectable. Once the ambush was meticulously arranged, they awaited the arrival of the Hunnic supply unit in silence. Chapter 17, An Easy Victory. Abundant Rewards. Yulagu serves as the captain of this logistics transport team, having chosen a safer task of transporting supplies in the rear. Driven by a fear of meeting his demise on the battlefield, his 3 beautiful wives have since turned their affections to others. He holds no aspirations for military accolades, as his family possesses considerable strength, being part of a relatively prominent tribe among the Xiongnu. The battlefield is akin to a meat grinder, where even those of innate prowess are likely to perish, rendering it perilously hazardous. Gazing at the azure sky and white clouds while riding on horseback, he finds solace and comfort. This is the life he yearns for. Yulagu even hums a cheerful tune. The entire convoy moves leisurely, embodying a relaxed demeanor. To them, this vast northern grassland is their Xiongnu territory, while the Wei people can only seek refuge behind city walls from the might of the Xiongnu army. Here on the grassland, they feel utterly secure. As autumn arrives, the grasslands begin to turn a golden hue. Yulagu's singing grows increasingly spirited, and he bursts into a full-throated song. The soldiers below would rather suffer temporary deafness than endure such auditory pollution. Were it not for Yulagu's position as their superior, they might have been tempted to thrust their spears into his backside. "My lord, should we dispatch 2 cavalrymen to scout ahead?" inquired a Xiongnu centurion. "Jibu Chu, you seem to regress with each passing day. This is the grassland, our Xiongnu domain. What is there to fear?" Yulagu coldly replied, casting a disdainful glance at Jibu Chu. Faced with Yulagu's frosty gaze, Jibu Chu found himself at a loss for a retort. This insufferable fellow, relying solely on a fortunate lineage, indulges in a life of leisure. Oblivious to the need for vigilance during a march, he wonders about his brother Jibu Zhao's fate on the battlefield, whether he has achieved merit and brought glory to their clan. Being assigned to serve under this hedonistic scion feels like a stroke of ill fortune. Jibu Chu inwardly grumbled. Another centurion in the group shared similar sentiments regarding Yulagu. Though their team consists of 500 men, the 2 centurions each lead 250. Yet, among these 500, only 200 are seasoned soldiers. The remaining 300 are tribesmen conscripted to transport supplies, wielding little in the way of combat capability. Meanwhile, Sheng Huai'an and his companions lay in quiet ambush, awaiting the approach of the Xiongnu logistics convoy. After half an hour, Sheng Huai'an finally spotted the slow-moving Xiongnu transport team entering his line of sight. "They are moving at an exasperatingly sluggish pace, as if on a spring outing," he complained. As they waited, the Xiongnu troops finally stepped into the ambush zone, seemingly oblivious to any irregularities, whether through carelessness or sheer ignorance. Just as the Xiongnu transport troops entered the range of the ambush, Sheng Huai'an lifted the grass mat covering his head, knocked an arrow, and swiftly released 3 arrows. "Attack!" With a thunderous roar from Sheng Huai'an, the archers concealed along the roadside swiftly unveiled their positions, launching a barrage of arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rain of arrows descended, claiming the lives of over 30 Xiongnu soldiers. After the initial volley, the archers continued to knock their arrows and draw their bows. The distance from both sides to the road was merely 50 meters. The Xiongnu forces were not widely dispersed, ensuring that most arrows found their mark. "Enemy attack!" Ji Bachu exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld the incoming hail of arrows. Swoosh! An arrow pierced his throat. Sheng Huai'an watched as Ji Bachu collapsed slowly. Were you shouting so loudly to ensure I noticed you? Unbeknownst to him, both brothers, Ji Bachu and Ji Boxiao, had met their demise at his hands. Yulagu, taken aback by the sudden onslaught, momentarily froze. Quick, conceal and counterattack. Another centurion shouted. Upon hearing the command, Sheng Huai'an turned and released another arrow. The speed and force of his shot were extraordinary, a testament to the prowess of a silver-grade archer whose skills surpassed those of ordinary men. By the time the centurion could react, an arrow had already pierced his throat. Thus, 2 early-stage warriors among the Xiongnu centurions fell to Sheng Huai'an's arrows, netting him 10 points of kill value. Seeing the assault from Sheng Huai'an's side, Wang Wu and Hai Dai led their cavalry into a charge. In a swift completion of their arrows, the Xiongnu forces had already suffered casualties of 70 to 80 men. Sheng Huai'an drew his sword. Charge with me. Slay the Xiongnu foes. Observing Sheng Huai'an's advance, the other soldiers followed suit. Kill! Kill! The soldiers on the opposite side, led by Tang Yunshan, also began their charge. The air was rent with deafening battle cries, as if 1,000 horses were surging forward. The deaths of the 2 experienced centurions caused chaos among the troops, rendering them incapable of mounting an effective defense or counterattack. As he witnessed the Wei forces charging from both flanks, Yulagu finally regained his composure. Damn Wei! How dare you attack me? Ji Bachu, counterattack! Yulagu bellowed. Yet, no one responded. Ji Bachu, are you dead? Why aren't you counterattacking? Yulagu's fury escalated. My lord, Centurion Ji Bachu has been slain. A soldier quivered. What? Dead? That detestable centurion is dead. Yulagu staggered momentarily. What of Centurion Samuel? He inquired. He too has perished. The soldier beside him replied. My lord, the Wei have cavalry. The Wei cavalry is charging. Another trembling soldier reported. Seeing the cavalry charge, the remaining herdsmen scattered in panic, wishing only that their parents had gifted them with 2 more legs. Those who have never experienced the ravages of war cannot be compared to true soldiers. Soon, Sheng Huai'an and his comrades charged into the massive army of the Xiongnu. The ordinary soldiers were utterly incapable of resisting the ferocity of Sheng Huai'an, who struck down a dozen foes in mere moments. With Sheng Huai'an leading the charge, the other soldiers surged forward like fierce wolves, relentlessly slaying the Xiongnu warriors. They were all veterans of the battlefield, having traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Only the weak had perished in the clutches of war. Sheng Huai'an forged ahead, boldly confronting even the stronger Xiongnu fighters, who fell beneath his blade. The Xiongnu army was unable to mount any effective counterattack. Damn Wei people! I shall see you all dead. The conspicuous Sheng Huai'an caught the attention of Yulagu, who quickly discerned that Sheng Huai'an was the leader of this contingent. Drawing his battle knife, Yulagu charged at Sheng Huai'an. As Yulagu swung his blade, Sheng Huai'an raised his hand to block the blow. Yulagu was staggered back 2 steps, his eyes wide in disbelief. He was a master of martial arts, at the pinnacle of his craft, possessing the strength of 3,000 pounds in one arm. Yet, he had been repelled by a mid-level martial artist. Ah, another skilled opponent. Sheng Huai'an chuckled at Yulagu. This martial artist of great mastery must indeed be the leader mentioned by Wang Wu. Die Wei dog! Yulagu, now furious, swung his knife violently at Sheng Huai'an. I know you're eager, but hold your horses for a moment, Sheng Huai'an replied as he parried the attack. Having learned some of the Great Wei language, Yulagu understood Sheng Huai'an's taunt, which only fueled his rage further. How dare this accursed Wei dog insult him? If I kill you, Yulagu put even more effort into his attacks. What? Haven't you eaten? Does your family not feed you enough? Your strikes are so weak. Have you perhaps indulged in a peach and become lethargic? Sheng Huai'an bantered as he continued to battle Yulagu. Thunderous sounds echoed as Wang Wu and Hai Dai led their cavalry into the fray, crashing into the enemy ranks. With this cavalry present, the already fragile Xiongnu forces crumbled. Countless resisting Xiongnu soldiers fell beneath the hooves of the cavalry. Witnessing the massacre of his comrades, Yulagu was consumed by rage. Kill in that moment. All notions of technique and strategy fled his mind. He unleashed a flurry of indiscriminate strikes, intent on slaying Sheng Huai'an. I shall not indulge you any longer. Blood Fiend Blade Technique. Night Assault from all directions. Sheng Huai'an unleashed the Blood Fiend Blade Technique, forcing Yulagu to retreat step by step. A flash of crimson light sliced through the air, and Yulagu's expression froze as he slowly collapsed. With a swift cut to the throat, Sheng Huai'an ended Wuligu's life. The warrior's supreme strength, embodied in the Uli bone, granted Sheng Huai'an impressive 10 points of slaughter value. Yet, despite the Uli bone's formidable prowess, Sheng Huai couldn't help but perceive his opponent's strength as rather feeble. It is akin to a flower nurtured in a greenhouse, visually appealing yet lacking in utility. After vanquishing the Uli bone, Sheng Huai pressed on, dispatching other Xiongnu soldiers with relentless efficiency. Witnessing Sheng Huai's magnificent display of power, as he felled the Xiongnu adversaries as one would slaughter dogs, the other soldiers were invigorated, attacking with fervor. This Xiongnu army, bereft of its leader and skilled warriors, could no longer withstand the might of Sheng Huai's forces, leading to their complete annihilation. Those fleeing herdsmen were pursued relentlessly by Wang Wu and Hai Dai, who led the cavalry to ensure none escaped. We truly emerged victorious. Haha, Commander, we have triumphed, exclaimed Tang Yinshan, exhilarated as he surveyed the battlefield littered with Xiongnu corpses. With only 70 men, they had indeed, under Sheng Huai's leadership, defeated a contingent of 500. Yet, what was there to be proud of? Of those 500, only about 200 were true soldiers, the rest were mere herdsmen. Moreover, this was a logistics and transport unit. Was it not expected that they would be defeated under my command? Quickly, clear the battlefield. Take what we can carry, and burn the rest. Nothing must remain for the Xiongnu, commanded Sheng Huai. Tang Yinshan scratched his head, feeling somewhat outwitted. Commander, as expected of you, your stature is truly impressive. By the way, what are our casualties? Sheng Huai inquired. 8 brothers fell, and over 10 were injured, Tang Yinshan reported. Hasten to gather supplies and prepare for departure. Yes. This casualty report was one that Sheng Huai could begrudgingly accept, for they faced an enemy several times their number. In the chaos of battle, losses were inevitable. Turning to the abundant supplies before him, Tang Yinshan felt a mix of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from their newfound resources and food, while the worry arose from the realization that they could not possibly carry it all away. There were grains, jerky, ladders, ropes, battle blades, bows and arrows, tents, and cashmere blankets, an ample supply for a regiment of 5,000 soldiers. As Sheng Huai gazed upon the over 100 horses, his eyes sparkled with delight. Although many were not war horses but rather pack animals, they were nonetheless invaluable means of transportation. With these steeds, they could traverse the vast grasslands with ease. Commander, a bountiful harvest awaits, and there is a surprise, medicinal elixirs and pills. Tang Yinshan shouted excitedly from a short distance while counting the supplies. Sheng Huai turned sharply. Pills. Chapter 18. The elixir, a further elevation of cultivation. He was no longer the naive newcomer who had just traversed into this world. He had acquired a rudimentary understanding of it. This realm was not solely inhabited by martial cultivators, but also by practitioners of Taoism, Buddhism, and various other esoteric paths. The elixirs, crafted by those of the Taoist, Buddhist, or other mystical traditions, had the power to heal wounds, assist in cultivation, or facilitate breakthroughs in realms. Indeed, Commander, there are elixirs, Tang Yinshan exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. It was impossible for him to contain his enthusiasm. Elixirs were exceedingly rare. Their Anning guards had not received any for 2 to 3 years, and those that were distributed could only be obtained by individuals of military merit. Sheng Huai'an swiftly approached Tang Yinshan, and before them lay a large chest containing numerous smaller boxes, each filled with jade vials. Sheng Huai'an picked up one of the vials and opened it, releasing the fragrant aroma of the elixirs within. Hurry, gather them quickly, and take them all with us. Not a single one must be left behind, Sheng Huai'an commanded. We can forego other supplies, but these elixirs must be taken. We struck it rich. Tang Yinshan chuckled foolishly. With 2 large chests of elixirs, we could sell them for at least 10,000 taels of silver. Sheng Huai'an ordered the soldiers to swiftly collect the necessary supplies, ensuring that as much as possible was taken. Wang Wu and Hai Dai returned with cavalry, having eliminated the fleeing herdsmen. How could 2 legs outrun 4 legs of a warhorse? To prevent any escaped herdsmen from leaking their whereabouts, Sheng Huai'an had issued a strict order for Wang Wu and his men to leave no survivors. Gather the needed supplies. Anything that cannot be transported must be set ablaze. Leaving not a single trace for the Xiongnu, Sheng Huai'an instructed. Retrieve the injured and the bodies of our fallen brothers. We must depart swiftly. With the items loaded and horses prepared, each soldier mounted a steed, setting off at a rapid pace. 2.5 hours later, a troop of 100 cavalry arrived at the battlefield, witnessing the destruction of supplies and the strewn corpses. Damn those Wei people. They are like cunning rats. Able to scurry away, they managed to ambush a supply convoy, and we have arrived too late. The Xiongnu cavalry captain seethed with rage. Pursue them. We must locate them and bring back their heads. Unbeknownst to Sheng Huai'an and his men, a contingent of cavalry was in hot pursuit. With their horses, their pace quickened significantly. After traversing over 50 kilometers, they finally found a secluded spot to rest. The vast expanse of the northern grasslands provided ample room to maneuver, allowing them to evade the Xiongnu tribes. Contrary to expectations, they ventured deep into the heart of the prairie, where the Xiongnu would never anticipate such audacity. Once halted, Sheng Huai'an commanded, "Bury our fallen brothers, and for those injured, administer the healing elixirs." "Yes, Commander," Tang Yinshan replied eagerly. Tang Yinshan attended to the wounded and buried the fallen soldiers. Haide was busy setting up tents with his men. "Brother Huai'an, are we truly safe venturing deep into this grassland?" Wang Wu remarked, standing beside Sheng Huai'an. "Brother Wang, are you aware of the saying, to take the opposite course?" Sheng Huai'an responded. Observing Sheng Huai'an, Wang Wu felt that the latter's audacity was excessive. Leading over 70 men to ambush 500 and achieving victory effortlessly was no small feat now. They found themselves in the heart of the grassland, which lay within the territory of the Xiongnu. A moment's inattention could lead to their complete annihilation. Once the tents were erected, Haide busied himself with starting a fire to prepare dried meat and dinner. Tang Yinshan, alongside his soldiers, buried their fallen brothers on site and then searched through the medicinal pills for those that could heal injuries, administering them to the wounded. He began to sort the pills, setting aside the healing ones. There were quite a few healing pills, as they were intended for the front line against the Xiongnu forces. The remainder consisted of pills for cultivation, along with several vials intended for breaking through boundaries. Dinner was quite lavish, featuring stewed beef and lamb jerky. After days of intense battle, many soldiers had not tasted meat for quite some time. After the meal, Tang Yinshan inquired of Sheng Huai'an how to handle the pills. "Brother, should we use these pills ourselves, or should we keep them to sell upon our return?" He noted that this batch could fetch a handsome sum of 10,000 taels of silver in the black market. Among them, the few vials capable of facilitating breakthroughs were particularly valuable, and selling them upon return would yield a significant profit. This was their spoils from the field, exempt from tribute. "What kinds of pills do we have?" Sheng Huai'an asked. "There are many healing pills, some for cultivation, and a few vials for breaking through boundaries," Tang Yinshan replied honestly. "Show me the breakthrough pills," Sheng Huai'an immediately requested. Tang Yinshan retrieved the pills, and Sheng Huai'an poured out a pill the size of a pigeon egg. Its white hue exuded a rich medicinal fragrance. He consumed one directly, feeling a surge of potent energy rapidly transform into true essence within him. Unfortunately, he did not achieve a breakthrough. Instead, his true essence merely solidified, enhancing his strength slightly. Why was it ineffective? Sheng Huai'an pondered aloud. Wang Wu, Tang Yinshan, Haide, and several squad leaders looked at Sheng Huai'an as if he were a fool. "What are you all staring at? Why this look?" Sheng Huai'an felt bewildered. "Huai'an, you must understand that breakthrough pills come in different grades. These pills are useful for martial apprentices and warriors, but they are insufficient for martial masters, who require higher-grade pills. Moreover, a breakthrough can only be achieved when one is ready to surpass their current realm, and only then can the pills facilitate a smooth transition. Otherwise, it would merely serve to augment one's martial essence. Consuming a breakthrough elixir does not guarantee a transition to a higher realm, for such potions are not so miraculous. Otherwise, the world would be teeming with formidable beings," Wang Wu solemnly remarked. "This young brother is utterly oblivious, and he too feels quite fatigued. Why was this not mentioned earlier? Why did you not say so sooner?" Sheng Huai'an set down the jade vial containing the elixirs, a hint of awkwardness crossing his countenance. "We assumed you were already aware," Tang Yinshan said languidly. "That is a breakthrough elixir, worth several thousand taels of silver each, and to see it squandered by Sheng Huai'an fills him with anguish. No, it's not merely anguish, it's a sharp pain in the gut. Look around at our comrades. How many have reached the threshold of breakthrough? Distribute these elixirs among the brothers so they may elevate their cultivation," Sheng Huai'an declared with conviction. To him, not utilizing these elixirs would be a grave waste. "Indeed, I shall inquire at once," Tang Yinshan responded cheerfully. He promptly rose to consult with the other soldiers. This is indeed a rare opportunity. I am currently at the pinnacle of mid-level martial artists and can break through to the late stage at any moment, Wang Wu said somewhat bashfully. One breakthrough elixir could save considerable training time. How many do you require? Sheng Huai'an inquired. One will suffice, merely to ascend to the late stage of martial artists. Wang Wu replied with a grin. Here, take it and break through swiftly. Sheng Huai'an directly handed a breakthrough elixir to Wang Wu. By the way, Burzhang, I have been stuck at the peak of martial apprentices for quite some time, Haidai remarked while rubbing his hands together. There is enough for everyone. I shall not hoard them. These were hard-won by us all. Everyone deserves a share, Sheng Huai'an stated. Upon hearing his words, the several squad leaders felt a surge of joy. Soldiers dread nothing more than their superiors savoring the spoils alone, leaving them with naught but scraps. Fortunately, Sheng Huai'an is not that kind of person. After Tang Yinshan counted the number of those capable of breakthrough, he distributed all the breakthrough elixirs, retaining a few for training while allocating the remainder to the soldiers for their cultivation. Now, he fervently hopes that this battalion will strengthen swiftly. As the soldiers within the team grow stronger, they will have a greater chance of overcoming more formidable foes. Once the elixirs were distributed, everyone set off to cultivate or break through. At this moment, Sheng Huai'an examined the golden light curtain. Name, Sheng Huai'an race, human realm, mid-level martial artist, cultivation techniques, mighty bull strength, minor accomplishment, blood slaughter blade technique, minor accomplishment, strength, 3,400 pounds talent, silver archer, slaughter value, 163 during the daytime ambush. Sheng Huai'an eliminated 2 early-stage Xiongnu martial artists and slew the peak martial artist Uli Gu, earning him 20 points of slaughter value. He has now discerned that an early-stage martial artist is worth 5 points, while a peak martial artist is worth 10 points. Early-stage martial apprentices yield 1 point, mid-stage 2 points, late-stage 3 points, and peak 4 points. The ambush during the day netted a total of 70 points in slaughter value. Observing the opportunity for further cultivation, Sheng Huai'an did not hesitate. He immediately allocated points to enhance his prowess. His relentless efforts in slaying enemies were solely aimed at acquiring slaughter points to elevate his abilities. This time, he expended 150 points, and a surge of formidable energy coursed through his entire being, continuously fortifying his physique. The true essence within him was also steadily growing denser, and he felt a warm sensation enveloping him, with every cell in his body rejoicing in exuberance. His strength was undeniably on the rise. On this day, the Xiongnu army remained in a state of regrouping, refraining from launching further assaults on Anning Pass. The respite of 2 days allowed the defenders at Anning Pass to recuperate. Concurrently, the surrounding counties, responding to General Yang Ye's request for reinforcements, dispatched local troops to Anning Pass. With the addition of 5,000 soldiers, Anning Pass regained some vitality, boosting the number of defenders to over 20,000. At dawn on the 3rd day, the Xiongnu army resumed their siege. Today, we must seize Anning Pass. I refuse to witness another failure, declared King Huai'an to his assembled warriors, leading an army of 100,000. He had already suffered the loss of 50,000 men without breaching Anning Pass, a blatant disgrace. My king, Anning Pass is fortified with skilled soldiers and is under the command of General Yang Yi of the Great Way. Given our current losses, taking it will not be an easy task, cautioned King Zhuge. Fear not. The garrison at Anning Pass should now number merely 10,000. With our 50,000, cannot we capture a single Anning Pass? I shall dispatch formidable warriors to confront Yang Yi, asserted King Huai'an, resolute in his determination to claim Anning Pass. Although King Zhuge wished to dissuade him, King Huai'an's stance was unwavering. His pride would not permit him to accept failure. The horns of battle and drums of war resounded once more after 2 days of silence. Following his breakthrough, Sheng Huai'an also practiced his martial arts throughout the night. Name, Sheng Huai'an race, human realm, late warrior techniques, mighty bull technique, minor accomplishment, blood slaughter blade technique, minor accomplishment, strength, 4,000 gene talent, silver archer slaughter points, 13 with the 150 slaughter points. He elevated his cultivation to the late warrior realm. His strength reached 4,000 gene, and his martial essence was robust. Now, even facing an early-stage warrior, he held no fear. While he was confident that he might not triumph over a mid-stage warrior, he believed he possessed the capability to engage in battle. As dawn broke, They needed to relocate to avoid the Xiongnu cavalry from nipping at their heels. To evade detection by the Xiongnu horsemen, it was imperative to avoid lingering in one place for too long. Chapter 19. Those who rise above the wheels. Kill after packing up their belongings and concealing the traces of their campsite. They set off once more, seeking a new location. "Commander, where are we headed now?" Tang Yinshan inquired. "Where to?" Sheng Huai'an glanced back at the soldiers. The wounded, under the healing effects of their medicinal elixirs, were recovering rapidly. Wang Wu had successfully advanced to the latter stage of the martial artist realm, while both Tang Yinshan and Hai De had also made breakthroughs into the martial artist realm. The strength of the other soldiers had likewise improved. With their enhanced abilities, it would be a waste not to engage the enemy. "Of course, we shall slay our foes," Sheng Huai'an remarked, gazing at the rising sun with a measured tone. "Where do we strike?" Hai De questioned. "This is the territory of the Xiongnu, swarming with enemies. Where do you suggest we attack?" Sheng Huai'an chuckled, bemused by Hai De's naivety. The group rode forth, headed in a singular direction. After 2.5 hours, it was noon when a troop of Xiongnu cavalry arrived at their previous campsite. "Captain, there are traces of previous encampment here, though they've been crudely concealed," reported one of the Xiongnu soldiers to his commander. "Can we determine when they departed?" the cavalry captain asked. "It appears they left in the morning." The captain's frustration boiled over. "Damn it, these Wei people are cunning. How dare they venture deep into our grasslands?" He had initially thought that the Wei would simply retreat after pillaging supplies, but his attempts to intercept them had proven futile. After wasting so much time, they had continued to search for traces only to find that Sheng Huai'an and his men had already moved on. "Pursue them. We cannot allow them to wreak havoc in our territory," the cavalry captain ordered. Meanwhile, Sheng Huai'an and his companions wandered across the grasslands, encountering a small Xiongnu tribe. Before them lay dozens of tents, where only the elderly, women, and children tended to livestock. There were no able-bodied men in sight. All the adult males from this tribe had been conscripted to the battlefield. "Commander," Tang Yinshan and Wang Wu looked to Sheng Huai'an, awaiting his command. The horse beneath Sheng Huai'an let out a whinny as he found himself in a moral quandary. He felt no hesitation in slaying Xiongnu soldiers on the battlefield. Yet he struggled with the thought of harming the elderly, women, and children. His mindset differed from that of Tang Yinshan and the others, who viewed them solely as enemies, making it easier for them to act without remorse. The children of these Xiongnu would one day wield swords and march south to invade, while the elderly and women supported the warriors in their fight. Wang Wu addressed Sheng Huai'an. "Let us move on. We should seek other enemies." Wang Wu understood that Sheng Huai'an, having been a scholar, was steeped in the values of propriety and education, making it difficult for him to take action against the vulnerable. "Let us proceed to the next tribe," Sheng Huai'an finally declared. In this tribe, whenever there were 2 or 3 robust young men, he would command an assault. Sheng Huai'an and his companions rode away, unaware that they had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. As they pressed onward, they encountered another Xiongnu tribe. This tribe was considerable, with over 50 able-bodied men remaining, and its population exceeded 1,000. Upon observing the presence of young warriors, Sheng Huai'an unhesitatingly issued the command to charge. "Brothers, charge with me. Kill." Over 50 riders surged forth, advancing upon the Xiongnu tribe. The injured remained behind to safeguard the supplies and the pack horses. Seeing the sudden onslaught of cavalry, the members of the Umu tribe paused their tasks, gazing at the charging horsemen. As the cavalry drew near, they realized that the riders were neither from their tribe nor from the Xiongnu. "Enemy attack," a young man shouted. In an instant, an arrow pierced his body, staining his garments with blood. He stared vacantly at the arrow that had struck him, collapsing to the ground. "Quickly, enemy attack. Mount up and prepare for battle," roared the leader of the Umu tribe, hastily rushing towards his steed, drawing his blade to confront Sheng Huai'an and his men. The other young warriors also mounted their horses to engage in combat. Among the Xiongnu men, every adult was a warrior. During the charge, Sheng Huai'an did not remain idle. He strung his bow and released arrows at the foe. The archers in his ranks mirrored his actions, shooting while advancing. However, their skill with the bow paled in comparison to Sheng Huai'an's, with only a few managing to hit their targets. The charging Xiongnu fighters, too, retaliated with arrows. Yet they found it challenging to strike the swift riders of Sheng Huai'an. The cavalry came like shadows and departed like the wind, an elusive force. With each arrow Sheng Huai'an loosed, he felled a Xiongnu warrior. The young men left behind in the Umu tribe had recently come of age, wholly inexperienced in battle. Though adept in horsemanship, they lacked any combat experience. In contrast, Sheng Huai'an and his comrades were seasoned veterans. Even if they were unfamiliar with cavalry tactics, they were far superior to the fledgling warriors of the Umu tribe. As the cavalry clashed, Sheng Huai'an swiftly dispatched 5 or 6 riders. His formidable strength rendered the young men of the Umu tribe powerless to withstand him. Wang Wu, Tang Yunshan, and Haidai, all skilled warriors, along with many experienced soldiers, found themselves mercilessly overpowering the inexperienced youths. After a single charge, only a mere 10 young men from the Umu tribe remained. Meanwhile, Sheng Huai'an and his companions, clad in battle armor and seasoned from countless skirmishes, had only a few injured among their ranks. Kill! Sheng Huai'an turned his horse and continued the assault. With no intention of sparing the remaining Xiongnu, the young men of the Umu tribe, bound by loyalty to their kin, chose to fight to the death rather than flee. For their families were within the tribe, leaving them with no other option. The outcome was utterly predictable. The young men of the Ebony tribe, belonging to the Xiongnu, were ruthlessly slain by Sheng Huai'an and his comrades. Having eliminated those capable of resistance, Sheng Huai'an and his companions turned their horses and charged into the tribe. The women and children of the Ebony tribe were thrown into a state of terror and chaos. Some women, upon witnessing their sons or brothers being slaughtered, furiously rushed at Sheng Huai'an armed with knives. Others fled with their children, while elderly individuals hid their grandchildren amidst the haystacks. The women charging with knives were met with no mercy from Wang Wu and Tang Yunshan, who dispatched them with swift, lethal strokes. Sheng Huai'an observed coldly. If they sought death, he would not intervene. Nevertheless, a part of him remained constrained by the moral values of his previous life. Otherwise, none of the tribe's inhabitants would have survived. He bellowed, warning anyone who dared to resist would face merciless execution. His commanding voice resonated, gathering all together. Anyone who dared to oppose would be slain. Those who barely understood the way language hesitated, contemplating armed resistance, while those who did not comprehend, or the women who had lost their sons, continued to rise in anger, wielding their weapons. The result was a grim tableau of lifeless bodies falling to the ground. Once the last of the resistors lay slain, the survivors gazed upon the multitude of corpses, the grassland stained crimson with blood, trembling in fear. Simultaneously, Sheng Huai'an noticed in the eyes of many children a mixture of rage and hatred directed towards him. He smiled, for it was evident that in war, there exists no right or wrong, only differing standpoints. Gather all the captives together, Sheng Huai'an commanded. His soldiers complied, herding the tribespeople into a tight group. Sheng Huai'an surveyed the faces of the subdued Ebony tribe members, reading the fear, resentment, and animosity in their expressions. Particularly striking were the young boys, their eyes betraying unbridled rage and hostility. The women clutched their children protectively. All male children above the height of a wheel, execute. The hatred reflected in their gazes reaffirmed to Sheng Huai'an that compassion had no place here. Given the extensive loss of life, a few more would not matter. Let it be. Upon hearing Sheng Huai'an's decree, Tang Yunshan stepped forward to carry out the grim task. Allow me. Since the decision had been made to act as the executioner, it would be best he took the role himself, thus accruing value from the slaughter. Without contest, he seized a youth who appeared to be around 14 or 15. The boy struggled vehemently, crying out, "No, no." A woman rushed forward, embracing the child. "Please, no," she wailed, but was restrained by 2 soldiers. Tang Yunshan kicked her to the ground and dragged the young boy away. Sheng Huai'an unsheathed his blade, steeling his resolve, and delivered a decisive stroke, severing the life of the Xiongnu boy who bore eyes filled with hatred and fear. After the execution, Sheng Huai'an frowned. He had not accrued any value from the act of killing. Chapter 20. Confrontation with the Xiongnu cavalry. "What troubles you, Bozhang?" inquired Tang Yunshan. With a dismissive throw of his blade, Sheng Huai'an replied, "It is nothing. You may proceed." He then stepped aside. The others, uncertain of Sheng Huai'an's distress, refrained from probing further. Tang Yunshan and his companions executed every last youth from the Umu tribe, leaving no survivors. The women and the elderly who dared to resist met the same merciless fate. The remaining populace was engulfed in terror, too afraid to continue their defiance. As the cries of anguish filled the air, Sheng Huai'an observed as the soldiers led back the horses. Over 50 fine steeds and an additional 60 or 70 common ones were brought forth. Such equine resources were invaluable for warfare and must be taken. The food supplies, gold, and silver from the Umu tribe were thoroughly plundered. 20 sheep were taken, and 5 cattle were slaughtered for their meat. The remaining livestock were left behind, entrusted to the Xiongnu for care, as conditions did not permit their transport. Otherwise, they would have taken everything. In the aftermath of Sheng Huai'an and his comrades' departure, the Umu tribe lay in ruins, marked only by corpses and wails of despair. This was the brutal and bloody reality of war between two nations and races. The Xiongnu tribe, pressing southward, would similarly slay countless Wei civilians and seize their wealth, provisions, and women. After leaving the Umu tribe, they chose not to pursue the Xiongnu further, but instead sought a place to rest and prepare beef. The aroma of the cooked meat was irresistible, causing many soldiers to swallow hard. In a way, cattle served as vital agricultural tools and were not to be slaughtered lightly. The opportunity to taste beef was rare. Requests for even a small portion would go unheard. Any cattle that died unexpectedly would be claimed by the nobility, leaving none for the taverns. Seated quietly, Sheng Huai'an contemplated his status as a warrior. Name: Sheng Huai'an. Race: human realm. Late martial artist techniques: mighty bull technique, minor accomplishment; blood slaughter blade technique, minor accomplishment; strength 4,000 gene talent; silver archer kill value 35. He had garnered 22 points of kill value from dispatching the youthful cavalry of the Yomu tribe. However, the act of slaying that boy yielded no kill value, leaving Sheng Huai'an perplexed. Was the acquisition of kill value not tied to the act of defeating an enemy? That boy from the Yomu tribe was indeed an adversary, yet his demise did not contribute to his kill value. Did it imply that one could not gain kill value from slaying those without cultivation? Or perhaps that the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents bore no reward? Encountering a system that was silent and flawed was a vexing ordeal. Every aspect required independent exploration. Noticing Sheng Huai'an sitting alone, Wang Wu approached him. "What is it? Do you feel a pang of conscience?" Wang Wu stated bluntly. Hearing Wang Wu's voice, Sheng Huai'an turned to glance at him. "Do not bear a psychological burden. The Xiongnu will descend southward through the breached gates, slaughtering many of our brethren and kin. Their actions will undoubtedly be far more heinous." Wang Wu offered words of comfort. "You are absolutely right. The Xiongnu warriors, who tower above the wheel, will soon mature and wield steel blades to invade us." Sheng Huai'an felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing that his contemplation of the golden finger had led Wang Wu and the others to misunderstand his thoughts. While there is indeed a slight psychological burden, it is not significant. "No, I am pondering other matters," Sheng Huai'an replied with a smile, shaking his head. "What, then, occupies your thoughts so intently?" "It cannot be that you are lost in thoughts of a beloved maiden," Wang Wu jested. "Brother Wang Wu, are you jesting with me? Once the conflict subsides and I return, I shall summon 10 maidens at Yichuan Tower and drain your wealth dry." Sheng Huai'an chuckled. "Haha, you underestimate me. Summoning 20 would pose no challenge at all." Wang Wu laughed heartily. "Bozhong, brother Wang Wu, come for dinner." Tang Yinshan called out. "Coming." Sheng Huai'an and Wang Wu returned to the camp, feasting heartily on beef with the soldiers. They consumed 5 head of cattle in a single sitting, as martial cultivators. Their appetites were formidable, and even this quantity proved insufficient for the over 60 of them. After lunch, they resumed their journey, unwilling to linger in one place for too long, especially in Xiongnu territory. When a contingent of Xiongnu cavalry arrived at the Umu tribe, witnessing the devastation wrought upon it, the cavalry captain's fury surged to the heavens. The young and robust men of the tribe had been slaughtered almost entirely. This was a severance of the roots of the Xiongnu. "How many enemies remain?" Tua Luo asked an elder of the Yomu tribe. "My lord, there are over 60 enemies." The elder replied, tears welling in his eyes. His grandson had perished in battle, and he had not dared to stand and resist, living on in cowardice rather than avenging him. Over 60, and they dare to act with such audacity. They show utter contempt for our valiant Xiongnu warriors. I, Tua Luo, swear to dismantle them piece by piece," he declared in indignation. "In which direction did the enemies flee?" Tua Luo inquired. "That way." The elder pointed towards the direction in which Sheng Huai'an and the others had departed. At that moment, he fervently wished for the cavalry to pursue and annihilate Sheng Huai'an and his companions, avenging his grandson and their tribe. "Follow me, pursue the enemies. Charge!" Tua Luo led the cavalry in pursuit of Sheng Huai'an and his companions. Meanwhile, Sheng Huai'an and his company roamed the grasslands, attacking small tribes and slaying the young and robust men of the Xiongnu tribes. They plundered gold, silver, and valuable war horses before departing. They swept through 6 or 7 small tribes along their route, amassing no fewer than 500 horses. Each person was tasked with leading a dozen horses. Just considering these steeds, returning them to the garrison at Anning Pass would constitute a significant military achievement. If sold, these horses would fetch a handsome sum of silver. With such a multitude of war horses, their marching speed had considerably diminished, leaving increasingly visible traces in their wake. Observing their bountiful harvest, the soldiers were filled with both joy and apprehension. They found themselves on the steppes of the Xiongnu, and with so many horses in tow, discovery was inevitable. Sheng Huai'an had not anticipated such a bountiful yield. It seemed the vast grasslands had enjoyed an extended period of tranquility. Each year, the Xiongnu would descend southward to invade the borders of the Great Way, while the latter had rarely ventured into the grasslands in recent years, leading the Xiongnu to forget the looming dangers and the fact that the Great Way army could indeed penetrate their territory. As dusk fell, they camped in a desert, feasting on the meat of cattle and sheep. After dinner, Sheng Huai'an dispatched scouts to keep watch. Their movements were no longer easy to conceal, and for their safety, it was imperative to send scouts to survey the area within a 10-mile radius. After sweeping through 6 or 7 small tribes, Sheng Huai'an's kill count surged to 127 points. Name: Sheng Huai'an race, human realm, late martial artist techniques, mighty bull technique, minor accomplishment, blood slaughter blade technique, minor accomplishment, strength, 4,000 caddies talent, silver archer kill count, 127. A total of 127 points was no longer sufficient for elevation of his cultivation. However, it could be used to enhance his blood slaughter blade technique, which was particularly suited for soldiers in the army. Sheng Huai'an directly allocated points to elevate the blood slaughter blade technique, expending 100 kill points to advance it to major accomplishment. With this enhancement, Sheng Huai'an's prowess experienced a significant boost, granting him the confidence to confront mid-tier martial masters. Earlier that day, the Xiongnu army had mobilized 20,000 soldiers to besiege the city, enlisting even a martial master to participate in the assault. General Yang Yi of Anning Pass intervened, confronting the Xiongnu's martial master. The two engaged in a fierce aerial battle for 2 hours, neither able to gain the upper hand, ultimately resulting in the Xiongnu army retreating with several thousand casualties. Brother, Sheng Huai'an, deep in meditation, was jolted awake. What is it, brother? A scout we dispatched has returned. He reports that a group of cavalry is approaching from 10 miles behind, suspected to be in pursuit of us, Tang Yunshan explained. What time is it now? The end of the evening hour. Sheng Huai'an glanced at the sky. Dawn was near. At the end of the evening hour. It must be around 5 in the morning. Wake the soldiers, he commanded. Tang Yunshan hurried off to rouse the troops. What is it, Huai'an? Wang Wu inquired. Brother, what has happened? Haidai echoed, concerned. You explain. Sheng Huai'an gestured to the returning scout. Yes, Commander, we have approximately 100 Hun's cavalry advancing towards us. I suspect they are coming for us, which is why I hurried back to report, the soldier stated. It seems we have indeed been discovered, Wang Wu remarked. The traces they left along the way were unmistakable. Gentlemen, a mere 100 riders, who dares to face me in battle? Sheng Huai'an surveyed his 60-odd subordinates. Before them stood the true cavalry of the Huns, the elite of their forces. What is there to fear? Through fire and blade, I, Wang Wu, shall accompany you, Wang Wu declared resolutely. Just 100 riders, what is there to fear? Damn those Hunnic birds. Tang Yunshan, having tasted victory in several battles alongside Sheng Huai'an, echoed with newfound confidence, fight, fight, fight. The soldiers, their eyes resolute, looked to Sheng Huai'an, who always led from the front in every skirmish. Having achieved multiple victories, they felt no trepidation against the Hunnic cavalry. They believed in Sheng Huai'an and his ability to lead them to triumph. Indeed, these are the soldiers I lead, a true fighting force. Victory is ours, Sheng Huai'an proclaimed with satisfaction, gesturing to the men. He then began to devise a strategy. Though they numbered around 60 and had sufficient steeds, they recognized the considerable gap between themselves and the genuine Hunnic cavalry in mounted combat. Sheng Huai'an led his troops to a grassy expanse, where he skillfully deployed horse snares using ropes, followed by digging pits to ensnare horses. These were the wise tactics passed down from their ancestors in a previous world to counter cavalry forces. To confront cavalry with infantry required cleverness. And this group had only recently transitioned from foot soldiers to mounted combatants. Eager to minimize casualties, Sheng Huai'an devised this cunning plan. Once the traps were set, he and his men mounted their horses, awaiting the arrival of the Hunnic riders. In the east, a blush of dawn appeared, swiftly followed by a blazing sun rising to illuminate the entire realm. Under the myriad rays of light, a troop of cavalry approached, riding through the brilliance. Taluoyi observed the assembled forces ahead, a faint smile gracing his lips. After a long journey under the stars, they had finally caught up with these Wei mice. Brave warriors. Those ahead are the accursed Wei people. They have slain our kin and plundered our resources. Now, charge with me, sever their heads, and return to honor our fallen brethren. Taluoyi proclaimed loudly. Kill! 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 The Hunnic cavalry erupted in a thunderous battle cry. Sheng Huai'an and his men watched in silence as the Hunnic cavalry's war cries reverberated through the air. Brave warriors, follow me into battle. Charge! Taluoyi shouted as he led the charge, and the 100 Hunnic cavalry behind him surged forward. Kill! As he beheld the advancing Hunnic cavalry, Sheng Huai'an could not help but smile. As the sun rose, casting a fiery glow, it was the perfect moment for battle. Observing the ferocious charge of the Hun's cavalry, the onlookers remained motionless atop their steeds. Tua Luo, leading the assault, sensed something amiss as he noticed the enemy's lack of movement. Could it be that these Wei rats were so intimidated by the might of the Hun cavalry that they had been rendered paralyzed with fear, neither fleeing nor charging forward? With this thought, Tua Luo urged his warhorse to gallop even faster. If Sheng Huai'an were aware of Tua Luo's musings, he would undoubtedly find it amusing. Was this what they meant by encountering a protagonist, where all antagonists become foolish? Yet as Tua Luo observed the enemy still unmoving, even he could discern that something was amiss. Unfortunately, halting the cavalry mid-charge was no simple feat. He understood the cunning of the Wei people. Yet he could not fathom what scheme Sheng Huai'an had devised. Soon enough, the truth of the scheme would reveal itself. Tua Luo miraculously leaped over a hidden tripwire, blessed by the spirits, narrowly avoiding a pit designed for ensnaring horses. However, the cavalry behind him was not so fortunate. Several riders ahead were ensnared by the tripwire, tumbling off their mounts. The riders behind, unable to halt their momentum, crashed into the fallen horses or stumbled into the concealed pits, resulting in chaos. Witnessing this turmoil, Tua Luo's eyes widened in horror. The cavalry's speed was relentless, and they could not stop. Steeds continued to stumble into the traps or collide with one another. The soldiers behind Sheng Huai'an marveled at the effectiveness of their traps. Initially filled with trepidation about their efficacy, now astonished by the remarkable results. Ultimately, only around 40 riders managed to escape the snares. Seeing his forces reduced to merely 40, Tua Luo felt a pang of anguish. Accursed Wei dogs, despicable and shameless. He cursed vehemently. Sheng Huai'an, with a smile, gestured a mocking invitation. Come forth. Cursed Wei dogs, I shall slay you. Tua Luo, infuriated, charged recklessly forward, and the Hunnic cavalry followed in his wake. Sheng Huai'an drew his battle blade, raising it high, as his soldiers followed suit. Brothers, charge with me. Let us slay the slave oppressors. With fervor, Sheng Huai'an spurred his horse into a furious gallop. The two armies collided, horses galloping, weapons clashing, blood surging with fervor. In a past life, every individual harbored a dream of galloping on horseback, of clashing swords and engaging in epic battles. Now, this was no mere dream. It was a vivid reality of steel and valor, confronting the enemy on the battlefield. Channeling the martial essence within him, the malevolent aura surged from his blade. Tua Luo, too, summoned his own martial energy, charging ferociously toward Sheng Huai'an. Soldier against soldier, general against general. Clang. The sound of weapons colliding echoed as a figure flashed past, another falling from their horse. The sight of the fallen figure stunned the Hunnic cavalry into disbelief. Their captain fell in a single round. It is worth noting that their captain had attained the pinnacle of martial prowess, yet was struck down by the enemy leader with a single blade. The soldiers behind Sheng Huai'an, witnessing the death of the Xiongnu cavalry captain at his hands, were instantly invigorated, galloping forward in fervor, closely following Sheng Huai'an into the ranks of the Xiongnu cavalry. In the face of confrontation, it is the brave who prevail, the Xiongnu cavalry. first ensnared by traps and then witnessing the demise of their captain, found their morale severely diminished. A fierce charge ensued, the iron steeds thundered, and in the wake of Sheng Huai'an, only the warhorses remained. All 40 or so Xiongnu foes perished. The warhorses, now bereft of their masters, came to a halt, lowering their heads to graze. The morning sun of September in the northern frontier offered little warmth. Dewdrops clung to the grass like pearls. The northern wind howled, compelling the creatures of the prairie to seek refuge in their burrows, evading the terrifying aura of bloodshed. Chapter 21. A triumphant return. Quickly attend to the wounded, commanded Sheng Huai'an. In the midst of cavalry combat, casualties were unavoidable. However, the losses were relatively minor. 2 soldiers had perished, and around 10 were injured. After all, they were not seasoned cavalrymen, and compared to the Huns, there remained a considerable disparity in skill. Fortunately, Sheng Huai'an had charged ahead, vanquishing numerous Hun riders. Otherwise, the casualties would have been far greater. Tang Yunshan and his comrades began to tend to the injured. Those who were wounded took healing elixirs, allowing their wounds to mend swiftly. The 2 fallen soldiers were laid to rest on the spot. Having annihilated a contingent of 100 Hun cavalry, they seized over 60 intact steeds, along with their weapons and armor, which they carried away. With an abundance of horses at their disposal, they could transport their supplies efficiently. They slaughtered a dozen injured horses for meat, taking the flesh with them, while the remaining horses were left to fend for themselves on the vast plains. After clearing the battlefield, Sheng Huai'an led his soldiers away, seeking a new location to evade detection from any large Hun cavalry forces. With their mounts and provisions in tow, the troops departed joyously, having secured another victory by slaying over 100 Huns. This military achievement would not go unrewarded, and they might even receive substantial monetary rewards. By midday, Sheng Huai'an and his men encountered a troop of Huns transporting supplies. Observing this convoy, Tang Yunshan and the others turned to Sheng Huai'an, inquiring, "Commander, shall we engage?" No longer did they ponder the likelihood of victory against the Huns. Rather, their resolve was to confront them and seize their spoils. "Brothers, before us lies a tempting feast. Shall we partake?" Sheng Huai'an said with a smile as he glanced back at his soldiers. "Yes, we must." They responded eagerly. "Commander, give the order. I can hardly wait to charge." The soldiers, brimming with martial spirit, were eager for the fray. "Very well, brothers. Follow me into battle," Sheng Huai'an bellowed, leading the charge on horseback. The injured soldiers remained behind to guard the horses while the rest followed him into the fray. With the speed of a galloping steed and the tension of a drawn bowstring, they surged forward. As they approached the Hun forces, the troops readied their bows and arrows to unleash a barrage. Each soldier bore a bow, having confiscated them from the Huns. Realizing the impending threat, the Hun supply convoy was caught off guard. "Enemy attack!" shouted their leader. The Hun soldiers scrambled to evade, but the conscripted common herders were not as fortunate. With over 20 falling to arrows, "Mount and retaliate," cried the enemy commander. The Hun cavalry hastily mounted their steeds, charging towards Sheng Huai'an and his men. "Kill! Kill!" As the formidable cavalry of over 100 surged forth, Sheng Huai'an and his companions displayed no signs of trepidation, drawing their blades to confront the impending assault. Observing the swift reaction from the opposing side, it was evident they faced an elite unit. Sheng Huai'an led the charge, his battle cloak billowing in the wind, while his iron armor glimmered ominously under the sun. The bloodlust emanating from his blade had turned a deep crimson. The vital energy coursing through him surged, his blood boiling with intensity. He resolved to unleash his full strength to eliminate the enemy's commander, for their situation would be dire otherwise. Given the enemy's numbers were twice their own. Clang! Thud! The clash of blades resonated, and blood sprayed into the air. The head of the Xiongnu commander was severed and fell to the ground. A martial artist at the late stage of cultivation stood no chance against his full-force strike. At this moment, Sheng Huai'an's prowess was akin to that of a mid-level martial master, making his encounters with lesser martial artists feel like sheer bullying. Having dispatched the Xiongnu leader, Sheng Huai'an charged into the ranks of the cavalry like a ferocious tiger, leaving death in his wake. Witnessing Sheng Huai'an's rampage, Wang Wu, Tang Yunshan, Haide, and others were equally determined and raised their blades to join the fray. Kill! Sheng Huai'an's swordsmanship was fierce, each stroke claiming the life of an enemy soldier. The perfected bloodlust blade technique in his hands was nothing short of mesmerizing. As he felled more foes, the aura of bloodlust surrounding him intensified. Wang Wu marveled at the remarkable proficiency of Sheng Huai'an's bloodlust blade technique, astonished by his rapid advancement. Indeed, he was a prodigious talent. In just a short span, the technique had reached such heights, while Wang Wu, after 2.5 years of training, had barely achieved minor success. Sheng Huai'an resembled a deity of death, instilling fear in the hearts of the Xiongnu forces. He traversed the battlefield unchallenged, single-handedly slaying over 60 cavalrymen. With the elite cavalry decimated, Sheng Huai'an led his troops against the remaining Xiongnu soldiers, who, along with the herdsmen, offered no resistance and fell before them. During this time, Sheng Huai'an also struck down an unarmed herdsman and noted the absence of any reward for the kill. By the end of the battle, he had single-handedly claimed the lives of over 100 Xiongnu warriors. As they surveyed the carnage, the palpable aura of bloodlust emanating from Sheng Huai'an instilled a sense of dread in Wang Wu and his companions. Particularly for Wang Wu, he felt that sometimes the chasm between individuals could be greater than that between man and beast. After a decade of martial training, he had only recently broken through to the late stage of martial artist. He had witnessed Sheng Huai'an evolve from an ordinary individual into a martial force in mere days, surpassing him by several folds in strength. As they scoured the battlefield, taking what spoils they could, Sheng Huai'an, disinclined to waste the abundance of horses, planned to sweep through a few more Xiongnu tribes before returning to Anning Pass. They had to act swiftly, for if the Xiongnu army regrouped and dispatched a large force to encircle them, their escape from the grasslands would be in jeopardy. After vanquishing the supply convoy of the Huns, Sheng Huai'an led his forces in pursuit of the smaller Hun tribes. Within a single afternoon, they had swept through 5 or 6 minor settlements, yielding bountiful spoils. The able-bodied youths and warriors of these tribes had been conscripted to the battlefield, leaving behind only the elderly, infirm, and ailing, who could scarcely withstand the might of their troops. Observing the 1,000 steeds and abundant supplies, Sheng Huai'an resolved to return to Anning Pass that very night. Only by securing these treasures could they truly claim victory. The route back would naturally steer clear of the Hun forces amassed before Anning Pass. The faces of his men brimmed with joy as they contemplated their haul. "Commander, we have amassed gold and silver jewelry worth 30,000 taels of silver, over 1,000 war horses, numerous elixirs, and an unquantifiable amount of other resources." Tang Yunshan exclaimed with delight. "Gold and jewels will be converted to silver upon our return and shared among the brothers, including those who have fallen in battle. We shall ensure their families receive their due," Sheng Huai'an declared. "As for the elixirs, we shall reserve the healing potions and distribute those that enhance cultivation and allow for breakthroughs among the brothers, thereby strengthening their capabilities." "Yes, Commander." The soldiers rejoiced at Sheng Huai'an's equitable distribution plan. Following such a leader, they felt assured of victory and the promise of shared rewards. Their futures, both in glory and wealth, appeared exceedingly bright. As evening fell and they finished dinner, they did not linger but pressed onward. With so many horses and supplies in tow, remaining in the grasslands any longer would only increase their peril. Earlier that day, the Hun army had continued their relentless assault, with the left noble dispatching 2 masters of martial prowess, yet they remained unable to breach the defenses of the garrison commander, Yang Yi. The Hun forces' attempts to seize the fort were thwarted once again, leading the left noble to shatter his most cherished vase in frustration. "Useless! How can a mere Anning Pass remain unconquered after all this time?" he bellowed in impotent rage, his subordinates not daring to utter a word. If this humble pass were so easily taken, it would have been subdued long ago. Did they truly regard the Great Way as a soft target? The commanders below could not help but grumble silently to themselves. Report to the left noble. "We have military intelligence." An officer of communication entered the royal tent. "Speak." The left noble, already perturbed by the pressure to capture Anning Pass, was further agitated. "Your Majesty, 2 supply convoys have been ambushed in the rear. One contingent of 100 cavalry has vanished, and numerous small tribes have been ravaged. Reports suggest that enemies have infiltrated our rear," the officer relayed. "What? Enemies have breached our defenses? Such audacity!" The left noble roared with fury. "Did they take him for a fool? Dispatch 2,000 cavalrymen immediately. We must locate and annihilate them." His chest heaved with indignation. Much of the supplies had already been devastated during the initial ambush, and now they dared to assault his supply lines. Without adequate provisions, how could his soldiers be expected to sustain themselves, let alone assault and conquer? Sheng Huai'an and his companions were unaware that this matter had already been reported to the left virtuous king. Meanwhile, the left virtuous king was oblivious to the fact that Sheng Huai'an and his associates, now laden with bountiful spoils, had commenced their detour back to Anning Pass. Chapter 22. The Return of the Disappeared Troop, shocking everyone as night fell. Sheng Huai'an and his companions could no longer continue their journey and were compelled to find a place to rest. With a multitude of horses and supplies, traveling at night proved to be impractical. Once they settled, they built a fire to prepare their evening meal, which consisted of stewed meat once again. After dining, Sheng Huai'an assigned watch duties for the night. Every detail required caution. Complacency could lead to dire consequences, endangering their very lives. Earlier that day, he had single-handedly slain around 150 Xiongnu enemies, accumulating a significant amount of slaughter points. Name: Sheng Huai'an race, human realm, late martial artist techniques, bovine strength, minor accomplishment, blood saber technique, major accomplishment, strength, 4,000 gene talent, silver archer slaughter points, 203, with his slaughter points having risen to 203. He was poised for another enhancement in his cultivation. Without hesitation, he allocated points to elevate his realm. Consuming 150 slaughter points, a tremendous force enveloped him, circulating through his body and continuously fortifying his flesh and bones. Under this immense power, Sheng Huai'an's physique grew increasingly robust, and his strength surged, with his internal true essence solidifying and amplifying. While others remained oblivious to any transformation, Sheng Huai'an acutely sensed the enhancement of his body, the augmentation of his strength, and the consolidation of his true essence. The true essence within his dantian felt as if it had coalesced into a spiritual liquid. Once that formidable energy dissipated, Sheng Huai'an clenched his fist, feeling as if he could shatter the void with a single punch. Of course, this was merely an illusion. Name: Sheng Huai'an race, human realm, martial artist grand completion techniques, bovine strength, minor accomplishment, blood saber technique, major accomplishment, strength, 4,500 gene talent, silver archer slaughter points, 53. Observing his enhanced cultivation, Sheng Huai'an marveled at the prowess of the system. His newfound strength was now equivalent to that of a late-stage martial master. With the realm of martial artist grand completion, he was comparable to a late-stage martial master, capable of engaging in battles beyond his level, a quintessential protagonist template. Truly, the system was commendable. Alas, it remained a mute companion. After his breakthrough, Sheng Huai'an did not rest. Instead, he continued to cultivate and refine his martial true essence. Even with the system's aid, he was determined to strive diligently, working quietly to surpass all others. The following morning, after a simple breakfast, Sheng Huai'an and his companions resumed their journey. Within the Xiongnu army camp, 2,000 iron cavalry departed the main camp, heading towards the grasslands. Observing the dwindling force of only 40,000 soldiers, King Xuexian pondered whether to dispatch additional troops for the battle. The great Chanyu had sent envoys urging him to swiftly capture Anning Pass. The Central Army was engaged in an intense confrontation with the Northern Town Army, hoping that they could secure Anning Pass, breach the gates, and launch a rear assault on the Northern Town Army from behind. Observing the troubled countenance of King Xuexian, King Zhou Guli spoke up, "Your Majesty, since we are unable to capture Anning Pass, why not dispatch troops from other regions to breach the pass from the south, leaving a portion here to distract the Anning forces?" King Xuexian glanced at his father-in-law and queried, "How many men do you believe would suffice to effectively distract the defenders of Anning Pass? And if we attack from other directions? What if the Anning forces launch a counterattack from behind? How shall we manage the logistics of resources?" This elder, despite his advanced age and having once been a formidable general in his youth, seemed to have become rather inept. A night raid had thoroughly shattered the hopes of the Xiongnu army in swiftly breaching Anning Pass. Ultimately, he resolved to reinforce their troops, believing that now was an opportune moment to enter the pass. Failure to do so would leave him unable to explain himself to the great Chanyu. The Xiongnu forces commenced their assault on Anning Pass. The soldiers atop the city walls, witnessing the relentless tide of Xiongnu warriors, had grown numb to the onslaught. Save for the 2 days of the initial ambush, the Xiongnu army had been persistently besieging the pass. They had acclimated to the relentless battering of their defenses. "Archers, prepare. Fire." The archers unleashed a volley of arrows, claiming the lives of many charging Xiongnu soldiers. The Xiongnu also dispatched cavalry and archers to rain arrows upon the walls, providing cover for their main assault. The defenders of the walls, while firing back, sought refuge from the arrows raining down upon them. As the Xiongnu forces reached the base of the walls, they hastily erected ladders and ropes, beginning their ascent. "Smash these wretched scoundrels," shouted one defender. "Curse the Xiongnu marauders." The defenders hurled stones and poured scalding molten metal down upon the invaders. "Xiongnu bandits, come, your grandfather offers you molten gold." The Xiongnu army, in their bid to scale the walls, was met with heavy casualties. The battle raged on, with the flames of war consuming the land for 3 months. The defenders of Anning Pass continued to resist fiercely against the Xiongnu hordes. Blood and hardship had weathered this ancient frontier city, leaving it marred by the scars of conflict. The walls were riddled with gashes and arrow holes. The war persisted until dusk, when the Xiongnu finally retreated. Sheng Huai'an and his companions were still circumventing the Xiongnu camp. Though the detour was lengthy, it ensured their safety as they traversed remote paths. It wasn't until the 3rd day that they finally returned to Anning Pass. The guards atop the southern wall, spotting a multitude of warhorses approaching amidst a cloud of dust, mistakenly assumed it to be the enemy and prepared for an attack. Enemy alert. To arms. The southern guards hastily armed themselves with bows, swords, and spears, eyeing the 1,000 riders below with caution. Brothers atop the wall, "We are not the enemy. We are the 10th Squad of the 7th Battalion," called out Tang Yunshan, eager to prevent a comical mishap that could arise from misidentification. Upon hearing the shout, the guards above exchanged uncertain glances, noting the authenticity of the accents, which did not resemble those of Xiongnu impostors. However, wasn't the 10th Squad of the 7th Battalion completely annihilated during the ambush? Is it not said that they all perished? I wonder if they might have been captured by the Xiongnu and are now attempting to deceive the city. Let's wait and see. If something seems amiss, we shall take action. Brothers atop the city walls, if you harbor doubts, you may send word to the generals. We truly are the 10th Squad of the 7th Battalion. Tang Yunshan continued to shout. "Send someone to report this." One of the leaders commanded. In no time, the dust settled, and the defenders on the walls beheld the scene below. There were over 1,000 horses, many laden with supplies, yet the number of men was merely around 60. The battle robes and banners indeed belonged to the defenders of Anning Pass. "Commander, there are only about 60 men below. This does not seem like a ruse," remarked one of the squad leaders. "We must exercise utmost caution. We cannot afford any mistakes," the commander replied meticulously, observing the soldiers on the wall who remained steadfast and vigilant. On the northern tower of the city, the generals were attentively monitoring the battlefield, prepared to intervene at the first sign of formidable Xiongnu warriors joining the fray. "Report." A messenger rushed in. "What news?" Yang Yi inquired, gazing at the messenger. "General, outside the southern gate, there is a troop claiming to be the 10th Squad of the 7th Battalion of our Anning army, and they have brought over 1,000 horses. They seek your command," the messenger relayed swiftly. "What?" Yang Yi sprang to his feet. The other officers exchanged incredulous glances, suspecting they had misheard. The 10th Squad of the 7th Battalion, renowned for their audacious charge into the enemy camp on the right flank of the Xiongnu, had left a profound impression. Was it not said that the 7th Battalion had been entirely slain? How could they suddenly reappear? "Are you certain it is the 10th Squad of the 7th Battalion?" Yang Yi asked gravely. "According to the report, that is what they claim," the messenger replied. "General, I shall go investigate," declared General Sun Hao, the commander of the broken slave troops. "Very well. Take the martial officer with you and ascertain the situation," Yang Yi nodded. With the Xiongnu army besieging the city, he could not leave his post, needing to oversee the battlefield to prevent any masters among the Xiongnu from launching an attack. "Yes, General." Sun Hao called for the martial officer and made his way to the southern city wall. Peering down, they saw Sheng Huai'an and others atop their steeds, each leading several warhorses. "It truly is that lad." Sun Hao recognized Sheng Huai'an immediately, as they had been closely monitoring him. "Martial officer, are you certain that all those below are from your 10th Squad?" Sun Hao inquired. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, it was prudent to exercise caution. Reporting to the general, "There are a dozen or so who do not belong. They seem to be from other squads, but the rest are indeed soldiers of the 10th Squad." The martial officer responded. Upon seeing Sheng Huai'an and the others, the martial officer was exceedingly astonished. These fellows, weren't they rumored to have perished? How is it that they have returned, seemingly in fine health? Well then, splendid. Quickly, open the city gates and let them in, Sun Hao instructed. Descending from the city wall, he approached the gate, filled with curiosity about what Sheng Huai'an had been up to procure such a multitude of war horses. As the gates swung open, Sheng Huai'an addressed the soldiers behind him. "Brothers, let us enter the city." Chapter 23. The summoning of General Yang Yi. As the city gates swung open, Sheng Huai'an and his companions dismounted, leading their steeds into the city. The sight of the magnificent war horses, each one a fine specimen, was awe-inspiring. General Sun Hao and the martial officer stood agape, for these steeds could easily form a cavalry of 1,000 men. It must be noted that the Anning army, with a strength of 30,000, could only muster 2,000 cavalry due to the lack of war horses and suitable pastures in the Great Way. General Sun. Upon seeing the formidable General Sun Hao come forth to welcome them, Sheng Huai'an and the others promptly offered military salutes. No need for such formality. Have you all been pillaging the Xiongnu cavalry to return with so many fine horses? Sun Hao exclaimed, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the horses. Martial officer. Sheng Huai'an and the group also saluted the martial officer, acknowledging his superior status. The martial officer waved his hand, indicating that they need not be so courteous. His curiosity about Sheng Huai'an had only intensified. This young man was truly remarkable. After disappearing with his subordinates for 5 or 6 days, he returned with such a bounty of war horses. Indeed, we did raid the Xiongnu, Sheng Huai'an replied with a smile. Do elaborate. Sun Hao's interest was piqued. How could this small contingent of around 60 men achieve such feats? Sheng Huai'an recounted their recent exploits, and the martial officer, along with the surrounding soldiers, gaped in astonishment. The tale was nothing short of fantastical, traversing the Xiongnu steppes, vanquishing numerous foes while suffering negligible losses. Though it sounded simple, executing such maneuvers in reality was no small feat, as they had never encountered such guerrilla tactics before. With over 1,000 war horses and such abundant supplies, along with the countless enemies you have slain, you have performed a great service. I shall report to General Yang. You will surely be rewarded handsomely. Sun Hao declared with a smile. This young man was indeed exceptional. With the merit of their surprise assault, should he possess sufficient cultivation, he could easily be promoted to officer. Moreover, observing Sheng Huai'an's aura, it was astonishing that he had already reached the pinnacle of martial mastery in such a short time. Just days ago, he was merely at the novice stage. The speed of his advancement surpassed even the prodigies of the grand sects and illustrious families. Upon their return, Sheng Huai'an and his companions brought back not only war horses but also a wealth of supplies, news of which spread rapidly throughout the Anning army. They're not dead, Zhang Dainiu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. An old soldier glanced at Zhang Dainiu. Do you wish for their demise? No, that's not what I meant. I can't believe they've come back to life. No, that's not right. They weren't killed by the Xiongnu. Silence. The old soldier could no longer tolerate the foolishness. If you cannot speak sensibly, then be quiet. Zhang Dainiu scratched his head and obediently fell silent, a bit too excited about the news of Sheng Huai'an and the other's survival, causing him to stumble over his words. After delivering the war horses and supplies to the Anning army, the gold, silver, and jewels they had acquired were theirs to keep. The supplies and war horses submitted could yield considerable military merit and rewards, particularly with the healing elixirs among the provisions. Sheng Huai'an and his companions were assigned to rest. On the city ramparts, Yang Yi surveyed the encampment of the Xiongnu army, his brow furrowed in concern. The Xiongnu forces had been reinforced. The other 4 generals, upon witnessing this increase in enemy numbers, wore expressions tinged with anxiety. The borders were in peril, yet they seemed oblivious, engrossed instead in vying for position. What were the lives of the border inhabitants to them? The general Zhao Yong'an, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Enough! Mind your words. Yang Yi shot a sharp glance at Zhao Yong'an. Such words should not be uttered recklessly. Only then did Zhao Yong'an realize his indiscretion. Although the other generals remained silent, they, like Zhao Yong'an, harbored feelings of discontent and fury. The fierce battle at Anning Pass had persisted for over 20 days, and now, with the Xiongnu bolstering their ranks, the situation at Anning Pass was perilous, yet no reinforcements from the court had arrived. How could the guardians of the pass not be enraged? The slaughter continued. Corpses of the Xiongnu were hurled from the city walls, while soldiers stationed there fell prey to the arrows of Xiongnu cavalry. The mournful sound of war trumpets echoed, evoking a sense of desolation. At this juncture, the defenders of Anning Pass had already suffered the loss of more than half their forces to the relentless Xiongnu onslaught. The reinforcements from the regional counties were scant, merely a facade of support. The defense of Anning Pass now wholly relied on the steadfast determination of its guardians. Meanwhile, Sheng Huai'an and his comrades lounged in the sun, savoring the rare moments of tranquility. The 5 or 6 days spent on the prairie had left them in a constant state of anxiety, their days far from secure. Were it not for the martial law in the city, Sheng Huai'an would have longed to take his subordinates to each Shun Tower for a respite, to relieve their stress and cultivate their spirits. As the evening descended, the war drew to a close, the setting sun casting a blood-red hue across the sky, an atmosphere thick with foreboding. The Xiongnu army withdrew, leaving behind thousands of corpses. That night, Sheng Huai'an had intended to meet with the veterans, yet was compelled to first heed the summons of General Yang Yi. The highest commander of the Anning Pass defenders, General Yang Yi, a 5th-rank general and a master-level warrior, was a formidable guardian. Had it not been for Yang Yi's vigilance, Anning Pass would have long since succumbed to the iron hooves of the Xiongnu. Upon receiving the summons, Sheng Huai'an felt a twinge of trepidation. Regardless of Yang Yi's status or prowess, he found himself in a position of deference, necessitating caution. General, Sheng Huai'an has arrived. The messenger led Sheng Huai'an to Yang Yi's council chamber. Bring him in, came Yang Yi's steady and authoritative voice. As Sheng Huai'an entered, the 5 esteemed aides were present. He regarded the 6 leaders of Anning Pass with respect. I pay my respects to General Yang and esteemed generals. The assembly scrutinized the bowing Sheng Huai'an, and under the weight of their gazes, he felt a profound sense of pressure. Each individual present here is a warrior of innate prowess. Even when they suppress their formidable presence, the weight of the authority amassed through years of military service remains substantial. No need for excessive formalities. This is indeed our promising young general from Anning Pass, truly a paragon of talent. Yang Yi observed Sheng Huai'an and remarked with a smile. Based on military achievements, Sheng Huai'an is more than deserving of the title of school captain, capable of leading an entire regiment. Indeed, your leadership during the night raid on the camp was commendable. As General Zhao Yong'an noted with a smile, fearless and tenacious, you have the makings of an exceptional general, praised another deputy general. I am in need of a soldier to serve as a sergeant. What do you think? Would you be interested in joining my regiment? General Li Daoru inquired with a smile. Old Li, is it appropriate for you to poach someone right in front of me? Sun Hao interjected. Sheng Huai'an's 7th regiment belonged to him. Such a statement cannot be made lightly. This is not poaching, but rather recognizing that the position of sergeant is better suited for him. To place him in your regiment would be a disservice, Li Daoru asserted. Clearly impressed with Sheng Huai'an's capabilities, he possesses intellect, courage, and decisiveness in battle. Sheng Huai'an was taken aback. Why were these esteemed leaders vying for him? Was he truly so remarkable? Why were these generals so keenly focused on him? Enough of this squabbling. This young man has other purposes, Yang Yi interjected. The commanders exchanged glances, realizing that Yang Yi intended to utilize Sheng Huai'an for significant endeavors. Yang Yi turned to Sheng Huai'an and said with a smile, once a scholar, you were conscripted into service, and in your first battle, you showcased extraordinary talent in archery. Through the guidance of seasoned soldiers, you honed your martial skills, exhibiting an innate talent for combat and a fierce decisiveness in battle. Sheng Huai'an was astonished. Had they already conducted an investigation into his background? Do not be alarmed. I am not delving into your past. The reason I summoned you is to entrust you with an important task, Yang Yi stated. Please proceed, General, Sheng Huai'an replied respectfully. Yang Yi nodded. Today, the Xiongnu army has begun to reinforce their ranks, with an estimated 50,000 troops, while we lack any reinforcements. Sheng Huai'an furrowed his brow. The addition of 50,000 troops without reinforcements was indeed dire news. Having heard of your recent exploits, I now require you to lead a contingent back to the grasslands. Are you willing to undertake this mission? Yang Yi looked intently at Sheng Huai'an. It was upon hearing from Sun Hao about Sheng Huai'an's recent endeavors on the grasslands that he decided to send him back to stir up trouble. Of course, this mission is perilous, and I will not compel you. You have 2 days to consider. Respond to me in 2 days. No need for deliberation. I will go. But I have one condition, Sheng Huai'an stated resolutely. The opportunity to engage in combat on the grasslands is far more appealing than merely defending a city. With his killing system, he could only grow stronger through warfare. Thus he did not reject this task. Do share your condition. As long as it is within my power, I shall accommodate you, Yang Yi replied, satisfied by Sheng Huai'an's lack of hesitation. I would like to have more soldiers. Sheng Huai'an declared. Very well. I shall grant you 500 cavalry and elevate you to the rank of a military officer, provided you venture into the grasslands to sever the supply lines of the Xiongnu army, Yang Yi proclaimed. Sheng Huai'an was taken aback. Another promotion? The rank of military officer. However, commanded 1,000 men and was considered a proper 8th-rank military official. Remember, your sole task is to ambush and harass the Xiongnu forces transporting supplies. There is no need for you to engage in anything beyond that, Yang Yi advised earnestly. I assure you, I will fulfill the mission. Sheng Huai'an responded with a military salute. Rest for 2 days. I will select 500 elite cavalry to entrust to you. Whether you can delay the Xiongnu army's siege will depend on your capabilities. Yang Yi nodded affirmatively. Sheng Huai'an did not anticipate that so soon after returning, he would once again be dispatched to the grasslands. Chapter 24. The Overlord's Spear Technique. By the way, do you have any other requests? I have prepared everything for you. Yang Yi stated once more. General, I require soldiers proficient in the Xiongnu language and individuals familiar with the vast grasslands. Sheng Huai'an responded. A few days ago, their numbers were scarce, and their unfamiliarity with the terrain deterred them from venturing deeper into the plains. According to Sheng Huai'an's understanding, this world was immensely vast, with the grasslands stretching far and wide. It was also important to note that the Xiongnu were not the sole nomadic tribe inhabiting these lands. They were merely one of the dominant powers in the region. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements, Yang Yi nodded. Is there anything else? Please prepare more healing elixirs, Sheng Huai'an added. In enemy territory, casualties are difficult to replenish, making the healing elixirs crucial. None available? Choose something else. Yang Yi's expression darkened. The Anning army had not received any elixirs from the court in quite some time, and this thought ignited a flicker of anger within him. If there are none, then so be it. Sheng Huai'an scratched his head. If there are no healing elixirs, we shall simply seize some from the Xiongnu. Their supply lines will undoubtedly transport elixirs. Include my contingent of soldiers in that plan, Sheng Huai'an added after a moment's contemplation. He had grown accustomed to utilizing those subordinates. That's entirely feasible. Is there anything else? Yang Yi inquired, gazing at Sheng Huai'an. Nothing more. Sheng Huai'an shook his head. You have now reached martial arts perfection. I shall bestow upon you a 4th-grade breaking realm elixir to assist you in transcending to the martial master realm, as your current cultivation is somewhat lacking. Yang Yi granted Sheng Huai'an a 4th-grade elixir. As Sheng Huai'an gradually became acquainted with this world, he learned that elixirs were classified from 1 to 9 grades, with 1 being the lowest and 9 the highest. The 4th-grade breaking realm elixir was sufficient to enable someone at the peak of martial arts to break through the acquired realm. Thank you, General. Sheng Huai'an expressed his delight, accepting the jade vial from Yang Yi's hand. With this elixir, he could conserve some of his combat prowess. This is a transmission jade talisman containing my primary technique, the Overlord's Spear Technique, which I also bestow upon you, Yang Yi conveyed, sharing his spear technique with Sheng Huai'an. It was regrettable that he could not impart his own cultivation method to Sheng Huai'an. The other 5 aides observed this exchange with envy. It was evident that General Yang Yi regarded Sheng Huai'an as his successor. The Overlord Spear Technique was renowned as General Yang Yi's signature skill, a technique they had never witnessed before, and it was apparent that Sheng Huai'an was the first to receive such favor. Sheng Huai'an was elated. The Overlord's Spear Technique, pivotal in cavalry charges and fierce combat, relied on weapons such as spears and halberds. Thank you, General. Sheng Huai'an felt even more exhilarated to acquire this spear technique than he did to receive the 4th-grade breaking realm elixir. Enough now. Return. Yang Yi waved his hand, signaling for Sheng Huai'an to depart. Upon returning to his quarters, Sheng Huai'an eagerly utilized the transmission jade talisman, pressing it directly to his forehead and infusing it with his true essence. A plethora of techniques related to the Overlord Spear method flooded his mind. Concurrently, this martial art was also archived by the system. Name: Sheng Huai'an. Race: Human Realm. Martial Artist. Great Perfection Techniques. Brawn of the Wild Ox. Minor Accomplishment. Blood Slaughter Blade Technique. Major Accomplishment. Overlord Spear Method. Not yet initiated. Strength: 4,500 pounds. Talent: Silver Archer. Kill value: 53 without a moment's hesitation. Sheng Huai'an promptly allocated points to his training. He was acutely aware that time was of the essence, leaving no room for leisurely contemplation. After expending 20 points of kill value, the Overlord Spear method reached the initiation level. A torrent of knowledge regarding this technique surged into his mind, as though he had practiced it for 2.5 years, attaining an impressive proficiency. However, with only 33 points of kill value remaining, he found himself unable to further enhance his training in the Overlord Spear method. Faced with this limitation, Sheng Huai'an resigned himself to the necessity of cultivating the brawn of the wild ox to refine his martial essence. He had begun to adapt to transforming his sleep into training. Those who strive diligently will indeed work tirelessly. At the break of dawn the following day, after completing morning exercises and breakfast, the sun ascended, heralding the renewed assault of the Xiongnu army upon the city. As the horns and drums of battle echoed from outside the walls, the blood within Sheng Huai'an began to boil. He found himself restless, yearning once more for combat. Although General Yang Yi had commanded him to rest, he pondered, what was rest compared to the value of kill points? Rest? Only the weak require rest. Does he need it? Absolutely not. Without delay, Sheng Huai'an seized his battle blade and slung his bow and arrows over his shoulder, ascending the city wall to engage in battle. Brother, are you heading to the front lines? Tang Yinshan inquired, observing Sheng Huai'an. Indeed. I shall participate in the defense of the city. Sheng Huai'an affirmed with a nod. And what about us? Tang Yinshan questioned, noting that they had no combat assignments. You all may rest well. Sheng Huai'an strode purposefully towards the battlements. The soldiers under his command exchanged glances, pondering, has brother become addicted to slaying enemies? Hai Dai could not restrain himself from commenting. Who knows? Upon reaching the city wall, Sheng Huai'an observed the Xiongnu army launching their assault. The cavalry roamed within 200 meters of the fortifications, incessantly raining arrows upon the defenders, thereby creating conditions for the infantry to approach the walls. The archers atop the battlements retaliated with their own volleys, yet the swift cavalry made it challenging for them to score hits, forcing them to redirect their aim towards the advancing Xiongnu infantry. Sheng Huai'an unslung his bow, knocking 3 arrows with deft precision, and released them in a single fluid motion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All 3 arrows found their mark, felling 3 cavalrymen. As a silver archer, his marksmanship, while not transcendent, was nonetheless exceptional. Witnessing Sheng Huai'an's ability to shoot 3 arrows simultaneously, each striking true, the nearby archers were left astonished. Such remarkable archery. Without pausing, Sheng Huai'an continued to draw his bow, releasing another trio of arrows with unerring accuracy. Outside the city, the cavalry fell once more, 3 men down. Witnessing Sheng Huai'an's remarkable marksmanship as he dispatched the Xiongnu horsemen, the nearby archers gaped in astonishment. Where did this sharpshooter come from? Some of the Xiongnu cavalry, having noticed Sheng Huai'an, knocked their arrows and aimed at him. With keen eyes, Sheng swiftly dodged the incoming shot, and without a moment's hesitation, he retaliated with a swift arrow of his own. Regrettably, his adversary could not evade the lethal projectile, which pierced through the heart, sending him tumbling from his steed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more arrows were released, claiming the lives of 3 additional Xiongnu riders. On the city wall, General Yang Yi and his fellow commanders took note of Sheng Huai'an's prowess. Wait, didn't I send that lad to rest? Why is he back on the wall? One remarked. By heavens, what remarkable archery! Not a single shot missed in taking down those Xiongnu horsemen. Another observed. Such skill is rare, even among our ranks. This fellow must be a battle enthusiast. Unable to sit still, the generals continued to muse. Before long, Sheng Huai'an had exhausted the 30 arrows in his quiver, having felled 30 Xiongnu riders. He glanced at the archer beside him, noticing the abundant arrows still remaining in his quiver. Brother, may I have your arrows? Sheng Huai'an directly requested. Huh. Oh, of course. The archer, coming to his senses, looked at Sheng with admiration. This was nothing short of a divine marksman. He willingly surrendered the remaining 20 arrows, allowing Sheng Huai'an to continue his onslaught against the Xiongnu riders. Gratefully accepting the quiver, Sheng remarked, Thank you, my friend. Once the battle concludes, I shall treat you to the finest courtesans at Yichuan Tower. Sounds good. The mention of Yichuan Tower sparked excitement in the archer's eyes. With the arrows now in hand, Sheng Huai'an knocked another and resumed his barrage, relentlessly toppling riders from their mounts. However, his remarkable skill soon drew the ire of the Xiongnu, as hundreds of cavalrymen aimed their arrows at him. As a storm of projectiles descended, Sheng Huai'an quickly sought cover. Unfortunately, the kind archer who had supplied him with arrows was not as swift and became a veritable pincushion. In that moment, Sheng Huai'an's heart sank at the sight of his fallen comrade. realizing that the Xiongnu had spared him a fortune. Damn those Xiongnu. That was my good brother. With renewed fervor, Sheng Huai'an retaliated, drawing his bowstring taut and avenging his fallen friend by dispatching 3 Xiongnu riders in swift succession. Chapter 25. The Master Duel. Fierce as celestial beings as 3 arrows were loosed, Sheng Huai'an swiftly sought refuge in another location. The Xiongnu cavalry had fixated on him. The moment he revealed himself, a barrage of over 100 arrows rained down upon him. He had yet to attain the formidable realm of iron skin and bronze bones, rendering him vulnerable to the lethal projectiles. After exhausting the arrows in his grasp, he concealed himself, biding his time for the Xiongnu forces to mount their assault on the city. Although archery proved swift in eliminating foes, the Xiongnu riders were now trained upon him, severely limiting his maneuverability. In a fleeting moment, he managed to slay around 50 Xiongnu cavalrymen, drawing their fire and alleviating the pressure on his fellow soldiers. Before long, the Xiongnu forces sustained significant casualties and began their advance up the city walls. Once the Xiongnu soldiers ascended the battlements, their compatriots ceased their barrage. Witnessing the enemy climbing up, a smile of delight spread across Sheng Huai'an's face. The Xiongnu soldiers scaling the wall paused, taken aback by the unexpected joy radiating from him. How could he perceive that Sheng Huai'an was pleased to see him? That grin resembled that of a brothel madam welcoming a patron. With a swift draw of his battle blade, Sheng Huai'an stepped forward, delivering a lethal slash. The Xiongnu soldier reacted with remarkable speed, drawing his own weapon to block. Clang! The blade severed both man and weapon in twain. This Xiongnu warrior was cleaved asunder by Sheng Huai'an's strike, showcasing strength comparable to that of a mid-tier martial artist, with a force surging between 4,000 to 5,000 pounds. As the relentless tide of Xiongnu soldiers continued to scale the walls, Sheng Huai'an felt a profound sense of exhilaration within. It was the season of the hunt. My great blade has long yearned for the taste of blood. Kill! The ramparts erupted in a frenzy, the cries of battle soaring into the heavens. Naturally, Sheng Huai'an joined the fray. With his perfected blood slaughter blade technique, he became akin to a reaper of death, as countless Xiongnu soldiers fell before his blade. Among the ranks of the Xiongnu army, few warriors could withstand even 2 of his strikes. Under the onslaught of his blades, there was only death, with hardly any able to endure a 3rd blow. He resembled a blood-soaked butcher, mercilessly slaying the Xiongnu foes, with the number of enemies succumbing to his blade exceeding 100. Death! A chilling edge of steel surged forth. Sheng Huai'an parried with his blade, deflecting this unmatched assault. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a fierce Xiongnu warrior, brimming with murderous intent, evidently a Xiongnu martial master. Witnessing the carnage wrought by Sheng Huai'an, the Xiongnu elite could no longer remain passive. They abandoned their skirmishes with the defending experts and sought out Sheng Huai'an, a martial master. Yet, Sheng Huai'an felt no trepidation. Instead, the blood within him surged fervently. Kill! He advanced, initiating the attack with his blade glimmering with crimson energy. Blood slaughter blade technique. Night rain with blade. Blood slaughter blade technique. Slash to strike the sparrow. Blood slaughter blade technique. Night battle in all directions. Like a rain of light, his blade danced, striking relentlessly at the martial master. The Xiongnu warrior, a late-stage martial master, was invigorated with surging blood energy, boasting astonishing combat prowess, and held the title of 1,000-man commander within the Xiongnu ranks. Now, facing Sheng Huai'an, he is utterly astonished. This individual, seemingly merely a martial artist at the pinnacle of his craft, possesses strength that rivals his own. Moreover, his swordsmanship is fierce and imbued with a heavy aura of slaughter, instilling a sense of dread within him. The young man before him begins to emerge prominently. With a roar, Baitu channels his formidable vitality, enveloping himself in a crimson aura. Sheng Huai'an immediately senses a significant surge in his opponent's power. The intense vitality exudes a scorching pressure. In response, Sheng Huai'an circulates his inner essence to its utmost limits, transforming into a ferocious beast of slaughter as he engages Baitu in a fierce battle. What formidable strength! Which camp does this man, this centurion, belong to? I do not know. He is not one of our 2 lieutenants. So young. Yet he stands valiantly against a formidable opponent from the latter stages of the Xiongnu martial artists, truly terrifying. The soldiers of the Anning Pass, witnessing the ferocity of Sheng Huai'an, are left in a state of shock. I recognize him. He is the one rumored to have led the first assault on the enemy camp, causing chaos within, and then traversing the grasslands to return with thousands of war horses. One soldier recognizes Sheng Huai'an. Is it really him? He is not from our camp. How has he made it to the city walls to fight the enemy? So young. This young man is utterly formidable. If he survives, he will surely make his name known across the realm. Suddenly, a resounding boom erupts. From the ranks of the Xiongnu army, two figures soar into the air, their presence overwhelming, rendering hearts still and breathless. Yang Yi, come forth to meet your demise. One of the cloaked figures bellows, their voice thundering throughout the Anning Pass. Countless soldiers feel an overwhelming sense of dread, both among the defenders and the Xiongnu warriors. What audacity! Who dares to call out the general's name so directly? A resident of the city exclaims. It must be a powerful Xiongnu warrior. The masters have made their move. The Xiongnu soldiers attacking the city walls exhibit expressions of delight. Insolence. General Sun Hao, the breaker of slaves, is enraged. Were it not for his insufficient strength, he would personally strike down the two intruders. With a resounding crash, a figure leaps from the city tower, soaring into the sky, clad in a red robe and golden armor, radiating a resplendent golden light, exuding an aura of might and authority. A master-level warrior, capable of traversing the skies. A spear. From the city tower, a formidable spear flies forth, landing in the hands of the general clad in red and gold. Come and fight. Yang Yi points his spear at the two Xiongnu masters. Kill. The two Xiongnu masters, enveloped in dark auras, charge at Yang Yi, one wielding a mace and the other a battle knife. Boom. Yang Yi brandishes the spear, its movement as fluid as a dragon, fierce and unyielding. The clash of weapons resonates like thunder, echoing through the heavens, as three waves of terrifying energy surge forth, spreading like a tide across the sky. The immense pressure instills a sense of trembling fear among the soldiers below, the masterful warriors. With each strike imbued with an unfathomable force, instilled tremors and dread in the hearts of countless onlookers, even from a distance. Sheng Huai'an and Baitu halted, their gazes fixed upon the three figures enveloped in a fierce battle in the sky. Yang Yi wielded the overlord spear, unleashing a pure inferno, each blow carrying the might to cleave mountains and sever seas, single-handedly contending against two master warriors of the Xiongnu. The clash of masters exuded an awe-inspiring grandeur, an overwhelming pressure that rendered all beneath them insignificantly weak. Were it not for the three figures engaged in combat above, should they carelessly strike down, none on the ground would stand a chance. The ferocious aura surged like boiling water, the oppressive martial energy commanding the heavens and earth. Blood surging skyward like a tempest of vitality, every gesture emanated immense power, such as the essence of a martial arts master. Is this what it means to be a master? Sheng Huai'an murmured. The sheer might surpassed that of countless warriors. This was the epitome of martial prowess. Each movement wielded tremendous influence, fists capable of suppressing mountains, blades able to sever rivers and seas, a singular force as vast as the ocean itself. At this moment, the world trembled, and countless spectators stood agape, transfixed by the masterful duel unfolding in the sky. Sheng Huai'an quickly gathered his thoughts and glanced at Baitu, who remained lost in reverence for the towering figures of mastery, his eyes filled with both fear and longing. Seizing the moment, Sheng Huai'an plunged his blade into Baitu's left side. Whoosh! The sharp pain jolted Baitu back to reality as he gazed down at the knife embedded in his flank, his face turning pale. What the hell? A sneak attack. But Sheng Huai'an, undeterred, swung his blade with force, cleaving Baitu in two. Baitu's eyes widened in disbelief as he met his untimely demise. His death a bitter pill to swallow for a formidable martial artist, ambushed in such a manner. He still had a promising future and a beautiful wife awaiting him at home. While everyone was engrossed in the master duel, an unscrupulous interloper had disrupted the sanctity of the battlefield. With Baitu slain, Sheng Huai'an swiftly garnered 20 points of slaughter value. A late-stage martial artist yielding 20 points of slaughter value. Sheng Huai'an discerned that as the strength of the defeated foes escalated, so too did the reward. At that moment, the sky bore witness to the clash of masters, bringing the battlefield to a standstill as all eyes were riveted on the titanic struggle. Sheng Huai'an observed the motionless Xiongnu soldiers and the defenders of Anning Pass. He could not fathom why they remained still. This was a battlefield, a master-level conflict. What did it have to do with them? When an unprincipled rogue infiltrated the ranks, the destruction wrought was immense. Sheng Huai'an brandished his blade against the onlooking Xiongnu soldiers. Soon, some of them snapped back to reality, but by the time they did, Sheng Huai'an had already felled over 20 Xiongnu soldiers. Damn it, kill him. Seize the walls. A powerful voice among the Xiongnu soldiers cried out. The defenders too regained their focus. Kill. On the city walls, the battle reignited, blood soaring through the air, severed limbs scattered. And the scene turned gruesome as a bloodbath ensued. Chapter 26. The breakthrough of the martial master Sheng Huai'an urged the war to continue its relentless march, transforming the battlefield into a grand meat grinder. On both sides, lives were continually lost. With the entry of innate-level warriors, the combat reached a fever pitch. Within the ranks of the Xiongnu army, 5 innate martial artists ascended the city walls. The 5 formidable guardians among the defending forces also took action to thwart the advance of the Xiongnu's innate warriors. The acquired martial artists in the Xiongnu ranks naturally faced off against the lieutenants from the defending army. Sheng Huai'an activated his unparalleled mode of slaughter, wildly wreaking havoc among the ranks of Xiongnu soldiers. Even those of martial master caliber found it difficult to impede his onslaught. As his strength surged, the number of adversaries he dispatched grew exponentially. With his kill count surpassing 300, he unhesitatingly allocated points to enhance his cultivation, expending 150 points of slaughter value to elevate his prowess to the limits of a martial artist. His power now rivaled that of a consummate martial master. With no acquired martial artist daring to intervene, none could stand in his way. Name: Sheng Huai'an race, human realm, martial artist limit cultivation techniques, bull strength, minor accomplishment, blood slaughter blade technique, major accomplishment, overlord spear technique, entry level, strength, 5,000 gene talent, silver archer slaughter value, 167. Observing that his slaughter value could still be utilized to enhance his cultivation, Sheng Huai'an proceeded without hesitation to further augment his abilities. Name: Sheng Huai'an race, human realm, early martial master cultivation techniques, bull strength, minor accomplishment, blood slaughter blade technique, major accomplishment, overlord spear technique, entry level, strength, 5,800 gene talent, silver archer slaughter value, 17. Continuing to expend 150 points of slaughter value, Sheng Huai'an swiftly broke through to the early stages of the martial master realm. Upon achieving this breakthrough, a slight sense of security began to envelop him in this tumultuous world. Yet, it was merely a fleeting sense of assurance, far from substantial. With his cultivation ascended and strength heightened, Sheng Huai'an plunged into the throng of Xiongnu enemies, wielding his blade with ferocity. He resembled a humanoid tyrannosaurus, executing the blood slaughter blade technique with a blazing fervor, relentlessly reaping the lives of Xiongnu soldiers. As dozens of Xiongnu soldiers surrounded him, intent on subduing him, they were swiftly dispatched. Stand back. I shall handle him. A muscular man emerged from the ranks of Xiongnu soldiers. Centurion. The Xiongnu soldiers retreated, clearing space for the confrontation. Once the Centurion took action, victory was assured. He was on the verge of breaking into the acquired realm, reaching the pinnacle of martial mastery. And slaying this way dog would be effortless. We must avenge our fallen kin, the Xiongnu soldiers shouted in unison, holding a long knife. Hudaha's gaze was sharp and focused on Sheng Huai'an. The blood-soaked battle robe of Sheng Huai'an had turned a deep crimson, stained with the lifeblood of Xiongnu soldiers. Despite sensing a palpable danger emanating from this Wei youth, Hudaha noted that the aura he projected was merely that of an early martial master. Kill. Hu Tahao brandished his long blade, charging towards Sheng Huai'an. Observing the opponent's surging vitality, akin to a ferocious wolf, Sheng Huai'an unleashed his own formidable energy, the aura of blood and slaughter enveloping him. With blade in hand, he executed the blood slaughter sword technique with unparalleled finesse. Every strike was a masterful display of versatility and lethal precision. The two engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging dozens of blows in mere moments. A flicker of concern crossed Hu Tahao's face as he tightened his grip on the weapon, his hand trembling slightly. Despite being 2 minor realms below, Sheng Huai'an's strength surpassed his own. Was it innate divine power? The terrifying sword technique, infused with an overwhelming killing intent, left him gasping for breath. With a decisive slash, Sheng Huai'an severed Hu Tahao's left arm after over 100 exchanges. Blood gushed forth, and Hu Tahao's complexion turned pale, agony etched across his features. The surrounding Xiongnu soldiers now regarded Sheng Huai'an with palpable fear. Even the accomplished commander of the martial masters was no match for him. Could they possibly contend? Swiftly, Sheng Huai'an beheaded Hu Tahao, though he too sustained injuries. In his dying moments, Hu Tao retaliated, leaving a painful wound on Sheng Huai'an's abdomen. Slaying an enemy of such martial mastery was no trivial feat, and Sheng Huai'an felt the toll of his vitality drained significantly. He retrieved a healing elixir from his possession, consuming it to staunch the bleeding. He preferred battles of overwhelming dominance, finding this nearly evenly matched confrontation exhausting. Against martial apprentices and warriors, a single stroke was often sufficient. However, the stronger the adversary, the greater the rewards. Sheng Huai'an felt a sense of satisfaction. Having slain a martial master, he earned 25 points of slaughter value. With Hu Tao dispatched, no formidable Xiongnu remained nearby, only martial apprentices scattered about. With his aura of blood and slaughter radiating, Sheng Huai'an resembled a deity of death, and none of the nearby Xiongnu soldiers could withstand his blade. Soon, the soldiers on this segment of the city wall lay vanquished, their bodies heaped upon the ground, the blood staining the stone red. War is a matter of life and death, cold and ruthless. Witnessing Sheng Huai'an's rampage, the defending soldiers could not help but cheer. The more he slew, the fewer enemies they faced. Suddenly, a blade struck Sheng Huai'an, forcing him back, his arm numb. He steadied himself, locking eyes with the opponent, Hu Yinting, whose gaze was frigid and devoid of emotion. Retreat. He was not someone to be trifled with. Lieutenant Lin stepped in front of Sheng Huai'an. Acknowledging with a nod, Sheng Huai'an turned to confront other Xiongnu soldiers, sensing an immense threat from Hu Yinting, a postnatally awakened warrior of notable strength, beyond his current capability to handle. Those who dare obstruct me shall perish. Hu Yinting's icy glare shifted towards Lieutenant Lin. Come, let us see who meets their end first. Lieutenant Lin raised his blade to face Hu Yinting. Both individuals were martial artists of later cultivation, engaged in a fierce battle, causing the surrounding spectators to swiftly clear the area for their confrontation. In the skies above, three esteemed masters were locked in combat, their formidable presence reminiscent of an abyss. Fortunately, the battlefield was suspended in the heavens. Had it been on the ground, the earth would have surely quaked beneath their clash. Yang Yi wielded his supreme spear technique, compelling the two Hun's masters to unite in their defense, his might unparalleled. Alone, he could withstand a legion. Had it not been for his steadfast guardianship of Anning Pass, it would have long been trampled by the iron cavalry of the Huns. After a prolonged struggle, the two Hunnish masters found themselves unable to overcome Yang Yi and were left with no choice but to retreat. Observing their withdrawal, Yang Yi ascended back to the pinnacle of the city walls, where he stood adorned in his blood-red battle robe, shimmering in golden armor, an awe-inspiring sight. His aura was akin to that of a mountain, an unyielding sentinel, impervious to any force. Yang Yi was indeed the stabilizing pillar of Anning Pass. Within the ranks of the Hunnish army, King Zhuxian watched in frustration as his two masters returned empty-handed, both enraged and helpless. Yang Yi was astonishingly formidable, matching two foes without faltering. They could either slay Yang Yi and shatter the defenses with overwhelming force or breach the walls and drive him back. Otherwise, capturing Anning Pass would prove exceedingly difficult. As the battle raged into the evening, the Hunnish forces still failed to breach the city walls, leaving behind thousands of corpses as they retreated. On the ramparts, the defenders felt no joy in repelling the enemy. The battalion was reduced to fewer than 300 soldiers, a testament to the ferocity of the conflict. The garrison of Anning Pass had been depleted by more than half, and from the lowest ranks of sergeant to the highest generals, none felt elation. All were consumed by worry. At this rate, in 10 days, the defenders would be utterly exhausted. Sheng Huai'an gazed upon the ground strewn with lifeless bodies, comrades who had once fought valiantly together, now transformed into cold remains. These soldiers had families, loved ones, and individuals awaiting their return. Behind them lay countless households. They were human too, yearning for their families, longing for the one they dreamt of. Yet, when faced with the enemy, they never retreated a single step. They were indeed valiant men. Do not speak of titles and honors, for a general's triumph is built upon countless fallen. Such is the reality of war. He trudged down from the city walls, his battle robe torn, armor marred with scars from blades, hair disheveled, and his face smeared with blood. Do not speak of titles and honors, for a general's triumph is built upon countless fallen. Lieutenant Lin observed Sheng Huai'an's departing figure. What a profound line. This young man possessed remarkable literary talent. Having once been a scholar, he surveyed the bodies below, both enemy and comrades alike. His 5th Battalion was now reduced to a mere 200, having suffered over 90% casualties. These were not mere cold statistics, but vibrant lives extinguished. Lieutenant Lin fell silent. Was this truly Sheng Huai'an's realization? Indeed. Do not speak of titles and honors, for a general's triumph is built upon countless fallen. A single verse starkly illustrated the brutal reality of war. Chapter 27. The Great Sun Sutra. Upon descending from the city wall, Sheng Huai'an beheld the old veteran. With a smile gracing his features, he approached the soldier. Noticing the tattered battle robe and the armor marred with scars of combat, the veteran furrowed his brow. Have you ascended the wall once more to slay the enemy? To fight for one's country is the honor of our kind. Sheng Huai'an replied cheerfully. Be serious. The veteran's eyes widened in admonishment. Heh, uncle. It is through battle that the strong swiftly evolve. Sheng Huai'an asserted earnestly. The notion of serving one's country was merely a slogan, a proclamation for others to hear. His true aspiration lay in slaying enemies to accrue battle merit and grow stronger. Naturally, this remained a secret, one he would not divulge. Indeed, the strong ought to mature amidst the fray. The veteran concurred with a nod of approval. Today, General Yang confronted 2 masters of the Xiongnu. Did you witness that formidable presence? It was nothing short of awe-inspiring, Sheng Huai'an remarked. I did indeed see it. The might of a master is indeed terrifying. The veteran nodded in admiration. I too aspire to become such a formidable force, one that instills fear across the lands. Sheng Huai'an proclaimed with lofty ambition. Very well. You possess aspirations. I shall support you in spirit, the veteran responded with a smile, refraining from discouraging Sheng Huai'an. By the way, I heard you are to lead troops to the grasslands again in a few days? The veteran inquired. How do you know about that, uncle? Sheng Huai'an asked, curiosity piqued. This matter is known to but a few, aside from General Yang and the 5 accompanying commanders. Only those selected are aware, others remain in ignorance. This was intended to be kept confidential to prevent any Xiongnu spies within the city from catching wind of it. General Yang approached me, inviting me to join, but I declined, the veteran explained. Is that so? Sheng Huai'an nodded. Go freshen up, and after dinner, come find me, the veteran concluded before taking his leave. Sheng Huai'an returned home, and upon seeing him safely back, Tang Yinshan, Haidai, and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their esteemed commander truly was a warrior at heart. Commander, you have finally returned alive. Haidai exclaimed. What? Do you wish for my demise so you may assume the command? Sheng Huai'an cast a dangerous gaze at Haidai. This lad, had he set his sights on his position, seeking to ascend? No, that is not my intention, Commander. Haidai quickly retorted, sensing the peril in Sheng Huai'an's eyes. Is that so? Dare you claim you do not desire to be commander? Sheng Huai'an continued to fixate on Haidai. Haidai swallowed nervously. His ambitions had been laid bare. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. A general who does not yearn to be emperor is not a good general. How could he possibly not wish to be commander? It is a dream he harbors. Haidai hastily shook his head. Commander, you misunderstand me. I am not that kind of person. I, Haidai, shall forever remain your soldier. Really? More genuine than pure gold. Haidai had declared earnestly. I shall tentatively place my trust in you. Sheng Huai'an ceased to pursue the soldier who sought to usurp his position. Bujun, you truly lack regard for safety. Having just returned from the plains, you venture once more onto the battlements to confront the enemy, Tang Yinshan expressed with concern. The sight of Tang Yinshan's obsequious demeanor nauseated Haidai. A man of stature ought not to dwell in the shadows of others. Enough of this idle chatter. Prepare hot water for me. I wish to bathe, Sheng Huai'an commanded. Yes, Bujun, I shall arrange it at once, Tang Yinshan quickly replied, not forgetting to cast a provocative glance at Haidai, as if to say, you aspire to take my place, but you'll only be left with the dregs. The blood that stained Sheng Huai'an's form would surely haunt a child for a decade. His subordinates sensed the palpable aura of bloodshed that clung to him, intensified as ever. Soon, they had prepared the hot water for him. After cleansing himself of the grime and bandaging his wounds, he dined before heading to the veteran's quarters. Uncle, I have arrived. Come in, came the voice of an old soldier from within the barracks. Sheng Huai'an entered, finding Zhang Daniu still present, yet the absence of Li Busi was palpable. A few unfamiliar faces were there, new recruits under the old soldier's command. Where's Busi? Sheng Huai'an inquired. Zhang Daniu regarded Sheng Huai'an with a measured gaze and slowly replied, he is dead. The two words, spoken so lightly, caused Sheng Huai'an's heart to momentarily halt. Li Busi had been among the first he had come to know in this world, and the news of his demise struck him unexpectedly. Li Busi was gravely injured in the infirmary, uncertain of when he might recover, and now Li Busi had perished. One brother was dead, and the other severely wounded. The only familiar faces left to him were those of the old soldier, Zhang Dainiu, and Wang Wu, who now served under Sheng Huai'an. Such is the fate of soldiers. Dear brother Huai'an, we embrace our destiny as warriors, facing death on the battlefield, Zhang Dainiu consoled. Sheng Huai'an merely nodded gently. Having grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death, he found it difficult to accept the loss of someone he once knew so well. Follow me, the old soldier said, looking at Sheng Huai'an with a calm demeanor. Sheng Huai'an followed him into an inner chamber. Uncle, what is the matter that you seem so enigmatic? He queried. The old soldier produced an ancient tome from his robe. I acquired this from a beggar. He claimed it to be a cultivation technique handed down from the Haoyang martial emperor. Titled Great Sun Heart Sutra. I have studied it for the better part of my life without comprehending it, and now I pass it to you, hoping you may unlock its secrets. The old soldier imparted. Sheng Huai'an accepted the book, gazing at the 4 characters inscribed on its cover. Great Sun Heart Sutra. The calligraphy bore the marks of a human hand, uneven and unsightly, reminiscent of a child's scrawl, yet even less refined. The entire ancient text gives off an air of inauthenticity upon first glance. Uncle, did you acquire this martial arts manual from an old beggar? Sheng Huai'an inquired, gazing at the seasoned soldier. Indeed, it cost me a mere 2 taels of silver. The old soldier replied earnestly, nodding his head. And after dedicating half your life to cultivation, you have achieved nothing? Sheng Huai'an pressed, observing the old soldier's hopeful eyes, which were filled with anticipation that perhaps he could master something worthwhile. You, young lad, possess extraordinary talent in martial arts, which is precisely why I entrusted this to you. I hope you succeed in your training and then teach me. Otherwise, what purpose do I serve in your life? This is a cultivation technique of the emperor level, and if revealed, it would attract countless formidable warriors vying for it. The old soldier whispered cautiously, wary of eavesdroppers. Sheng Huai'an sensed that the old soldier had been deceived by that so-called beggar. This reminded him of a scene from a movie in his past life, where a young boy spent all his savings on a martial arts manual from an old beggar, something like Divine Palm if he recalled correctly. Uncle, are you certain you weren't swindled? Sheng Huai'an queried, examining the ancient tome in his hands. What? Do you consider me a fool, easily deceived? The old soldier shot him a glare, exuding an aura of danger. Recognizing the old soldier's intimidating demeanor, Sheng Huai'an wisely swallowed his words. Uncle, you are exceedingly wise. How could anyone possibly deceive you? He quickly praised. Enough. Off with you. If you don't want it, return it. I have no intention of giving it to you. Having spent 2 taels to acquire it, the old soldier remarked disdainfully, eyeing Sheng Huai'an's sycophantic expression. Grabbing the ancient text, Sheng Huai'an made a swift exit, genuinely afraid of incurring the old soldier's wrath. Are you not going to sit for a while? Zhang Dainiu called out, observing Sheng Huai'an hastily leaving. Brother Dainiu, I cannot stay. I will visit again when I have time, Sheng Huai'an replied, disappearing in a flash. What was that about? He ran as if pursued by ghosts. Zhang Dainiu scratched his head in confusion. Who is he? A soldier inquired. That is Sheng Huai'an, who has risen to become a Buazhong, commanding 100 soldiers. Zhang Dainiu explained. Buazhong, commanding 100 soldiers. Several soldiers expressed their astonishment, unable to believe that someone so young could hold such a rank. Work hard in battle, and you too may one day attain the rank of Buazhong, Zhang Dainiu encouraged them. We will certainly strive to excel in combat and earn military accolades to become Buazhong, the soldiers replied, their eyes gleaming with ambition. Zhang Dainiu felt a twinge of guilt. Realizing he had set their expectations too high, he wondered if they could truly swallow such lofty aspirations. Upon returning to his quarters, Sheng Huai'an produced the martial arts manual gifted by the old soldier. The handwriting is atrocious, he couldn't help but exclaim, before delving into its contents to discover what wisdom it held. As night descended, the city of Anning sparkled with countless twinkling lights. Yang Yi gazed upon the glowing lights of the city and the common folk within its walls. On the desk behind him lay a calligraphy scroll, boldly inscribed with the words, "Do not speak of titles and honors, for the success of one general is built upon the bones of countless." Chapter 28. An introduction to the Sun Sutra. Sheng Huai'an found himself entranced by the verses within the book. In his heart, it seemed as though a blazing crimson sun had emerged, its aura resplendent and lofty, as if it had descended from the annals of time. His heart pulsated vigorously, the blood within him surging and condensing, akin to scarlet flames ablaze. As a martial artist refines his blood, enhancing his very being, Sheng Huai'an completed the reading of the scripture, awakening to find the book in his hands spontaneously ignited, swiftly reducing to ashes. This revelation astonished him. The martial arts cultivation method he had been given by the old soldier was, indeed, authentic. It appeared that the old soldier had not been deceived by the beggar, but had acquired a genuine technique. He sensed that his blood energy had condensed by 20%. Merely from reading the scripture once, he had refined his internal energy significantly. At that moment, his status was as follows. Name: Sheng Huai'an. Race: human realm. Early martial master techniques: Sun Sutra, not mastered. Brawny bull technique, minor completion. Blood slaughter blade technique, major completion. Overlord spear technique, entry level. Strength: 6,000 pounds. Talent: silver archer. Kill value: 188. His blood energy refinement had indeed augmented his strength by 200 pounds. Simultaneously, a golden light screen recorded the Sun Sutra technique. Regrettably, the 188 kill points he possessed were insufficient to enhance the Sun Sutra. Could it truly be a cultivation method of the martial emperor level? The 188 points were earned from slaying enemies after his consecutive breakthroughs yesterday. He pondered how many kill points would be required to elevate the Sun Sutra. Upon introspection of his dantian, he noticed that the martial true essence within him had begun to transform to a golden hue. The martial true essence cultivated from the brawny bull technique was crimson in color. Unable to allocate points for further cultivation, Sheng Huai'an devoted himself to comprehending the Sun Sutra. The scripture had already been imprinted in his mind, allowing him to meditate and cultivate independently. That night, he did not succumb to sleep, but rather immersed himself in the study of the Sun Sutra. As he delved deeper, his true essence rapidly transformed. In his sea of consciousness, a radiant sun arose, its brilliance dispelling the darkness. The Sun Sutra, through the visualization of the sun, refines the spirit by shaping it. Nurturing the mind, observing the heavens, and contemplating the self. A sleepless night passed, and as dawn broke, the sun ascended the horizon. Sheng Huai'an's entire being glowed with golden light. He resembled a blazing fireball, his formidable energy continuously purifying his flesh, blood, bones, and sinews. Only after the sun had risen did he gradually conclude his practice. Despite a night of meditation, he had not yet mastered the Sun Sutra. However, his physique had grown stronger than ever. The regiment was granted a 2-day rest, and on that morning, there were no drills. Sheng Huai'an did not command his subordinates to train forcefully. Tomorrow, he would lead them back into the grasslands. It was a rare opportunity for his soldiers to rest for 2 days, and he decided to allow them to rejuvenate properly. After finishing his breakfast, Sheng Huai'an strapped on his bow and quiver, secured his battle knife at his waist, and ascended the city wall to fend off the invading Xiongnu forces. With entry to the Great Sun Heart Sutra Bard, he resolved to continue slaying enemies, accumulating killing points to enhance his cultivation. Upon reaching the battlements, the defending soldiers stood ready, their faces set with determination. Outside the city, the Xiongnu encampment was a sea of fluttering banners, snapping in the wind. The ominous sounds of war drums and horns echoed, the clamor of battle rising to the heavens. This land had been ravaged by years of conflict. Countless loyal bones buried beneath its soil. The Xiongnu army, once again, unleashed thousands to assault the Anning Pass. Archers, prepare, the commanding officer bellowed. The archers stepped forward, knocking their arrows with precision. Sheng Huai'an joined them, stringing 3 arrows, his gaze sharp and focused on the advancing enemy. Fire! The officer commanded, his voice booming. The arrows flew like rain, raining down upon the enemy camp. The Xiongnu, undeterred, retaliated with a hail of arrows, a relentless storm of projectiles aimed at the city walls. Sheng Huai'an and the other archers sought refuge from the onslaught, knowing that without the fortitude of a postnatal warrior, they could not withstand such a barrage. He had no intention of succumbing beneath the rain of arrows. Seeing the archers on the wall being suppressed, the Xiongnu forces surged forward. Sheng Huai'an took aim through a crenellation, releasing arrows that found their marks, each one claiming an enemy life. In swift succession, he loosed 30 arrows, elevating his killing points to 231. These 30 arrows had granted him 43 killing points. Simultaneously, a plus sign finally appeared behind the Great Sun Heart Sutra on the golden interface. Name: Sheng Huai'an race, human realm. Initial stage of martial master cultivation techniques. Great Sun Heart Sutra, entry level not achieved. Bull strength, minor accomplishment. Blood slaughter blade technique, major accomplishment. Overlord spear technique, entry level. Strength, 6,000 gene talent. Silver archer killing points. 231 delighted at the prospect of advancing in the Great Sun Heart Sutra. Sheng Huai'an did not hesitate to invest points into his cultivation, momentarily disregarding his own level of mastery. 200 killing points evaporated, leaving him astonished at the cost of entry-level training. He wondered how many points would be required for further advancement. Countless insights and reflections regarding the Great Sun Heart Sutra flooded his mind, akin to having practiced the technique for an entire year. Simultaneously, the true essence within him transformed into a radiant gold. His vital energy surged, a furnace of vitality coursing through him, vigorous and tumultuous. His strength increased by 500 gene, positioning him as a martial master on par with postnatal warriors, a claim few would believe if uttered aloud. As he reveled in the overwhelming power coursing through him, Sheng Huai'an felt an intoxicating sense of invincibility. In the face of adversaries at the martial master level, Sheng Huai'an brimmed with confidence, believing he could dispatch them with a single blow. As he gazed upon the vast Hunnic army, he felt an eager anticipation. These foes represented a bounty of slaughter points, the very essence of his ascension to greater strength. Much like the resilient chives that regrow after being cut, he reveled in the prospect of further cultivating his power, oblivious to how many had been nourished by his efforts. With the foundational teachings of the Great Sun Sutra, as he channeled his mental energy, Sheng Huai'an discerned a remarkable acceleration in the refinement of his true essence, surpassing the might of the bull's strength by several magnitudes. The siege intensified, growing increasingly brutal as the Hunnic forces, undeterred by death, scaled the city walls to engage in fierce combat with the defenders. Naturally, Sheng Huai'an led the charge, plunging into the enemy ranks, driven by a fierce ambition to claim every kill for himself. Having transcended into the initial stage of the martial master realm, his prowess rivaled that of an early-stage innate warrior, rendering him a veritable harbinger of death against these ordinary foes. The bloody blade radiated with menacing energy. With a single stroke, he felled 3 Hunnic warriors. Observing Sheng Huai'an again atop the city walls, one could not help but note his indomitable spirit for battle, refusing even a moment's respite. Yang Yi chuckled, remarking on the lad's innate inclination for combat. Indeed, he is a natural-born killer, commented a deputy general, noting the overwhelming aura of bloodlust surrounding Sheng Huai'an, which outshone that of many innate officers. His strength has escalated to an alarming degree. He is nothing short of a freak, exclaimed General Zhao Yong'an, marveling at the rapidity of Sheng Huai'an's growth, which was so swift it bordered on the unbelievable. Could it be that this young man grew stronger through slaying his enemies? The truth was now undeniable. With a decisive flourish, Sheng Huai'an executed 5 Hunnic soldiers with remarkable efficiency. Around him lay the corpses of over 20 fallen Hunnic warriors. "Wei dog, I shall engage you," called forth a mid-level martial master from the Hunnic ranks. Struck by Sheng Huai'an's formidable prowess as he butchered ordinary soldiers with the ease of dispatching livestock, he advanced to confront Sheng Huai'an, intent on obstructing him while his fellow soldiers seized the walls. The opponent swung a blade infused with surging true essence, a formidable force indeed. Sheng Huai'an met the attack with a horizontal slash of his own. A sharp sound reverberated as the enemy's weapon shattered beneath the might of Sheng Huai'an's strike. The overwhelming power forced the opponent to stagger back 2 paces. Was this individual not merely at the initial stage of the martial master realm? How could he possess such strength? The answer came swiftly, delivered by Sheng Huai'an's blade. A flash of crimson light, and the body was cleaved asunder. Qian Gajuo, an officer from the 15th Battalion, stood in stunned disbelief as he witnessed a Hunnic centurion fall in mere 2 strikes. The aura of sanguine ferocity emanating from Sheng Huai'an filled him with dread. After slaying his foe, Sheng Huai'an accrued 22 slaughter points and did not falter, continuing his relentless assault. A leader among the Hunnic forces, having ascended the city walls, charged directly at him. Chapter 29. Confrontation with the postnatal warrior. Sheng Huai'an's keen sixth sense detected an impending and terrifying danger, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. He swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding a deadly strike from the Hun's postnatal warrior, Itulan. The blade's sharp brilliance left a deep gash upon the ground. Had it struck him, it would have cleaved him in two. Despicable Huns, resorting to such underhanded tactics. You truly have no shame. Sheng Huai'an could not help but curse in fury, momentarily forgetting his own past transgressions of ambushing Huns, which were even more shameless. Die away, dog. Without engaging in verbal sparring, Itulan launched a ferocious offensive. The glint of his blade, sharp and menacing, seemed poised to rend the very air apart, embodying a heavy and savage force. Sheng Huai'an gripped his battle knife tightly, channeling the true essence within him, summoning all his strength to counter the assault, eager to gauge the might of a postnatal expert. Itulan's strikes were vicious and relentless, clearly aimed at exterminating Sheng Huai'an. With his blood surging, Sheng Huai'an fervently employed the Great Sun Heart Sutra, unleashing the full force of his blood energy and engaging in combat with the Blood Fiend blade technique. This marked his first direct confrontation with a postnatal warrior. The opponent's strength was formidable and substantial, his physique as unyielding as steel, rendering Sheng Huai'an's strikes ineffective. Although his blade technique was swift, it failed to inflict harm upon Itulan. Conversely, Itulan's overwhelming power caused Sheng Huai'an's hands to bleed from the impact. As their blades clashed, the air crackled with the sound of combat, both figures moving with remarkable speed, exchanging over 100 blows in mere moments. Sheng Huai'an's hands were now bloodied. In comparison to a genuine postnatal warrior, he still fell significantly short. Itulan resembled a ferocious wolf, instilling an unprecedented sense of pressure within Sheng Huai'an. Observing the numerous chips in his battle knife, Sheng Huai'an realized that it would not be long before it was severed by his opponent. Surrounding onlookers hastily retreated from the combat zone, fearing they might be inadvertently caught in the crossfire and meet an untimely demise. Noticing Sheng Huai'an's rapid blade technique, Itulan unleashed a powerful punch, sending forth a fierce gust that stirred the air. In response, Sheng Huai'an activated the Great Sun Heart Sutra, clenching his left fist, which erupted with golden radiance, akin to a sun, directly striking against Itulan's punch. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated in the air, reminiscent of a mighty clap of thunder, deep and forceful, sending chills through the heart. Itulan was taken aback. He was certain that Sheng Huai'an was merely at the initial stage of a martial artist. Yet his prowess was not inferior to that of someone who had just broken through to the postnatal realm. Such extraordinary prowess can only be described as a rare and otherworldly talent. Among the Xiongnu warriors, few possess the capability to battle a martial artist of such caliber. Each is a paragon among thousands. Within the ranks of the garrison at Anning Pass, the emergence of such a remarkable individual ignited a fierce desire for vengeance in Itulan. He vowed to eliminate Sheng Huai'an, this prodigy of martial arts, in his infancy. Otherwise, this individual would inevitably become a formidable adversary to the Xiongnu in the future. Consumed by a thirst for blood, Itulan surged forth with a ferocity akin to that of a raging sun, resembling a ferocious wolf as he charged at Sheng Huai'an. The brilliance of Itulan's blade was dazzling, sharp and ruthless, complemented by his fists and feet, his body like bronze and iron, inflicting pain upon Sheng Huai'an with each strike. The clash of blade and fist resonated with the sound of thunder, the air charged with a tempestuous energy. This exemplified the terrifying might of a postnatal martial artist. Once one reaches the innate level, their internal energy can manifest externally, exponentially increasing their destructive power. Faced with the overwhelming killing intent of Itulan, Sheng Huai'an activated the Great Sun Heart technique to its utmost potential. The blood and energy within him surged violently, his true essence rolling forth, transforming him into a blazing sun, infused with raw and untamed power. The impact of their fists colliding erupted with deep, thunderous sounds, leaving spectators, including those on the city tower such as Yang Yi, utterly astonished. Sheng Huai'an, with his early-stage martial artist cultivation, engaged in combat against a postnatal martial artist at the initial stage, an extraordinary and dazzling display. Such a rare martial genius is capable of contending with a postnatal strongman at such an early stage. As they fought fiercely, Sheng Huai'an's strikes against Itulan felt akin to striking solid steel, producing an excruciating reverberation in his fists. Conversely, receiving a blow from Itulan felt as if he had been struck by a cannon, nearly shattering his body. This is the nature of a postnatal martial artist. Possessing a body of iron and copper, abundant in vitality and extraordinary in strength, far surpassing the capabilities of a martial artist at the initial realm. Fortunately, the Great Sun Heart technique is remarkable, allowing for rapid recovery from injuries, coupled with a continuous flow of true essence within him. This bolstered his confidence in battling Italan. After over 100 exchanges, Sheng Huai'an recognized the disparity between himself and a true postnatal martial artist. It was not merely a matter of strength. He realized he could not genuinely contend with a postnatal warrior. Clearly, his cultivation level was insufficient. Gradually falling into a disadvantageous position, Sheng Huai'an began to struggle, finding himself in increasingly perilous circumstances, narrowly evading Italan's lethal strikes multiple times. Suddenly, a long spear struck forth, forcing Italan to retreat. "Step back. Allow me to handle him," spoke Zhou Yuan. Observing the individual's attire, Sheng Huai'an recognized him as a lieutenant, presumably from the 15th Battalion. Feeling a sense of relief, he turned and departed without hesitation. Indeed, he was not yet equipped to confront Italan. After another 100 exchanges, defeat would be inevitable. A wise man does not suffer losses in the moment. Once his cultivation improves, he shall undoubtedly seek to reclaim his honor. Italan gazed at Zhou Yuan with eyes as sharp as a wolf's. This man was a formidable warrior at the mid-stage of the postnatal realm, and witnessing Zhou Yuan's intervention that allowed Sheng Huai'an to escape from his grasp filled Italan with immense resentment. "Italan, let us join forces to slay him." Another warrior from the Xiongnu, also at the postnatal level, ascended the city wall. "Kill." The two of them united in their assault against Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan, undeterred, faced the two Xiongnu warriors with unwavering courage, brandishing his spear to counter their advance. Meanwhile, Sheng Huai'an had freed himself from Italan's clutches and set his gaze upon the soldiers of the Xiongnu army. "So they think they can bully me due to my lower cultivation? Very well, I shall turn the tables and prey upon the Xiongnu soldiers beneath me. Once I slay them and accrue enough slaughter value to elevate my cultivation, I shall return for a rematch." Embracing the mindset of attacking their subordinates when unable to defeat them directly, Sheng Huai'an charged into the ranks of the Xiongnu army. "Slay them, seize the city, plunder wealth and women. There are countless women within." The Xiongnu army roared, frantically scrambling up the city walls. Upon hearing the mention of women, the eyes of the Xiongnu soldiers gleamed with fervor, akin to famished wolves eager to breach the city and wreak havoc. Amidst the cacophony of the Xiongnu cries, Sheng Huai'an, unable to comprehend their words, found the noise overwhelming. Like a fierce tiger among a flock of sheep, he plunged into the Xiongnu ranks, embarking on a frenzy of slaughter. One strike, three down. One strike, three down. He relentlessly cleaved through the Xiongnu forces. "Kill that way dog. Slay him. He is a demon who has slaughtered so many of our kin. Kill him." The Xiongnu soldiers shouted, charging at Sheng Huai'an with blades raised, intent on overwhelming him with sheer numbers. Observing the fearless advance of the Xiongnu army, Sheng Huai'an smiled with delight, his blood-soaked blade continuously reaping the lives of the Xiongnu soldiers. The innate experts among the Xiongnu army were also mobilized, yet they were intercepted by General Sun Hao and his comrades. Today, the master-level warriors of the Xiongnu army did not intervene. As soldiers continued to be dragged down from the city walls, Kingswood continued to dispatch troops. "Send me another 5,000 soldiers to the front. Even in exhaustion, I shall wear down the Wei forces." Kingswood's gaze was icy, viewing the Xiongnu soldiers as mere expendables, indifferent to their lives. As long as the defenders of Anning Pass were exhausted, it would all be worthwhile. "Yes, my king." His subordinates promptly dispatched more troops to battle. With numerous Xiongnu tribes available, the loss of a few warriors meant little to them. As the ruling nobility of the Xiongnu, ordinary Xiongnu tribespeople held a lowly status, functioning as mere appendages to the elite. In wartime, they were soldiers. In peacetime, they tended to the livestock of the nobility. Another 5,000 Xiongnu soldiers joined the siege, significantly increasing the pressure on the defenders atop the city walls. Reinforced the walls with 2 more battalions. Yang Yi commanded without hesitation. The onslaught of the Xiongnu army grew increasingly fierce. Without reinforcements, it seemed unlikely they could withstand the mounting assault. Chapter 30. The archer strikes. The 6th and 10th battalions have been reassigned to the city walls to partake in the defense of the fortress. Since the onset of the Great Battle, each battalion has suffered casualties and undergone replenishment. The number of seasoned veterans has dwindled to a mere half. Among battalions like the 5th and 7th, which have endured fierce confrontations, The veteran count is less than 1/10. Most of the newly recruited soldiers are merely able-bodied men and laborers, lacking substantial combat prowess. The current garrison at Anning Pass has seen a significant reduction in strength. Their fighting capability pales in comparison to former times. Sheng Huai'an, embodying the essence of a slayer, has kept the formidable Xiongnu forces at bay, finding no equal among the lower-tier warriors. He has already vanquished 2 or 3 of the Xiongnu's martial masters. The ordinary soldiers have fallen before his blade, numbering around 60 or 70. His kill count has surged to 283 points. Name: Sheng Huai'an race, human realm, initial stage of martial master techniques. Great Sun Heart Sutra, beginner. Bison strength, minor accomplishment. Blood slaughter saber technique, major accomplishment. Overlord spear technique, beginner. Strength, 6,000 gene talent. Silver archer kill points, 283 upon perceiving the opportunity to enhance his cultivation. Sheng Huai'an promptly allocated his points. With the instantaneous consumption of 200 kill points, a formidable surge of power coursed through his being. His skin and bones felt as though they were being forged from gold, his physique becoming increasingly robust. The blood energy within him erupted, searing and boiling, while his true essence rapidly coalesced. Name: Sheng Huai'an race, human realm, intermediate stage of martial master techniques. Great Sun Heart Sutra, beginner. Bison strength, minor accomplishment. Blood slaughter saber technique, major accomplishment. Overlord spear technique, beginner. Strength, 7,000 gene talent. Silver archer kill points, 83 feeling the tempestuous power within. Sheng Huai'an brimmed with confidence, no longer fearing the pressure from that Yichuan. With his newfound strength, he found himself unrivaled among the lower-tier warriors. Like a wolf among sheep, he commenced a frenzy of slaughter, reaping kill points with abandon. The Xiongnu soldiers scaling the walls fell victim to his relentless assault. While the martial warriors were engaged by the garrison lieutenants, it was Sheng Huai'an's extraordinary prowess that rendered him invincible at the martial master level. He resembled a small river invading a vast pond, facing no adversary as he wreaked havoc. Martial apprentices, warriors, and masters continually succumbed beneath his blade. The blood slaughter saber technique enveloped him in a terrifying aura of slaughter. The Xiongnu soldiers of martial apprentice rank, upon witnessing the malevolent energy surrounding Sheng Huai'an, found their spirits shaken, unable to raise their weapons in defiance. Some Xiongnu martial warriors attempted to intervene and eliminate Sheng Huai'an as they observed his relentless slaughter. However, they were thwarted by the lieutenants. With an anomaly like Sheng Huai'an among them, capable of dispatching numerous martial masters within the Xiongnu ranks, the pressure on the defending soldiers was significantly alleviated. The Xiongnu sergeants and captains fell prey to Sheng Huai'an's blade, rendering the attacking soldiers unable to mount an effective offensive. Within the ranks of the defenders, the sergeant and the captain, having been liberated, led their soldiers in an unrelenting effort to slaughter the assailants scaling the city walls. Kill. Bury him under a mountain of corpses, commanded a centurion from the Xiongnu forces, intent on overwhelming Sheng Huai'an with sheer numbers. Trepidation gripped Tuoba. 2 of his fellow martial artists, both masters of their craft, had already perished at the hands of Sheng Huai'an. As a practitioner in the latter stages of martial arts, he had little hope of survival against such a formidable opponent. At the sound of Tuoba order, the Xiongnu soldiers brandished their weapons and charged at Sheng Huai'an. In his hands, the blood slaughter blade danced with an otherworldly grace, its fiery essence cleaving through the air, claiming the lives of 2 or 3 Xiongnu soldiers with each strike. The ground around him soon became a grim testament to his prowess, littered with the fallen. The pungent scent of blood heightened the senses, igniting a surge of adrenaline. Sheng Huai'an had long lost track of the number of Xiongnu he had dispatched, as waves of warriors continued to encircle him, intent on burying him beneath their ranks. A celestial archer of innate prowess from the Xiongnu camp had set his sights on Sheng Huai'an. Drawing his bow, the specially crafted arrow shimmered with an ethereal light. As the archer concentrated his true essence into the projectile, the arrow, aglow like a shooting star, was loosed with deadly precision, hurtling towards Sheng Huai'an. Engaged in the relentless battle against the encroaching Xiongnu soldiers, Sheng Huai'an remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril. The arrow pierced the void, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. From the battlements, Yang Yi observed the dazzling light emanating from the Xiongnu ranks. This is dire, he thought. Recognizing that the arrow was aimed directly at the radiant Sheng Huai'an, who had unwittingly attracted the attention of the Xiongnu sharpshooter. With a swift motion, Yang Yi unsheathed his black-gold battle blade, channeling his true essence into a powerful throw. The blade soared through the air like a comet. The arrow's speed was astonishing. Sheng Huai'an's sixth sense tingled with an overwhelming dread, as if death itself had locked onto him, an inescapable fate drawing near. A chilling sensation enveloped him, akin to being the target of a master-level expert, rendering him utterly powerless against the inevitable approach of death. With a thunderous impact, the arrow and blade collided mere 2 meters behind Sheng Huai'an, producing a cacophony that resonated through the air. The explosive force of their clash sent Sheng Huai'an and the surrounding Xiongnu soldiers sprawling. He scrambled to his feet, his eyes falling upon the black gold blade embedded in the ground alongside the uniquely crafted arrow, cold sweat cascading down his brow. He had been a heartbeat away from demise. The arrow, inscribed with intricate symbols, had unmistakably originated from the Xiongnu encampment, marking him as the target of a true sharpshooter. Without the intervention of the black gold blade, he would have met his end. In the Xiongnu camp, the archer lamented the loss of his kill as he witnessed the defender, Yang Yi, thwart the fatal shot. Recognizing the presence of such a master, he refrained from launching a second arrow, knowing it would serve no purpose in the face of Yang Yi's formidable prowess. Tianning could hardly believe that Yang Yi would take notice of a mere martial artist. Sheng Huai'an, gazing at the black gold battle knife, recognized it as General Yang Yi's weapon. Casting a glance at the imposing figure atop the city wall, Sheng Huai'an felt a surge of gratitude. Had it not been for General Yang Yi's intervention, he would have perished. Swiftly approaching, Sheng Huai'an drew the black gold battle knife embedded in the ground. The blade, adorned with intricate golden patterns, shimmered with an ethereal glow. It was a long, straight knife, 3 fingers wide and measuring 2 feet in length. As he felt the weight of the formidable weapon, Sheng Huai'an estimated it to be over 100 pounds. The material from which it was forged remained a mystery. Yet such a weapon weighed more than 100 pounds. Clutching the black gold battle knife, Sheng Huai'an was instantly filled with a sense of invigoration. As he surveyed the over 100 Xiongnu soldiers encircling him, he charged towards the Xiongnu army, the black gold battle knife surrounded by a crimson aura of malevolence. With a single strike, he cleaved through the soldiers, weapon and armor alike, reducing them to mere halves. The black gold battle knife was extraordinarily sharp, slicing through iron as if it were mere clay. Blood splattered, and severed limbs lay strewn about. With the black gold battle knife in hand, Sheng Huai'an's slaughter became even swifter. In no time, over 100 Xiongnu soldiers had been vanquished. "You are a demon." Tuoba Yin, witnessing Sheng Huai'an drenched in blood, felt a chill of dread. The number of fallen soldiers at Sheng Huai'an's feet had surpassed 200. The sheer carnage inflicted upon the Xiongnu soldiers invoked a sense of terror in Tuoba Yin, who could only watch in horror at the bloodthirsty aura emanating from Sheng Huai'an. Die? Sheng Huai'an's gaze turned frigid, devoid of any emotion, as he unleashed another strike. The blood-red blade cleaving through the void. Tuoba Yin summoned all his blood energy, pushing his inner essence to its limits, determined to confront Sheng Huai'an in battle. Clang! The sound of shattering weapons echoed through the air as Sheng Huai'an's blade cleaved Tuoba Yin, armor and all, in 2. Blood splattered, staining the bricks. Chapter 31. Slaying the postnatal warriors. Sheng Huai'an gasped for breath, his hands weary from vanquishing so many foes. Yet, the black gold broadsword remained unblemished by blood. The kill count had surpassed 200, reaching a staggering 474 points. With the potential to elevate his cultivation, Sheng Huai'an seized the opportunity to enhance his prowess. By expending 400 kill points, he ascended 2 ranks, achieving the pinnacle of a martial master. His strength surged to an impressive 9,000 gene. The vital energy and martial essence coursing through his body were extraordinarily abundant, comparable to that of a mid-tier postnatal warrior, with his physique having doubled in robustness. Observing the golden light curtain, he noted his details. Name, Sheng Huai'an race, human realm, martial master, great perfection, techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra, entry. Bull strength, minor accomplishment. Blood Fiend Blade technique, major accomplishment. Overlord Spear technique, entry. Strength, 9,000 gene talent. Silver Archer kill points, 73, with his significantly enhanced strength. Sheng Huai'an turned his gaze toward the postnatal warriors of the Xiongnu. Among the crowd, he spotted the very warrior who had previously bullied him. Zhou Yuan faced two postnatal Xiongnu warriors. While he was not overwhelmed, he could not overpower them either, merely managing to entangle them. Brandishing the black gold broadsword, Sheng Huai'an charged toward Italan. This Xiongnu scoundrel had previously pressed him down, taking advantage of his inferior strength. Now that his own power had risen, it was time to reclaim his honor. Italan sensed an impending danger from behind and swiftly turned, only to behold the descending black gold broadsword. The blade radiated a menacing blood-red aura, oppressive and daunting. Italan hastily raised his sword to block. Clang! The swords clashed with a sound akin to thunder, the overwhelming force propelling Italan several steps back, leaving a dent in his blade. Is it you? Seeking death, Italan seethed with fury, having yet to seek vengeance on Sheng Huai'an, who now dared to confront him first. Abandoning the pursuit of Zhou Yuan, Italan swung his sword toward Sheng Huai'an, intent on eliminating him. Zhou Yuan, observing Sheng Huai'an's reckless engagement with Italan, furrowed his brow. Impetuous, he deemed Sheng Huai'an somewhat rash. Employing the blood fiend blade technique, Sheng Huai'an clashed with Italan. Night battle in all directions. The blood-red blade shadows descended from all sides, overwhelming in their ferocity. Italan sensed the shift. Sheng Huai'an's strength had grown substantially, and his swordsmanship had become increasingly formidable. How could such a dramatic enhancement occur in such a short span? Italan found himself relentlessly pushed back by Sheng Huai'an's onslaught. Boom! The two exchanged a punch, the sound resonating with a deep, powerful thud. A pure contest of physical might. Sheng Huai'an staggered back a step, while Italan retreated 3 to 4 steps. Gazing at Sheng Huai'an, Italan felt a twinge of peril. The latter's strength had surpassed his own. The earlier punch had sent waves of turmoil through his vital energy, leaving his arm aching. Sheng Huai'an advanced swiftly, delivering a strike with his blade that was as rapid as a flash of lightning. Yichilan, relying on his agility, narrowly evaded the blow, only to be met with a fierce kick from Sheng Huai'an, whose very presence exuded an aura of danger and formidable power. He had no choice but to defend himself with quick punches. Bang! The force of the impact sent Yichilan staggering backward. He could not comprehend the drastic change in Sheng Huai'an. The latter's strength had seemingly surged, leaving him feeling subtly overmatched. How brazen you were moments ago. Sheng Huai'an, emboldened by his advantage, continued to slash at Yichilan. Clang! Yichilan's battle blade was severed by Sheng Huai'an's strike. Seizing the opportunity, Sheng Huai'an delivered a kick to Yichilan's chest, sending him hurtling through the air with a resounding thud as he crashed to the ground. Gasp! A mouthful of blood was expelled. The immense force of Sheng Huai'an's kick had compelled Yichilan to cough up blood. Zhou Yuan, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in disbelief. What was he seeing? Sheng Huai'an was dominating a postnatal martial artist. Zhou Yuan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. If he hadn't intervened to stop Yichilan earlier, Sheng Huai'an might have been slain. Yet now, it was Sheng Huai'an who had the upper hand. Sheng Huai'an moved like the wind, aiming a kick at Yichilan's head. Yichilan rolled away just in time to avoid the blow. Bang! The tiles beneath Sheng Huai'an's foot shattered, showcasing his tremendous strength. Cold sweat dripped from Yichilan's brow. Had that kick landed on his skull, even with his hardened body, it would have likely crushed his head. He swiftly seized a battle blade from the ground and lunged at Sheng Huai'an. Clang! Sheng Huai'an's counterstrike not only forced Yichilan back, but also shattered the blade he held. The ordinary weapon paled in comparison to the sharp black gold blade, which belonged to the master-level warrior Yang Yi, marking it as extraordinary. With another swift strike, Yichilan found himself unable to evade. His armor cleaved open, revealing a horrific gash on his chest that gushed blood. Observing this from his skirmish with Zhou Yuan, Tuoba sure attempted to break free to aid Yichilan. Not so fast. Zhou Yuan, unwilling to allow Tuoba sure to assist, intercepted him with a spear that struck like a dragon. Get out of my way. Tuoba sure attempted to knock Zhou Yuan's spear aside. However, Zhou Yuan wielded his spear with such finesse that Tuoba sure found himself ensnared and unable to advance for support. Yichilan, gazing at the wound on his chest, was filled with disbelief. His once impenetrable body had been breached. Sheng Huai'an's strength had evidently surpassed his own. Yichilan could not fathom how Sheng Huai'an had grown so rapidly in power. After wounding Yichilan, Sheng Huai'an continued his relentless assault, determined to take his opponent's life. As the gleaming blade descended, Yichilan swiftly evaded, simultaneously retrieving a war knife from the ground to counter the onslaught of Sheng Huai'an. Bang! Once again, a kick sent Yichilan flying. blood spilling from his mouth as he struggled to rise, half kneeling with one hand resting on his weapon, gazing up at Sheng Huai'an. His eyes reflected a tumult of anger and fear. Why? Sheng Huai'an, unable to comprehend the Xiongnu tongue, offered no reply. He advanced, striking at Ichilin's head with blinding speed. Witnessing the ferocity of Sheng Huai'an's blade and the palpable aura of lethal intent, Ichilin dodged with urgency. The murderous intent was overwhelming. A slash met only air, and Sheng Huai'an followed up with a punch. Bang! Ichilin braced himself against the blow, his body hurtling backward as blood erupted from his lips. Ichilin, Toba Sure, observing Ichilin in peril, felt a surge of panic. Get away! With a swift maneuver, he forced Zhou Yuan back, intent on rushing to Ichilin's aid. But Zhou Yuan would not permit Toba Sure to rescue Ichilin. A thrust of his spear intercepted Toba Sure's advance. Kill! Ichilin roared as he charged at Sheng Huai'an, resolved to fight to the death. At that moment, he had embraced the will to die, determined to take Sheng Huai'an down with him. Defeated by a martial master, Ichilin found it unbearable. He was a warrior of the steppes, a child of the shamanic deity. Clang! Blade shattered. Life extinguished. Chapter 32. The monstrous talent. Sheng Huai'an did not look back. Ichilin, lying on the ground, was already a severed corpse. The early-stage postnatal Ichilin fell beneath Sheng Huai'an's blade. For a martial artist to slay a postnatal warrior, even one at the initial stage, was nothing short of astonishing, leaving countless spectators in awe. Zhou Yuan gazed at Sheng Huai'an's feat of killing Ichilin, his heart flooded with an overwhelming sense of shock. This young man was defying the heavens. The task of defeating Ichilin had seemed insurmountable, yet now he lay dead at Sheng Huai'an's hands. How could Zhou Yuan not be astounded by Sheng Huai'an, a martial artist, achieving such a remarkable victory over a postnatal warrior? The other participating officers, witnessing Sheng Huai'an's triumph over a postnatal warrior, were equally taken aback. What manner of creature was this? A significant question loomed in their minds. How was it possible that merely a short time had passed, and Sheng Huai'an had grown powerful enough to slay a warrior of postnatal caliber? Wasn't the pursuit of martial arts notoriously difficult? How could Sheng Huai'an advance so rapidly? As they observed Sheng Huai'an dispatch the Xiongnu postnatal expert, the officers felt that all their years of martial training had been in vain. Damn it! Toba Sure was filled with rage and trepidation. Sheng Huai'an's slaying of Ichilin instilled in him a profound sense of crisis. For a martial artist to kill a postnatal warrior, what extraordinary talent must one possess to accomplish such a feat? If this individual were to break through to the postnatal realm, who among them could stand as his opponent? Toba Sure sensed a palpable threat. He realized that a formidable prodigy had emerged among the guards of Anning Pass. This prodigy was also a significant adversary to their Xiongnu. Thus, Sheng Huai'an must perish. He could not be allowed to grow stronger. This sentiment echoed in the hearts of all the Xiongnu postnatal warriors atop the city wall. Sheng Huai'an, wielding the black gold battle knife, approached Toba Sure. Ichilin had granted him 30 points of killing value, and now he had set his sights on Toba Sure, who was locked in combat with Zhou Yuan. Observing the black gold battle knife in Sheng Huai'an's grasp, Zhou Tian's lips twitched. Wasn't he that General Yang's battle knife? How had it come into this boy's possession? Without further ado, Sheng Huai'an swung his knife towards Toba Sure. The fierce blade sliced through the air, prompting Toba Sure's heart to sound alarms. He concentrated all his blood energy to confront Sheng Huai'an in a single clash. Boom! The sound of their collision echoed like thunder, the immense force causing both men to stagger backward. At that moment, Toba Sure truly felt the impact of Sheng Huai'an's formidable strength. In terms of sheer arm strength, Sheng Huai'an surpassed him. If Sheng Huai'an were to enter the postnatal realm, bursting forth with vitality like a dragon, with skin as tough as bronze and bones as strong as iron, Toba Sure feared he could not withstand even a single strike from him. Gazing at the remarkably young Sheng Huai'an, Toba Sure was left wondering how he had cultivated to such a formidable level. Had he known that Sheng Huai'an had only been practicing martial arts for less than a month, Toba Sure would likely have experienced a complete breakdown of his resolve. He had just exchanged a fierce blow with Sheng Huai'an when Zhou Yuan's spear gleamed with a chilling light, swiftly followed by the weapon's release like a dragon soaring through the skies, aimed directly at Toba Sure's vulnerable back. At that moment, Toba Sure experienced the same dire straits Zhou Yuan had faced earlier. Confronted by the assault of two formidable opponents, he summoned every ounce of his spirit and focus. A moment's lapse in vigilance could lead him down the path of Italan, facing death upon these very walls. Channeling his blood energy and vital essence, he executed a desperate maneuver, barely managing to deflect Zhou Yuan's strike. With Sheng Huai'an now embroiled in the fray, Zhou Yuan unleashed his full might, holding nothing back. Bang! 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 3 successive thrusts, like a rampaging dragon, surged forth with the ferocity of gale and fire, forcing Tuoba Shi to retreat. Yet, with Sheng Huai'an's unyielding blade closing in behind him, he found himself with nowhere to escape. Trapped between the fierce tiger and the menacing wolf, Tuoba Shi was ensnared in a dire predicament. Bang! With no choice left, he hastily clashed with Sheng Huai'an, only to be sent flying by a swift kick. A perfect opportunity. Seizing the moment, Zhou Yuan executed a horizontal strike with his spear towards Tuoba Shi. Bang! The iron spear struck heavily against Tuoba Shi's back, shattering his extraordinary armor, and the force obliterated his vertebrae, causing his internal organs to rupture, resulting in a torrent of blood. Zhou Yuan's full-force assault rendered Tuoba Shi utterly incapacitated. My life is forfeit. This was Tuoba Shi's final thought. As he faced imminent demise, Sheng Huai'an moved like lightning, his silhouette ghostly, swiftly advancing. With his black gold war knife, he thrust it precisely, piercing Tuoba Shi's waist. A single stroke severed his fate. In this grim manner, Tuoba Shi met a tragic end upon the city walls. Witnessing Tuoba Shi's demise at the hands of Sheng Huai'an, Zhou Yuan felt an inexplicable chill at his waist. Was this intentional or merely happenstance? He had heard whispers of Sheng Huai'an's moniker, the godly hand of kidney stabbing. Now, it seemed that the legend held a grain of truth. I am Zhou Yuan. You must be the illustrious Sheng Huai'an, whose reputation has recently soared. Zhou Yuan greeted with a smile. Greetings, brother Zhou Yuan. I am indeed Sheng Huai'an. We fight together to vanquish foes and protect our borders. Let us not speak of fame. Sheng Huai'an waved dismissively. Indeed, now is not the time for idle chatter. Once the battle concludes, I shall treat you to a drink. Zhou Yuan replied with a grin. Very well, I shall hold you to that. Sheng Huai'an nodded with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, the two resumed their relentless assault against the enemy. Having pierced Tuoba Shi's waist, Sheng Huai'an accrued 33 points of slaughter value. Tuoba Shi was slightly stronger than Italan, thus yielding 3 additional points of value. With the deaths of both Italan and Tuoba Shi, the pressure on the Xiongnu's postnatal warriors besieging the walls diminished with the arrival of Sheng Huai'an and Zhou Yuan. Wu Xiaowei, I shall assist you, Sheng Huai'an declared as he charged into the fray to confront a Xiongnu postnatal warrior. With one less adversary of that caliber, Wu Xiaowei's burden was significantly alleviated. Although the 7th Battalion is still in the process of assembling an emergency training army, it has nonetheless taken to the city walls to fend off the formidable practitioners from the Xiongnu forces. Facing 2 opponents simultaneously, the martial officer finds himself under considerable pressure. However, with Sheng Huai'an joining the fray to confront one of the innate warriors, the officer is afforded the opportunity to unleash his full potential against the enemy. Observing Sheng Huai'an, the officer is overwhelmed with mixed emotions. It has not been long since Sheng Huai'an has proven himself capable of contending with innate warriors. Given a little more time, he might find himself addressing Sheng Huai'an as my lord. The innate warrior that Sheng Huai'an faces is merely at the early stage of his cultivation, not particularly strong, and thus entirely manageable for him. Armed with a black gold warblade, Sheng Huai'an wields his weapon with unparalleled ferocity, driving his opponent to retreat time and again. Cursed be it. Feeling the overwhelming strength, Wu Mu Sang's arms tremble. As the chieftain of the Wu Mu tribe, a small clan that has pooled its resources to elevate him to the early stage of innate cultivation, he had envisioned leading his warriors to glory in the conquests of Dawei, seizing countless resources to bolster his tribe. Yet, his aspirations have been thwarted. Their offensive has been impeded, and many of his warriors have perished in battle. To make matters worse, news of their tribe being attacked has reached him. Every able-bodied youth has fallen, and even those tall as a cart have been slain, effectively severing the future of the Wu Mu tribe. These setbacks have sapped Wu Mu Sang of his once indomitable spirit. Now, facing the youthful soldier of Dawei, he finds himself being relentlessly driven back, bereft of confidence. Sheng Huai'an's immense power and the vicious precision of his blade make it increasingly arduous for him to defend himself. Swish! A gash appears in Wu Mu Sang's armor, crimson blood spilling forth. The blade is too swift, too sharp. His armor and his own hardened physique provide no adequate defense. Soon, his body bears the marks of sustained injuries, and as he faces Sheng Huai'an's fierce assaults, his ability to withstand diminishes. With a splatter of blood, Wu Musang attempts to stifle the wound at his throat, but finds it futile. He collapses to the ground, his eyes filled with visions of the tribe's future, as if he could see the Wu Mu tribe flourishing, rivaling even the royal clans. With a decisive strike, Sheng Huai'an swiftly ends his life. Another innate warrior falls beneath his blade. The other officers, witnessing Sheng Huai'an's prowess in dispatching yet another Xiongnu warrior, lament in despair, questioning the origin of such a prodigy. Simultaneously, they feel a fierce determination. They cannot allow a junior like Sheng Huai'an to eclipse them. Otherwise, would it not reflect poorly on their own abilities? Under the mounting pressure from the fervent officers, the Xiongnu innate warriors feel the weight of their predicament intensifying. The innate warriors engaged with the 5 prominent officers also take note of Sheng Huai'an. They too wish to strike and eliminate him, but are ensnared by the 5 officers, unable to free themselves. Nevertheless, they commit Sheng Huai'an's visage to memory, marking him as a target for future retribution. This person must die. Unbeknownst to Sheng Huai'an, he has already caught the attention of the Xiongnu innate warriors. Chapter 33. Re-entering the prairie within the tent of the left noble king of the Xiongnu. As he observed over 10,000 soldiers besieging the city, many had already scaled the walls, yet they still could not seize control. The left noble king was rapidly losing his patience. How could a mere 30,000 defenders at Anning Pass be so formidable? After such a prolonged siege, they had yet to deplete the defenders' vital forces. Hold my edict and summon another master warrior. I refuse to believe that Yang Yi is invincible, the left noble king declared, unwilling to prolong the stalemate any further. The great Shan Yu had already sent down several reprimands, demanding a swift conquest of Anning Pass. Yes, a messenger took the left noble king's order and hurried away. In the grand capital of the Great Wei, Luojing, within the palace, the elderly emperor lay gravely ill. The esteemed physicians of the imperial hospital tirelessly administered various ancient remedies to prolong his life. In the prince's residence, Crown Prince Han Che listened expressionlessly to the reports from his subordinates. Has my second brother appointed that confidant again today? Your Highness. The second prince has promoted General Wei Wu to the commander of the imperial guards, overseeing the palace, and has also assigned General Li Ho to lead the national troops. Crown Prince Han Che was not named as regent. Instead, it was the second prince who received the emperor's command. This decree sent shockwaves throughout the court. What of my other brothers? Crown Prince Han Che inquired coolly. The 3rd, 6th, and 9th princes were certainly not to be underestimated and would not sit idly by. They were all contacting court officials and generals across the regions. What on earth does that old man intend to accomplish? Han Che pondered, gazing toward the palace. He could not fathom his father's motives behind such actions. Originally, the regency was to fall to him, yet it had been bestowed upon the second prince, thus stirring political turmoil, as many ambitious figures began to make their moves in the shadows, transforming the once tranquil court into a realm of intrigue. Your Highness, urgent news from the northern border. The Xiongnu army of 500,000 is at the gates, preparing to march south. The border commanders have sent out numerous pleas for reinforcements, stated the Minister of War. The second prince, Han Feiyu, waved his hand dismissively, exuding confidence as he replied, There is no need for haste. I shall dispatch General Li to lead the reinforcements. The Minister of War wished to speak further, but was restrained by the Minister of Revenue, who subtly shook his head. With a sigh, the Minister of War, Wang Cheng, reflected on the power struggles, the suppression of dissent, and the elevation of confidence. The second prince was truly a paragon of how one could rise to prominence, elevating those around him. It would not be long before he too might be replaced. What of the disaster relief in Jiangning Prefecture? The second prince Han Feiyu inquired of the Minister of Revenue. Minister Zhuo Tang felt a sinking in his heart. Was this a prelude to scrutiny? Your Highness, the governor of Jiangnan has already begun distributing grain for relief, he responded. The second prince nodded, maintaining a calm facade. It seemed the governor of Jiangnan could not be allowed to remain in power. In the bustling city of Luojing, beneath an unremarkable courtyard, in the basement, 3 figures sat together. Third brother, sixth brother, the influence of second brother is growing ever stronger. Many ministers and generals in the court have begun to lean towards him. If we do not unite, we may face grave peril. Has there been any news from eldest brother? Eldest brother remains as immovable as ever. It is unclear what he is waiting for. The second prince is busy suppressing dissent, placing his own people in key positions within the court, while the other princes are forming alliances and secretly amassing power. The court of the Great Way is in turmoil, with princes engaging in both overt and covert conflicts, all seemingly oblivious to the raging fires at the northern borders. As dusk fell, the war came to a halt, leaving behind remnants of smoke and a sun that bled into the horizon. The winds from the northern frontier grew fiercer. Here, there were no picturesque vistas of solitary smoke rising from the desert or the sun setting over the vast river. What remained were swords and blood. Behind Sheng Huai'an lay a multitude of fallen corpses. Torn battle robes and blood-stained armor adorned faces etched with resolve. His deep black eyes glimmered with intensity. The frail scholar had perished. The man before them now was the valiant officer of Anning Pass, the bloodied hand of the butcher, Sheng Huai'an. With today's battle concluded, the ordinary soldiers busied themselves tending to the wounded and handling the dead. Fewer than half of the soldiers who had faced the Xiongnu returned. The defenders of the city had also suffered significant losses, leaving Anning Pass with barely 10,000 capable soldiers. Yang Yi gazed solemnly at the Xiongnu encampment beyond the walls. Fully aware that the court would not dispatch reinforcements, they had run out of allies. Until a new era emerged, the northern frontier had effectively been forsaken. The armies in the interior had become mere pawns in the power struggles among the princes. Descending from the city wall, Sheng Huai'an quickly washed up before joining the soldiers for dinner. After the meal, they would set out. The soldiers of the 7th Camp's 10th Battalion chose to follow Sheng Huai'an into the perilous grasslands. Brothers, this journey is fraught with danger. Ensure that you have settled all matters. Perhaps this time, we may not return. Sheng Huai'an addressed the 50 or so soldiers who had fought alongside him on the plains. Commander, we joined the army because we had no other path to follow, seeking a future. To die on the battlefield is a worthy fate. What is there to fear? Tang Yinshan spoke up. Indeed, what is there to fear? We shall either die in battle or return in glory, Hai Dai added. The others shared similar resolute expressions. Very well, my soldiers. This journey shall end in either death or honor, Sheng Huai'an declared loudly. Leading his men, he arrived at the southern gate of the city. General Yang Yi was already waiting there with his men. General, Sheng Huai'an hurried forward to pay his respects. You have arrived. Yang Yi nodded. General, this is your battle blade, Sheng Huai'an said as he removed the black gold sword from his waist and returned it to Yang Yi. Yang Yi grasped the black gold warblade, lightly caressing its blade before sheathing it and then tossing it to Sheng Huai'an. This is a gift for you, Yang Yi declared with a smile. Sheng Huai'an, momentarily taken aback upon receiving the black gold warblade, recalled that General Yang had wielded this very blade for many years. Behind Yang Yi, Sun Hao Zhao Yong'an, and several others were equally astonished. The black gold warblade was indeed extraordinary. It was unexpected that General Yang would bestow it upon Sheng Huai'an. Do you not desire it? Yang Yi inquired. No, that's not it. Sheng Huai'an responded, slightly overwhelmed. A dependable blade is essential for slaying foes. I hope you can alleviate the pressure on Anning Pass. Once the city falls, countless families will be left to suffer under the iron hooves of the Xiongnu, Yang Yi stated earnestly. I shall not fail your expectations, Sheng Huai'an affirmed, fastening the black gold warblade to his waist. This spear, too, was crafted for you by my order. It's quite formidable. I hope it will taste the blood of the Xiongnu, Yang Yi said as he handed a long spear to Sheng Huai'an. As Sheng Huai'an took the spear, he felt its weight. It was indeed a fine weapon. Yang Yi also presented Sheng Huai'an with a suit of battle armor. Here are 1,000 elite cavalrymen, the last bastion of our Anning Pass. I now entrust them to you, hoping you will lead them to glory across the plains. Sheng Huai'an gazed at the 1,000 cavalrymen, bemused, for he had initially been told there would only be 500. They are cavalry. Their prowess lies in mounted combat, not in defending the city. Allow them to fulfill their true potential, Yang Yi explained, noticing Sheng Huai'an's confusion. With the additional 500 cavalrymen, their strength had doubled, instilling Sheng Huai'an with newfound confidence. Mount up, Sheng Huai'an commanded, leading the charge as he mounted a white warhorse. The others followed suit in seamless unison. Yang Yi regarded the cavalry before him. Warriors, I await your triumphant return to celebrate your victory. March forth. Sheng Huai'an led the cavalry into the fray, alongside his previous subordinates. They numbered over 1,060 as they exited through the southern gate of Anning Pass. There were no grandiose proclamations. Their departure was quiet, akin to phantoms in the night. The 1,000-strong cavalry had to circumvent the watchful eyes of the Xiongnu scouts, necessitating a detour. After a night of marching, just before dawn, a contingent of iron cavalry entered the boundless grasslands. Gazing across the vast expanse, Sheng Huai'an felt a familiar stir within. He had returned once more, this time with 1,000 cavalrymen at his side. Chapter 34. Breaking through the acquired realm, the wind rustled through the grass, yet no cattle or sheep could be seen. Approaching the border, they traversed a buffer zone where the Xiongnu nomadic tribes dared not graze. Venturing into the vast prairie, led by a guide from the army, they delved deeper into the heart of the grasslands. The young lad, brimming with confidence, rode swiftly, adorned in a crimson robe, wielding a cherry blossom spear. Sheng Huai'an, astride a white steed, donned a red battle cloak, brandishing a long spear, radiating a striking presence. Anyone who beheld him would undoubtedly exclaim, "What a handsome young man!" "Commander Sheng, should we not first sever the Xiongnu's supply lines?" Gui Xiaoping inquired. Sheng Huai'an turned to observe Gui Xiaoping, clad in a black battle robe and wielding a great halberd. This man was also a captain of 1,000, a master of martial prowess, now serving under his command. "There's no rush. We are quite close to the Xiongnu forces. If we create a stir, they may send their iron cavalry to overwhelm us. Our current strength is insufficient to withstand their onslaught," Sheng Huai'an replied. "If we are to strike, let us plunge deep into the prairie and create chaos." The iron cavalry of their contingent, though deemed elite, paled in comparison to the Xiongnu's formidable horsemen. They had but one steed each, their armor was not heavy, and the soldiers' cultivation was modest. Sheng Huai'an envisioned true elite cavalry as heavily armored knights, each equipped with 3 warhorses. A charge from such an army would be an unstoppable torrent of steel. As the troops continued deeper into the grasslands, solitary wolves seemed to sense the impending danger and fled from afar. "Commander Sheng, there is a small tribe ahead. Should we circumvent it?" A scout, who had been sent ahead, reported upon his return. "Circumvent it. Now is not the time to engage with small tribes. Bring the troops forward," Sheng Huai'an commanded. By afternoon, they had penetrated the prairie by 200 miles. This expanse was astonishingly vast. Previously, Sheng Huai'an had perceived this world as a mere parallel universe or replica of another. Yet upon truly comprehending it, he realized how misguided he had been. This prairie was 2 to 3 times larger than that of his former life. Beside the borders of the Great Way, the prairie was dominated by 2 formidable powers, the Xiongnu and the Rongdi. "Commander, we have news. 20 miles ahead, there is a Xiongnu supply convoy," the scout reported upon his return. "How many are there?" Sheng Huai'an immediately inquired. "Approximately over 1,000 men, with a significant amount of supplies, estimated to be in the hundreds of carts," the scout responded. 1,000 men. Sheng Huai'an's eyes gleamed with interest. Such a force, coupled with their abundant supplies, would serve as excellent prey. "Prepare for battle." Upon Sheng Huai'an's command, the soldiers behind him swiftly readied themselves for combat. The cavalry moved swiftly. 20 miles would take less than half an hour. From a distance, they observed the approaching Xiongnu supply convoy. "Charge!" The iron cavalry surged forward with the swiftness of wind and fire. Sheng Huai'an led the charge, thundering ahead. The resounding hoofbeats instantly captured the attention of the Xiongnu forces. The leader of the Xiongnu, upon seeing the approaching cavalry and their unfamiliar attire and banners, shouted, "Enemy attack! Prepare for defense." Regrettably, it is too late. Amidst the cavalry charge, a rain of arrows was unleashed, raining down upon the encampment of the Xiongnu forces. The audacity of Sheng Huai'an to charge forth without hesitation stemmed from his possession of 1,000 iron steeds, rendering skirmishes unnecessary. By the time the Xiongnu army hastily organized to resist, it was already too late. Sheng Huai'an led the charge, penetrating the enemy camp with fervor. His spear thrust directly towards the foe, effortlessly tearing through their chests. The rudimentary skills of the overlord spear technique proved more than sufficient to deal with the ordinary Xiongnu soldiers. He forged ahead, wreaking havoc within the enemy's ranks, his spear acting as the scythe of death, relentlessly reaping the lives of the Xiongnu warriors. The iron cavalry surged forth like a torrent of steel, utterly annihilating the Xiongnu encampment. In a single charge, not a single Xiongnu soldier remained alive within the camp. On this flat expanse of grassland, encountering cavalry meant that 1,000 against 1,000 was a complete crushing defeat, not to mention the Xiongnu's logistical troops, who were merely a secondary force. The cavalry led by Sheng Huai'an represented the elite of Anning Pass. With ease, they concluded the battle, and the leader of the Xiongnu forces, a martial master, met his end as Sheng Huai'an shattered his skull with a single thrust. Clear the battlefield, Sheng Huai'an commanded loudly. Tang Yinshan and Hai Dahu swiftly stepped forward, rallying the soldiers to commence the cleanup. Wang Wu, take the scouts and spread out to gather intelligence on the surroundings, Sheng Huai'an instructed further. Understood. Wang Wu, accompanied by several scouts, soon vanished into the vast grassland. Wang Wu was appointed as a squad leader, leading a team of scouts. Boss Hang, no? Now I must address you as Bing Wei, he corrected himself. Bing Wei Sheng, there are pills, many pills. Tang Yinshan exclaimed joyfully. Now officially promoted to Bing Wei. Sheng Huai'an commanded 1,000 troops. Upon hearing about the pills, Gui Xiaoping and another Bing Wei, Hu Bing, instantly brightened with excitement. It is worth noting that the garrison at Anning Pass had been neglected, having not received any medicinal pills from the court for 2 to 3 years. Come, let us take a look. Gui Xiaoping and Hu Bing followed Sheng Huai'an towards the carts. The boxes on the 4 horse-drawn carts were filled with pills, predominantly healing elixirs, with some aiding in cultivation. Breakthrough pills, there are some here. Tang Yinshan exclaimed with enthusiasm. Breakthrough pills? Let me see. Gui Xiaoping and Hu Bing eagerly rushed forward to inspect the pills. 4th grade breakthrough pills. Haha, 4th grade breakthrough pills. Gui Xiaoping laughed with exhilaration. What? 4th grade breakthrough pills? Hu Bing gasped, momentarily stunned before trembling with excitement. Both had reached the pinnacle of the martial master realm, yet had struggled to break through. Had the court allocated pills earlier, they would have long since ascended to the post-heaven realm. Now, seeing the 4th grade breakthrough pills, their excitement was palpable. 4th grade breakthrough pills were more than sufficient for both to advance to the post-heaven realm. A 4th grade breakthrough elixir was up for auction on the black market, starting at a staggering 100,000 taels of silver, a truly rare resource. How could there be only 2? The 2 individuals exchanged glances before turning their attention to Sheng Huai'an. They understood that Sheng Huai'an had attained the pinnacle of martial mastery and was the captain of their team. This signified that the distribution of the elixirs was at his discretion. What is it? Sheng Huai'an inquired upon noticing their gaze. Captain Sheng. There are only 2 of these 4th grade breakthrough elixirs, Gui Xiaoping spoke up. 2 is sufficient, as long as there is a yield, that is what matters. Sheng Huai'an assumed Gui Xiaoping felt the spoils were scant, considering they had been seized from the Xiongnu. No, just speak plainly, why the hesitation? Sheng Huai'an prompted. Observing their reluctance, the 2 wished to express their desire for the elixirs, but felt awkward. They ultimately conveyed their need for the 2 4th grade breakthrough elixirs, which Sheng Huai'an swiftly comprehended. He recognized their hesitance, given that they were his subordinates and must adhere to his decisions. You both have reached the pinnacle of martial mastery, correct? Sheng Huai'an stated. Indeed. Gui Xiaoping and his companion nodded vigorously. Then these elixirs shall be allocated to you both, in hopes of achieving breakthroughs into the postnatal realm. This will enhance our safety while operating behind enemy lines, Sheng Huai'an declared. Upon hearing this, the 2 were elated. And what of you, Captain Sheng? Hu Bing asked. You need not worry about me. I can achieve a breakthrough even without the elixirs, Sheng Huai'an replied. Very well, these 2 elixirs are designated for you. Make haste and strive for your breakthrough, he instructed. Yes, Captain Sheng. We shall follow your orders without fail, Gui Xiaoping solemnly affirmed. The 2 felt immense gratitude towards Sheng Huai'an. Without the elixirs, their innate potential would mean a lengthy 2-year struggle to reach the postnatal realm. Waving his hand dismissively, Sheng Huai'an instructed Tang Yinshan, distribute the elixirs to ensure that all soldiers possess healing and cultivation elixirs, including 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade breakthrough elixirs. Allocate them to suitable individuals to elevate their cultivation levels as much as possible. Yes, Captain Sheng. Tang Yinshan responded joyfully, feeling honored to be entrusted with such a critical task. Captain, we have an abundance of supplies, meat, grain, weapons, bows, and arrows. What should we do? Hai Dai approached to inquire. Take away as many horses, grain, meat, and weapons as possible. As for the rest, burn it all, and then retreat. Sheng Huai'an commanded without hesitation. The supplies that could not be transported, along with the bodies of the Xiongnu soldiers, were set ablaze. Sheng Huai'an, accompanied by over 1,000 iron cavalry, roamed the plains, targeting the Xiongnu supply convoys. Within a day, several supply units were obliterated, resulting in a sudden disruption of provisions for the Xiongnu army. Once he took action, Sheng Huai'an swiftly annihilated numerous Xiongnu forces responsible for transporting supplies, thereby severing the supply lines of the Xiongnu army at the front. "Report, my lord, the supply convoy has encountered an issue," a soldier informed the left noble king. "Our assault on Anning Pass today yielded little success, and the king's mood was already foul. Now, hearing of troubles with the supply troops has ignited his fury." "What has happened to the supply convoy?" the king inquired. "Today, several of our supply units were ambushed, their provisions were incinerated, and all personnel perished in battle," the soldier replied. What? What on earth transpired?" "The supply troops were traversing our own plains. How could they be decimated? Was it the Rongdi or some rebellious tribe?" The left noble king seethed with rage. "The specifics remain unknown." The reporting soldier felt drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by the king's wrath. "Send men to investigate immediately. Dispatch 2,000 cavalry to locate those audacious enough to oppose me at this time. I shall have them ground to dust." The king smashed his palm upon the table in fury. Sheng Huai'an's forces had swiftly obliterated several Xiongnu supply troops, and this had not gone unnoticed by the Xiongnu army. At present, he was reveling in a feast of beef and lamb with his subordinates, celebrating as though it were a festival. After dinner, he organized shifts for vigilance while he himself began to cultivate. However, it was not mere cultivation. He aimed for a breakthrough in his martial prowess. He could have advanced long ago, for his kill value was sufficient for such an elevation, yet at Anning Pass, he refrained from further advancement. Rapid ascension in strength can sometimes prove detrimental. Name: Sheng Huai'an race, human realm, great perfection of martial mastery techniques. Great Sun Heart Sutra, entry level. Bull strength technique, minor accomplishment. Blood slaughter blade technique, major accomplishment. Overlord spear technique, entry level. Strength 9,000 gene talent. Silver archer kill value 432. After achieving great perfection of martial mastery yesterday, he had slain 3 innate martial artists and numerous Xiongnu soldiers, raising his kill value to 432. Now, on the grasslands, he could continue to enhance his abilities. Upon investing points, consuming 200 kill values, a surge of immense power perpetually fortified his flesh, physique, and bones. His blood surged like a dragon, and the true essence of martial arts within his dantian steadily condensed and intensified. Upon breaking through to the limits of martial artists, his strength surged to 10,000 gene. This power had reached the standard of a consummate innate martial artist. Of course, this only pertained to strength. His overall prowess would likely align with that of mid to late stage innate martial artists. Observing that he still had over 200 kill values remaining, Sheng Huai'an chose not to invest further. He possessed a 4th-grade breakthrough elixir bestowed upon him by General Yang Yi, and the moment to utilize it had finally arrived, allowing him to conserve his precious kill points. Without a moment's hesitation, Sheng Huai'an withdrew the elixir and consumed it. The potent essence surged through him, striking against the barriers of his realm. Channeling the Great Sun Heart Sutra, he summoned his entire reservoir of blood vitality and true essence to amplify the elixir's power, launching a fierce assault on the confines of his realm. With a resounding pop, akin to an egg shattering its shell, Sheng Huai'an successfully transcended to the postnatal realm. Chapter 35. Vitality like a dragon. In the fleeting moment of breaking through to the postnatal realm, a potent force surged forth from within him, continuously fortifying his flesh, bones, and physique. This power emanated from the very depths of the human body, the most primordial force. His body seemed to have shattered some limit, allowing this strength to swell and rage. A series of soft sounds echoed from within him, the sound of bones being reinforced and forged by that formidable energy. His skin and bones were tinged with a faint golden hue, as if undergoing a metamorphosis, while the immense vitality incessantly strengthened his corporeal cells. At this moment, every sinew and bone in his body was being baptized by this force, rendering them even more resilient and powerful. The overwhelming vitality struck awe into the hearts of many onlookers. Numerous soldiers sensed the formidable aura and the surging blood energy emanating from Sheng Huai'an's tent. The blood coursing through him roared like a dragon's chant. This powerful vitality was palpable to those outside the tent. Is this the vitality of a dragon? Tang Yunshan and others felt an extraordinary shock. Such potent energy. At that moment, Sheng Huai'an resembled a blazing sun, radiating a scorching presence that enveloped the soldiers outside. No wonder some deemed him a prodigy. To reach such a level of vitality at this stage is truly remarkable. Those so-called once-in-a-millennium prodigies pale in comparison to Sheng Huai'an. It appears that Sheng Huai'an has successfully broken through. Such a young postnatal warrior. Many fell into silence, particularly Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing, who, now in their 30s, had yet to achieve the postnatal realm. Meanwhile, Sheng Huai'an, at barely 20, had already surpassed them, evoking a sense of awe with his exceptional talent. Many felt a mix of envy and joy for Sheng Huai'an. The stronger he became, the greater their hope of survival on this vast prairie. Once the surge of power subsided, Sheng Huai'an opened his eyes, revealing a sharp glint of gold. The tumultuous blood energy within him also calmed. Observing the golden luminescence, the following details emerged. Name: Sheng Huai'an race, human realm, early postnatal techniques. Great Sun Heart Sutra, beginner. Mighty Bull Strength, minor accomplishment. Blood Slaughter Blade Technique, major accomplishment. Overlord Spear Technique, beginner, strength, 15,000 Gene Talent. Silver Archer Kill Value, 232. Upon his breakthrough, his strength reached an impressive 15,000 Gene, comparable to that of an innate warrior. However, such strength does not necessarily equate to his overall prowess matching that of an innate warrior. Nevertheless, even when faced with a consummate postnatal warrior, he felt no fear. The chasm between postnatal and innate warriors is vast, a divide that cannot be bridged merely by strength. After transcending to the postnatal realm, his capabilities had seen a significant enhancement. While it may be premature to claim invincibility within the postnatal realm, it seems unlikely that he would encounter worthy adversaries. After the breakthrough in his cultivation, Sheng Huai'an did not cease his training. Rather, he continued to operate the Great Sun Heart Sutra, absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth, transforming it into true martial essence to strengthen his blood vitality, bones, and flesh. The path of martial cultivation entails the relentless honing of one's physique, empowering the body to transcend its limits. Witnessing Sheng Huai'an's successful breakthrough, Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing also prepared to consume the boundary-breaking pills, intending to achieve a breakthrough into the post-heaven realm in one fell swoop. Among the ranks, those capable of breaking through and receiving the pills began to cultivate, ingesting the elixirs in preparation for their ascension and enhancement of their strength. Such an opportunity was rare. Acquiring so many pills was indeed a stroke of good fortune for them. That night, the Anning cavalry experienced a notable enhancement in their power, significantly surpassing their previous capabilities. The next morning, before dawn, soldiers had already prepared breakfast. Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing emerged from their tent, their faces adorned with joyful smiles, their lips curving wider than the barrel of an AK. It was true what they said: joyful occasions invigorate the spirit. Indeed, both had successfully broken through to the post-heaven realm after consuming the 4th-grade boundary-breaking pills. They greeted everyone with cheerful salutes. "Ah, seeing you two so elated, what happened? Did you have a spring dream last night?" Sheng Huai'an teased. Guo Xiaoping, Hu Bing. Did they seem like the kind of individuals who would indulge in such fantasies? After all, they were both over 30 and had not been strangers to the pleasures of the spring pavilion. Such dreams were unlikely. "Good morning, Commander Sheng." Hu Bing managed a strained smile. "Why the awkward grin? Did I hit the nail on the head?" Sheng Huai'an winked, raising an eyebrow. Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing exchanged glances, pondering their leader's peculiar nature. One moment a fierce warrior akin to a god of death, and the next, resembling a roguish patron of the spring pavilion. "Commander Sheng, we have broken through to the post-heaven realm," Guo Xiaoping announced. "Oh, what a coincidence. I too have achieved a breakthrough. How about a spar?" Sheng Huai'an's mischievous inclinations flared as he observed their ecstatic demeanor, wishing to disrupt their joy. The two shook their heads vigorously, akin to rattling drums. They were well aware that their newfound powers did not place them on par with Sheng Huai'an. They possessed self-awareness and certainly lacked any masochistic tendencies. Noticing their refusal to engage in a spar, Sheng Huai'an felt a twinge of regret. Having just broken through, his fists itched for a worthy opponent, yet he found none. After breakfast was prepared and consumed, before the sun had even begun to rise, Sheng Huai'an and his companions had finished their meal and resumed their journey deeper into the grasslands. Today's objective remained unchanged: to disrupt the supply lines of the Xiongnu's military provisions. Severing the Xiongnu's supplies would incapacitate their siege efforts, thereby buying time for Anning Pass. In the morning, the Huns refrained from assaulting the city, their supplies running low. observing the inactivity of the Han forces. Yang Yi and the other commanders of the Anning Pass garrison realized that it was the work of Sheng Huai'an and his men. Clearly, this strategy of cutting off supplies was proving effective. One of the subordinate generals remarked on its efficacy. However, General Zhao Yong'an interjected, acknowledging that Sheng Huai'an and his companions were now in peril. "Let us hope they return safely," Sun Hao expressed. Though his words bore the weight of a mere wishful longing, the Huns would not tolerate their supplies being severed, inevitably dispatching heavy troops to eliminate those responsible for the disruption. Yang Yi remained silent, his heart heavy. For this was a gamble of lives to afford the garrison a moment's respite, merely exchanging one group of lives for another. Report to Lord Zhuxianwang. The scouts have returned with news. The assailants on the supply convoy appear to be a cavalry force of about 1,000, seemingly Anning troops. The messenger relayed early that day. Anning cavalry? 1,000 men dare to provoke my wrath. Such audacity. Zhuxianwang fumed. Send 3 cavalry units to bring me their heads. His anger had been mounting, having already dispatched several of his concubines in his fury. Yes, my lord. A Han general, upon receiving the command, immediately dispatched 3 cavalry units, each comprising 2,000 men, to eradicate those who had disrupted the supplies. Sheng Huai'an and his party were now set to face 6,000 Han cavalry, unaware of the impending confrontation. Commander, the units transporting supplies appear to have reinforced. It seems the Huns have caught wind of our actions, Guo Xiaoping remarked gravely. Discovery was inevitable. We have destroyed dozens of their supply units in a single day. It would be strange indeed if they remained oblivious, he added. As they beheld the approaching Hun supply convoy, now numbering 2,000, with 500 cavalry flanking it for protection, the regular infantry had also increased to 500 men, with a total of 1,000 regular soldiers. The additional 1,000 herdsmen were armed as well. Should we let them pass? Hu Bing inquired. Let them pass? When the meat is at my lips, there is no question of relinquishment, Sheng Huai'an declared, raising his spear and shouting, Brothers, follow me into battle. Charge! With a rallying cry, 1,000 cavalry surged forth like a stampede of horses, shaking the earth and raising a cloud of dust, an awe-inspiring sight. Chapter 36. The mastery of the Overlord spear technique. Thousands of cavalry surged forth, their momentum formidable, swiftly drawing the attention of the Xiongnu army. The enemy approaches, exclaimed the officer, his vision unclouded. Helian Taishu, observing the advancing Anning cavalry, couldn't help but smirk. Let me see which illustrious figure has compelled me, a mere officer, to escort supplies. Helian Taishu, a mid-stage officer of considerable prowess, commanded 2,000 men, comparable to a captain of the Great Way. Warriors, charge forth and slay the foes. Helian Taishu bellowed, drawing his battle blade with fervor. Forward! 500 Xiongnu cavalry followed his lead, rushing towards the oncoming enemy. Sheng Huai'an, his gaze sharp, wielded an iron spear weighing over 100 pounds, his blood surging and true essence swirling as he concentrated all his strength into the spear. His target was the leader among the Xiongnu ranks. Likewise, Helian Taishu set his sights on Sheng Huai'an. As the two armies clashed, the cavalry charged with an awe-inspiring force akin to a landslide or a tidal wave, capable of instilling terror in the faint-hearted. The thunderous sound of hooves reverberated across the grassland, sending even the eagles soaring high into the sky in fright. Kill! Sheng Huai'an shouted, his spear striking out like a divine staff, creating a sonic boom as it cleaved through the air. Helian Taishu, with unmatched valor, swung his battle blade in response. Boom! The sound of impact echoed as Helian Taishu, along with his horse, was shattered by Sheng Huai'an's spear, blood splattering in all directions. The scene Helian had envisioned, of cleaving through the enemy's spear and severing the leader's head, was replaced by his own gruesome demise. The Xiongnu cavalry, witnessing their officer being reduced to mere pulp by the enemy leader's spear, were left in sheer shock. Even Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing, who followed closely behind Sheng Huai'an, were utterly astonished. That Xiongnu commander was a practitioner of the mid-stage realm. How could he have been slain by a single strike from Sheng Huai'an? What terrifying power and strength did he possess? Earlier that morning, when Sheng Huai'an had invited them to spar, their resolute refusal proved to be a wise decision. Kill! Sheng Huai'an led the charge into the ranks of the Xiongnu cavalry, where not a single corpse remained intact in his wake. Witnessing their commander being slain and Sheng Huai'an fearlessly plunging into the fray, the other soldiers were ignited with fervor and zeal, rushing forth with unyielding resolve. The sounds of horses neighing and weapons clashing filled the air as casualties mounted. The cavalry advanced with the swiftness of the wind. The Xiongnu, demoralized by the loss of their officer, found their spirit crushed under the overwhelming force of the Anning cavalry's charge, leading to their total annihilation. On the ground lay only lifeless bodies and horses bereft of their masters. It is important to note that this iron cavalry, aside from Sheng Huai'an, also included Gui Zhaoping and Hu Bing, both practitioners of the mid-stage realm, rendering the slaughter of the 500 Xiongnu cavalry a mere execution in the absence of their leader. The army's assault showed no signs of abating as they pressed onward, mercilessly advancing upon the remnants of the Xiongnu forces. Defeat was imminent. The army was vanquished. The valiant cavalry of Wei is indeed formidable. As the cavalry fell in battle, the terrified herdsmen could no longer withstand the onslaught of the iron steeds and fled, abandoning their weapons. The remaining 500 foot soldiers, confronted with the fierce charge of the Anning cavalry, were utterly demoralized. The iron cavalry surged forward, leaving a grim tableau of corpses in their wake, swiftly annihilating the Hunnic supply convoy, with the fleeing herdsmen meeting the same grim fate. As the cavalry halted their charge, the horses neighed, and the steed of Sheng Huai'an reared high, as if celebrating victory. Clad in a fluttering battle robe, Sheng Huai'an held a bloodied spear in hand. After obliterating this Hunnic supply unit, he immediately commanded a thorough cleanup of the battlefield. They were to swiftly gather what could be salvaged and incinerate the rest. Soldiers tended to the wounded and carried away the bodies of their fallen comrades. Although there were some casualties among the troops, fortunately only a handful, the mightiest Hunnic commander, Helian Tai, had met his demise at Sheng Huai'an's hands. The remaining Hunnic cavalry posed little threat thereafter. His soldiers quickly finished clearing the battlefield, setting ablaze the supplies they could not transport, and departed hastily. By now, each member of the Anning cavalry had acquired 2 steeds, enabling them to continue their rapid advance. With the destruction of this Hunnic supply unit, Sheng Huai'an pressed on, leading his cavalry in search of the next target. Over the course of a single day, he swept through numerous Hunnic supply convoys, slaying over 10,000 Huns and incinerating countless provisions. When the Hunnic cavalry discovered the remnants of their slain supply unit, they were met with a scene of devastation, lifeless bodies strewn across the ground and supplies reduced to ash. "Damn it! No matter who you are, I shall have your remains in pieces," roared Helan Guanshan. "Pursue them. We must hunt down this band," he bellowed, spurring his horse in the direction Sheng Huai'an had taken. Behind him, 2,000 elite Hunnic cavalry, clad in iron, galloped fiercely. Witnessing the slaughter of their kin ignited a fierce fury among the other Hunnic soldiers. They had always been the aggressors. When had anyone dared to invade their steppes and slaughter their people? This was an affront to their warrior spirit. As the night descended, Sheng Huai'an and his troops halted to rest and partake in their evening meal. The confiscated provisions were laid out for all to feast upon. As the warriors had considerable appetites, Sheng Huai'an himself consumed an entire cow, barely feeling satisfied. The meat he ingested transformed into vital energy, stored within him. The bounty of their recent endeavors was notably abundant, yielding numerous elixirs, including 3 4th-grade breakthrough pills and countless others for healing and cultivation. This represented a significant fortune, ensuring that all involved in this campaign would return home with ample riches. Regrettably, there is no master of the martial arts within the ranks. Otherwise, Sheng Huai'an would not have left behind 3 4th-grade breakthrough pills. He firmly believes that the path to true strength lies in enhancing one's abilities. Although today he successfully ambushed several detachments of the Xiongnu supply troops, he also lost more than 30 cavalrymen, who will forever remain on this vast grassland. As night fell, Sheng Huai'an gazed at the myriad stars in the sky, yet he could not discern the familiar constellations. Throughout the day's battles, he had slain 7 Xiongnu post-heaven warriors and hundreds of ordinary soldiers, accumulating a killing value that exceeded his previous records. Name: Sheng Huai'an race, human realm, early post-heaven cultivation techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra, beginner, Brawny Bull strength, minor accomplishment, Blood Fiend blade technique, major accomplishment, projection, Overlord spear technique, beginner, strength, 15,000 gene talent, silver archer killing value, 1132. Seeing the killing value surpassing 1,000 stirred a sense of excitement within Sheng Huai'an. He contemplated the potential to enhance his cultivation realm, but refrained from doing so immediately. Having just achieved a breakthrough, any further elevation might draw undue attention. marking him as a monster among men. To his astonishment, the Blood Fiend blade technique revealed a projection, a new capability of the golden fingertip. Conversely, the Great Sun Heart Sutra displayed no sign of enhancement, leaving him somewhat perplexed. His first elevation had required merely 200 points, yet with over 1,000 killing value. No enhancement option appeared. How much was truly necessary? However, the Overlord Spear technique did present an opportunity for enhancement. Sheng Huai'an opted to elevate this technique first, as the cavalry charge and close combat favored the swift strikes of a long spear. He directly allocated points to enhance the Overlord Spear technique. Countless insights and experiences regarding the Overlord Spear technique flooded into his mind, akin to a kaleidoscopic rush. It felt as though he had practiced it for over a decade. Achieving a minor accomplishment, grasping the spear now felt remarkably familiar, as if he had trained for more than 10 years. Unable to resist, he lifted the spear and began to practice. The Overlord Spear technique was fierce and unyielding, with each move exuding strength and valor. Not far away, Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing watched in awe as Sheng Huai'an demonstrated the Overlord Spear technique, their hearts pounding with trepidation. The technique was astoundingly fierce. No wonder the Xiongnu post-heaven warrior had been cleaved into mere pulp, horse and man alike, by a single thrust. Such formidable spearplay. This is General Yang Ye's Overlord Spear technique. How could he possibly master it? They whispered among themselves. It must have been passed down to him by General Yang Yi. Yet, his proficiency suggests a decade of training. Could it be that he has been honing his skills since birth? After completing a round of practice with the Overlord Spear technique, now at a minor accomplishment, his combat prowess surged significantly. Overjoyed with this newfound strength, Sheng Huai'an glanced at his killing value, which now stood at a mere 632 points. Upon witnessing the advancement of the Overlord Spear technique to a minor realm, Sheng Huai'an felt a surge of unease, having expended 500 points of his kill value. Once again, he faced a significant drain on his resources. How many more points would be required to elevate it to a greater mastery? Gazing at the remaining 632 points of kill value, Sheng Huai'an restrained himself from further experimentation with the Blood Slaughter Blade technique. He needed to conserve a portion of his kill value for unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 37, My Friends. Charge with me. Across the vast and boundless expanse of the grassland, a towering mountain range lay sprawled, resembling a serpentine dragon, its length stretching into the horizon. Upon the majestic peaks of this range, snow had already begun to gather. At the base of the mountain stood a formidable royal city, the heart of the Xiongnu kingdom. Master of the nation, do you believe our king can conquer the northern borders of the Great Way? Inquired a robust young man, standing beside a cauldron, gazing at the figure cloaked in black, who was conjuring flames to refine elixirs. After a moment's pause, a voice emerged from beneath the dark robe. The dragon spirit of the Great Wei dynasty has yet to wane. The time is not ripe, the Xiongnu's master replied, taking a brief breath before continuing. An eagle soared above the grasslands. An eagle? The young man's expression shifted momentarily. On the following morning, Sheng Huai'an led his troops away from the temporary encampment, unwilling to linger in one place for too long. The autumn grasslands were adorned with white frost upon the blades in the early hours. Their objective remained steadfast, to ambush the Xiongnu supply convoys and sever the lifeline of provisions for the Xiongnu forces. With nearly 100,000 Xiongnu soldiers at the front, their daily consumption of supplies was no trivial matter. Disrupting the Xiongnu's provisions would slow their siege efforts. Otherwise, even with General Yang Ye's vigilant defense, Ning Pass would not withstand the onslaught. The regular soldiers had already been reduced to less than a third of their original strength, without the common soldiers. Even General Yang alone could not hold the pass. The army galloped across the grasslands, targeting the Xiongnu supply trains. After annihilating 3 such convoys, Sheng Huai'an's forces encountered a contingent of Xiongnu cavalry. There were 2,000 elite horsemen among them. The two armies met on the expansive grasslands, separated by merely a mile. In such a scenario, fleeing would be futile. Being pursued by the Xiongnu cavalry would only lead to certain demise. Neighing in anticipation of the impending battle, Sheng Huai'an's steed pawed at the ground. Heilong Guanshan observed the opposing cavalry with a cruel smile gracing his lips. The heads of over 1,000 foes were within his grasp. At last, we have found you. Ahead lies the enemy, who has slaughtered our kin. Warriors, what shall we do? Heilong Guanshan declared loudly. Kill, 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 echoed the battle cries of the Xiongnu cavalry behind him, resonating through the heavens, deafening in their fervor. By vanquishing this enemy force and bringing back their heads, he could be granted the title of general, no longer merely a commander. Kill! With a fierce shout, Heilong Guanshan unsheathed his battle blade and led his cavalry into a charge. As he beheld the Xiongnu forces advancing, Sheng Huai'an turned to his comrades and proclaimed, "Brothers, are you afraid?" "Not afraid," they thundered in unison. As he observed his subordinates, who exhibited not a trace of fear, Sheng Huai'an nodded in satisfaction. Facing formidable adversaries, their willingness to draw their swords reflected the elite nature of this battalion, handpicked from the ranks of the Anning army. In the narrow confines of battle, it is the courageous who prevail. "Charge with me, my comrades," Sheng Huai'an bellowed. His steed surged forward like an arrow loosed from its bow. "Onward! Slay!" The 1,000 iron cavalry behind him roared in unison, their blood boiling with the fervor of defending their homeland against invaders, a calling ingrained within their very essence. The cacophony of galloping hooves and clashing steel filled the air, a force that could rival the might of a tiger. The pervasive aura of bloodlust shattered the clouds above. Sheng Huai'an's presence escalated, transforming him into a veritable god of war, and the cavalry behind him surged forward like a sharp blade, aimed directly at the heart of the enemy. "Wretched Wei dogs, come forth and face your doom." The momentum emanating from Heilong Guanshan resembled that of a ferocious wolf. Yet, Sheng Huai'an stood as a descending tiger, both warriors locking their gaze upon each other. In Heilong Guanshan's eyes, Sheng Huai'an was merely a stepping stone, already marked for death. How could a mere early-stage practitioner withstand the full force of his perfected prowess? Sheng Huai'an eschewed battle cries, instead channeling his entire being to attain his zenith. Unleashing his most formidable strike. Boom! The two collided in an instant, their long spear and battle blade clashing with the force of a mountain splitting the sea. Unleashing a thunderous roar, Heilong Guanshan was violently hurled from his mount, his weapon sent flying. The unparalleled ferocity of the impact surged through his body, displacing his internal organs and causing a torrent of blood to rise in his throat. After rolling several times upon the ground, he finally came to a halt, spitting blood in the process. Conversely, Sheng Huai'an, though his palms were split from the force, remained undeterred. This Hunnic commander was remarkable, proving to be the most formidable opponent he had yet encountered. Kill! The warhorse surged forward, unable to halt its momentum. Sheng Huai'an, wielding an aura of terror, plunged into the ranks of the Hunnic cavalry. Within the wake of his spear, no enemy was left unscathed. Heilong Guanshan swiftly evaded the onslaught of the Anning cavalry, seizing the opportunity to leap, dragging down and slaying one of them in the process, commandeering the fallen steed. Observing Sheng Huai'an leading his troops into the fray like a fierce dragon, Heilong Guanshan felt regret for his tactical misjudgment, realizing he had lost the upper hand, rendering him incapable of rallying his cavalry for an effective counterattack. As the battle raged on, countless corpses littered the ground, both Anning cavalry and Hunnic warriors alike. Yet, the majority of the fallen were Hunnic soldiers. Now, fewer than half of the Hunnic cavalry remained mounted. Sheng Huai'an's audacity led him to the forefront of the Hunnic charge, wreaking havoc and scattering their ranks. The surviving Hunnic cavalry, rallying behind Heilong Guanshan, looked upon their decimated comrades, while the losses sustained by their adversaries were minimal. Heilong Guanshan's heart ached with despair. In an instance of overconfidence, he was unseated by an enemy commander's shot, causing the battle to lose its initial advantage. Sheng Huai'an, leading his cavalry, charged forward. After halting the momentum, he turned his steed around. Guo Xiaoping, Hu Bing, Tang Yinshan, Haide, Wang Wu, and others stood silently behind Sheng Huai'an, their bodies stained with the blood of slain foes, droplets having splattered upon them in battle. The Xiongnu cavalry posed little threat. As long as we are stronger and fiercer than they, we too can send them reeling. Wiping the blood from his face, Sheng Huai'an smiled and inquired, "Do you possess the confidence to slay them all?" His resonant voice echoed in each ear. "Yes, yes, yes," the Anning Iron Riders thundered, their spirit escalating under Sheng Huai'an's leadership, transforming this cavalry into an unstoppable force. "Excellent. My comrades, follow me into the fray, slay the enemies, and vow to defend our homeland with our lives." Sheng Huai'an shouted with fervor, urging them onward. "Slay the enemies, vow to defend our homeland," echoed the cavalry behind him as they surged forward. The sound of iron hooves and the neighing of warhorses filled the air. As he witnessed the enemy cavalry charge relentlessly, Healing Guanshan's eyes hardened. "Warriors, we are the wolves of the grasslands, the kings of this terrain. Follow me to slay the invaders who dare to trespass upon our land. Kill." It was a matter of life or death between the two forces. Only through bloodshed could one emerge victorious, deserving to speak. Having learned his lesson, Healing Guanshan resolved not to underestimate the situation again, summoning every ounce of focus to confront Sheng Huai'an. As Sheng Huai'an charged forth, his blood surged like a dragon, inner vitality roaring, his essence reaching its zenith. A faint golden glow enveloped his skin, reminiscent of a celestial being descended upon the earth, exuding unmatched momentum. Seeing Sheng Huai'an brandishing his spear and charging with fervor, Healing Guanshan raised his own spirit to its pinnacle, channeling all his strength, determined to confront Sheng Huai'an in a decisive duel. The warhorses galloped, shaking the very earth beneath them. Sheng Huai'an employed the Overlord Spear technique, preparing for a lethal strike to bring down the Xiongnu commander. Chapter 38. The plan's demise. The two leaders charged forward, their gazes fixated upon each other. Healing Guanshan's heart was resolute. He was determined to slay Sheng Huai'an. In a fleeting moment as they neared, Sheng Huai'an suddenly leapt from his horse, brandishing his spear and striking at Healing Guanshan. The technique was akin to a tyrant's spear play, a force of nature. The power surged forth, as if capable of cleaving mountains and severing seas. Caught off guard by the sudden leap of Sheng Huai'an and the descending spear, Healing Guanshan swiftly raised his blade to parry. He had never anticipated such a lethal maneuver from Sheng Huai'an. Boom! The iron spear descended with a violent force, toppling both man and steed, raising a cloud of dust. Sheng Huai'an soared back onto his mount, and as the dust settled, Healing Guanshan lay lifeless, his bones shattered, flesh mangled, a sight too gruesome to behold. He did not glance back. True warriors never look back. In that moment, he unleashed his utmost power, every cell in his body vibrating with intensity. That strike had reached the pinnacle of what his body could endure. Healing Guanshan, who had achieved the pinnacle of postnatal perfection, fell at his hands, earning Sheng Huai'an 40 points of kill value. Observing the demise of the Xiongnu's formidable leader, Hu Xiaoping and Hu Bing were both filled with astonishment. That was a being of postnatal perfection, vanquished so effortlessly. Just how formidable was this young officer? With Healing Guanshan's demise, the morale of the Xiongnu cavalry plummeted. In stark contrast, the morale of the Anning Iron Cavalry surged. The once spirited cavalry, invigorated by Sheng Huai'an's presence, surged into the ranks of the Xiongnu troops. Sheng Huai'an charged ahead, a veritable deity of death. With the fall of Healing Guanshan, no one could withstand his overwhelming might. He single-handedly slew over 300 Xiongnu soldiers. Not a single one of the 2,000 Xiongnu cavalrymen survived. They all perished in battle. The ground was littered with severed limbs and broken weapons, the earth stained crimson with blood. "Oh, we have triumphed, ha ha!" A soldier from Anning exclaimed joyously. "The Anning Iron Cavalry, mighty. Officer Sheng is formidable." The cavalrymen continuously raised their voices, celebrating their victory. With a mere 1,000 horsemen, they had faced 2,000 elite Xiongnu cavalry, annihilating the enemy while suffering only 100 casualties. What a resounding victory! Since the establishment of the Anning Iron Cavalry, such a triumph had never been witnessed. As he observed the jubilant soldiers, Sheng Huai'an gradually tempered the boiling fervor within him. Clad in armor and amidst the clash of weapons, the exhilaration was boundless. "Wind!" Sheng Huai'an raised his bloodied spear and shouted. "Great wind! Great wind!" The soldiers echoed, their voices soaring, sweeping through the skies. As the battlefield was cleared, all that could be salvaged was taken, including the unscathed steeds. The injured or maimed horses whinnied in distress, and the sight of corpses and the stench of blood soon attracted vultures from the sky. After this victorious battle, the Iron Cavalry of Anning has undergone a remarkable transformation, both in spirit and confidence. They have not ceased their relentless march into battle, nor have they forgotten their mission to venture into the grasslands. Sheng Huai'an, leading his cavalry, continues to engage in guerrilla warfare against the supply trains of the Xiongnu. On this day, they decimated 8 Xiongnu transport units, seizing countless spoils. The assault on the supply trains disrupted the enemy's provisions, causing the Xiongnu forces to halt their advance on Anning Pass, which once again basked in tranquility. "Have the enemy raiders dealt with the supplies?" inquired the impatient left prince. 3 days prior, the right prince had already breached the Qishan fortress, sending 100,000 troops southward into the territories of Yenzhou, Qizhou, and Dangzhou. Yet, he found himself obstructed at Anning Pass, overshadowed by the right prince's accomplishments, fueling his fury. The left and right princes are natural rivals, with the title of Grand Chanyu destined for the victor among them. Should the right prince's merits surpass his own, the left prince would find himself relegated to the status of right prince. The generals under the left prince exchanged glances, none daring to voice their thoughts. "Why have you all fallen silent?" The left prince seethed, observing his reticent generals. "Report to the king, we have yet to receive any news." One general stammered. "Useless. It has been 2 days, and you still have not resolved this. Are you not the eagles of the grasslands, the warriors of the plains?" The left prince roared, his face burning with shame at the thought of a mere 1,000 men wreaking havoc across the grasslands. "You must resolve this within 2 days. Once Master Tai arrives, the entire army will advance. I intend to seize Anning Pass in one fell swoop." Meanwhile, the Xiongnu forces dispatched another 10,000 iron cavalry back to the grasslands to assist in encircling Sheng Huai'an's troops. After a day of fierce combat, Sheng Huai'an's men had slain over 7,000 enemies, covering a distance of 200 kilometers. As night fell, Sheng Huai'an's unit set up camp by a river. Their successive victories had dulled the sorrow of losing over 100 comrades. Now, fewer than 900 remained in Sheng Huai'an's camp. In the encampment, the soldiers gathered to feast on meat and broth. After dinner, some began their patrols while others engaged in training. Having captured a substantial amount of elixirs, Sheng Huai'an ordered their distribution to the soldiers for cultivation. As time passed, their situation grew increasingly perilous. Only by enhancing their strength could they hope to survive. At this moment, within his own tent, Sheng Huai'an reflected on the day's slaughter, having single-handedly dispatched over 500 Xiongnu foes, accumulating a kill count that, combined with the previous day's tally, had surpassed 2,000. Name: Sheng Huai'an. Race: Human Realm. Early Postnatal Techniques: Great Sun Heart Sutra, Beginner. Mighty Bull Strength, Minor Success. Blood Saber Technique, Major Success. Overlord Spear Technique, Minor Success. Strength: 15,000 pounds. Talent: Silver Archer. Kill value: 2238. Upon witnessing his kill value surpass the 2,000 mark, a plus sign appeared behind the Great Sun Heart Sutra. Sheng Huai'an's lips twitched, and an ominous premonition washed over him. Initially, entering the technique had cost him 200 kill points. Surely, achieving minor success would not require 2,000, would it? This apprehension deterred him from investing in the Great Sun Heart Sutra. Instead, he opted to enhance his cultivation, expending 500 kill points to elevate his realm to the mid-stage of the postnatal realm, augmenting his strength by 5,000 pounds, bringing his one-arm strength to an impressive 20,000 pounds. Simultaneously, his bones and skin underwent continuous fortification, gleaming with a golden hue. Having reached the mid-stage of the postnatal realm, Sheng Huai'an refrained from further enhancement. His prowess had escalated at an alarming rate, having only recently achieved a breakthrough. He advanced yet another minor stage. Should he persist in his ascent, it would verge on the absurd. After spending 500 kill points, he retained 1,738 points. He realized that engaging in battle yielded a more bountiful harvest of kill points. He had never felt so affluent. Should he achieve another breakthrough, without the interference of innate warriors, Sheng Huai'an would confidently declare himself invincible. The following morning, Sheng Huai'an led his subordinates onward. Throughout the day, they annihilated 3 Hun supply transport units. It seems the Huns have altered their strategy, dispatching a large contingent to safeguard their provisions, Gua Xiaoping remarked. In a span of 1 day, they encountered merely 3 small transport units. However, they caught sight of a formidable transport army comprising 20,000 men, with 5,000 cavalrymen as escorts. Such a robust supply unit was beyond their capacity to confront. Their ambitions to sever the Hun supply lines faltered here. A piercing cry from an eagle drew Sheng Huai'an's attention. The eagle circled above them, seemingly lingering since they had decimated one of the Hun supply transport units. Do the Huns possess the art of falconry? Sheng Huai'an questioned uneasily. Chapter 39. Disappearance within the realm of the Xiongnu. There exists a technique for training eagles for reconnaissance. Alas, our position has been compromised. Wang Wu's expression suddenly shifted dramatically. Cursed be my negligence. This is a reconnaissance eagle raised by the Xiongnu. We may have fallen into their trap. Those 3 small supply units are mere decoys, deliberately enticing us, Gua Xiaoping remarked, his countenance equally grim. Sheng Huai'an furrowed his brow and immediately retrieved a bow, knocking an arrow and infusing it with his true essence, aiming at the eagle soaring above. However, with his current archery skills, he found it impossible to bring the bird down. The soldiers behind him frowned upon witnessing his failure to strike the eagle. Should they allow it to follow them, they would be unable to escape the pursuit of the Xiongnu cavalry. Without hesitation, Sheng Huai'an expended his kill points to elevate his archer rank. Spending 50 points, he ascended to the rank of gold archer. He then continued, consuming an additional 200 points, elevating himself to the status of a divine archer. Once more, he nocked an arrow, drawing the bowstring taut, aiming at the eagle in the sky. In that moment, it felt as though his consciousness melded with the bow, channeling a profound essence into the arrow. With a release, the arrow shot forth, a golden streak of light slicing through the air toward the eagle. The soldiers gazed in awe at this spectacle. Only a divine archer could unleash such a terrifying projectile. Sensing the imminent danger, the eagle took flight in a desperate escape, but it was too late. The arrow, born of divine skill, was inescapable, destined to obliterate. With a piercing sound, the arrow pierced the eagle's chest, and it plummeted from the sky, falling before the astonished eyes of the soldiers. Let us depart from this place. Without pausing to regard the slain eagle, Sheng Huai'an urged his subordinates to leave swiftly. Before long, a cavalry force of 4,000 arrived at the scene. Upon seeing the fallen eagle, one among them cursed, "Damn it, we've been discovered. It appears there is a divine archer among this group." Tuoba Tao proclaimed, "They cannot have gone far. Pursue them. We must not allow them to escape." Hunanlei, glancing at the dead eagle, noted that the blood had yet to congeal. This cavalry, a merger of two units, was determined to wreak havoc upon the grasslands, ensuring that their bones would mingle with the earth, nurturing the growth of grass in the coming year. The 4,000 horsemen surged forward, following the trail of hoofprints on the ground. Realizing they were being pursued by the Xiongnu cavalry, Sheng Huai'an and his band ran tirelessly for over 100 kilometers without respite. "Commander, this pace is unsustainable," Guo Xiaoping interjected. "If we continue like this, we will inevitably be caught. What choice do we have? If the pursuers number only 1 or 2,000, we might manage to fend them off. However, should their ranks exceed 2,000, we risk being encircled and annihilated upon this vast expanse of grassland," Sheng Huai'an replied. The strength of this cavalry was not particularly formidable, comprising merely 3 innate warriors, barely sufficient to warrant concern. The remaining soldiers were not exceptionally powerful, with few masters or warriors among them. The vast majority were merely apprentices in their martial journey. Once confronted by the formidable cavalry of the Huns, retreat becomes the only option. "We must first ascertain the number of Hun riders pursuing us. If their numbers are few, we shall strike back with a vengeance," declared Hu Bing, his gaze fierce and resolute. "Sir, I shall lead a small contingent to scout ahead," Wang Wu proposed. Sheng Huai'an regarded Wang Wu carefully and nodded slowly. "Exercise caution and return safely. Fear not. I have much yet to live for, and little Chui from Yichuan Tower awaits my return," Wang Wu replied with a smile. He then set off with 2 scouts, their silhouettes fading into the distance like solitary wanderers, with no guarantee of their safe return. Watching the 3 figures disappear from sight, Sheng Huai'an withdrew his gaze. "Leave a signal. Find a concealed spot to await their return," he instructed. They settled in a nearby location to rest, and Sheng Huai'an dispatched additional scouts to maintain vigilance. He understood the necessity of utmost caution. Even the slightest misstep could spell disaster for the entire regiment. Currently, the Huns were mobilizing a large force to transport supplies, which rendered their previous tactics of ambushing supply caravans ineffective. It seemed their military objectives were shifting. If they could not strike at the Hun supply lines, then they would turn their attention to the smaller tribes, eradicating them entirely. This was Sheng Huai'an's strategy. As they rested, the soldiers began preparing their meals. Half an hour later, Wang Wu and his companions returned unscathed. "At last, you are back," Sheng Huai'an exhaled, relieved. "I am fortunate to be alive, for my time has not yet come," Wang Wu grinned. "What news do you bring, Brother Wang Wu?" inquired Tang Yinshan, the others watching expectantly for his report. Wang Wu's expression turned grave. "Behind us, there are 4,000 elite Hun cavalry, approximately 30 miles away." At these words, the atmosphere grew somber, for 1,000 elite horsemen against their mere 900 offered little hope of victory. Unless Sheng Huai'an could transcend his current limitations and single-handedly confront the 1,000, the disparity in numbers and strength was daunting. "What shall we do to evade these Hun cavalry?" Hu Bing pondered heavily. If we could erase our hoofprints, the Han riders would lose our trail, allowing us to slip away, Haidai suggested. Is that not obvious? To erase the hoofprints means denying the Huns the ability to track us. The challenge lies in how to make them vanish, Tang Yinshan retorted, exasperated. If I had the answer, I would have shared it by now, Haidai shot back with an eye roll. Their banter sparked an idea in Sheng Huai'an's mind. Indeed, if they could make the hoofprints disappear, the Han cavalry would be left with no target to follow. Do we have any leather or cloth among the supplies we've confiscated? He inquired. Commander Sheng, what do you need the leather for? Guo Xiaoping asked, puzzled by Sheng Huai'an's sudden request for such materials. The others shared in the confusion, uncertain of Sheng Huai'an's motives. I have great use for it. Go fetch it quickly. Tang Yinshan scratched his somewhat disheveled hair and spoke. Captain, what we have seized and taken away are merely provisions, weapons, and various supplies. There is no leather. Sheng Huai'an glanced at Tang Yinshan as a gentle breeze stirred the fabric of his battle robe. Noticing Sheng Huai'an's unwavering gaze upon him, Tang Yinshan felt a chill run down his spine. See, Captain, I haven't done anything wrong, have I? He could not help but swallow hard. Take off your robe. What? Tang Yinshan was taken aback. After all, it was still daytime. No, he didn't have such preferences. The others looked at Sheng Huai'an in astonishment. Wait, Captain, I don't have that kind of interest. Tang Yinshan was petrified with fear. Do you wish to die? I meant to say take off your battle robe. Sheng Huai'an's expression darkened. Oh, you want the robe? You startled me. Tang Yinshan was terrified. Had Sheng Huai'an intended to force him, his reputation would be ruined, but thankfully, that was not the case. Swiftly, Tang Yinshan removed his battle robe and handed it to Sheng Huai'an. What do you need this robe for? Wang Wu and the others were perplexed, uncertain of Sheng Huai'an's intentions. I have my reasons. Sheng Huai'an did not elaborate, but instead tore the robe into several pieces, which he then used to wrap around the horse's hooves. Once the hooves were wrapped, Sheng Huai'an rode around, leaving significantly smaller hoofprints on the grass, which would soon vanish. The onlookers gaped in disbelief. Could it be done this way? Guo Xiaoping and the others felt they had gained wisdom that day. Wrap all the hooves with cloth. Quickly. Seeing this method was effective, Sheng Huai'an ordered promptly. Soon, his soldiers removed their battle robes or used tent fabric to conceal the horse's hooves. After securing the hooves, they departed the area, and the traces left behind faded swiftly. When the Xiongnu cavalry arrived, they observed the signs of a camp, but could not discern the direction of departure. Report, Captain, the traces disappear here. We can find no signs of the enemy's retreat. What is going on? The traces have vanished. Hearing his subordinate's report, Tuoba Tao furrowed his brow. This was not good news. It was evident that the enemy had camped here, yet there were no hoofprints indicating their departure. Could these people have vanished underground? Hu Nanlei fumed, frustrated by the inability to trace them in this vast grassland. Searching for a group was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Search, split up, dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary. We must find them. Tuoba Tao insisted stubbornly. Understood, let us act separately and use the lookout eagles to communicate. As soon as we detect enemy movements, we will contact each other and surround them, Hu Nanlei concurred. If they returned empty-handed, their captain would face dire consequences. The sudden disappearance of Sheng Huai'an's unit caught Tuoba Tao and Hu Nanlei off guard. In order to locate Sheng Huai'an's forces, they had no choice but to divide their troops once more. Chapter 40. When confronted by a strong adversary, I remain submissive. When faced with a weak foe, I strike with force, escaping their pursuers. Sheng Huai'an's contingent did not linger on the vast grasslands, but instead ventured into a small desert, seeking refuge amidst its shifting sands. Alas, the sandstorm is relentless. Tang Yinshan spat out the grains that had blown into his mouth. This wretched place is hardly fit for human habitation. Haidai felt that, without caution, he would soon find himself choking on the swirling sand. Within the desert, their traces vanished entirely. With ample provisions and water, they remained hidden for an entire day before emerging the following morning. Upon exiting the desert, the group gazed at the grasslands, feeling a sense of vitality that the barren landscape lacked. Commander, what shall we do now? Guo Xiaoping inquired of Sheng Huai'an. Unable to launch an assault on the Xiongnu supply and logistics troops while on the grasslands, they would lose their strategic purpose. I refuse to return in such a disheartened manner. If I cannot strike at the supply units, how could I possibly attack those smaller tribes? Sheng Huai'an was resolute in his determination to avoid going back to Anning Pass to participate in the defense. Let us change our tactical objective to the smaller Xiongnu tribes. We shall eliminate their able-bodied men and incinerate their supplies, ensuring that this winter is no respite for the Xiongnu. With their operational focus shifted, they resumed their wandering across the grasslands, launching fierce attacks upon any Xiongnu tribes they encountered. They systematically slaughtered the able-bodied men and those taller than the cart wheels, setting their food supplies ablaze and dispersing their livestock. In a single day, they ravaged over 20 Xiongnu tribes, a contingent of 1,000 Xiongnu cavalry. Upon discovering the devastation of these tribes, swiftly set out in pursuit of Sheng Huai'an's forces after relaying the message. The next morning, as Sheng Huai'an and his men assaulted a tribe of over 1,000, a troop of Xiongnu cavalry hastened towards them. Witnessing the carnage wrought by Sheng Huai'an's forces, the Xiongnu commander was consumed by rage and ordered an immediate charge. The sudden appearance of over 1,000 cavalrymen did not go unnoticed by Sheng Huai'an and his men. Observing that the enemy numbered around 1,000, Sheng Huai'an quickly arranged his troops, preparing for a countercharge. Though they could not contend with a large Xiongnu cavalry force, they were confident in their ability to vanquish this smaller contingent. Charge! Without unnecessary words, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed across the grasslands. Among the Xiongnu cavalry, the leading commander was a formidable warrior at the early stage of the post-heaven realm. From the onset of the charge, Sheng Huai'an targeted him, and the Xiongnu commander, underestimating Sheng Huai'an's strength, sought to do the same. However, upon their initial clash, he was swiftly defeated. With a piercing strike, Sheng Huai'an's spear penetrated the chest of the Xiongnu commander, lifting him high before forcefully casting the lifeless body into the charging Xiongnu cavalry. Kill! Having slain the Xiongnu leader with a single thrust, Sheng Huai'an surged into the ranks of the oncoming cavalry. His mastery of the Overlord spear technique swept through the battlefield, relentlessly claiming the lives of the Xiongnu warriors. He resembled an unparalleled deity, leading his subordinates to carve a path through the ranks of the Xiongnu cavalry. Initially, he swiftly beheaded their commanding officer, sending shockwaves through the Xiongnu forces and causing their morale to plummet. The formidable Sheng Huai'an, akin to a god of slaughter, instilled fear in the hearts of the Xiongnu riders, rendering them incapable of mounting any resistance. Many Xiongnu soldiers turned their horses around and fled, yet they were relentlessly pursued and slaughtered to near extinction. As they faced the vast Xiongnu cavalry, they skillfully evaded their might, attacking only smaller contingents of Xiongnu riders with overwhelming force. They seized tents, provisions, water, meat, and horses, swiftly vacating the battlefield. By the time the main Xiongnu forces arrived, all that remained was a scene of devastation, scattered tribes, and a battlefield littered with corpses. Witnessing the carnage, Tuoba Tao seethed with fury. Damn those Wei rats! Have the courage to face me in battle. Hu Nanlei gazed at the weeping women and the slain young men in the small tribe, clenching his fists tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging. I swear, I shall not be human if I do not eradicate them. He vowed to pursue them relentlessly, even to the ends of the earth, determined to hunt down those Wei rats. Having suffered the loss of 1,000 riders, they were now left with merely 3,000. After claiming a victory, Sheng Huai'an led his troops on the run, slaughtering any small tribes they encountered along the way, wherever they roamed. The Xiongnu's diminutive tribes were left with only the elderly, the weak, and women and children. With the ruthless Wei cavalry invading the grasslands, targeting small tribes, fear gripped the hearts of many. Hearing of the chaos, several medium-sized and large tribes dispatched cavalry to join the hunt against Sheng Huai'an's forces. When encountering smaller groups of Xiongnu riders, Sheng Huai'an's men struck fiercely, dispatching them with ease. Yet, when faced with larger Xiongnu cavalry, they fled, avoiding any confrontation altogether. Sheng Huai'an mastered the art of guerrilla warfare, moving like phantoms across the grasslands. When the left virtuous king discovered the Anning Pass cavalry roaming the plains, still intact and brazenly slaughtering small tribes, he was consumed with rage. He immediately commanded his various tribes to mobilize for the encirclement. For several consecutive days, Sheng Huai'an led his men to annihilate 40 to 50 small tribes and eliminate over 1,000 Xiongnu riders. Eventually, they were pursued into the desert by a Xiongnu army of 5,000. The 5,000 Xiongnu cavalry followed them into the desert, but soon lost track of Sheng Huai'an's forces. Utilizing a technique to obscure their hoofprints, they evaded their pursuers. Traversing 200 miles of desert within a day, eventually emerging onto another expanse of grassland. After a brief respite, Sheng Huai'an resumed his campaign, targeting only those Xiongnu small tribes incapable of resistance. By the time news of the encirclement reached the Xiongnu army, Sheng Huai'an's forces had long since vanished without a trace. Curse it, are these people phantoms? The enraged Xiongnu commanders, desperate to locate them, vowed to eradicate this elusive band, fearing the disgrace their failure would bring upon them. They were utterly unable to grasp the whereabouts of Sheng Huai'an and his companions, compelled to follow along blindly. At that moment, while the Huns were scouring the terrain in search of Sheng Huai'an and his group, they were concealed within a secluded mountain range. Presently, Sheng Huai'an and his compatriots were indulging in a meal of boiled beef and mutton. On the vast steppe, the succulent meat was almost overwhelming. The number of Hun cavalry participating in the encirclement is steadily increasing, Tang Yinshan remarked. It feels as though we have stirred a hornet's nest. The thrill of dancing on the edge of a blade is exhilarating, Hu Bing commented while gnawing on a leg of lamb. Just days prior, they had encountered several contingents of Hun cavalry, had it not been for their clever use of fabric to muffle their horses' hooves, employing a technique to erase their tracks. They would have surely been overtaken by now. For the time being, this place feels relatively safe. We should remain hidden for a couple of days, Sheng Huai'an suggested. With numerous tribes mobilizing against them, the enemies they faced had multiplied, and retreating into the shadows seemed the wisest course. I wonder how things are faring at Anning Pass. Guo Xiaoping expressed his concerns. Despite their revelry on the steppe, if they fail to sever the Hun supply lines, I fear the Hun forces may still be besieging the gates. I have faith in General Yang Yi. Anning Pass will surely hold its ground, Sheng Huai'an asserted. As the leader of this contingent, he could not utter any words of despair, for such sentiments would dampen morale and spirit. It's quite unbearable not to have any wine. With all this beef and mutton, it would be a true delight to pair it with a drink, Wang Wu lamented as he voraciously devoured a lamb chop. If only we could have some wine, life would be splendid. Just bear with it. Once we return, I shall treat you all to 3 days and nights of revelry, Sheng Huai'an replied with a smile. As they feasted and conversed, the aroma of meat filled the camp. When night fell, Sheng Huai'an commenced his meditation and cultivation. After days of relentless movement and numerous skirmishes, he had amassed a significant amount of killing points, exceeding 3,600. It had been several days since his last advancement in cultivation, and he resolved to elevate his spiritual realm once more. With the number of enemy forces swelling, he felt an unsettling lack of security due to his current level of cultivation. Chapter 41. 1,000 miles of relentless pursuit gazing at the luminous screen within his consciousness. Sheng Huai'an pondered his details. Name, Sheng Huai'an race, human realm, mid-stage acquired techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra, beginner, Brawny Bull technique, minor accomplishment, Blood Slaughter Blade technique, major accomplishment, Overlord Spear technique, minor accomplishment, strength, 20,000 pounds talent, Divine Marksman kill value, 3619 with a single allocation of points. He consumed 500 kill values to commence his cultivation enhancement. A surge of potent energy coursed through his body, fortifying his flesh, bones, and skin. His flesh, bones, and skin shimmered as if bathed in golden light. Under the influence of this force, his skeletal structure, sinews, and epidermis grew as resilient and formidable as if forged from gold. His blood essence and true energy also saw substantial growth. He elevated his cultivation to the late stage of acquired realm, augmenting his strength by 5,000 pounds, bringing it to 25,000 pounds. While others possessed bodies of copper and iron, he was on the verge of transforming into a being of golden flesh and bones. Although his power had significantly increased with this advancement, Sheng Huai'an still felt a sense of insecurity. Contemplating the abundant kill values at his disposal, he ultimately resolved to elevate his cultivation by yet another minor realm, aspiring to reach the consummate stage of acquired realm. Continuing to expend 500 kill values, he ascended to the pinnacle of the acquired realm, his strength escalating to 30,000 pounds. Unless faced with a mid-stage innate martial artist, he now possessed the confidence to confront even the early-stage innate practitioners head-on. With his cultivation at the pinnacle of the acquired realm, his sense of security increased, albeit only marginally, as he was still not at the level of a grandmaster. The following morning, upon rising, he encountered Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing, who both sensed an unmistakable surge in his strength, an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from him. having broken through to the acquired realm themselves just the previous night. They were still in the process of solidifying their own abilities. Yet it appeared that Sheng Huai'an had surpassed them yet again. At times, they couldn't help but ponder the vast disparities between individuals. After a 2-day respite, they departed, resuming their exploits across the grasslands. In just one day, they ravaged several small Xiongnu tribes, slaying countless foes, seizing provisions and livestock, and after setting the grain tents ablaze, they left without lingering for even a moment. As they unleashed their campaign, news of their devastation reached the encircling Xiongnu forces, prompting their cavalry to converge upon the grasslands. By the time the Xiongnu cavalry assembled, Sheng Huai'an and his comrades had already retreated with their army. This ruthless guerrilla warfare drove the Xiongnu cavalry to the brink of madness. Historically, they had employed similar tactics against intruding enemies, but now they found themselves on the receiving end, experiencing the frustration of helplessness. Sheng Huai'an led his troops in a campaign against numerous small tribes, replenishing supplies, and then retreating hundreds of miles to another grassland. Such a reckless strategy left the pursuing Xiongnu cavalry in a state of exhaustion. Meanwhile, on the side of Anning Pass, the officials of Yongzhou and Dingzhou, having heard of the dire situation in Yanzhou, Qizhou, and Dengzhou, overrun by the 100,000-strong army of the Xiongnu's right noble king, could no longer afford to stand idly by. They hastily dispatched local soldiers, county troops, and newly recruited forces to reinforce Anning Pass. If Anning Pass were to fall, Yongzhou and Dingzhou would have no defenses left, and the 10,000 Xiongnu cavalry could reduce the two provinces to ruins. In a fervor, wealthy local families contributed funds, and the government sent troops, deploying 30,000 soldiers to bolster the defense of Anning Pass. Upon seeing this reinforcements, Yang Yi could not suppress a smile. The officials had finally learned the fear of impending doom and quickly sent forth their resources. "Ah, these bureaucrats are indeed frightened," Sun Hao remarked coldly. While they risked their lives fighting at the borders, those within the walls indulged in revelry and debauchery. They requested aid as if dispatching beggars, sending mere cannon fodder in the face of catastrophe. Were it not for the reports of the devastation inflicted upon Yanzhou, Qizhou, and Dengzhou, where countless officials had perished and their riches plundered, they would not have been compelled to summon local and county troops. Zhao Yong'an spoke up. With the fall of Qishan Fortress and the encroachment upon the three provinces, the pressure on Northern Pass has intensified. I wonder if the general of the northern defense can withstand it. Yang Yi sighed. Now, they can only rely on their own resilience. Sun Hao added. Facing the left noble king's army of over 100,000 is already a daunting challenge. The common folk of the three provinces are at the mercy of the Xiongnu cavalry. Jin Daorong deserves condemnation. Yang Yi could not help but curse. Jin Daorong, the commander of the Qishan garrison, abandoned his post to preserve his own strength, allowing Yanzhou, Qizhou, and Dengzhou to succumb to the onslaught of the Xiongnu cavalry. Humph! That cowardly wretch is likely already in league with the second prince, prioritizing his own survival over defending the pass and aiding the second prince in his quest for power. Sun Hao remarked without restraint. Regardless, the arrival of these 30,000 soldiers has significantly alleviated our burden, Li Daoru stated. With this reinforcement, it will be no easy feat for the left noble king to capture Anning Pass anytime soon. I wonder how Sheng Huai'an and his men are faring. A sense of worry crept into Sun Hao's tone at the mention of Sheng Huai'an. He admired Sheng Huai'an, a man of courage and tenacity, an embodiment of the soldier-esque spirit, marked by iron will and lethal resolve. Aside from the initial days when Sheng Huai'an and his comrades ventured into the grasslands, the Xiongnu forces had ceased their siege, but they had resumed attacking once more. This indicated a failure in the Xiongnu's logistical plans. Fate determines life and death. Their survival now depends solely on their own fortunes. Yang Yi uttered the harsh yet unavoidable truth. Sheng Huai'an and his companions ventured deep into the grasslands, providing no assistance whatsoever. Little did they know that Sheng Huai'an and his men feasted daily on lamb and beef to the point of excess. In the vast expanse of the grasslands, as long as one could run and hide, avoiding encounters with the formidable cavalry of the Xiongnu, danger was minimal. On this particular day, Sheng Huai'an led his subordinates in a sweep of over 20 small tribes, then vanished into the vastness of the grasslands. By the time the Xiongnu cavalry arrived, they were left with nothing but a chaotic aftermath filled with the elderly, women, and children. As a spirit from another realm, Sheng Huai'an had mastered the art of guerrilla warfare. When confronted by the main forces of the Xiongnu cavalry, he would retreat, but when faced with smaller units, he would strike fiercely to annihilate them. His tactics of preying upon the weak while evading the strong were executed to perfection, leaving the pursuing Xiongnu cavalry gnashing their teeth in frustration. In just a few days, Sheng Huai'an had led his troops across 1,000 miles. "Officer, I feel we must return. Otherwise, I fear we may never escape the grasslands," Guo Xiaoping expressed his concerns. Constantly attacking the small tribes of the Xiongnu would only serve to enrage them further, prompting the dispatch of more cavalry for their extermination. If they were cornered by the main forces of the Xiongnu, there would be no escape. Alas, Sheng Huai'an sighed, acknowledging that his strength was still insufficient. If only he possessed the prowess of a grandmaster and commanded an army of 100,000 iron steeds, he would dare to strike at the heart of the Xiongnu kingdom. After days of relentless battles, his forces had dwindled to fewer than 900 soldiers. Observing his men, though their spirits were high, the fatigue in their eyes was unmistakable. "Let us retreat towards the frontier," Sheng Huai'an softly proclaimed. Despite their dominance in the grasslands, it was merely a tactical advantage. They dared not confront the Xiongnu cavalry of more than 2,000 head-on. He had no desire to see these young warriors meet their demise in the grasslands. The winds here were too frigid, and they were unaccustomed to such harshness. Having grown up within the borders, he was determined to lead them back alive. With the decision made, the army advanced in the direction of the frontier. Chapter 42. The Battle of Huai River. Unbeknownst to them, a crisis awaited. On their journey back, they refrained from attacking the small Xiongnu tribes, instead choosing to circumvent them. With over 3,000 fine steeds and ample supplies, they made their way towards the interior. These horses, all of exceptional quality, had been seized from the Xiongnu. They had no interest in the robust yet inferior mounts, selecting only the finest. This equated to 3 horses per person, allowing for relentless travel without the need for rest. 2 days later, they approached the border. Xiongnu cavalry scouts, scattered like beans across the vast grasslands near the border, were positioned less than 10 miles apart, patrolling the plains. The multitude of Xiongnu scouts aimed to locate the Sheng Huai'an contingent and cut off their retreat. The expansive grasslands made it a challenge to find Sheng Huai'an's forces. Yet the paths leading back to Anning Pass were few. Blocking these routes would seal off their escape. As soon as Sheng Huai'an's contingent appeared near the border, they were sighted by Xiongnu scouts. The scouts quickly relayed the message back. Upon receiving the news, Tuoba Tao and Hunan Lei were elated. "We've found you, cursed Wei rats. This time, there will be nowhere for you to flee." Filled with exuberance, Tuoba Tao and Hunan Lei swiftly assembled their cavalry and headed towards the scouts' location. 3,000 ironclad horsemen surged forward with great momentum. Unable to find Sheng Huai'an's forces on the plains, they redirected towards the border to block their path. Now that they had pinpointed Sheng Huai'an's position, it was time to exact vengeance for past humiliations. Nearby, another contingent of 2,000 Xiongnu cavalry, having received the message, hastened towards the same direction. Yet, all of this unfolded unbeknownst to Sheng Huai'an's contingent, who were completely unaware that 5,000 cavalry were encircling them at the border. Upon reaching the Huai River, Sheng Huai'an commanded his men to halt and rest by the riverbank, while instructing Wang Wu to send scouts ahead. Both men and horses took a brief respite, replenishing their food and water supplies. Within a mere quarter of an hour, Wang Wu and several scouts returned in haste. "Enemies! There are enemies!" Wang Wu galloped forward, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Prepare for battle," Guo Xiaoping exclaimed, his voice echoing throughout the camp. Whoosh! Arrows rained down like a torrential storm behind Wang Wu and the others. "Mount up, prepare for combat," Sheng Huai'an bellowed, swiftly leaping onto his steed. Hearing their command, the resting soldiers scrambled onto their horses. The thunderous sound of hooves resonated, the dust kicked up by the charging cavalry resembling rising smoke, overwhelming the landscape. "Run!" Wang Wu shouted relentlessly, as the number of Xiongnu cavalry surged behind them, with 3,000 ironclad horsemen outnumbering them by more than threefold. At this moment, confronting the enemy was far from a prudent choice. He wished for Sheng Huai'an to hastily lead his soldiers to safety. Yet, retreating now was evidently too late. With the Xiongnu cavalry nipping at their heels, they would only march inexorably toward demise. The only option left was to engage in battle. "Soldiers, prepare for combat," Sheng Huai'an bellowed. The warriors behind him unsheathed their blades, ready to face the onslaught. Casting a glance at his soldiers, Sheng Huai'an had initially hoped to bring them all back safely, but alas, fate had other plans. Wind. He raised his spear and shouted, "A great wind! A great wind! A great wind!" The soldiers behind him erupted in a thunderous roar, the morale of the army beginning to surge. "My friends, let us slay the enemy." Sheng Huai'an, spear held high, was the first to charge forth. Kill. The cavalry surged forward against formidable foes, their spirit undeterred, with no one wavering in resolve. Their eyes were steadfast, prepared to embrace death. Witnessing Sheng Huai'an's charge, Wang Wu felt a profound sense of helplessness. He could only pivot and engage the Xiongnu forces head-on. Leading the charge, Tuoba Tao and Hunan noticed Sheng Huai'an's troops had ceased their retreat and chosen to confront the enemy instead, smiles breaking upon their lips. They were intent on crushing the group of adversaries before them, determined to sever the heads of the foes ahead in a prayer for their fallen kin. Sheng Huai'an's gaze sharpened as the Xiongnu cavalry blocked their path home. This battle was imperative, for without it, they could not return. Observing the two enemy commanders, Sheng Huai'an felt his own aura coalesce, golden light radiating from his skin, his blood surging like a tempest, soaring into the heavens. Tuoba Tao and Hunan, too, set their sights on Sheng Huai'an, rushing toward him. The swiftest way to vanquish the enemy was to decapitate their leaders. Slaying the opposing commanders would surely diminish the enemy's morale, leaving only slaughter in their wake. As the two armies clashed, the air resonated with the thunderous sound of galloping hooves, the clang of metal echoing fiercely. Sheng Huai'an struck with unreserved ferocity, unleashing a colossal force of 30 to 40,000 pounds, a torrent of vitality. Boom! Hunan, along with his weapon, was obliterated in a single strike, blood raining down. Tuoba Tao, slightly slower, widened his eyes in disbelief as he witnessed Hunan's demise. They were both perfected warriors, and it seemed impossible for anyone below the innate level to obliterate them with a single blow. Having slain one of the enemy leaders, Sheng Huai'an's might remained unyielding. With his left hand, he drew his black gold saber, employing the blood-slaying sword technique to strike at another Xiongnu commander. Now a perfected warrior himself, no one could withstand the full force of his assault. As he slashed, a wave of blood-slaying energy surged forth. Regaining his senses, Tuoba Tao swung his blade to defend. Clang! The battle saber shattered. Even with a physique of bronze and iron, it could not withstand the sharpness of the black gold saber. In a single stroke, Tuoba Tao was cleaved in two. In his final moments, he could not fathom why Sheng Huai'an was so overwhelmingly powerful. Under the impression of achieving great feats and avenging past humiliations, Tuoba Tao and Hunan met their demise at the hands of Sheng Huai'an upon their first encounter. After vanquishing two local commanders, Sheng Huai'an galloped forth, spear in hand, into the heart of the Xiongnu enemy camp. Initially intending to avoid confrontation to spare the lives of ordinary soldiers, he found himself compelled to unleash a torrent of violence as the Xiongnu forces clung fiercely to the fight. With a prowess akin to that of a primordial beast, Sheng Huai'an surged forward, leaving a trail of bodies in his wake. Under his relentless assault, not a single foe was left alive. He embodied a harbinger of death, slaughtering the Xiongnu cavalry with such ferocity that it became a necessity for him to continue his rampage to mitigate the losses of his own troops. His soldiers followed him into the fray, engaging in fierce combat with the enemy. Faced with overwhelming numbers, they quickly sustained significant casualties, battling one against two, or even three. Yet, as Sheng Huai'an continued his merciless onslaught, the Xiongnu cavalry fell in droves, his spears sweeping through them like a harbinger of doom. Its immense power ensuring that any who dared approach met their end. Among those fighting alongside him were Guo Xiaoping, Hu Bing, Wang Wu, Tang Yunshan, Haidai, Yuan Yong, Deng Wu, and others, relentlessly dispatching the Xiongnu riders. After a furious charge, the ground was littered with corpses, the earth stained crimson with blood. Behind Sheng Huai'an remained over 600 men, most of them injured, with more than 200 of their comrades having perished in battle. The enemy, originally numbering 3,000, was reduced to less than half. Sheng Huai'an's unmatched valor had instilled fear in the Xiongnu forces, as he had dispatched two of their commanders in a mere moment, significantly dampening their morale. Otherwise, the losses among his soldiers would have been far greater. The Xiongnu cavalry that fell to his blade numbered in the hundreds. His spear, dripping with blood, had absorbed the lifeblood of countless foes, exuding an aura of malevolence. Guo Xiaoping, Hu Bing, and their comrades bore the marks of battle on their weapons, stained with the blood of their enemies. Their eyes were alight with the desire for vengeance. In that moment, it was a fight to the death. Either they would perish, or their enemies would. Despite the death of their leaders and suffering heavy losses, the Xiongnu cavalry did not flee. A centurion took command of the troops, rallying them with unwavering resolve as they charged towards Sheng Huai'an and his men. "Soldiers, follow me and break through their ranks." Sheng Huai'an raised his spear, continuing the assault. Under his fearless leadership, despite the loss of over 200 men, his troops charged forth with unwavering courage. Chapter 43. The pitiful bones by the irregular river. The two armies once again launched a fierce charge, colliding with one another. Sheng Huai'an led the charge, penetrating deep into the enemy camp, his spear becoming a relentless instrument of death, consistently felling the Xiongnu cavalry beneath his steed. He alone was worth 1,000 warriors. After several rounds of combat, the Xiongnu cavalry lay vanquished, while only 500 of Sheng Huai'an's troops remained, each bearing wounds. Had they not procured an abundance of healing elixirs, their numbers would have dwindled further. The battle was extraordinarily brutal. Sheng Huai'an was no deity, and despite his fervent efforts to annihilate the Xiongnu forces, their numbers far exceeded his own, rendering casualties inevitable. The ground was littered with broken weapons and the remnants of spears, while the waters of the river ran crimson with blood. Thunderous. Before Sheng Huai'an's forces could catch their breath, the distant sound of cavalry charging echoed across the plains. Faced with the approaching Xiongnu riders, the remaining soldiers gripped their weapons tightly. Fortunately, they had managed to dispatch the preceding 3,000 cavalry. Otherwise, the arrival of this new contingent would have spelled their doom. "Brothers, let us strike with ferocity today," Sheng Huai'an bellowed with fervent resolve. "Kill, kill, kill." Without hesitation, he expended 500 points of his killing value, elevating his prowess to the pinnacle of a postnatal warrior. His strength surged to 35,000 pounds, a remarkable enhancement to his already formidable abilities. Only by growing stronger and slaying more Xiongnu cavalry could he ensure the survival of his remaining soldiers. "Kill!" Sheng Huai'an charged forth. The remaining 500 warriors, their eyes burning with determination, followed suit. They were all survivors forged in the crucible of death, and only the strongest among them remained, as the weak had already perished. The opposing Xiongnu army advanced with a formidable contingent of 2,000 iron cavalry. Undeterred, the Xiongnu forces pressed forward, intent on leaving Sheng Huai'an's troops laid low upon the steppe, even at the cost of their own lives. Never had anyone dared to slaughter within the sacred territories of the Xiongnu tribes and return unscathed. 500 iron cavalry, under Sheng Huai'an's command, charged fearlessly towards the formidable ranks of the Xiongnu cavalry, which outnumbered them 4-1. The leader of this 2,000-strong cavalry was also a consummate postnatal warrior. He swung his battle blade with ferocity, aiming directly at Sheng Huai'an. Boom! Sheng Huai'an unleashed a strike with his spear, a force exceeding 40,000 pounds, propelling the enemy leader backward and crushing a multitude of Xiongnu riders beneath him. The fallen commander could scarcely comprehend the source of such overwhelming power. The sheer force of 50,000 pounds obliterated all resistance. With the enemy commander dispatched, Sheng Huai'an became an unstoppable force, akin to a mighty dragon plunging into the ranks of the Xiongnu cavalry. In mere moments, he had felled dozens of Xiongnu warriors. His immense strength was insurmountable, as he broke through the enemy formation, throwing the Xiongnu cavalry into disarray. Guo Xiaoping, Hu Bing, Wang Wu, and others followed closely behind Sheng Huai'an, charging fiercely and striking down countless foes. With the enemy's general slain, their high-level combat prowess diminished. Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing, both at the nascent stages of their cultivation, wreaked havoc upon the enemy ranks. Together with Sheng Huai'an, they decimated the majority of the Xiongnu forces, significantly reducing the casualty rate among the ordinary soldiers. When the battle concluded, only about 300 cavalry remained standing behind Sheng Huai'an, despite his individual prowess in slaying 600 to 700 of the Xiongnu troops. The numerical superiority of the opposing forces posed a formidable challenge. A mere one-for-one exchange could lead to substantial losses on their side. These were 2,000 heavily armored elite Xiongnu cavalry, and achieving such a remarkable victory was a point of pride for them. "Brothers, we have triumphed," Sheng Huai'an bellowed, his voice resonating across the vast grasslands. In this fierce clash, they had faced 5,000 Xiongnu cavalry with fewer than 900 of their own. Annihilating the enemy forces, a feat that would be celebrated not only at Anning Pass, but throughout the entire northern battlefield. Victory! Victory! The surviving soldiers shouted, releasing their boiling fervor into the air. After such a brutal confrontation, they were left with only a third of their original number, as two-thirds of their comrades would forever remain on this desolate plain. The banks of the Drinking Horse River were strewn with corpses, the soil soaked in blood, which seeped into the river, turning its waters crimson. As Sheng Huai'an gazed upon the lifeless bodies, he recalled a poignant line of poetry, alas. The bones by the indeterminate river still dream of the spring chamber's embrace. Nearly 600 of his subordinates now lay buried beneath this earth. Vibrant young men with futures ahead, perhaps with wives waiting for their return. Those women in their secluded chambers would never witness the triumphant return of their loved ones. Huai'an, we must depart swiftly. We risk being encircled by the Xiongnu cavalry. The remaining brothers cannot escape, Wang Wu urged, gripping his bloodied sword while dragging an injured arm. Their presence had been compromised, and the Xiongnu cavalry had discerned their intentions to retreat. Each moment spent lingering on the grasslands increased their peril. They had no time even to gather the bodies of their fallen comrades. Reluctantly, Sheng Huai'an issued the command to continue their journey, taking with them 3,000 warhorses as they left the Drinking Horse River behind. Their numbers were too few. The plain still held 4,000 to 5,000 unclaimed steeds, which they would not abandon if they had a larger contingent. However, with only a little over 300 men, taking too many horses would become a burden. Less than 3/4 of an hour after their departure, another contingent of Xiongnu cavalry arrived. Upon witnessing the field strewn with corpses and the many wandering, unclaimed horses, Helan Xiang's expression turned cold. They had arrived too late. Commander, Tuoba Di, Hu Duyi, and Edi have all perished. 5,000 valiant warriors, none have survived. All have heroically sacrificed themselves. How many did the enemy lose? Helan Xiang's expression darkened, his countenance as frigid as ice. Approximately 570 bodies, barely reaching 600. What strength does the enemy possess? How many more are out there? At this moment, Helan Xiang was engulfed in a haze of confusion. This was a formidable force of 5,000 elite Xiongnu cavalry, who, even when faced with 30,000 infantry of the Great Way, had dared to charge headlong into battle. Yet now, they lay vanquished by the banks of the Ima River. A casualty rate of 10 to 1, such a figure was indeed terrifying, prompting him to reassess the enemy's prowess. Perhaps the intelligence gathered by the scouts was erroneous. This was no ordinary Wei army. Could it be that within this contingent, there were innate warriors? Otherwise, how could 3 commanding officers, all at the pinnacle of acquired mastery, have perished? One centurion spoke up. Helan Xiang fell silent. Only an innate martial artist could slay 3 masters of acquired perfection. This undeniably indicated the presence of innate warriors among the adversaries. Shall we pursue? Another centurion inquired. Pursue. However, if the enemy possesses innate warriors, our advance could lead to our own demise. Conversely, if we do not pursue, we shall face the wrath of the left virtuous king. Pursue. Helan Xiang ultimately resolved to chase after them, yet the pace of their pursuit slackened. They raced onward without rest, changing horses when their steeds could no longer endure. Only by escaping the grasslands could they hope to survive. Once they entered the domain of the Great Way, with no pursuers on their tail, the group finally exhaled in relief. Sheng Huai'an glanced at his remaining soldiers. From over 1,050, only a little over 300 remained, with 700 lives lost, forever enshrined upon the grasslands. A heavy burden weighed upon Sheng Huai'an's heart. Among the survivors, the vast majority were martial artists. Only those of considerable strength could endure such a brutal battlefield. Although they were a remnant force, their spirit was incomparable. Emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood had wrought a significant transformation upon them. The remaining warriors were the elite. He led the survivors onward towards Anning Pass. As night fell, they rested at the foot of a mountain, near the border. Human presence was scarce, and the Xiongnu army's encroachment rendered the area desolate. Do not be too hard on yourself, for us soldiers. To perish on the battlefield is but our destiny, Wang Wu consoled, noting Sheng Huai'an's silence. I could have returned with them all, Sheng Huai'an slowly replied. Even the strongest can falter. You are not a grandmaster. Wang Wu placed a reassuring hand on Sheng Huai'an's shoulder. Sheng Huai'an remained contemplative. Their orders had been to raid the Xiongnu supply lines. Had they not been thwarted in this endeavor, he could have led his troops back to Anning Pass. thereby preventing such significant losses. War is inherently brutal. From the day we enlisted, we have been prepared for the possibility of death. You need not bear this guilt. Remember this grievance, and in time, let the Xiongnu pay in blood for their debts. Sheng Huai'an nodded silently. Chapter 44. Return. The tattered remnants of a dragon flag fluttered in the night, responding to the gentle caress of the wind. Wounded soldiers tended to their injuries, applying bandages and consuming healing elixirs. The unscathed soldiers busied themselves with kindling fires to prepare meals. Upon entering the territory of the Great Way, the perilous atmosphere of the grasslands dissipated. In the vast plains, one had to remain ever vigilant against the sudden emergence of the Xiongnu army. Here, amidst the rugged mountains and wild forests, even if pursued by the cavalry of the Xiongnu, there was no fear, for the terrain rendered their equestrian prowess ineffective, making them considerably easier to confront. Nonetheless, Sheng Huai'an prudently deployed scouts and concealed sentinels to prevent any relentless ambush by the Xiongnu forces. Come, brother Huai'an, have a sheep egg to replenish your vitality. Wang Wu offered a boiled sheep egg to Sheng Huai'an. With a darkened expression, Sheng Huai'an regarded Wang Wu. At merely 17 years of age, he was in the prime of his youth, his vitality surging like smoke, his constitution as robust as steel. I appreciate the kind gesture, but I have no need for it. Rather, dear brother Wang Wu, you should indulge more. Otherwise, in a few years, you may find yourself unable to enjoy such pleasures. He replied, returning the egg. Laughter erupted from Guo Xiaoping, Hu Bing, Tang Yunshan, and others, the joviality easing the somber atmosphere. Speaking of which, the songstress from Yichuan Tower, Miss Hua Riyue, possesses a truly enchanting voice, and her beauty rivals that of a lark. Alas, her company is rather exorbitant. Once we have repelled the Xiongnu, I shall treat everyone to a night at Yichuan Tower, Guo Xiaoping proclaimed with enthusiasm. During their expedition across the grasslands, they had amassed considerable spoils, which would translate into a substantial amount of silver. Excellent. The soldiers cheered at the prospect of a lavish evening at Yichuan Tower, their spirits lifted. When the time comes, I shall request 10 maidens, Tang Yunshan declared boisterously. 10. Are you capable of handling that? The others regarded Tang Yunshan with skeptical glances. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Tang Yunshan protested, what manner of looks are these? In my youthful days, I could manage 10 encounters in a single night. A chorus of incredulous murmurs followed. True heroes do not dwell on past glories. Can you still maintain such vigor today? By heaven, I am but in my 30s, not yet 60. The group continued to feast on meat and broth, engaging in light-hearted banter, relishing the rare moment of relaxation. As the night deepened, save for the soldiers on watch, the others retreated to their tents to rest. Sheng Huai'an, however, remained awake, quietly observing the golden light screen before him. Name, Sheng Huai'an. Race, Human Realm. Post-Heaven Limit Cultivation Techniques. Great Sun Heart Sutra, Entry. Bovine Strength, Minor Accomplishment. Blood Saber Technique, Major Accomplishment. Overlord Spear Technique, Minor Accomplishment. Strength, 35. 000 Gene Talent. Divine Marksman Slaughter Value, 6127. His slaughter value had now reached an unprecedented height of 6,127. During the day, he single-handedly vanquished over 1,000 Huns, including 3 formidable martial artists at the pinnacle of their realm. The accumulation of his previous combat achievements resulted in substantial rewards. Were he to defend a city, the rate at which he would acquire these combat merits would not be as swift. With such a vast amount of combat points, he could have easily elevated his cultivation to the innate level. However, Sheng Huai'an chose not to do so. His rate of advancement was already sufficiently rapid. The depths of this world are profound, filled with prodigies and many who harbor secrets. Yet, to shine too brightly and lack the wisdom to conceal one's talents is not always advantageous. Rather than enhancing his cultivation, Sheng Huai'an opted to improve his proficiency in the Great Sun Heart Sutra. With a single allocation of points, he instantly consumed 2,000 combat merits. And insights regarding the practice of the Great Sun Heart Sutra flooded into his mind. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, imbued with a hint of profound experience, as though he had lived through a century of cultivation knowledge. Achieving minor success in the Great Sun Heart Sutra spared him considerable time in understanding and training, accelerating his cultivation speed nearly tenfold. The ceaseless spiritual energy from the heavens and earth was refined and transformed into true essence, fortifying his physical body. He radiated like a resplendent sun. One could only wonder what serendipity the veteran had encountered to procure such an extraordinary technique from a beggar. After a night of cultivation, his vitality and true essence had increased further, and his physique continued to strengthen. Even with the aid of a fortuitous talent to enhance his cultivation, Sheng Huai'an did not abandon his self-discipline. He persisted in his training, intent on quietly astonishing everyone around him. He yearned to witness the vistas at the pinnacle. In this life, he would not remain stagnant. After a night of cultivation, as the sun rose, a beam of golden light was absorbed into his body, and he awakened languidly. After breakfast, the troop resumed their march towards Anning Pass. In the afternoon, they finally arrived at the southern city gate of Anning Pass. The guards stationed at the southern gate were taken aback by the multitude of warhorses, mistakenly believing that the Huns had circled around and were attacking from behind. They immediately went on high alert, mobilizing troops to the walls for defense. As the approaching forces drew near, the guards on the city walls discerned the tattered banner of the Great Wei Dragon. Upon closer inspection, Lin Xiaowei of the 5th Battalion recognized the leading figure as Sheng Huai'an. This lad has returned alive. Quickly, send someone to report to General Yang Yi that Sheng Huai'an's unit has returned, Lin Xiaowei commanded without delay. Gazing at the formidable pass ahead, one of the strongholds against the Huns, it became evident that without this fortification, the regions of Yongzhou and Dingzhou would perpetually succumb to the ironclad cavalry of the Huns. As Sheng Huai'an and his forces approached the city gate, it swung open, and Lin Xiaowei, accompanied by a small contingent of soldiers, stepped forth to greet them. "Brother Sheng, you have finally returned," Lin Xiaowei exclaimed joyfully. "Lin Xiaowei," Sheng Huai'an replied, clasping his hands in greeting. Observing that only a little over 300 men followed Sheng Huai'an, Lin Xiaowei's expression turned somber. It was clear that Sheng Huai'an's unit had endured many fierce battles. From over 1,000 who set out, only around 300 had returned. More than 700 souls shall never return. The truce at Anning Pass lasted 3 to 4 days, allowing the garrison to recuperate, a feat solely attributed to the merit of Sheng Huai'an's forces. Soon, General Yang Yi arrived. The invading Xiongnu army had retreated, enabling him to hasten from the northern gate tower. Upon seeing General Yang, Sheng Huai'an dismounted from his steed, his voice choked with emotion. "General, I could not bring them all back." Observing that only around 300 had returned, many of whom bore wounds, Yang Yi sighed inwardly. He approached Sheng Huai'an, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "You have performed admirably. There is no need for self-reproach. The return of 300 riders is indeed fortunate. I feared the annihilation of your entire force on the plains." Gazing at the youthful figure before him, merely 17 years of age, yet possessing the audacity to lead 1,000 cavalry into the wilds, a testament to his immense courage. In this frontier, amidst the clash with the enemy, Sheng Huai'an's valor rendered his youth inconsequential. "You have fulfilled your mission exceptionally well. You have secured 3 to 4 days of respite for Anning Pass, which is of paramount importance. Their sacrifices will be remembered by me and all of Anning Pass," Yang Yi said with heartfelt pride, looking upon the young man. "My forces have destroyed countless supplies of the Xiongnu, slaying dozens of their supply troops, subsequently ravaging over 100 of their minor tribes, and eliminating more than 8,000 of their cavalry. We return today, without having accomplished the tasks you entrusted to me." Sheng Huai'an began to report their achievements. The soldiers behind him stood tall, having returned while over 700 comrades remained on the plains. They would hold their heads high, for their brothers were watching. "Well done. You are all valiant sons of the Wei dynasty. Your contributions are significant, and you are the pride of my Anning army. I take great pride in you," Yang Yi proclaimed to the troops. "Wind, a mighty wind, a mighty wind," the soldiers behind Sheng Huai'an shouted, their mere 300 voices resonating with the might of 1,000 armies, causing the complexion of the soldiers behind Lieutenant Lin to change dramatically. Lieutenant Lin observed these warriors, their formidable presence akin to elite troops emerging from a sea of corpses and blood. Such spirit rendered these 300 true elite fighters in Yang Yi's eyes. "Welcome the heroes home," Yang Yi called out to the assembled forces. "Welcome the heroes home," echoed Lieutenant Lin and his comrades. Sheng Huai'an's contingent, having sacrificed 700 for 3 to 4 days of respite for Anning Pass, were indeed heroes. Leading their horses into the city, Sheng Huai'an and his troops held their chests high, brimming with pride. Over 300, clad in armor and wielding weapons, guiding more than 3,000 warhorses, a truly magnificent sight. This was their spoils of war, a testament to their glory. Chapter 45. The third master gazing upon the more than 3,000 exquisite warhorses. Yang Ye's mind began to stir with excitement. Such an abundance of steeds would suffice to forge a formidable cavalry unit of 1,000 heavily armored knights. However, he lamented that he could not afford the maintenance of such elite cavalry. Upon entering the city, the other soldiers were dispatched to rest. After listening to Sheng Huai'an's report of the recent day's experiences, Yang Yi and the others were left in awe. 1,000 riders had slain 8,000 enemy cavalry. This remarkable achievement was sufficient to astonish many. This did not even account for the additional Huns that had been vanquished. The medicinal elixirs brought back by Sheng Huai'an were all submitted, while the cultivation potions were distributed among his subordinates, a reward for their valor. He retained 3 fourth-grade breakthrough pills for himself, distributing the remainder to his men, as little else of value had been retrieved. The most precious spoils were undoubtedly those 3,000 exceptional warhorses. After Sheng Huai'an departed, Sun Hao slowly spoke. This lad has achieved remarkable merit. Such a significant accomplishment is enough to warrant a promotion to the 6th rank of Deputy General. Unfortunately, such an elevation requires imperial sanction, and Yang Yi lacks the authority to bestow this title upon Sheng Huai'an. To maneuver freely across the prairie with troops is a natural talent for warfare. He is undoubtedly a valiant general, with a promising future ahead, Li Daoru remarked. After this expedition, it seems he has grown considerably stronger, Zhao Yong'an added. The assembly held Sheng Huai'an in high esteem. Let us first promote him to a school lieutenant, Yang Yi finally suggested. Given the current instability at court and the rivalry among princes, it is impossible to report his merits and seek the court's endorsement for Sheng Huai'an's promotion to deputy general. Upon returning from the battlefield under General Yang Yi, Sheng Huai'an visited the old soldier. The veteran remained the same, but among his troops, only Zhang Dainiu's familiar face greeted him, as the others had been replaced by a new cohort. The brutality of war had led to a constant turnover of soldiers. Uncle, Brother Dainiu, I have come to see you, Sheng Huai'an exclaimed. Just glad to have you back, the veteran nodded in acknowledgement. Huai'an, I heard that during your mission, you felled over 8,000 enemies. How valiant. Zhang Dainiu could not contain his admiration, giving a thumbs up. That was accomplished over several days, with the brothers risking their lives for it. It is not merely about valor. Sheng Huai'an waved his hand dismissively. Too bad I am not under your command. Otherwise, I would have galloped across the prairie with you, Zhang Dainiu expressed wistfully. How about I send you to serve under Huai'an? The veteran shot Zhang Dainiu a disapproving glance. Ahem. Well, I would still prefer to follow you, Zhang Dainiu quickly clarified. The veteran nodded, acknowledging his loyalty, unlike Wang Wu, who had joined Sheng Huai'an's ranks and had yet to return. Uncle, I have succeeded. Hee, Sheng Huai'an declared, eliciting a look of surprise from the veteran. Come with me. Sheng Huai'an followed the veteran into the inner chamber. Have you truly refined it? The veteran asked, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he looked at Sheng Huai'an. Indeed, Sheng Huai'an affirmed. Sheng Huai'an nodded, channeling the essence of the great Sun Heart Sutra, his body beginning to radiate with a golden glow. The veteran stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that Sheng Huai'an had truly succeeded in cultivating a seemingly counterfeit manual. This meant he had not been deceived. He had acquired an authentic scripture. Yet, why had he labored for so long without achieving success? Something seems amiss, the veteran murmured. What is it that is amiss? Sheng Huai'an inquired as he withdrew his energy. Nothing at all. I merely meant to say that I am genuinely pleased for your success, nephew, the veteran replied, a hint of bitterness in his tone. Allow me to teach you the cultivation methods, uncle, Sheng Huai'an offered, eager to share his newfound knowledge, especially since the Great Sun Heart Sutra had originally been gifted to him by the veteran. Indeed, I did not misjudge you, the veteran responded, eagerly anticipating this offer. Sheng Huai'an then proceeded to instruct the veteran on the foundational techniques. After a while, the veteran's expression turned to one of dejection. I cannot cultivate this. I cannot even grasp the basics. It seems not everyone is destined for this path, he sighed. Sheng Huai'an scratched his head, pondering the peculiarities of this cultivation method. Young man, be sure to keep this technique a secret. A common man is innocent, yet holding precious treasures may lead to misfortune, the veteran warned with a serious demeanor. Yes, uncle. I understand the gravity of the matter, Sheng Huai'an replied, fully aware of the implications. Moreover, unless you attain the martial saint realm, you must not shatter the pure yang. Otherwise, you will be forever barred from reaching the martial saint level, the veteran continued. Martial saint. The veteran elaborated slowly. In the realm of martial arts, there are stages: martial disciple, martial practitioner, martial master, then the acquired and innate stages, culminating in the grandmaster level. Above the grandmaster is the martial saint, a figure so powerful that they could command a nation and live for 5 centuries. Sheng Huai'an felt a surge of adrenaline at the mention of the martial saint, realizing the immense strength such a title carried. Previously, he was only aware of the grandmaster. Now he learned of the realm beyond that, the martial saint. What of the martial emperor? Sheng Huai'an asked, curiosity piqued. Wasn't he the great Sun Heart Sutra crafted by a martial emperor? The martial emperor? The veteran glanced at Sheng Huai'an. That is but a legend. Enough now. Heed my warning. Until you reach the martial saint, do not disrupt the pure yang, or you shall remain forever distant from the realm of the martial saint. Sheng Huai'an felt disheartened. Did this imply that unless he reached the martial saint realm, he would be unable to associate with women? What was the point of striving for cultivation? Perhaps it would be better not to pursue the martial way at all. Uncle, why can other martial cultivators manage it then? Have you not examined the characteristics of the technique you are practicing? The veteran retorted, rolling his eyes. Sheng Huai'an sighed deeply. Uncle, you have led me astray. Upon returning from the veteran, that evening, General Yang Yi hosted a celebratory banquet for Sheng Huai'an's 300 soldiers, allowing them to indulge and revel, fulfilling the promise made before their expedition. As some soldiers drank, tears flowed freely. Their fallen comrades would never return. After the festivities, Sheng Huai'an commenced his own cultivation journey. Since the veteran had informed him that without achieving the status of a martial saint, he could not transcend pure yang, Sheng Huai'an devoted himself to his training with even greater diligence. Driven by the aspiration to become a true man at the earliest opportunity, he committed himself to relentless practice, striving to attain the esteemed title of martial saint. Otherwise, should he find himself at the Yichuan Tower, he would only be left to weep in vain. The following morning, Sheng Huai'an absorbed the first rays of the rising sun, concluding his morning meditation. After partaking in breakfast, the Xiongnu army outside the gates began their relentless assault anew. Without hesitation, Sheng Huai'an grasped his battle blade and ascended the city walls. To slay the enemy was his singular focus. Only through vanquishing foes could he continuously accrue battle merit and hasten his journey towards becoming a martial saint. As the conflict commenced, the Xiongnu dispatched an army of 20,000 to launch an assault on the city, putting immense pressure on the garrison at Anning Pass. The ground below was teeming with Xiongnu soldiers, while their cavalry rained down arrows in a suppressive barrage, facilitating the ascent of their infantry up the walls. Stones, molten metal, and barbed arrows rained down from above, striking with deadly precision. After incurring significant casualties, the Xiongnu soldiers began their advance onto the battlements. Among the ranks of the Xiongnu army, both innate and acquired martial artists surged forward to join the fray. The defending officers and sub-officers plunged into the chaos, striving to contain the advanced combatants of the Xiongnu. The ferocity of the Xiongnu's offensive was more intense than ever before. 2 formidable presences emanated from their ranks, and soon, 2 cloaked Xiongnu masters leaped into the fray. Yang Yi, prepare to meet your doom, one of the Xiongnu masters bellowed, his voice reverberating like thunder across the entire Anning Pass. Such audacity! Witnessing the brazen demeanor of the 2 Xiongnu masters ignited a wave of fury among the defenders and residents of Anning Pass. Yang Yi stepped forward, confronting the 2 masters directly. Ah, 2 worthless hounds dare to boast of bravery, Yang Yi scoffed. Today, you shall meet your end. The slightly built Xiongnu master retorted coldly. Is it merely you 2? Taste my spear, furious dragon. Yang Yi brandished his sovereign spear, which transformed into a dragon of gold, surging forth with immense vigor towards the Xiongnu master. As the spear's form morphed into a raging dragon, its overwhelming might commanded respect. The Xiongnu master's expression shifted to one of grave concern. His dark robe billowed as he unleashed a torrent of black energy, coalescing in his palm before he struck, akin to a thundercloud descending with terrifying force. The other Xiongnu master also launched an attack, his blade shimmering with brilliance as he aimed a devastating strike at Yang Yi. In the skies above, the energy surged, the pressure akin to that of a prison, instilling a sense of dread. The movements of these masterful warriors exuded an aura of terror, incomparable to mere mortals. Boom! The 3 engaged in a fierce clash, the sounds of their battle echoing like thunder from the heavens. their overwhelming strength surpassing that of the innate warriors by unfathomable margins. Suddenly, from within the Xiongnu ranks, another figure emerged, charging towards Yang Yi. The aura it radiated was undoubtedly that of a master. A third master from the Xiongnu had appeared, and the terrifying presence caused the defenders' hearts to skip a beat. This is dire. There is yet another master among the Xiongnu. Sun Hao exclaimed in alarm. Curse it! These Huns are truly despicable, sending forth 3 masters to surround and slay General Yang. This is dire. General Yang is in peril. What shall we do? The 5 deputy generals of the garrison, upon witnessing the emergence of that master among the Hun forces, were consumed with anxiety. If anything were to happen to Yang Yi, none of them would survive, and the Anning Pass would surely fall. Chapter 46. The hidden card. The Xiongnu dispatched 3 formidable masters to surround and annihilate Yang Yi, instilling a sense of despair among the defenders of Anning Pass. These were 3 mighty masters, and General Yang Yi faced them alone, with little hope of victory. After nearly a month of steadfast defense, could they truly be on the brink of collapse? General Zhao Yong'an, known as the Breaker of Enemies, wore a bitter smile. The Great Way was not devoid of strength, nor lacking in masterful practitioners. Yet, at Anning Pass, there was only Yang Yi, a solitary master, holding the fort. All of this stemmed from the old emperor of Great Way, who had grown frail, as the princes vied for power while Yang Yi remained unwilling to take sides. The defenders of Anning Pass had endured 2.5 years of targeted oppression. Many resources had been clandestinely appropriated by those princes, leaving the originally fully staffed Anning army of 50,000 reduced to merely 30,000. Now, as the great battle raged on and Anning Pass teetered on the edge of ruin, the court remained indifferent. The leaders of the Anning defenders were filled with resentment towards the court. Soldiers, let us slay these subjugators. 1 for 1 is a break even. 2 is profit, roared Sun Hao, unleashing his fury as he engaged a Xiongnu innate martial artist in a desperate battle for survival. In the skies above, Yang Yi found himself outmatched, retreating step by step against the trio. The defenders of Anning Pass, emboldened by a resolve to fight to the death, began a frenzied counterattack, determined to take down at least one enemy. The desperate defenders unleashed unimaginable ferocity, their reckless tactics instilling fear in many of the Xiongnu foes. At that moment, Sheng Huai'an, amidst the ranks of the Xiongnu, resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell, his black gold war blades stained with the blood of countless foes. His battle garb was drenched crimson, and around him lay a multitude of fallen Xiongnu soldiers. Those beneath the innate realm stood no chance against him. Ordinary soldiers were utterly powerless against his blade. In less than a quarter of an hour, over 100 Xiongnu soldiers had perished at his hands. The air was thick with bloodlust, the gleam of his blade a harbinger of death, unmatched and terrifying. He was like a harvester of lives, leaving in his wake a sea of Xiongnu corpses. Witnessing Sheng Huai'an's terrifying prowess, not only the Xiongnu, but even the likes of Lin Xiaowei, Zhou Xiaowei, and Wu Xiaowei felt a chill run down their spines. They observed that even the Xiongnu masters of the perfected innate realm could not withstand a single strike from Sheng Huai'an, leaving them aghast. What manner of monster was this? After a journey to the grasslands, he returned with power that defied comprehension, to slaughter innate martial artists as if they were mere poultry. They realized that in a confrontation with Sheng Huai'an, they too would likely meet their doom. What an aberration he has become. His growth in strength is truly terrifying, Wu Xiaowei murmured, unable to suppress his astonishment. Not long ago, Sheng Huai'an had merely been a small soldier under his command. Now, he feared he could not withstand a single blow from him. As they watched Sheng Huai'an wreak havoc, claiming heads with abandon, the formidable Xiongnu forces could no longer remain passive. An innate martial artist from the Xiongnu surged onto the city walls, ready to confront Sheng Huai'an. This innate warrior unleashed a formidable strike, aiming to crush Sheng Huai'an with a single palm. Sheng Huai'an effortlessly cleaved a formidable adversary of the early acquired realm. And as a preternatural martial artist struck with an open palm, Sheng Huai'an countered with a single punch. His true essence surged, the imprint of his fist akin to a blazing sun, imbued with unmatched force, colliding fiercely with the descending hand. The clash unleashed a thunderous resonance, akin to the beating of a war drum, as both combatants staggered back 5 paces. This was a manifestation of pure power and prowess, a confrontation of corporeal might. Such is the essence of martial prowess, where blades meet in combat and fists strike flesh, a true contest of strength and skill. Xiao Tua Yao gazed at Sheng Huai'an in astonishment, having anticipated that a mere palm strike would suffice to vanquish his opponent. He was taken aback by the sheer might of Sheng Huai'an, whose strength was not a whit inferior to his own, and whose physical constitution was equally formidable. Such manifestations were entirely beyond the capacity of an ordinary martial artist of the acquired realm. The breakthrough to the innate realm granted access to the innate martial essence, which far surpassed the robust physique of acquired practitioners. Yet, here stood Sheng Huai'an, of the acquired realm, rivaling those of the innate, leaving Sheng Huai'an utterly astounded. Indeed, a prodigious talent, it was no wonder he dispatched his peers of the acquired realm with such ease. However, no matter how extraordinary, without growth, one ultimately meets their demise. Sheng Huai'an regarded his opponent with grave focus. This individual was an innate martial artist, seasoned beyond mere recent elevation, with profound strength. Confronting an innate warrior compelled him to regard the situation with utmost seriousness. The chasm between the innate and acquired realms was vast, an insurmountable divide. Few could challenge the innate from the acquired. To personally bring an end to a genius of the Wei dynasty could indeed be a profoundly fulfilling endeavor. Sheng Huai'an launched a fist towards Sheng Huai'an with ferocity. The energy within his punch surged, shrouded in the vigor of life, for in the innate realm, the martial essence emanated from within, wielding immense power. Sheng Huai'an raised his black gold battle blade to cleave, the bloodlust emanating in torrents. A manifestation of the blood slaughter technique he had mastered, forged through the slaying of foes. The impact resounded with a crash. Sheng Huai'an was thrust back 2 steps, the innate warrior's essence proving overwhelmingly potent. His own essence had yet to undergo the metamorphosis into innate energy, leaving Sheng Huai'an to rely solely on his unmatched physique and formidable strength to contend. To kill, a vow to slay the foe, to perish alongside the enslaved. If the city stands, so do its people. If the city falls, so too do its inhabitants. To protect home and nation. Upon the city walls, the battle raged violently as soldiers continued to engage in mutual destruction with the enemy. The defenders of Anning Pass, resolute in their intent to perish, repelled the assailants upon the ramparts. Yet, the enemy was overwhelming in number, and the defenders fell one after another beneath the blades of the Xiongnu forces. The reinforcements from the commandery and county lacked the prowess to match the Xiongnu adversaries, the disparity far greater than mere trifles. In times of peace, one becomes oblivious to the lurking dangers. The soldiers of Anning Pass were incomparable to those of the commandery and county. However, the defenders had been grievously depleted, and now, facing the relentless onslaught of the Xiongnu, the soldiers upon the walls found themselves retreating step by step. The Huns advanced with an army numbering 20,000. Followed by an incessant stream of troops, intent on breaching the gates and mercilessly slaughtering the defenders of Anning Pass. The cries of battle echoed from the city walls, and the inhabitants turned their gazes toward that direction, fully aware that war had reached its most brutal phase. Should the city fall, and Anning Pass succumb to the iron hooves of the invaders, no one would survive. Mother, forgive your son's unfilial behavior. I must go forth to combat the enemy. A man knelt before his mother, grasping the family blade, and ascended the walls to face the foe. Under the collapsing nest, is there any hope for unbroken eggs? He rallied his comrades. Brothers, let us march forth to slay the enemy. A small gang leader, accompanied by a band of rugged warriors, resolutely approached the battlements. The defenders have exhausted their strength. It is our turn now. A blacksmith seized his freshly forged battle blade and made his way to the walls. My dear, take the children and hide in the cellar. Look after them well, a man urged a mother and her children. Father, the young ones gazed at him in shock, but he steadfastly raised his blade and advanced toward the walls. In the city, robust youths and skilled fighters made their way to the battlements, driven by a sense of duty to their homeland, ready to wield their blades against the enemy. Above, Yang Yi was gradually retreating, finding himself beleaguered by 3 masters. Prepare to meet your end, Yang Yi. A black-robed Hun master struck at Yang Yi's back. The other 2 masters also unleashed their lethal techniques, intending to encircle him. Old Wang, if you do not intervene now, I shall perish, Yang Yi suddenly shouted. Alas, old Yang, are you truly unable to withstand this? I thought you could manage without my assistance, a voice resounded from within the city. The 3 masters momentarily paused, surprised that there was help. In the next instant, a figure emerged from the city, soaring through the air like a specter. Wang Xian, clad in a flowing black robe that seemed to defy the wind. His long hair cascading, and a short beard adorning his chin, appeared as an elegant elder. "Stop posturing. If you do not act, I shall be done for." Yang Yi repelled one Hun master with a thrust of his spear and swiftly turned to clash with another. "They cannot kill you yet," Wang Xian declared, launching a punch at one of the Hun masters. "Masters! Strong masters!" The defenders rejoiced, laughter erupting among their ranks upon witnessing the unexpected arrival of a powerful ally. "Yang Yi, I did not anticipate you had prepared reinforcements," one Hun master remarked, his expression darkening. "I was well aware of your relentless determination. How could I not take precautions?" Yang Yi replied with a smile. "Old Wang, you hold off too. I shall deal with this one first." Yang Yi brandished his spear, charging toward a Hun master. Wait. We agreed on a different price. I am only supposed to hold off," one Hun master, Wang Xian exclaimed, unable to contain his outburst. Unfazed, Yang Yi revealed his fierce determination, intent on slaying a Hun master. With the sudden arrival of their formidable ally, the morale of the defenders at Anning Pass surged. "Damn it, wasn't it said that Anning Pass lacked reinforcements? What are the scouts doing? Why is there a master-level expert within Anning Pass?" Among the Huns, Zhuo Xianwang roared in fury upon witnessing the emergence of this master-level expert. He had initially glimpsed the hope of breaching the pass, but now the appearance of another master-level expert has shattered that hope once more. Chapter 47. The fall of the Grandmaster Wang Xian, with his formidable iron fists, relentlessly suppressed the two Xiongnu Grandmasters. His punches were fierce and invincible, embodying the essence of a martial arts savant. Faced with Wang Xian's ferocious intent, the two Xiongnu Grandmasters could only join forces to withstand his onslaught. While Wang Xian held the two Grandmasters at bay, Yang Yi pressed forward, overwhelming one of the Xiongnu Grandmasters with relentless force. Boom! The Overlord spear struck with unparalleled might, sending the Grandmaster flying. Blood spewed from the Xiongnu Grandmaster as he was struck. The two Grandmasters could barely contend with Yang Yi together. Now, facing him alone, they were simply destined to be battered. Observing the emergence of this formidable Grandmaster, who single-handedly subdued two opponents with his iron fists, the other Grandmaster, bloodied and at a disadvantage against Yang Yi, left King Zhuo's expression as dark as the stormy sea. What was once deemed a sure victory at Anning Pass now faced unexpected turmoil. "Cursed be it!" King Zhuo cursed vehemently, regretting not having summoned two more Grandmasters to his aid. Yang Yi, emboldened by his advantageous position, ruthlessly pressed the attack, resolutely determined to slay a Xiongnu Grandmaster that day. In his hands, the Overlord spear wielded a fierce and unyielding power, one that the Xiongnu Grandmaster could not withstand. "Come and save me," cried the Grandmaster in desperation. Yet, the other two Grandmasters were firmly ensnared by Wang Xian, unable to detach themselves to provide aid. "Today, no one could save you." Yang Ye's gaze flickered with lethal intent. After enduring numerous strikes, the Xiongnu Grandmaster was ultimately pierced by Yang Ye's spear, vanquished in midair. The overwhelming aura erupted through the heavens. As a martial arts Grandmaster fell from the sky, countless witnesses gazed in disbelief at this scene. Yang Yi now resembled a blazing sun, radiating invincibility. The slaying of a Grandmaster sent shockwaves through the crowd. This was a being of exalted stature, capable of establishing their own sect, yet now felled on the battlefield. The sight of their comrade's demise prompted the remaining two Xiongnu Grandmasters to abandon their struggle against Wang Xian, retreating into the ranks of the Xiongnu army, fearful of being intercepted by Yang Yi. As the two Grandmasters fled, Wang Xian opted not to pursue them aggressively. "Kill!" Yang Yi roared, his voice reverberating across the land. The lifeless body of the Grandmaster was cast into the Xiongnu forces, inciting chaos among their ranks. The brutal death of a Grandmaster shattered the morale of countless Xiongnu soldiers. With the retreat of the two Grandmasters, the fighting spirit of the remaining Xiongnu troops plummeted to an all-time low. Yang Yi plunged into the midst of the charging Xiongnu army, wielding the Overlord spear to devastating effect, claiming the lives of dozens of enemy soldiers. The supreme cultivation of a Grandmaster unleashed upon the enemy was akin to wielding an unparalleled weapon of destruction, with Wang Xian providing a psychological advantage. Yang Yi was poised to unleash a torrent of carnage. Seeing Yang Yi penetrate the ranks of his advancing forces, King Zhuo hastily issued commands for a retreat, fearing that Yang Yi would charge straight into his command tent and take his life. He is not a master-level warrior, merely possessing the pinnacle of innate perfection. Once Yang Yi assaults his command camp, he will be in peril. As the Xiongnu army retreated, those innate warriors also fled in haste. Fearing that Yang Yi would block their escape, Xiao Tuoyao abandoned his intention to slay Sheng Huai'an and began his own retreat. "Kill them, brothers. Do not let them escape," General Zhao Yong'an exclaimed loudly. "Follow me into battle." Sun Hao leaped down from the city walls, pursuing the Xiongnu forces. After enduring so many strikes, the defenders of Anning Pass finally mounted a counterattack. The Xiongnu forces that had breached the walls were swiftly decimated. Sheng Huai'an also jumped down from the walls, chasing after the Xiongnu. The defenders on the walls, the troops within the city, and the residents who spontaneously took up arms to defend their home all surged forth, pursuing the Xiongnu army. At this moment, with the death of the Xiongnu master, the morale of the Anning Pass defenders soared to its zenith. Everyone disregarded their safety, rushing out to hunt down the enemy. Boom! Yang Yi struck, slaying an innate Xiongnu warrior with a single thrust. The other innate Xiongnu warriors, witnessing this scene, fled even faster. At this moment, they cursed their parents for not having given them 2 more legs, lamenting their sluggish pace. Without any reservations, Yang Yi swiftly executed 4 innate Xiongnu warriors. Of the 7 innate warriors that had scaled the walls, only 3 managed to escape: Zhao Yong'an, Sun Hao, Li Daoru, Sheng Huai'an, and a host of formidable warriors pursued deep into the Xiongnu ranks. Their lethality was truly terrifying, without the restraint of innate or master-level warriors. The 2 to 3 tens of thousands of Xiongnu troops besieging the city were relentlessly hunted down and slaughtered. When the battle concluded, the ground outside the pass was littered with corpses. The Xiongnu army retreated a full 20 kilometers. Yang Yi did not lead his forces in continued pursuit across the plains. Had he not summoned reinforcements in advance, it is likely that Anning Pass would have fallen. The Xiongnu abandoned tens of thousands of corpses in their flight, and the defenders on the walls erupted in cheers. "We have triumphed. Oh, a great victory. We have defended our home." Laughter turned to tears for many of the Anning defenders. The Xiongnu forces, not counting their logistical units, had deployed an army of over 1 to 200,000. To safeguard Anning Pass, the defenders had paid a heavy toll. By now, the true defenders of Anning Pass were likely reduced to a mere fraction of their original number. Gazing at the field strewn with Xiongnu bodies, Sheng Huai'an wiped the blood from his face. Indeed, the stronger one is, the more enemies one can slay. General Yang Yi and the 5 accompanying commanders had claimed more Xiongnu lives than he had. Especially Yang Yi, a master warrior, inflicted a one-sided massacre upon the ordinary soldiers. The Overlord's spear swept through swathes of foes, and with the might of a master, he could crush dozens with a single strike. The Xiongnu army, having retreated, dared not test Yang Yi's prowess any longer. With Wang Xian maintaining order, Yang Yi unleashed the fury that had been pent up within him for so long. Ambitions soar as one feasts on the flesh of the enemy, and laughs heartily while quenching thirst with the blood of the Huns. Ha ha ha! Sheng Huai'an bursts into laughter. What a magnificent poem! Such a stirring declaration. Ambitions soar as one feasts on the flesh of the enemy, and laughs heartily while quenching thirst with the blood of the Huns. A true talent, so fitting for the occasion. Ha ha ha! Upon hearing Sheng Huai'an recite his lines, Yang Yi could not contain his laughter. Truly, he is a learned scholar, crafting verses with great flair, whether wielding a sword on horseback or facing foes. He is equally formidable, an embodiment of both literary and martial prowess. With boundless ambition, we, the sons of men, laugh upon the battlefield. Zhao Yong'an also succumbed to hearty laughter. Huai'an, recite another. At this moment, Sun Hao's heart brimmed with noble spirit. If only the Dragon City could summon the flying general, the enemy cavalry would never traverse the Anshan Mountains. Sheng Huai'an immediately burst into song. The enemy cavalry, the iron steeds of the Huns, and in Ning Pass, nestled within the Anshan mountain range, inspired a slight alteration in his lines. What a splendid poem. A true talent. Yang Yi felt a surge of emotion. What a stirring line. If only the Dragon City could summon the flying general, the enemy cavalry would never traverse the Anshan Mountains. The crowd could not help but praise, for did this not encapsulate their very essence? They fought fiercely, repelling the enemy beyond in Ning Pass. As long as they stood, the iron cavalry of the Huns would not dare to cross south of the Anshan Mountains. After repelling the Hun forces, the aftermath was the grim task of clearing the battlefield. The townsfolk came forth to assist in handling the bodies of the slain Huns. With 30,000 corpses left unattended, the risk of plague loomed large. in stark contrast to the jubilant cheers of the defenders at Ning Pass. The Han army was engulfed in a morose silence, weighed down by despair. What they had thought would be a certain victory turned into a catastrophic defeat. They suffered losses of 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers, 1 master, and 4 innate experts. This was undeniably a dismal failure, with nearly 200,000 troops besieging the gates. And Ning Pass remained unyielding, resulting in severe losses for the Huns, leaving left Xianwang spitting blood and rage. Incompetence, all of them. The echoes of left Xianwang's roars reverberated through the camp. The remaining generals hung their heads, filled with dread. 2 masters had already departed, retreating deep into the grasslands. The sight of 1 master slain by Yang Yi had instilled fear in them. They no longer wished to meet their demise. Without the presence of the 2 masters to bolster their ranks, left Xianwang found himself powerless to continue the assault on Ning Pass. He could only retreat with his remaining forces in disgrace. Upon his return, he would face the ire of the great Chanyu of the Huns, the ruler of the grasslands, and the accountability demanded by his iron-fisted father. As the Han army fled, the defenders of Ning Pass began to silently tend to their wounds. Despite having repelled the Han forces, their own losses were grievous, exacerbated by the reinforcements from Yongzhou and Dingzhou. Now, the defenders of Ning Pass numbered fewer than 10,000. Over 50,000 had perished in battle. One could only imagine the exorbitant price they paid to hold the line at Ning Pass. Chapter 48. The valor of Commander Sheng. In the lively night of Anning City, its residents jubilantly celebrated their victory. The Yichuan Tower resumed its operations, drawing numerous patrons who gathered to indulge in merriment and libations, with aspirations as fierce as a feast of barbarian flesh. Let us quench our thirst with the blood of the Xiongnu. The valiant Commander Sheng exuded an exuberant spirit, his prowess in battle matched only by his eloquence. Such verses encapsulate a magnificent ambition and a fervent spirit, highlighting the audacity of the phrase, "Let us quench our thirst with the blood of the Xiongnu." I must tell you, this esteemed commander is my neighbor, once a scholar in his youth. "Pray indulge me," exclaimed one gentleman. If only the valiant general could soar like a dragon, never allowing the horses of the enslaved to traverse the Anshan Mountains. Every line of poetry resounds with the determination and resolve of the Anning army. It is a vivid reflection of their essence. Within the Yichuan Tower, the majority were engrossed in discussions about the day's fierce battle and the 2 lines of poetry crafted by Sheng Huai'an. His renown had spread widely throughout Anning City. Wang Xian gazed at Yang Yi, clad in resplendent golden armor, and sighed, "Brother Yang, had you devoted yourself solely to martial pursuits, unburdened by the military, you might have already transcended to the Grand Master level by now. Do you not regret your choice?" "I have never harbored regrets," Yang Yi replied resolutely. "As you know, I am a man of the frontier, having grown up there, honing my martial skills to safeguard the border and ensure the peace of the people. Much like you, Brother Wang, who has traversed the rivers and lakes since childhood, yearning for the freedom and thrill of the martial world. Alas, I lack your innate talent. Otherwise, I would have long since broken through to Grand Master and established my own school," Wang Xian remarked. "You, a formidable Grand Master, wishing to establish a school? I cannot fathom how many would rush to learn from you," Yang Yi chuckled. "Well then, our transaction is complete. Shall we settle your reward?" Wang Xian inquired with a smile. "I truly wonder what you intend to do with this spear technique, given your prowess in fist techniques," Yang Yi said, handing over the Overlord spear technique to Wang Xian. Yang Yi had invited Wang Xian to assist in guarding Anning Pass, offering the spear technique as remuneration. "You misunderstand. The difference between spear and fist techniques is negligible. I seek to learn from your spear technique to see if I can achieve a breakthrough," Wang Xian explained. In their youth, the 2 had fortuitously met, embarking on adventures together, and through serendipity, they had acquired legacies of their own. Yang Yi received the Overlord spear technique, while Wang Xian obtained the Thunderbolt fist technique. "I wish you fruitful endeavors," Yang Yi said with a smile. "Well then, with my reward in hand, I bid you farewell. I hope to see you again, as long as you are still alive," Wang Xian declared with a carefree demeanor as he took his leave. That night, Sheng Huai'an sat cross-legged on his bed, having slain countless foes during the day, reaping a significant bounty of slaughter value. Name, Sheng Huai'an race, human realm, postnatal limit techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra, minor completion, Ox Power Technique, minor completion, Blood Slaughter Blade Technique, major completion, Overlord Spear Technique, minor completion, Strength, 35, 000 gene talent. Divine marksman kill value 8. 200 with the accumulation of his previous kill values. He has surpassed the significant threshold of 8,000. Having slain countless enemies during the day, he garnered an impressive 4,000 kill value, a testament to his fruitful endeavors. Gazing at such an abundance of kill value, Sheng Huai'an ultimately decided against enhancing his cultivation for the time being. He resolved to save it for a later date, believing that when the time was ripe, progress would come effortlessly. To achieve consecutive breakthroughs in the innate realm at this moment would be excessively conspicuous. At 17 years of age, an innate martial artist is a rarity throughout the Great Way, particularly considering that he has only been involved in martial arts for less than a month. Should he attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, he might find himself in serious trouble. As the war concluded, the Anning Pass gradually returned to normalcy. The Xiongnu army retreated, and the heavy atmosphere of war dissipated. Nevertheless, the Anning army remained vigilant. Despite the temporary cessation of hostilities, the fallen warriors' families still required compensation from the court. Additionally, they needed to recruit and train new soldiers to restore their defensive strength. As the threat of the Xiongnu army returning to attack loomed ever-present. On this day, Sheng Huai'an was promoted to the rank of school lieutenant. Although he had attained this position, he commanded only the 300 cavalrymen who had survived their expedition from the grasslands. Congratulations, school lieutenant. Guo Xiaoping exclaimed in jubilant cheer. Indeed, a school lieutenant now. It seems the position of general is not far off, Wang Wu remarked with a smile. Genuinely pleased for Sheng Huai'an. Congratulations, school lieutenant. His subordinates, including Tang Yunshan and Hai Dea, offered their well wishes. Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing had sufficient cultivation and military merit. Yet the vacancies for school lieutenants within the Anning army were limited, leaving them without promotion. It seemed that even Sheng Huai'an's title of school lieutenant was merely nominal, as his battalion had yet to be fully established. Originally, the Anning army could have a structure of 50,000, allowing for 25 school lieutenant positions. However, with the army only able to muster 30,000 soldiers, they were limited to 15 positions. Sheng Huai'an did not make the cut for these 15, and his battalion, consisting of merely 300 remnants, had not yet begun to form. It appeared he had simply been granted a title without genuine standing. School lieutenant, having been promoted today. Our battalion is on holiday. How about we head to Yichuan Tower for some fun? I'll treat. Let us enjoy some fine wine, Guo Xiaoping bellowed enthusiastically. Yes, school lieutenant Sheng, now that you've been promoted, you ought to treat us to a little revelry, Wang Wu chimed in, grinning. Wait a minute. You promised that after the war concluded, you would treat me to drinks. Why are you asking me to treat you now? Sheng Huai'an responded, utterly speechless at Wang Wu's audacity. That's simply one to do. You are now a school lieutenant. It is only fitting that you treat us. Don't you agree, brothers? Wang Wu shouted. Indeed. His subordinates cheered, their spirits high. That evening, at the Yichuan Tower, I shall treat you all, declared Sheng Huai'an, who was not one to dampen the spirits of the gathering. Brother Guo, allow me this night, and you may host the next occasion, he added to Guo Xiaoping. Very well, that is perfectly agreeable, Guo Xiaoping responded, entirely unconcerned. As twilight descended, they donned their regular attire and made their way to Yichuan Tower. Witnessing the grand procession of over 300 individuals, the madam of Yichuan Tower was momentarily struck with fear, suspecting an impending assault upon her establishment. Madam, ensure that our brothers are well accommodated, or I shall hold you accountable, Guo Xiaoping asserted. Upon recognizing Guo Xiaoping and his companions, the madam exhaled in relief, realizing they were soldiers. Gentlemen, please come in. Ladies, hasten to attend to our esteemed guests, she exclaimed, her face breaking into a myriad of smiles. With such a multitude of soldiers, she dared not provoke them, nor did her superiors wish to incite their wrath. After all, this was Anning Pass, the territory of the Anning army. Bring forth your top courtesan, Huaiwei, to accompany our esteemed officer, Guo Xiaoping added. Certainly, I shall fetch her at once. The madam, upon hearing of another officer's presence, felt compelled to oblige. As Sheng Huai'an and his entourage made their grand entrance into Yichuan Tower, many curious glances were cast their way. Who were these individuals? They appeared to be from the Anning army. I recognize him. That young leader is none other than Sheng Bingwei, who boldly proclaimed to feast upon the flesh of the barbarian and quench his thirst with the blood of the Xiongnu, someone noted. I was there when he ventured out to slay the enemy, witnessing the might of Sheng Bingwei, and I even heard him compose poetry on the spot. Wait, did you not hear? Sheng Bingwei has since been promoted to Sheng Huai'an. So young, a Huai'an of such youth, who can also compose poetry, embodies both martial prowess and literary talent. Moreover, he possesses striking features, at first glance resembling the young scion of a wealthy family. The crowd buzzed with intrigue as they observed Sheng Huai'an and his company. Upon entering Yichuan Tower, Sheng Huai'an and his companions ascended directly to the second floor, filling it to capacity with their 300 guests. The third floor was reserved for the courtesans' quarters, offering lodging for guests. The first floor featured a stage surrounded by numerous tables set for revelry. Yichuan Tower comprised 3 stories, modest in size within Anning Pass, though certainly smaller than those found in state cities and Luojing. On stage, a number of delicately clad dancers performed, accompanied by the melodies of stringed instruments. Once seated, the attendants promptly brought forth fine wines and exquisite dishes. The madam also arranged for the courtesans to join them for libations, seating 3 at each table. Given the scale of their gathering, accommodating each guest with a single courtesan was impractical, as Yichuan Tower did not boast over 300 maidens. The renowned courtesan, Huai'an, adorned in sheer, flowing garments, gracefully approached, her beauty undeniably captivating. With fair skin and an elegant oval face, she possessed a charm that surely left a lasting impression on Guo Xiaoping and the others. Esteemed generals, I humbly greet you. As Huai'an approached, she performed a courteous bow before taking a seat beside Sheng Huai'an, pouring wine for him and the others. Sheng Huai'an raised his glass. Brothers, let us toast to our fallen comrades. The soldiers all lifted their cups in unison. To our brothers in arms, they shouted, the unintentional aura of bloodshed emanating from them, causing the serving girls to tremble in fear. What is this? A bunch of warriors. Do not frighten the ladies, Sheng Huai'an said, feeling a headache coming on. Only then did his subordinates reign in their imposing presence, their demeanor softening. Drink. Today, we shall not return until we are intoxicated, Sheng Huai'an proclaimed loudly. Not returning until we are drunk. The crowd echoed, and thus they began to indulge in their libations. After several rounds, the atmosphere lightened, and they engaged in games of chance with the serving girls. Miss you. You must take good care of our officer Sheng. This is his first visit, Wang Wu said with a smile to Huai'an. It is my honor to meet Officer Sheng. I raise my glass to you, Huai'an replied, her demeanor unreserved as she leaned against Sheng Huai'an. Chapter 49. The dream of spring in the boudoir. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air, captivating the senses and igniting a restless spirit. The sensation of soft, supple flesh was undeniably enticing, leaving one yearning for more. At 17, a time of youthful vigor, a mere provocation could elicit a response. Yet, who was Sheng Huai'an? Having lived 2 lives and possessing the prowess of a master at the pinnacle of his craft, trained in the Great Sun Sutra, he was not one to be easily swayed. Raising his cup, Sheng Huai'an clinked it with Huai'an and tilted his head back to drink it all in one go. The alcohol, with an estimated alcohol content of merely 10 to 20 degrees, was rather mild, akin to the beer of his previous life, not particularly enjoyable. If the winemaking craft in this world was of such caliber, he could easily brew stronger spirits and amass wealth. As night fell, patrons began to arrive at the Yichuan Tower, those of wealth or solitary men whose families were well fed by their earnings. There were also scholars, unable to withstand the solitude. Noticing that the second floor was fully occupied, newcomers had to settle on the first floor or pay to ascend to the third. Why are there so many here today? A scholar remarked, I could only read a few pages of the spring and autumn annals at home before succumbing to the desire for practical study. They are all members of the Anning army. Have you heard of Colonel Sheng Huai'an? The one who penned verses of grand ambition, expressing a hunger for the flesh of barbaric foes and thirst for the blood of the Xiongnu, while hosting a banquet for his subordinates. Someone interjected. What? That young general? The scholar exclaimed, astonished. In Anning City, every scholar was aware of Sheng Huai'an's renown. His poetic talent far surpassed their own. Indeed, I wonder if he will complete his verses today. Otherwise, half a poem feels unsatisfactory, a scholar mused. Indeed, indeed. Should we be fortunate enough to witness the birth of a complete poem, it would be a significant blessing in life, many expressed, eager to raise a toast, but refraining out of respect for the colonel's gathering. Thanks to the fact that Yichuan Tower was the only establishment of its kind in Anning City, it was bustling with activity. as a frontier town. It was often embroiled in conflict, deterring many from establishing businesses in the area. Alas, the enchanting Huai'an had been summoned to accompany the young general for drinks, and it seemed that her exquisite dance would not grace the evening. The guests on the first floor engaged in merriment, while Sheng Huai'an and his companions occupied the second. As for the third floor, that was not to be spoken of. Come, Colonel, I toast to you. Tang Yinshan raised his cup in salute to Sheng Huai'an. Cheers. Sheng Huai'an, in high spirits, joined him in the toast. Colonel, I toast to you as well. Hai Dai also raised his cup in honor of Sheng Huai'an. Are you all trying to make me drunk? Sheng Huai'an laughed. One cannot speak in such a manner. Esteemed guests, given your noble status as a captain, we must naturally offer our respect to you first, remarked Hai Dahu with a sycophantic grin. Yinshan observed Hai Dahu's obsequious demeanor with disdain, pondering whether such flattery was truly necessary for the sake of a mere rank of assistant officer. Indeed, Captain, you have led us through life and death, vanquishing the Huns. It is only fitting that we show you our deference, added Tang Yinshan hastily. Enough with the flattery. Let us simply enjoy ourselves tonight, for I jest with you all. Even if every one of you were to conspire against me, you could not intoxicate me, chuckled Sheng Huai'an, shaking his head with amusement. These two fellows, subtly and overtly seeking to curry favor, were clearly vying for a position of assistant officer, and he perceived their intentions with clarity. The group raised their glasses in a toast to Sheng Huai'an, who mused internally that one can never escape the culture of drinking, which had transitioned from honoring leaders to honoring superiors. Yet now, he was no longer the one pouring drinks, nor the nameless underling in the corner. Among them, only Wang Wu displayed a carefree spirit, sitting alongside Sheng Huai'an, while the others remained somewhat restrained. Wang Wu was currently embracing the drinking companion, laughing and playfully engaging, clearly a seasoned patron. Meanwhile, Sheng Huai'an discreetly surveyed the Yichun Lu, feeling a sense of novelty at visiting a brothel for the first time. However, with subordinates present, he masked his curiosity and maintained an air of composure. After all, this was a realm where visiting a brothel was perfectly lawful, devoid of need for subterfuge. Come, my lord, allow me to toast you with another drink, invited Huai'an, raising her cup. She felt an inexplicable comfort in Sheng Huai'an's presence, yearning to nestle in his embrace. Perhaps it was due to his cultivation of the Great Sun Sutra, radiating a fiery yang energy that stirred her heart. In response to the toasts from the gathered crowd, Sheng Huai'an accepted each one without reservation. His previous experiences in workplace drinking culture had honed his capacity to consume liquor, and now, with martial prowess, the low-alcohol beverages of this world would hardly intoxicate him, unless he were to drink continuously for 3 days and nights without respite. Huai'an sensed a twinge of disappointment as Sheng Huai'an refrained from making any advances. Did she lack the allure to captivate him? Little did she know that Sheng Huai'an was merely cautious, fearing the breach of his vows. At that moment, he silently lamented the Great Sun Sutra, questioning the absurdity of a practice that could not overcome pure yang. To have a beautiful woman in his arms, one he could admire and caress but not possess, what exquisite torment it was. Shall I entertain you gentlemen with a dance? Huai'an proposed, intending to showcase her signature skill, her enchanting dance. That sounds splendid. The crowd eagerly agreed. Then I thank you for performing a dance for my brothers. Sheng Huai'an responded with a smile. Huai'an rose gracefully, descending from the second floor, her sheer garments and fair skin eliciting gasps of admiration. The maiden Yu is descending. Is she to perform a dance? Wow, what a feast for the eyes. As Huai'an graced the stage, the dancers harmoniously accompanied her, and the string musicians began to play. In an instant, the exquisite and elegant dance captivated the attention of all present. Even Sheng Huai'an was not immune to the charm of her graceful movements, which undoubtedly surpassed countless flirtations from his past life. It is no wonder that esteemed nobles of ancient times delighted in keeping talented courtesans, for their artistry was both refined and visually enchanting. As the performance concluded, many were entranced by the enchanting dance, the allure of which was most beguiling. Indeed, it was no surprise that such a spectacle could mesmerize so many. Sheng Huai'an nodded gently, contemplating that had this been in his previous life, such a performance in a live stream could have easily garnered over 100,000 viewers. After the dance, Huai'an cast a glance at Sheng Huai'an, noticing that while he admired her, he did not exhibit the same rapturous fascination as the others. This left her feeling somewhat disheartened and defeated, She wondered why she could not entice him. Returning to the second floor, she sat beside Sheng Huai'an, no longer fixated on winning his first affection, but rather quietly pouring wine. The grace of Miss Yuru's dance has left these rugged men utterly enchanted, Sheng Huai'an remarked with a smile. Many of the soldiers had been so mesmerized that they drooled, resembling foolish swine, having spent years in the barracks. They were seldom treated to such a display. Your grace brings amusement. Huaiweru responded with a soft smile, captivatingly charming. Internally, she thought, yet I still cannot ensnare you. Sheng Huai'an sighed inwardly, acknowledging her as a true beauty of the pleasure quarters, each smile and frown imbued with allure. Had he been an ordinary and naive youth, he might have succumbed to her enchantment. Observing his subordinates enjoying their revelry, Sheng Huai'an felt a twinge of melancholy, realizing that for soldiers stationed at the borders, this might be their singular opportunity for joy. Soon, a few scholars, emboldened by their spirits, approached to offer a toast. It is I, Sheng Huai'an affirmed with a nod. Had it not been for those insufferable soldiers forcibly conscripting him to the city walls and awakening his latent talents, he might still have been a mere scholar. We raise a glass to you, esteemed sir, in gratitude for the general's safeguarding Anning Pass and creating a life of peace and tranquility for us, the leading scholar proclaimed. Sheng Huai'an nodded appreciatively, recognizing the eloquence of a learned man. Let us drink together, he replied, raising his cup in return. As they finished their drinks, the scholars showed no intention of departing. Your noble aspirations expressed into feast on the flesh of the barbarian and to drink the blood of the Xiongnu, along with as long as the Dragon City's valiant general soars. We shall not allow the horses to cross the Anshan, have filled us with admiration. We yearn to study these verses nightly, yet lament the incompleteness of the poetry. Might you, esteemed sir, bestow upon us the full verses, so we may honor them day and night? The leading scholar earnestly requested. As learned men, they held great respect for those with literary talent and regarded Sheng Huai'an with reverence. Indeed, Captain, those 2 lines of poetry stir even the hearts of us rough men. Guo Xiaoping interjected. Please, complete them. Do you have ink and paper? Sheng Huai'an inquired, noticing the eager expressions on the faces of those around him. I shall fetch them, Huaiweru declared, rising to retrieve the necessary materials. Upon her return, she personally prepared the ink for Sheng Huai'an. As the crowd on the first floor learned that Sheng Huai'an intended to complete the 2 poems written on the battlefield, their spirits were instantly invigorated, filled with anticipation. Although he had never achieved the title of scholar, his calligraphy was commendable. In the time of the Qin, beneath the moon, at the Han's frontier, the long march spans thousands of miles, yet the men have not returned. If only the flying general of Longcheng would not permit the horses of the slaves to cross the tranquil mountains. After contemplation, Sheng Huai'an composed and completed this verse, noting that presenting the second poem at that moment was inappropriate. The spectators watched in awe as he penned the entire poem, and the scholars were ablaze with excitement. This was a timeless couplet, a gem of poetry destined to echo through the ages. Unbeknownst to them, they were fortunate enough to witness the birth of a classic. Although they may not have comprehended the historical significance of In the Time of the Qin, Beneath the Moon, at the Han's frontier, it did not diminish their appreciation for the profound beauty of the verse. Huaiweru gazed at Sheng Huai'an, her eyes sparkling with admiration. This charming man, both handsome and poetic, with remarkable martial prowess, was indeed the epitome of a dream lover, though she found herself entangled in this worldly establishment. And what of the other poem, Mr. Sheng? Several scholars inquired eagerly. The second one has yet to be composed. I only possess a single line, Sheng Huai'an replied, eliciting disappointment from the crowd. However, upon hearing this word, a glimmer of hope ignited in their eyes as they looked expectantly at him. I have another poem here. With that, Sheng Huai'an took up another sheet of rice paper and began to write. I vow to sweep away the Xiongnu without regard for my life. 5,000 sable cloaks lost in the dust of the foe. Alas, the bones by the indeterminate river, still, they are the ones missed in the dreams of spring. This poem, originally penned by the Tang poet Chen Tao, was one of his 4 verses from Journey to Longxi. Sheng Huai'an did not bestow a title upon it. As they beheld these words, Guo Xiaoping, Hu Bing, Wang Wu, and Tang Yunshan fell silent. The lines evoked memories of the Battle of Yinma River, where over 700 comrades lay scattered along the banks, their remains awaiting the return of their brothers, only to meet again in dreams. I vow to sweep away the Xiongnu without regard for my life. 5,000 sable cloaks lost in the dust of the foe. Alas, the bones by the indeterminate river. Still, they are the ones missed in the dreams of spring. With the emergence of this poem, silence enveloped the group. It lacked the fervor of ambition. Instead, it conveyed the ruthless brutality of war. The white bones by the indeterminate river. A poignant reminder of the countless women in secluded chambers who yearned for their beloveds day and night. As Guo Xiaoping and the others gazed at Sheng Huai'an, they recognized that he had not yet laid this matter to rest. Countless brothers had perished in the wilderness, yet they had been unable to grant their fallen comrades a proper burial. That night, the group indulged in a drunken revelry. The residents of Anning City, who have just endured the relentless assault of the Huns, are profoundly affected. Simultaneously, these two poems swiftly permeate the borders, resonating from the northern frontiers to the southern rivers. The poignant line, "The bones by the unpredictable He River are indeed akin to those lost in a dream," encapsulates boundless longing and heartache. It vividly portrays the merciless brutality of war, evoking a deep resonance among many. Chapter 50, Heshi County, October. The winds of the northern frontier blow with a chilling ferocity, akin to the sharpness of a bone-cutting knife. The battle at Anning Pass has concluded, yet the northern army at Jubiai Pass steadfastly resists the onslaught of 300,000 Huns, refusing to retreat even an inch, embroiled in a fierce struggle. The Qishan fortress has been breached by the Huns, led by the right noble king, with 100,000 ironclad cavalry advancing southward, trampling the lands of Yan, Qi, and Deng. The three regions have fallen, with women abducted by the Hunnic forces, while the elderly, the weak, and the infirm have been mercilessly slaughtered, and strong men taken away as slaves. A multitude of refugees flee southward, and countless treasures and provisions have been seized by the Huns, leaving devastation in their wake. The fall of the three regions has caused an uproar throughout the Great Wei Empire. Countless scholars and literati have vocally condemned the court for its inaction, denouncing the commanders at the passes for their cowardice. Pressured by the outcry, General Jin Daorong, commander of the Qishan fortress, has been dismissed from his post. The second prince, who oversees the state, did not anticipate the severity of the situation. The fall of the three regions has subjected him to immense public scrutiny and pressure. In desperation, the second prince has ordered General Li, known as the Marquis of Li, to lead 200,000 troops northward to expel the Huns. The support of the Marquis has further complicated the political landscape in Luojing, and the second prince finds himself increasingly fatigued from the demands of governance. In the present day, the entirety of Great Wei's Luojing is a stage for intrigue, where princes, lords, and ambitious figures engage in a relentless struggle for power. The changes within the capital have also significantly impacted the border regions. Yang Yi's application for relief funds remains unanswered, while the request from the northern Marquis of Jubiai Pass for reinforcements has been left in limbo. The Anning army, having endured the trials of war, continues to recruit and train soldiers, slowly regaining its strength. One day, a letter of distress reaches Yang Yi's hands. 200 miles west of Anning Pass lies a county named Heshi. This county, the northwesternmost of the Great Wei Empire, once encompassed the Heshi prefecture, now lost to the nomadic tribes, with the remaining county seat designated as Heshi County. The letter in Yang Yi's possession is a plea for assistance from Heshi County. The Huns, numbering 30,000, have besieged the county, and its garrison of 2,000 has already suffered half its losses. The situation is now dire, and the county magistrate implores the Anning army for aid. Yang Yi presents the letter to 5 of his trusted generals for their perusal. Upon reviewing the missive, the 5 generals wear grave expressions. Indeed, it is a time of tumult. Sun Hao sighs. The entire northern territory is engulfed in flames of conflict, with no place left undisturbed. Reports from scouts indicate that the forces of the left noble king have retreated 20 kilometers, not returning to the depths of the grasslands. Perhaps unwilling to relinquish their ambitions, and still casting a covetous eye upon Anning Pass. Li Daoru speaks up, noting that the Anning Pass now comprises predominantly new recruits. Should the left noble king return with renewed vigor, the pressure will only intensify. In times when the border forces receive neither affection from their kin nor support from the court, the struggle is most arduous. They bear the burden of defending their territory while feeling neglected and forsaken by the imperial court, unable to retreat, and left to defend their posts with their very lives. Presently, the Anning army harbors considerable discontent towards the court, expressing their grievances. What do you propose we do? Who shall we send for reinforcements? Yang Yi inquires, surveying his assembled generals. Zhao Yong'an and Sun Hao exchanged glances, each contemplating the situation. They were to remain at Anning Pass, leaving only their subordinates to undertake the mission. However, their subordinates were few and far between when it came to those capable of handling such responsibilities. Perhaps we should send that lad Sheng Huai'an, Sun Hao suggested. His prowess rivals that of innate warriors, and he should be able to withstand the onslaught of the Rongdi tribe, considering it is not the main force of their clan. Among the array of lieutenants, Sheng Huai'an stood as the strongest, possessing notable military acumen. Indeed, I too endorse Sheng Huai'an, Zhao Yong'an concurred. He is a skilled combatant and has a penchant for battle. He would undoubtedly be eager to accept this task. Yang Yi then commanded, in that case, we have no choice but to dispatch him. Assemble the soldiers and ensure his contingent is complete. He must depart immediately to support Heshi County. Before long, Sheng Huai'an received the military order. What? We are to reinforce Heshi County, he exclaimed, staring incredulously at the messenger. With only 300 men, not yet fully organized, how could they possibly provide support? This was absurd. The messenger clarified. The general has decreed that you prioritize assembling your battalion. Lieutenant Sheng, you must set out at once to aid Heshi County. Upon hearing that his unit would be supplemented, Sheng Huai'an breathed a sigh of relief. If he were to lead a mere 300 men in a battle, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. He promptly ordered the swift assembly of his troops. The 300 soldiers gathering rapidly. Lieutenant, is there an urgent call to arms? Hua Xiaoping inquired. Indeed, we have received orders. Heshi County is under siege by the Rongdi forces. General Yang Yi has commanded us to proceed to their aid, Sheng Huai'an declared loudly. Are you certain of the orders? Hu Bing questioned, skepticism etched across his face. With only 300 men, how can we provide reinforcement? There is no mistake. An additional 1,700 soldiers will join our ranks, Sheng Huai'an explained, alleviating the concerns of his men. Let us depart. Sheng Huai'an led his troops to the parade ground, where Yang Yi had already assembled the forces, 2,000 steeds and 1,700 soldiers. Reporting to the general, our troops are ready, Sheng Huai'an announced as he approached Yang Yi, with Sun Hao and Zhao Yong'an standing behind him. Yang Yi regarded Sheng Huai'an. Heshi County is in dire straits. I will provide you with 2,000 soldiers. You must hasten to reinforce them. We cannot allow the Rongdi to breach Heshi County and advance southward. Can you accomplish this task? With unwavering resolve, I shall defend our territory and drive out the invaders, Sheng Huai'an proclaimed boldly. Very well, I await your triumphant news. Yang Yi replied with a smile, nodding in approval. Mount up, Sheng Huai'an commanded immediately. The 2,000 soldiers swiftly mounted their horses, and with the battle standard in hand, he waved it forward. Onward, he shouted, leading the 2,000 cavalry without delay, their iron steeds galloping forth from Anning Pass, racing towards Heshi County. As he watched Sheng Huai'an and his troops depart, Yang Yi stood, sending them off with a watchful eye. Currently, several generals are unable to leave Anning Pass, leaving the hope of reinforcements for Heshi County entrusted solely to Sheng Huai'an. They are eager to witness whether Sheng Huai'an can perform a miracle. It is indeed a desperate measure, as they cannot muster any elite troops to support Heshi County. The 30,000-strong army of the Rongdi will undoubtedly possess formidable warriors. For Sheng Huai'an, this presents a significant challenge. Moreover, there are 1,700 newly arrived recruits who have not undergone any training or coordination, and Sheng Huai'an himself is filled with trepidation. Nevertheless, Heshi County must be defended. Should the Rongdi breach its walls, Yongzhou would also face the onslaught of their cavalry. If the Rongdi launch an assault on Anning Pass in conjunction with the Xiongnu forces, the consequences would be dire. At this moment, all 4 city gates of Heshi County are tightly shut, with the Rongdi army encroaching upon the city. Last night, the Rongdi initiated a tentative attack, sending merely 2,000 soldiers to besiege the city, resulting in the loss of over 500 defenders. In a bid for assistance, the county magistrate and the captain of the city guard exaggerated the casualties. Today, the Rongdi army continues its assault, with 3,000 troops relentlessly battering the city walls. The defenders are resolute, hurling stones and other projectiles to thwart the attackers. The county magistrate and the captain, armed with swords, join the fray atop the walls. With their leaders at the forefront, the 2,000 county soldiers of Heshi County do not falter, bravely engaging the enemy. At the magistrate's rallying call, other valiant citizens and warriors also ascend the walls to aid in the defense. Hold the line. Soon, reinforcements from Anning will arrive, and victory shall be ours." Magistrate Chen shouted, bolstering morale. With 30,000 Rongdi invaders, without reinforcements, they could hardly withstand the siege. Observing the tenacious resistance of the Wei troops atop the walls, Yu Danjun smirked with amusement, as if toying with prey. "My lord, why not simply advance the army and seize Heshi County, plundering all its riches?" An elder interjected. "Xianyu, when hunting prey, a single blow is sufficient. There is no thrill in that. We must savor the exhilarating pursuit. Just as now, we must relish the Wei people's resistance, watching as it gradually transforms into despair. We shall take delight in their expressions of hopelessness. That is the essence of conquest." Yu Danjun replied with a smile. They belonged to the Xinyu clan of the Rongdi, a significant tribe occupying the Heshi grasslands. This expedition is also an opportunity for the prince of the Xinyu clan, Yu Danjun, to seize the moment, leading 30,000 troops southward to attack Heshi County. Aware of Yu Danjun's intentions, Xianyu refrained from further comment. Otherwise, given the scant defenders of Heshi County, he, a formidable warrior, could easily capture it. "Send 3,000 more troops to the front. I want the Wei people to truly experience despair," Yu Danjun commanded once again. Chapter 51. The divine armament descends under the command of the young prince of the Xinyu tribe, Yu Danjun. An additional 3,000 soldiers from the Rongdi forces joined the siege. Witnessing the reinforcements, Chen Tianhua, the magistrate of Heshi County, and Wu Cheng, the county lieutenant, felt an overwhelming surge of pressure. Fortunately, the high and sturdy city walls could withstand the onslaught of the Rongdi cavalry, forcing them to rely on infantry for the assault, significantly diminishing their advantages. The Rongdi and Xiongnu, along with other nomadic tribes, excelled in archery and horsemanship. Their cavalry was their forte. However, when it came to besieging a city, they were not as adept, often resorting to sending soldiers to fill the ranks. The lofty aristocracy remained indifferent to the lives of ordinary soldiers, rendering these common Rongdi warriors mere cannon fodder. Wu Cheng commanded his troops to repel the enemy continuously, while Chen Tianhua, despite being a scholar, wielded his sword to slay foes. Though merely a man of letters, he dared to wield a 3-foot blade in battle, greatly bolstering the morale of the defenders. "Hold firm, reinforcements are on their way. Once they arrive, we shall surely repel the Rongdi forces." Wu Cheng rallied the troops, slaying an enemy soldier who had climbed the walls, further uplifting their spirits. Yesterday, 500 defenders had perished, leaving only 1,500 to guard the city today, alongside the valiant warriors within. The Rongdi forces, however, numbered between 5,000 to 6,000, outmatching them by 4 to 5 times. Even with the protection of the city walls, their defense could not endure for long. Despite their ongoing efforts to inspire hope, Wu Cheng's heart was heavy with uncertainty. He was acutely aware that the Anning Pass had been embroiled in a fierce conflict with the Xiongnu for a month. Thus, it was unlikely they could muster significant reinforcements. The notion of reinforcements was merely a means to instill a glimmer of hope in the defenders. Yet, whether Heshi County could withstand the siege remained a question shrouded in doubt within Wu Cheng's mind. The Rongdi forces continued their assault until noon, with the defenders putting up a valiant resistance, preventing the enemy from breaching the walls. Nevertheless, the casualties among the defenders had surpassed half their number, with only 700 soldiers remaining, many of whom were wounded. Both Wu Cheng and Chen Tianhua wore grave expressions. Could they endure through the day? The two men were uncertain, each harboring unanswered questions within. Meanwhile, Sheng Huai'an galloped forward with his troops in haste. The 1,700 supplementary soldiers were divided into 2 teams, each led by Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing, commanding 1,000 men apiece. He appointed seasoned veterans as leaders, entrusting the experienced warriors to guide the new recruits, ensuring that this fresh contingent would not disband at the first encounter. In the northern realm of October, the leaves and foliage had turned a desolate yellow. Along the path strewn with fallen leaves, a cavalry unit raced forth, the sunlight filtering through, casting the leaves into a dance akin to fluttering butterflies. Yet, amidst such beauty, Sheng Huai'an and his men had no time to revel in the scenery. "Onward, onward," they urged, pressing swiftly towards Heshi County without pause. Rescue is akin to extinguishing a fire. Perhaps a moment's delay could see the city of Heshi County fall to the invading hordes. Even if they were to arrive at Heshi County, their efforts would be rendered futile. The cavalry, swift as the wind, gallantly unfurled their banners, emblazoned with a grand character representing the name Sheng. This signified that Sheng Huai'an was the commander of this formidable force. As noon approached, after a brief respite and a modest meal, the army of the Rongdi commenced their assault anew. "Brothers, stand firm against the enemy," bellowed Wu Cheng, the county lieutenant of Heshi. Over 700 valiant soldiers, along with several hundred local constables, brave men, and warriors, seized their weapons, ready to confront the foe. The ominous sound of the enemy's war horn echoed through the city, instilling fear and unrest among the inhabitants. Many affluent families busied themselves with packing valuables, preparing to flee to safety once the city fell. Participate in the defense of the city? Apologies, but they were noble lords, not mere commoners. They bore no sense of duty or obligation to protect the city. With the city falling and lives at stake, the county magistrate valiantly fights atop the walls. "Will you not join me with your swords to defend our home?" a scholar proclaimed loudly. "If the gallant General Fei of Longsheng can bravely fight for his country, then how can we, mere scholars, not do the same?" Another scholar ardently responded, with lofty aspirations. "We shall feast upon the flesh of our enemies and drink deeply of their blood. Should the Rongdi dare to invade our great way, though we are scholars, we possess a modicum of martial skill. Let us ascend the walls and fight." A group of scholars, brandishing their slender swords, ascended the battlements. Where there exists valor among scholars, there are also those who fear for their lives. Some timid scholars, merchants, and affluent lords busily prepared their belongings, ready to flee at a moment's notice. The courageous souls defending the walls were primarily laborers. Their homes lay within the city. And where else could they possibly go in such a vast world? "Kill! Smash these wretched Rongdi!" shouted a laborer, hurling scalding molten metal upon the heads of the invaders. The searing liquid cascaded down, causing many Rongdi soldiers to plummet from their ladders. The battlefield erupted with shouts of battle and anguished cries, a cacophony of blood and steel. Life and death. Jean, upon witnessing his former friend fall, was overwhelmed with sorrow and vengeance. "Kill!" With a single stroke, he felled a Rongdi soldier, only to find himself beset by two more. The Rongdi forces pressed their assault with unrelenting fervor, and the defenders continued to fall. Qin Tianhua, alongside the scholars, warriors, and laborers, were now stained with blood, their garments and faces marred by the chaos. Wu Cheng, a lieutenant in the later stages of his training, found himself cornered by two formidable Rongdi adversaries. Heshi County teetered on the brink of disaster. As the fierce battle raged into the afternoon, the defenders atop the walls dwindled to merely 300. "County Magistrate, when will our reinforcements arrive?" A surviving scholar, clothed in a blood-stained robe, inquired. "It is coming. We shall endure." The county magistrate, Chun, spoke up. "Captain, hold on. You must not perish." A sergeant fervently shook the body of Wu Cheng. Wu Cheng valiantly fought against two formidable warriors of the Rongdi, gravely wounded and on the brink of death. Observing the valiant resistance of the Wei defenders, the Rongdi army's mocking smiles faded. They did not witness fear or despair on the faces of the Wei soldiers. Rather, they beheld a resolute determination to fight to the death. Is this indeed the great Wei my father spoke of? Their resolve is undeniably strong, the Rongdi leader mused. Having held their ground thus far, the Wei soldiers showed no signs of retreat or abandonment of the city. Send another 3,000 troops to seize Heshi County, the Rongdi leader commanded, dismissing any notion of amusement. It was clear why his father regarded the Great Wei as a formidable adversary, possessing a tenacity that could withstand the might of both the Xiongnu and the Rongdi, the two great powers of the steppes. Yes, young prince, the Xinyu tribe, among the Rongdi, is considered a royal lineage, a grand clan. Thus, the Rongdi leader could muster 30,000 troops to march south and besiege Heshi County. As the Rongdi army dispatched 3,000 more soldiers to join the assault, a glimmer of despair flickered in Chen's eyes. Wu Cheng lay gravely injured, uncertain of his fate. And at present, Chen was the highest-ranking official in Heshi County. Yet, despite this dire situation, Qin Tianhua had no intention of retreating or fleeing. He was the magistrate of Heshi County. In his realm, there were only those who died in battle, not those who fled. Uncertain of the past or the future, he was resolute in his refusal to retreat even a single step. "My fellow comrades, we may not see reinforcements arrive. Are any of you afraid of death?" Qin Tianhua proclaimed loudly. All the soldiers on the battlements turned to him. "We are not afraid. Let us vanquish those damned Rongdi scoundrels. 18 years hence, we shall emerge as heroes. What is there to fear? Indeed, let us vanquish them." The remaining soldiers faced death with unyielding resolve, laughter replacing fear and sorrow. Well done, brave souls. You are all valiant warriors, true sons of the Great Way. I, Chun, take pride in fighting alongside you. Now let us face this national calamity together, vowing to battle the Rongdi to the bitter end. Chun Tianhua raised his sword, embracing the inevitability of death. In that moment, he appeared not as a mere scholar or magistrate, but as a martial confederate. To the death! To the death! The cries from the battlements resonated with unified spirit. None wavering, they had resolved to share the fate of Hushi County. A futile outcry, the Rongdi leader remarked, observing the fervent shouts erupting from the walls. Hushi County was already within his grasp. Today, let us repay our country's grace with our very lives. At this moment, Chun Tianhua radiated vigor, his spirit soaring. Attack! The Rongdi army surged forth like a tidal wave, fierce and relentless. The county of Hushi finds itself unable to withstand the onslaught of the barbarian army, and the city has fallen in but a moment. Chun Tianhua cast a glance towards the direction of Anning Pass. They had ultimately been unable to await reinforcements. How far is it to Hushi County? Inquired Sheng Huai'an, galloping on horseback. Commander, we are still 10 li away from Hushi County, replied Guo Xiaoping. Order the troops to accelerate their advance. The cavalry surged forth like a mighty torrent, banners fluttering as if a colossal serpent writhed in motion, scarcely pausing for rest along the way. Were it not for the horses' endurance, they would have pressed on without a moment's respite. 10 li would take but a quarter of an hour for cavalry to traverse. Wang Wu, dispatched for reconnaissance, soon returned with 2 scouts. What is the situation? Sheng Huai'an asked, fixing his gaze on Wang Wu. Commander, the barbarian army is still besieging the city. Hushi County is on the brink of collapse, Wang Wu panted, having ridden furiously back. On the walls of Hushi County, only 200 or 300 remnants remain steadfast in their defense. Proceed at full speed. We cannot allow the barbarians to breach the gates of Hushi County, Sheng Huai'an shouted, hastening their march. Guo Xiaoping, you take 500 soldiers and assist in defending the walls. The rest, follow me. Yes, Commander. Guo Xiaoping promptly selected 500 men and made his way towards the city. Sheng Huai'an led 1,500 cavalry directly towards the enemy camp. The thunderous sound of galloping hoofs echoed far and wide, impossible to conceal. On the walls of Hushi County, brave sons of Wei, follow me to slay the enemy. If there is a next life, we shall surely toast to our victories. Chun Tianhua rallied the remnants, fiercely engaging the foes that stormed the walls. Little Prince, enemy cavalry approaches. Reinforcements from the Great Way have arrived. A scout from the barbarians reported swiftly. How many? Asked Yu Danjun immediately. 1,500 cavalry. 1,500 cavalry think they can save Hushi County? They have arrived too late. Yu Danjun smiled dismissively, regarding the Great Way's cavalry with contempt. Confident in the superiority of his own forces, he commanded, send 2,000 cavalry to annihilate these 1,500. Yes, from the ranks of the barbarian army. A contingent of 2,000 cavalry swiftly departed, heading towards Sheng Huai'an's position. Soon, a soldier on the walls spotted the distant banners of the Great Way. County Magistrate, look, a soldier exclaimed, pointing towards Sheng Huai'an's direction. What is it? Reinforcements. Our Great Way reinforcements have arrived. The soldier shouted with a voice trembling with joy. Upon hearing this, the others turned to gaze, and on the distant horizon, the banners of the Great Way fluttered in the wind as a cavalry unit approached swiftly. Reinforcements. Our reinforcements have arrived. The remaining soldiers on the walls erupted in jubilant cheers. They had finally held out until the arrival of aid. Kill. Guo Xiaoping, leading 500 soldiers, was the first to enter the city and ascend the walls. The resounding battle cries echoed like celestial music in the ears of Magistrate Chun and his companions. Laughter erupted. There was hope. Tears streamed down Chun Tianhua's cheeks as he sank to the ground, utterly exhausted, sustained only by sheer will. The forces of Sheng Huai'an descended like divine warriors, propping up a crumbling edifice, igniting a flicker of hope for the remnants of the soldiers in Hushi County. Chapter 52. The Great Battle Against the Rongdi Army. In a valiant display of leadership, Guo Xiaoping ascended the city walls with his troops, taking command of the city's defenses. You may withdraw and rest. My unit shall now guard the city against the enemy, he proclaimed loudly to Magistrate Chun and the others. We are still capable of fighting. Many soldiers protested, their spirits undeterred as they still felt able to wield their weapons against the foe. Observing the battered remnants of 300 men, each bearing wounds, Guo Xiaoping sighed. For these warriors, the defense of the city and the act of slaying enemies was their unwavering conviction. Not wishing to impose his will, he refrained from issuing further orders. With Guo Xiaoping leading 500 men, they momentarily halted the advancing forces of the Rongdi. Meanwhile, Sheng Huai'an commanded a cavalry unit, intending to launch a surprise assault from the rear to scatter the Rongdi ranks. However, the Rongdi scouts had discovered their movement, and the Yin army dispatched 2,000 Rongdi cavalry to eliminate them. On the vast plains, the two cavalry forces met, forming their ranks and charging into fierce combat. There were no superfluous words exchanged. The Rongdi cavalry sought to annihilate Sheng Huai'an's men, while he and his troops aimed to vanquish the 2,000 Rongdi horsemen. Charge! The cavalry surged forward, banners billowing in the wind, as they collided with ferocity. Sheng Huai'an, wielding an iron spear, set his sights on the Rongdi cavalry commander and charged with determination. Utilizing the Overlord spear technique, he unleashed a strike that was as fierce as a rampaging dragon. Aiming directly at the Rongdi leader, the commander, taken aback by Sheng Huai'an's overwhelming onslaught, was filled with dread. He had presumed that the commander of the Weir army, with his mere 1,500 riders, would not pose much of a threat, unaware that he was facing Sheng Huai'an. Xian Yufei summoned all his strength, brandishing his spear in defense. With a resounding crash, he was sent flying, his organs shattered beyond repair. How could a mere late-stage post-heaven warrior withstand a single blow from Sheng Huai'an? With one lethal strike, Sheng Huai'an dispatched the Rongdi commander, unleashing a torrent of carnage as the Overlord spear technique transformed into a deadly specter, piercing through the Rongdi cavalry formation. The fierce charge continued as Hu Bing, Wang Wu, Tang Yunshan, and Hai Dai followed closely behind, also plunging into the fray like raging tigers. With Sheng Huai'an leading the charge, the momentum of the 1,500 riders surged, overwhelming the Rongdi cavalry with tremendous force. In a single charge, they obliterated the Rongdi horsemen, leaving no survivors. Sheng Huai'an alone accounted for the slaying of 300 to 400 Rongdi cavalry, while Hu Bing, Wang Wu, Tang Yunshan, and their comrades, bolstered by their superior strength, displayed an undeniable dominance where the disparity of forces was not pronounced. The crux of their success lay in Sheng Huai'an's extraordinary prowess. Comparable to that of a pre-heaven expert, his decisive blow against the Rongdi commander had determined the outcome of the battle. The air was thick with the aura of bloodshed. The ground lay strewn with corpses, and there were inevitable casualties among Sheng Huai'an's soldiers, with dozens of riders fallen. Many were inexperienced recruits whose equestrian skills and strength were insufficient, leading to their tragic demise. Undeterred, Sheng Huai'an pressed on, rallying his troops without pause. "This is dire news. Your Highness, the cavalry we dispatched has been completely annihilated by the Wei cavalry in a single charge," a scout reported anxiously from the sidelines. "What?" Yu Danjun abruptly rose from his tiger-skin seat, incredulous at what he had just heard. It seemed utterly absurd to him that the Rongdi, with their 2,000 cavalry, could be vanquished by a mere 1,500 Wei riders. Could it be that the true elite cavalry of the Great Wei had arrived? The enemy commander was formidable. Even the esteemed Xin Yufei was slain on horseback by the opposing leader, leading to the decimation of our cavalry. The scouts reported back. "Shall I lead a force to annihilate this cavalry?" Xin Yu suggested. As a congenital martial artist sworn to protect Yu Danjun, he believed that no matter how powerful the Wei general was, he could not possibly match the innate prowess of a congenital warrior. When they mobilized to attack Heshi County, their informants had already gathered intelligence, revealing that the Great Wei court was in turmoil, and the garrison at Anning Pass had just engaged in a fierce battle with the Xiongnu, leaving them unable to provide significant reinforcements to Heshi County. This was the very reason they dared to attack Heshi County with a force of 30,000. "Then I must trouble you, Uncle Xinyu, to take 3,000 cavalry and extinguish the last hope of Heshi County." Yu Danjun nodded. On this expedition, he brought along 3 congenital warriors, a force strong enough to obliterate Heshi County. "Yes, young prince." Xinyu led his 3,000 cavalry towards Sheng Huai'an's camp. Sensing the aura of the congenital warriors, Sheng Huai'an turned and fled with his troops, refusing to confront them directly. A chase ensued, with Sheng Huai'an retreating far from the battlefield. It was not that Sheng Huai'an feared facing the congenital warrior. Rather, his own 1,500 riders were vastly outmatched by the 3,000 iron cavalry of Rongdi. Engaging them head-on would result in devastating losses. Xin Yu pursued Sheng Huai'an's forces, convinced that the Wei cavalry could be easily dispatched. However, Sheng Huai'an aimed to lure out the ravenous wolf. With 3 congenital warriors in the Rongdi army, even if he were to break through to the congenital realm himself, it would be a daunting challenge. His strategy was to draw out one of the foes and then strike them down individually. At this moment, in his quest to eliminate this formidable congenital opponent, Sheng Huai'an ceased to conceal his intentions, directly channeling his energy to enhance his cultivation. Name: Sheng Huai'an race, human realm, postnatally limitless techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra, minor completion, Mighty Bull Strength, minor completion, Blood Slaughter Blade Technique, major completion, Overlord Spear Technique, minor completion, Strength, 35,000 pounds talent, Marksman kill value, 9450 previously. He had accumulated 8,200 kill points, now possessing 9,300. After annihilating a contingent of 2,000 Rongdi cavalry, he had slain over 300 to 400, earning himself 1,200 kill points. Without hesitation, he decided to invest his points, consuming 1,000 kill points. A surge of immense power erupted within him, flooding his being and beginning to fortify his flesh and bones. This newfound strength was more potent and ferocious than ever before. Sheng Huai'an was taken aback to discover that the transition from postnatal limit to the congenital realm required 1,000 kill points, rather than the 500 he had anticipated. A tremendous force erupted within him, swiftly elevating his realm to the innate stage. His flesh, bones, sinews, and true essence underwent a continuous metamorphosis. Innate. Transitioning from the mundane to the sacred, transcending the ordinary, reversing the innate. This was a fundamental transformation, stepping into the innate realm, shedding the earthly body. This marked the true beginning of martial arts. The true essence within him also evolved into innate true essence, amplifying his physical strength severalfold. With vitality as robust and vigorous as a dragon. This metamorphosis was particularly extraordinary, as if he had cast off the burdens of a mortal form. Hu Bing and the others were astounded as they witnessed the transformative aura surrounding Sheng Huai'an. Was he becoming stronger? Sensing the faint threads of innate energy, they found themselves unsettled. Could one truly ascend to the innate realm while on the run? They were witnessing something truly remarkable as Sheng Huai'an effortlessly broke through to the innate stage, as simple as partaking in a meal or taking a stroll. The impact of this scene on them was immense. Sheng Huai'an quietly contemplated the changes brought about by his breakthrough into the innate realm. Name: Sheng Huai'an race, human realm, early innate cultivation techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra, minor achievement, Raging Bull Technique, minor achievement, Blood Fiend Blade Technique, major achievement, Overlord Spear Technique, minor achievement, Power, 45,000 Gene Talent, Divine Marksman Kill Value, 8450. Having advanced to the early innate stage, his strength surged to 45,000 Gene, a level of power comparable to that of a fully realized innate martial artist. Simultaneously, the transformation of his innate true essence, vitality, and physical form surpassed that of the postnatal realm significantly. If his vitality in the postnatal stage was akin to that of a dragon, now it resembled the ferocity of smoke and flames. His physique was incredibly robust, with a vibrant life force coursing through every cell of his flesh, brimming with power. Moreover, the innate true essence could be externalized, greatly enhancing his lethality and strength. These were the remarkable changes that accompanied his breakthrough into the innate realm. Chapter 53. The confrontation with the Rongdi innate warrior. Having elevated his cultivation to the innate realm, Sheng Huai'an could not help but unleash a resounding roar. Breaking through to the innate realm felt akin to shattering a layer of shackles within his body. He could now more acutely perceive the ethereal energies of the world, and his ability to absorb the essence of heaven and earth had significantly accelerated. It was only upon transcending into the innate realm that one could truly be deemed a formidable martial artist, and at this moment, he possessed a modicum of self-preservation. With a smile gracing his lips at this newfound strength, Sheng Huai'an noted that the pursuing Rongdi innate warrior was hot on their heels, seemingly resigned to his own demise. When a sufficient distance had been established, Sheng Huai'an brought his steed to a halt, prompting his soldiers to follow suit behind him. Among them, Hu Bing, Wang Wu, and Tang Yinshan were filled with exhilaration, for they understood that the time for retaliation was nigh. Being relentlessly chased was far from their preference. Now that Sheng Huai'an had ascended to the innate realm, it was their moment to strike back. They were eager to witness the extent of Sheng Huai'an's power now that he had transcended. After all, their captain had previously been capable of contending with innate warriors even while still in the acquired realm, rendering him invincible among his peers. They could scarcely fathom how formidable he would become now. His troops, mounted and standing resolutely behind him, silently observed as the Rongdi forces advanced. The once fleeing cavalry of the Great Way now bore faint smiles. Had they accepted their fate? "Brave lads, follow me into battle," roared Xian Yu, leading 3,000 cavalrymen into the fray. Sheng Huai'an merely raised his iron spear. "You shall remain here. Allow me to slay that innate warrior first. Then you may charge forth and encircle the 3,000 cavalry." With that, he galloped forward. As Sheng Huai'an wielded his spear, innate true energy coalesced around it, transforming the iron spear into a resplendent golden weapon, radiating a brilliant light. In that moment, the spear seemed to metamorphose into a magnificent golden dragon, and he himself began to emanate overwhelming true energy, shining like a blazing sun. Xian Yu, witnessing the sudden surge of innate true energy enveloping Sheng Huai'an, quickly realized that he was indeed an innate warrior. No wonder he had effortlessly vanquished 2,000 Rongdi cavalrymen. Their demise was not in vain. With a knowing smile, Xian Yu pondered whether this ploy to draw him out was aimed at slaying him. He could only deem it naive, for Sheng Huai'an's aura suggested he had only recently broken through the innate realm, while he himself was a seasoned innate warrior, at the pinnacle of the mid-innate stage, poised to advance to the late innate stage given the right opportunity. To think one could slay him? Such aspirations were mere folly. Unwilling to yield, Xian Yu unleashed his own innate true energy, charging forth with a massive halberd. The two warriors leapt from their steeds, momentarily suspended in the air before crashing down upon one another. Sheng Huai'an executed a vertical strike with the might of the Overlord spear technique, an unstoppable force cleaving through mountains and seas. Xian Yu's crimson halberd, enveloped in flames of true energy, met Sheng Huai'an's spear head-on. The clash resounded like thunder, lighting up the sky and producing an ear-splitting roar. The terrifying primal energy surged like a tide, evaporating the moisture in the air. The advancing army of the Rongdi, struck by the awe-inspiring innate energy, hesitated to charge forward. The fluctuations of energy unleashed by innate masters could easily obliterate ordinary warriors. In a fierce exchange, Xian Yu realized something was amiss. The overwhelming power he faced was far beyond his own capabilities. The sheer force sent him hurtling backward, nearly dispersing the blood and true essence within him, displacing his internal organs. That strike bore no resemblance to the output of a mere early-stage innate warrior. It felt akin to the full-force assault of a late-stage or perfected innate master. With the Bawang spear technique, the rampaging dragon, Sheng Huai'an wielded his spear, resembling a golden dragon in its ferocity, breaking through the innate realm, making Xian Yu the ideal sparring partner for his ascent. Facing the formidable Sheng Huai'an, Xian Yu could only muster all his strength. Having initially perceived him as an opponent he could easily manage, only to discover he was a tiger in sheep's clothing. Bang, bang, bang. As the two engaged in their fierce battle, the terrifying energy whipped up dust and sand, akin to a tempest. From a distance, it appeared as two radiant shadows, one golden and one red, locked in combat. The overwhelming aura rendered Hu Bing and his companions mere spectators, understanding why Sheng Huai'an had ordered them to hold back. Joining the fray would expose them to the devastating aftermath of the clash between innate masters, which could easily annihilate those of lower cultivation. In such battles, innate warriors often struggled to protect those nearby. "Captain is exceptionally strong," exclaimed Tang Yunshan. Having just broken through, he is already overpowering that innate warrior of the Rongdi. Could it be that Captain Sheng is the reincarnation of an ancient monster? "His rate of cultivation is astonishingly swift," muttered Haide. "I've never witnessed anyone cultivate at such a pace. Even those direct disciples from the sacred sects might only be comparable to him," Hu Bing added. "A 17-year-old innate warrior is only heard of in a few sacred sections. What were they doing at 17? Still honing their bodies, just stepping into the martial disciple realm, I presume." Observing Sheng Huai'an's commanding presence, Hu Bing felt envious, pondering his own chances of breaking through to the innate realm. After all, ascending from the acquired realm had relied on a fourth-grade breakthrough pill. The thought of reaching innate status felt distant and daunting. Boom. A single thrust of the spear cleaved the ground, creating a long fissure. Xian Yu, in the heat of battle, was increasingly alarmed. The power emanating from this youth was immense. He had experienced the transformation into innate strength, yet now he felt his body cracking and bleeding under the strain. Despite being an early-stage innate warrior, he felt as though he were facing a perfected innate master. With the Bawang spear technique, he unleashed a strike, establishing the nation. Sheng Huai'an executed another thrust, his spear radiating brilliance, a definitive strike to secure dominion. Boom! Xian Yu, exerting all his strength and defense, found it insurmountable and was pierced through the left shoulder by the spear. Having cultivated an innate body impervious to blades and spears, he now found himself drenched in blood. Had he been aware of Sheng Huai'an's formidable strength, he would never have dared to take the initiative, leading troops to annihilate Sheng Huai'an's forces. Now, as he sought to flee, he was ensnared by Sheng Huai'an, unable to extricate himself. The Overlord spear technique, aimed at the kidneys. A thrust pierced through his waist, creating a gaping wound from which blood flowed incessantly. If Yang Yi were present, he would surely reprimand Sheng Huai'an. Was such a move part of the Overlord spear technique? The humiliation was excessive. If death was intended, why the need for insult? Xian Yu gazed at the gash in his waist, uttering in the language of the Great Way. Unable to fight back and unable to escape, Xian Yu, treated as a mere sparring partner, felt his plight was already dire. And now he had lost a kidney as well. A slip of the hand, a slip of the hand. Sheng Huai'an had no intention of such a mishap. It was merely an accidental miscalculation that led to the thrust aimed at his opponent's kidney. Curse your clumsiness. Xian Yu, filled with rage, swung his spear. Yet, it was effortlessly deflected by Sheng Huai'an, revealing not only a disparity in strength, but also in their physical prowess. Sheng Huai'an's corporeal form far surpassed Xian Yu's, who had merely broken through to the innate realm. He felt fully capable of battling a peak innate expert. In dealing with Xian Yu, he merely used him to hone his skills and familiarize himself with the innate realm's power. Enough of this. He had grown accustomed to the strength. It was time to send this formidable foe to his demise. The Overlord spear technique, Inferno sweeps the plains. With a single thrust, it surged forth like heavenly fire, consuming all in its path. Xian Yu beheld his heart shattered by the spear, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth as he slowly collapsed. This strike was beyond his capacity to block. Had he the chance, he would never have pursued Sheng Huai'an, thus forfeiting his life in vain. Brothers, follow me into battle. Upon witnessing Sheng Huai'an slay the innate warrior Xian Yu, Hu Bing immediately commanded his cavalry to charge. The Rongdi cavalry, upon seeing the death of their innate champion, turned their steeds and fled, their formation thrown into disarray. With the demise of Xian Yu, Sheng Huai'an accrued 70 points of slaughter value. He paid no heed to Xian Yu's corpse, instead leaping onto his horse, charging forward in pursuit of the Rongdi cavalry. It was the ordinary Rongdi soldiers who constituted the primary source of slaughter value. The more he vanquished, the more he could amass. Slaying Xian Yu, an innate warrior, garnered him a mere 70 points of slaughter value, equivalent to that of defeating 70 initial-stage martial apprentices. The Rongdi cavalry's formation was in chaos. These soldiers, terrorized by the innate warrior Sheng Huai'an, focused solely on their escape. Sheng Huai'an quickly led his subordinates in pursuit, akin to hunting lambs, facing minimal resistance. The Rongdi cavalry left behind over 2,400 to 500 corpses, with fewer than 500 managing to flee the pursuit. In this scenario, those who lagged behind met their demise. With yet another victory, the newly reinforced soldiers began to regard Sheng Huai'an with growing admiration. The entire cavalry unit underwent a transformation in spirit and vigor, no longer resembling a mere contingent of fresh recruits. Leave a portion behind to gather the horses, the rest. Follow me, Sheng Huai'an commanded decisively. Chapter 54. A single arrow slays the innate, leaving behind 50 cavalrymen to gather the war horses of the Rongdi. Sheng Huai'an led his subordinates to continue restraining the formidable Rongdi army, alleviating their assault on Hushi County. The returning Rongdi cavalrymen were in a state of utter panic. Not good, Your Highness, not good. What is it? What has happened? The enemy has a formidable warrior among them. Lord Xian Yu has perished, exclaimed the terrified soldier. What? Yu Danjun rose once more from his tiger-skin seat, his face a mask of shock. Xian Yu was a mid-stage innate powerhouse. To defeat him, one would at least need to be a peak late-stage innate warrior. Moreover, Xian Yu was his personal guard, and he had actually fallen in battle? Yu Danjun found it difficult to accept. Gazing at the 500 battered soldiers who had returned, he felt a sense of disorientation. Your Highness, the one who could slay Xian Yu must be an innate grand completion. We need to prepare for a swift retreat, Yu Lin said gravely. As one of the 3 innate powerhouses on this mission, he was acutely aware of Xian Yu's strength, mid-stage innate peak. And it was exceedingly challenging for an ordinary late-stage innate warrior to kill him. Even if they couldn't win, fleeing was entirely possible. Now that Xian Yu had fallen, it only proved that this mid-stage innate warrior could not even escape. Yu Danjun was taken aback. An innate grand completion was an insurmountable barrier for them. Even with 20,000 troops, it would be arduous to withstand the charge of an innate grand completion warrior. Thunderous hoofbeats echoed from the distant plains. A grand and imposing sound. Not good. That powerful warrior is leading an assault. Yu Lin sensed an overwhelming aura, peering into the distance. A cloud of blood energy surged forth, rolling toward them, the powerful essence causing him to tremble. Another innate warrior also perceived the ominous blood energy. Such terrifying vitality could only belong to an innate grand completion, perhaps even on the verge of breaking through to the master level. Withdraw. Retreat quickly, Yu Danjun shouted. He could never have imagined why the Anning army would dispatch an innate grand completion warrior for support. With that, Yu Danjun fled with his subordinates, entirely disregarding the soldiers still besieging the city. Seeing the Rongdi army preparing to flee, Sheng Huai'an felt a surge of urgency. If they escaped, where would he harvest his slaughter value? Go. He immediately quickened his pace, striving to capture a portion of the Rongdi forces. The Rongdi army still engaged in the siege suddenly heard the retreat horn, perplexed, as they were on the verge of capturing Heshi County. Turning back, they discovered their forces in retreat, seemingly fleeing. The besieging Rongdi soldiers panicked, abandoning their assault. Those who had reached the city walls found themselves unable to escape. As the subsequent siege troops fled, the soldiers on the walls were left isolated, destined for slaughter. On the walls, Guo Xiaoping, Magistrate Chun, and others, witnessing the retreat of the Rongdi army, could no longer contain their exuberance. They are retreating. The Rongdi army is withdrawing. We have won. We have triumphed. Ha ha ha. Don't run, you scoundrel from the Rongdi tribe. Your grandfather has yet to satiate his thirst for blood, exclaimed a rugged hero of the martial world as he spat blood. Stop boasting. If more of the Rongdi army comes, we shall perish here, another martial figure interjected. Ha ha ha. Soldiers, we have triumphed. Shen County Magistrate could not contain his laughter. Victory resounded across the walls, filled with jubilant cheer. Guo Xiaoping gazed beyond the city gates, where Captain Sheng Huai'an led the troops charging fiercely toward the Rongdi army. Is that General Guo Bingyi, our Captain Sheng? Shen County Magistrate inquired, standing beside Guo Xiaoping. Guo Xiaoping nodded, affirming, indeed, that is our esteemed captain. Such a valiant warrior. No wonder he could compose such audacious verses as starving to feast on the flesh of barbarian foes, laughing while quenching thirst with the blood of the Xiongnu. Shen County Magistrate mused. Though he had risen to the position of County Magistrate of Heshi County as a successful scholar, he could not pen such bold poetry himself. With Sheng Huai'an's arrival, the situation stabilized, compelling the Rongdi forces to retreat, though the reasons for their sudden withdrawal remained a mystery. As Sheng Huai'an recognized he could not catch up with the Rongdi army, he drew his bow, reminding himself that he was still an archer of divine skill. He locked his breath onto a congenital master, nocked an arrow, and infused all his innate energy into the shaft, concentrating his essence into a singular force. An arrow was loosed, and those atop the city walls beheld a brilliant light streaking towards the Rongdi army. That dazzling arrow, akin to a shooting star, soared through the air with terrifying lethality. Is that an archer of divine skill? Shen County Magistrate gazed in astonishment at the resplendent shot. Although divine archers were rare, he had encountered them before. Few dedicated themselves to the art of archery, and even fewer reached the level of divine archer. He never anticipated that Sheng Huai'an was such a master. Indeed, our captain is a divine archer, Guo Xiaoping replied with a smile. When a divine archer takes aim, the target is doomed, unless the adversary's realm surpasses that of the divine archer, overpowering it with sheer force. Sheng Huai'an's arrow, unless countered by a master-level expert, was certain to strike true. A congenital master would find it impossible to withstand this formidable shot. Even a perfected congenital master would pay a hefty price to block it. Within the Rongdi army, Dang Kuan felt a surge of dread. as though he were under the gaze of a great terror, akin to being targeted by a master-level expert. Recently having broken through to the congenital stage, he had unwittingly become the focus of Sheng Huai'an's aim. As he turned, he saw a terrifying light hurtling toward him. It's over. Panic gripped Dang Kuan's features. There was no way to evade this arrow, the very embodiment of a divine archer's lethal intent. What is happening? Another congenital expert. Yulin glanced back, his scalp prickling with dread. This was the fatal arrow from a divine archer at the congenital realm, imbued with terrifying murderous intent and power. Should it target him, he too would surely meet his demise. Run! Yulin seized the young prince of the Yudan army and fled desperately. Unbeknownst to him, the formidable innate expert from the Great Way, a master archer, was relentless in his pursuit. Had he not fled, he would surely meet his demise. Dang Kuan cried out, his expression frenzied. With no avenue for escape and nowhere to hide, he ignited his vital essence, fiercely resisting the arrow in a final bid for survival. Boom! The shield formed from his blood, and innate energy was pierced through, and the arrow struck his chest, nailing Dang Kuan to the ground, blood staining the earth. Surrounding Rongdi cavalrymen were hurled away by the overwhelming innate energy, with several perishing as their internal organs shattered. Witnessing the innate expert fall to a single arrow sent shockwaves of terror through the remaining Rongdi soldiers, who fled with even greater haste. Yulin, in a reckless flight, found the horse's pace too slow and infused his true energy, propelling himself and the young prince forward. Upon seeing Dang Kuan struck down, Yu Danjun was left in a state of shock, utterly terrified. If he had been the target of that arrow, he feared he would have met a similar fate. On the city walls, Magistrate Chun and others stood high above, witnessing the terrifying and astonishing arrow that felled an innate expert, their astonishment palpable. Innate? Magistrate Chun stammered, struggling to articulate his disbelief. At that moment, Guo Xiaoping's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, overwhelmed by the revelation that Captain Sheng Huai'an had broken through to the innate realm. How little time had passed since. Sheng Huai'an felt the surge of his kill value increase by 60 points, confirming that he had slain the innate expert, who was likely at the early stage of the innate realm, as he had targeted the weaker of the two. To eliminate an innate expert with a single arrow had not come without cost. The depletion of his energy had prevented him from engaging the other innate expert. Realizing he could not catch up to the retreating Rongdi forces, Sheng Huai'an set his sights on the thousands of Rongdi soldiers attacking the city walls. Do not engage. Simply encircle those Rongdi soldiers. Do not compete with me for kills, Sheng Huai'an instructed his subordinates. Hu Bing and the others could scarcely believe their ears. Captain Sheng Huai'an had actually commanded them not to seize kills. Chapter 55. Garrisoning Hushi County now that his cultivation had ascended to the innate realm. He alone could decimate the over 1,000 Rongdi soldiers. This presented an exceptional opportunity. With the Rongdi army in retreat, the remaining 1,000 or so slower soldiers became ripe for him to harvest their lives and swiftly enhance his own power. Hu Bing, Wang Wu, and the others, upon hearing Sheng Huai'an instruct them not to claim the kills, but merely to encircle the foes, complied without hesitation. Although they were unaware of Sheng Huai'an's reasoning, they obeyed. The cavalry surged forth, effectively obstructing the escape of the more than 1,000 Rongdi soldiers. As Sheng Huai'an plunged into the ranks of the abandoned Rongdi soldiers, he unleashed a massacre, his spear incessantly reaping the lives of the enemy, and his kill count rapidly escalating. Witnessing Sheng Huai'an's slaughter with godlike ferocity, many Rongdi soldiers dropped their weapons and fled. Resistance? What could mere martial practitioners hope to achieve against an innate powerhouse? Those Rongdi soldiers who attempted to escape were driven back by Hu Bing, Wang Wu, and the others. With a sweeping thrust, Sheng Huai'an unleashed a golden aura that sliced through the air, instantly claiming the lives of several Rongdi soldiers with each strike, taking down dozens at a time. A layer of bloodthirst enveloped him, resembling a crimson mist that shrouded his golden aura, casting him as both divine and demonic. Many Rongdi soldiers, overwhelmed by dread, knelt and cried out for mercy, surrendering. Yet, Sheng Huai'an understood nothing of their pleas. In the end, he slaughtered every last one of the over 1,000 Rongdi soldiers, leaving no prisoners behind. Observing Sheng Huai'an's overwhelming bloodlust, Wang Wu and the others were left in a state of shock. Sir, could it be that you are embracing the path of slaughter? Wang Wu gulped nervously. Who would dare believe that their commander was once merely a scholar, a mere bookworm? Hu Bing could not help but feel a shiver run down his spine. A scholar, when it came to killing, was truly merciless, not even blinking an eye. Over 1,000 Rongdi soldiers had been exterminated without a flicker of hesitation, with corpses strewn across the ground and rivers of blood flowing. Sheng Huai'an wiped the blood from his face, his iron spear dripping crimson. The slaughter of over 1,000 Rongdi soldiers had granted him a staggering 3,467 points of kill value. He felt no burden for the lives he had taken. Gazing at the golden screen, he read, Name, Sheng Huai'an race, human realm, early innate cultivation techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra, minor completion, bull strength, minor completion, bloodthirsty blade technique, major completion, overlord spear technique, minor completion, strength, 45,000 gene talent, marksman kill value, 13,717 system upgrade available as he beheld the kill value exceeding 10,000. A crooked smile spread across Sheng Huai'an's face, more exhilarating than any victory. In a single day, he had slain over 2,000 Rongdi foes, accumulating an unprecedented bounty of kill value. Additionally, he finally noticed a change in the golden hand indicator. The system is upgradable. Is it to be upgraded to version T1? Could it be that the current version is T0? A slight smirk appeared on Sheng Huai'an's lips. Is there still a need to play with upgrading versions? Yet, why is the option to upgrade only displayed after the kill value exceeds 10,000? Must one then expend 10,000 kill points to achieve an upgrade? Sheng Huai'an mused that he found the current T0 version quite satisfactory and saw no necessity for an upgrade. Setting aside his inquiries for the moment, he led his troops into the city. The county magistrate, Chun, and Guo had already opened the city gates to welcome them. As for the corpses, horses, and the supplies abandoned by the retreating Rongdi army outside the city, there would be others to handle those matters, and Sheng Huai'an need not concern himself with them. On behalf of all the citizens of Heshi County, I express our heartfelt gratitude to General Sheng for your timely assistance in repelling the Rongdi army and saving our county, Magistrate Chun said, bowing sincerely. This is a matter of life and death. I must pay my respects to you. Sheng Huai'an did not prevent this gesture, but simply replied, This is the duty of a soldier. There is no need for such formalities. He felt deserving of such a grand gesture. Had the individuals who came not possessed innate cultivation, they would not have been able to save Heshi County. As Sheng Huai'an led his subordinates into the city, they were met with an enthusiastic welcome from the people of Heshi County. Had it not been for Sheng Huai'an's leadership in defeating the Rongdi army, they would have succumbed to the iron hooves of the invaders. Observing the fervent citizens lining the streets, Sheng Huai'an felt deeply moved. Clad in fine armor and mounted on spirited steeds, he stood as a guardian of peace, a true general, a true soldier. Amidst the cheers of the populace, Sheng Huai'an's contingent was escorted by Magistrate Chun to the military camp. Currently, the troops within Heshi County had suffered significant casualties, with only around 200 remnants remaining. Thus, Sheng Huai'an's forces temporarily assumed the responsibility of garrisoning and defending the area. General Sheng, I kindly ask your troops to rest here for the time being. This evening, I shall host a banquet to celebrate your achievements, and I will report your merits to the court, Magistrate Chun stated to Sheng Huai'an. Looking at Sheng Huai'an, with his youthful visage already exuding an air of authority and valor, it was evident he was an enviable young commander. Very well, Magistrate Chun. You may attend to your duties while my troops take over the city's defense, Sheng Huai'an replied with a nod. With the soldiers of Heshi County depleted, he had no choice but to safeguard the county, and with the battle just concluded, many matters required the magistrate's attention. Then I shall accompany the general for a few drinks this evening, Magistrate Chun said, clasping his fists in salute as he took his leave. The responsibilities of comforting the citizens, mourning the fallen soldiers, and arranging for the handling of corpses would all fall to Magistrate Chun. Sheng Huai'an's forces had suffered 200 casualties. The fallen soldiers could only be buried in Heshi County, while the wounded would be sent for treatment. Having taken charge of the city's defense, Sheng Huai'an remained diligent. He instructed Wang Wu to send scouts to ascertain whether the Rongdi army had truly retreated, and he directed Guo Xiaoping to lead 500 men to take over the northern city wall, while Tang Yinshan was to command 100 men at the southern city gate. He also assigned Hai Dai to lead 100 soldiers to patrol the city, to deter any mischief and maintain the stability of Heshi County. Upon witnessing the formidable prowess of Sheng Huai'an, County Magistrate Chun resorted to cunning tactics, petitioning the imperial court and the garrison at Anning Pass to station Sheng Huai'an to oversee the entirety of Heshi. At this moment, Sheng Huai'an was inspecting the camp for the wounded soldiers, oblivious to Qin's ulterior motives. Within the camp were not only his own injured soldiers, but also those from Heshi County. Lieutenant, General, the wounded soldiers greeted Sheng Huai'an warmly. Brave warriors, focus on your recovery. I shall urge County Magistrate Shun to procure additional physicians for your treatment. I hope you all heal swiftly so we may fight together once more. Sheng Huai'an encouraged. Having reassured the wounded, he noticed a man lying on the ground, clad in the attire of a lieutenant. Who is this? He inquired. Reporting to the general, this is our lieutenant, Wu Cheng. He valiantly battled 2 formidable foes and is gravely injured, one of the soldiers answered. So, he is the lieutenant of Heshi County. No wonder I had not seen him. He is on the brink of death. Sheng Huai'an retrieved a healing elixir he had kept and, with determination, forced it into Wu Cheng's mouth. Whether he would survive now depended on Wu Cheng's fate. After concluding his inspection of the wounded, Sheng Huai'an turned his attention to the captured warhorses, over 3,000 in pristine condition, coupled with their own 2,000. They possessed sufficient mounts to form a cavalry of 5,000. Yet, this was merely a fleeting thought. He was just a lieutenant, commanding only 2,000 troops. That evening, the camp was aglow with the warmth of a bonfire, and County Magistrate Shun provided a sumptuous feast of meats and wines to honor Sheng Huai'an's regiment. County Magistrate, I shall abstain from wine. Let us partake in tea and enjoy the meal, Sheng Huai'an insisted, unwilling to let his men indulge in alcohol so soon after the recent conflict. My apologies, I was remiss. We shall save the wine for another occasion. Let us feast on the meat, County Magistrate Shun quickly conceded. It seemed that Sheng Huai'an was unlike others. Rather than celebrating grandly after victory, he remained vigilant. General Sheng, our county's troops have been severely diminished. Until the court dispatches reinforcements, I implore you to take great care. County Magistrate Shun raised his cup in place of wine to toast Sheng Huai'an. It is my duty, Sheng Huai'an nodded in acknowledgement. Little did he know, County Magistrate Shun harbored intentions of keeping him there. Word has it that you were once a scholar, yet you have forsaken literature for martial pursuits, County Magistrate Shun inquired. Sheng Huai'an glanced at the young magistrate, who appeared to be in his mid-20s, an impressive age for someone in such a position. Likely due to either talent or family connections within the court. I have long yearned for the life of a warrior, to engage in battles against foreign tribes. My scholarly endeavors were merely my father's wish. After his passing, I embraced the military, Sheng Huai'an fabricated. Nearby, Wang Wu couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Had he not known that Sheng Huai'an was forcibly conscripted, he might have believed the tale. Such a young general must be a natural-born warrior, destined for greatness, County Magistrate Shun lauded. In his youth, Sheng Huai'an had only heard of such innate talent. He had never witnessed it firsthand. You flatter me, he replied modestly. The two engaged in conversation, fostering a growing camaraderie. The celebratory feast was rather simple, consisting primarily of meat and broth, with Sheng Huai'an forbidding the consumption of alcohol. In the days that followed, he dedicated himself to training the troops, as he now commanded a battalion of 1,500 new recruits, whose combat effectiveness needed to be honed. Meanwhile, County Magistrate Shun was preoccupied with the aftermath of the conflict and related duties. One day, Sheng Huai'an received an order from General Yang Yi, instructing him to temporarily garrison Heshi County, advising against an immediate return. Sheng Huai'an thought little of it, as Wang Wu led scouts on patrol, confirming that the Rongdi forces had indeed retreated, indicating that Heshi County could enjoy a period of tranquility ahead. Chapter 56. Heavy snow in the days devoid of warfare. Sheng Huai'an tirelessly devoted himself to training alongside his subordinates. Each morning, he immersed himself in the military's martial arts, specifically the mighty bull strength. The afternoons were spent honing skills in horsemanship and archery, practicing cavalry coordination and military formations. As a commanding officer, it was his duty to elevate the combat capabilities of his troops. County Magistrate Shun, eager to retain Sheng Huai'an's forces, ensured that the provisions were plentiful, allowing the soldiers under Sheng's command to eat heartily and gather the strength necessary for their drills. Recruitment from the county town brought in additional soldiers, while lightly wounded troops returned to active duty, boosting Sheng Huai'an's ranks to a total of 2,000. Concurrently, he persuaded Magistrate Shun to enlist 1,000 county soldiers as reserve forces. Shun acquiesced, recruiting 1,000 laborers into the county militia, placing them under Sheng Huai'an's training. After the retreat of the Rongdi army, A full fortnight passed without any further incursions of vengeance. By mid-October, heavy snow began to fall upon Hushi County. The snowflakes, as soft as goose feathers, transformed the northwestern border into a pristine, white landscape overnight. The snow accumulated to knee-deep, blanketing the earth in a pure white shroud. With the snowfall came a sharp drop in temperature, rendering the air bitterly cold. Standing atop the city gate tower, Sheng Huai'an gazed out at the wintry scene. Following the snowfall, the border town experienced a genuine tranquility. The heavy snow made it exceedingly difficult for the Rongdi army to launch a southern advance, thereby thwarting any potential assault on Hushi County. The entire northern region lay enveloped in ice and snow, while the Xiongnu forces had retreated deep into the grasslands, allowing Anning Pass to enjoy a semblance of peace. Beyond Jubiai Pass, the Xiongnu's formidable 30,000-strong army, unable to capture Jubiai City, diverted towards Qishan Pass to breach the defenses, while 40,000 Xiongnu troops occupied the territories of Yin, Qi, and Deng. In these three states, the populace of the Great Wei had diminished to a mere fraction, suffering at the hands of the Xiongnu, who slaughtered and enslaved them. Those fortunate enough fled to the inland provinces, leaving the three states utterly devastated. With recovery unlikely for a century, the garrison commander at Qishan Pass, Jin Daorong, ultimately failed to safeguard the second prince, who was imprisoned and held accountable for his failures. The 40,000 Xiongnu soldiers clashed fiercely with the 20,000 troops led by Lord Li in these territories, effectively restraining the second prince's most significant ally within the northern frontier. Meanwhile, other princes within the court began to grow restless, launching attacks against the second prince. The court of the Great Wei descended into chaos. Amidst the heavy snowfall, Sheng Huai'an did not grant his subordinates respite. He dispatched them to clear the accumulated snow within the city. Once the snow was removed, he entrusted the training of his troops to Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing, while he sought out Magistrate Chun for a drink. This left Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing in a predicament. They could not rest on such a snowy day, and were tasked with leading the soldiers in training. Although they were postnatal martial artists, brimming with vigor and unperturbed by the cold, they too yearned for a warm drink. Meanwhile, Sheng Huai'an and Magistrate Chun gathered around the tea stove to brew their wine. On such a snowy day, I wonder how many commoners will succumb to the cold, Magistrate Chun lamented. Let us hope the firewood they have stockpiled is sufficient to endure this storm, Sheng Huai'an replied, feeling powerless in the face of the situation. Beyond the city lies a vast expanse of pristine white snow. He is no deity, incapable of ensuring the populace remains unscathed from the biting cold. Provisions are adequate, and starvation among the people should not occur. Aside from a few villages ravaged by the barbarian invaders, the other towns face no significant issues. Magistrate Chun refrains from boasting, acknowledging that his subjects are prosperous, provided they are spared from natural disasters or calamities that could lead to starvation. Has there been any news from the court regarding when soldiers or commanders will be dispatched to guard Hushi County? Sheng Huai'an could not help but inquire. It has been 10 to 15 days without a word. He is part of the Anning army, not the local militia of Hushi County, and it is quite absurd to remain stationed in a county town for such an extended period. Magistrate Chun observed Sheng Huai'an and sensed trouble. This man seemed intent on leaving. Thus, he hastily replied, "Let us wait a little longer. The court has yet to respond." Sheng Huai'an, unfamiliar with the inner workings of the Wei court, was oblivious to the fact that the princes were embroiled in fierce competition for power, leaving little concern for the arrangement of a mere county officer in a border town. Even as the territories of Yan, Qi, and Deng succumbed to the iron hooves of the Xiongnu, the court merely dispatched Marquis Li to lead 200,000 troops for defense. As a local official, Magistrate Chun had some understanding of court affairs. These matters would not be resolved swiftly. The two men gathered around the tea stove to brew wine. Magistrate Chun was known for his integrity. He did not indulge in the company of multiple dancers, nor did he keep many maidservants, preferring to prepare the wine himself alongside Sheng Huai'an. "Brother Chen hails from Yingchuan?" Sheng Huai'an inquired with curiosity. The Chen clan of Yingchuan is a prominent family, with its descendants scattered throughout the Wei realm. It is a branch that has been separated for quite some time, Chen Tianhua replied. If he were not a distinguished scholar, he would not have been assigned to this remote border county as magistrate. Sheng Huai'an nodded. Clans indeed wield considerable influence. This Magistrate Chun, being of the Yingchuan Chen lineage, would likely not remain in this border county indefinitely. Initially, Sheng Huai'an had intended to request Magistrate Chen's assistance in contacting his clan to procure some elixirs for himself and his subordinates. But upon realizing the connection was a distant one, he abandoned the idea. Martial cultivation is inherently resource-intensive. One must either possess exceptional talent or have ample resources. Otherwise, one can only rely on gradual self-training, progressing at a glacial pace. He had hoped to acquire some elixirs for his subordinates to enhance their strength. But it seems he must seek alternative means. Why does General Sheng inquire about such matters? Magistrate Chen was skeptical, suspecting ulterior motives behind Sheng Huai'an's questions. I seek to procure some elixirs for my subordinates' training, Sheng Huai'an candidly admitted. Magistrate Chen shook his head, responding, that is difficult. Elixirs are seldom available for sale, except occasionally on the black market. They are largely monopolized by the court, noble families, and sects, with very few making their way to the common folk. General Sheng may not be aware that only the Taoist sects can refine these elixirs. With so many factions vying for the elixirs released by the Taoists, finding a channel to purchase them is nearly impossible. Listening to the words of County Magistrate Chen, Sheng Huai'an came to realize just how elusive the elixirs were, which explained the excitement exhibited by Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing upon encountering the fourth-rank breakthrough pill. In the realm of Taoism, which sect possesses the most refined alchemical techniques? Sheng Huai'an inquired. Noticing Sheng Huai'an's unwavering curiosity, County Magistrate Chen responded, among the Taoist sects, the most esteemed for alchemical prowess is the Dan sect of Burning Spirit Mountain. 80% of the elixirs in the Great Wei Empire originate from there. The name of the Dan sect lodged itself firmly in Sheng Huai'an's memory. The more he learned about this world, the more profound it appeared. Great Wei was not the sole sovereign of this realm. Neighboring it were the Great Li and Great Xian dynasties, whose territories were no less expansive. Furthermore, there existed numerous Taoist sects and demonic sects throughout the land. Martial arts were merely one of the paths of cultivation. Sheng Huai'an cherished the moments spent drinking with County Magistrate Chen, as they allowed him to glean more insights into this world. With the prospect of securing elixirs through County Magistrate Chen now extinguished, Sheng Huai'an resolved to seek alternative methods in the future. As dusk fell, the liveliest place in Hushi County was undoubtedly the Yinlu Tower. By nightfall, wealthy young masters and noble gentlemen gathered in twos and threes to indulge in the pleasures of the tower. The atmosphere at Yinlu was particularly vibrant during the evening. That night, County Magistrate Chen invited Sheng Huai'an to join him in enjoying the company of courtesans. Unable to decline the warm invitation, Sheng Huai'an accompanied him. It was his first visit to the Yinlu Tower in Hushi County after so many days. They approached the establishment with a sense of ease. For it was quite normal in this world to patronize such places. There was no need for pretense. Ah, County Magistrate Chen, what a rare and esteemed guest. The Madam of Yinlu Tower's eyes lit up upon spotting him. And who might this handsome young gentleman be? Today, Sheng Huai'an was clad in his ordinary attire, making him unrecognizable to the madam. This is General Sheng, County Magistrate Chen introduced. General Sheng, the esteemed. General Sheng? A distinguished guest indeed. It is an honor for General Sheng to grace our humble establishment. Please, come in, both of you. The madam beamed with enthusiasm as she personally escorted them to a private booth on the second floor. She hurried off to summon the tower's leading courtesan to attend to the honored guests. Miss Qin, hurry. County Magistrate Chen and General Sheng have arrived. Come assist me in welcoming our esteemed guests. General Sheng. A voice, both cold and alluring, echoed from within the tower. General Sheng Huai'an, who had valiantly led his troops to repel the invading barbarian armies, thus saving Hushi County, was a name known to many, and few had not heard of his deeds. Chapter 57. From the inner chamber emerged a captivating figure clad in red, her graceful silhouette accentuating her alluring curves. Her ebony tresses cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, and her stunning visage was a sight to behold, exuding an ethereal charm interlaced with an understated allure. Qin Yao glided forward, her crimson attire trailing behind her, resembling a celestial being stepping forth from a painting. Hurry, my little ancestor, do not keep the two gentlemen waiting. The madam, observing Qin Yao's leisurely pace, was exceedingly anxious. This courtesan, rumored to have arrived from the capital, had taken the lead role in this brothel a month prior, captivating the hearts of countless esteemed gentlemen in Hushi County with her exquisite beauty and enchanting dance. Even offers of 10,000 gold for a night of companionship had been turned down. The madam led Qin Yao into the private chamber where County Magistrate Chun and Sheng Huai'an were seated. "Gentlemen, Miss Qin Yao has arrived," she announced. "Dear girl, you must treat our distinguished guests well." With a cheerful grin, she exited, leaving the room to the gentlemen. "Behold, this is the famed Qin Yao. Indeed, seeing is believing. Her beauty is unparalleled. Had I known the lady was this enchanting, I would have arrived much earlier," Magistrate Chen exclaimed, his eyes shining as he gazed at Qin Yao in admiration. Sheng Huai'an cast a glance at Magistrate Chen, surprised that this seemingly upright scholar was, in fact, such an admirer of beauty. Clad in white, with an air of elegance, Chen's fair countenance suggested righteousness, yet Sheng could see through the facade. This fellow was merely putting on an act. Now, confronted with an exquisite beauty, his true nature was revealed. "Esteemed County Magistrate and General Sheng, I am Qin Yao, and I appreciate your kind words," she replied, gracefully bowing, her exquisite face adorned with a gentle smile that seemed to radiate 1,000 charms. In her beguiling gaze, there appeared a mesmerizing light, leaving Magistrate Chen momentarily entranced. How could such a breathtaking woman exist in this world? Ahem. Sheng Huai'an coughed softly, unable to bear the sight any longer, bringing Magistrate Chen back to reality. "Let us not fixate on others so, for we are scholars. Must we not uphold our dignity?" Regaining his composure, Magistrate Chen realized he had acted inappropriately, awkwardly lifting his cup to take a sip, masking his embarrassment. "Miss Qin Yao, please take a seat," Sheng Huai'an said, his demeanor gracious as he regarded her. He found Qin Yao's beauty almost surreal, and though he couldn't help but steal a few glances, he assured himself they were merely a handful. He would stake his reputation on it. "Yes, indeed, Miss Qin Yao, do take a seat," Magistrate Chen echoed warmly, his address now elevated to that of a celestial being. "I am grateful, esteemed gentleman," Qin Yao said, seating herself opposite Sheng Huai'an, her gaze assessing him. The potent aura of masculinity he exuded both intimidated and fascinated her. Internally, she wrestled with her feelings. This young man drew her in deeply while simultaneously presenting an aura of danger. "Heh, it seems our county magistrate has taken quite a liking to Miss Qin Yao," Sheng Huai'an remarked with a smile. Chen Tianhua's gaze upon Qin Yao was almost electrifying. Could this be love at first sight? "Nonsense, I wasn't General Sheng. Please do not misinterpret," County Magistrate Chen hastily clarified. The general jested. How could a person of such esteemed status as County Magistrate be enamored by a mere fallen blossom like myself? Qin Yao poured wine for County Magistrate Chen, asserting, "Miss Qin is no mere wilted flower, but a celestial maiden gracing the mortal realm." Sheng Huai'an smiled, recognizing that this ethereal beauty, with a touch of allure amidst her cold demeanor, was worthy of being a courtesan's foremost jewel, captivating countless men. Even the righteous County Magistrate Chen found himself momentarily entranced upon their first encounter. "Thank you for your kind words, General. I shall toast to you." Qin Yao, with her delicate, alabaster fingers, raised her wine cup, her gaze like flowing water fixed upon Sheng Huai'an. He too lifted his cup, inwardly pondering, could she be a siren? That tender, watery gaze could easily ensnare a heart. Word has it that General Sheng possesses remarkable talent and unparalleled poetry. "Might you compose a verse for me?" Qin Yao gazed at Sheng Huai'an with her enchanting eyes. Beside them, County Magistrate Chen felt a pang of jealousy. Was he not handsome and poetic as well? Why did Qin Yao's attention seem so captivated by Sheng Huai'an? "You flatter me. I merely possess a rudimentary understanding," Sheng Huai'an responded, somewhat embarrassed. For he was but a mere transcriber, those verses the fruits of ancient wisdom. "I wish to meet Miss Qin. Let her drink with me," called out Zhang Yuanwei loudly. "Oh, please, don't shout. Miss Qin is entertaining esteemed guests. We cannot afford to offend them," the matron implored, pulling Zhang Yuanwei back, fearing he might disrupt the noble company. "Noble? How noble can he be? Am I not a noble myself?" Zhang Yuanwei retorted loudly. It seemed he was quite inebriated, for he dared to raise his voice, oblivious to the fact that Qin Yao was attending to County Magistrate Chen and General Sheng. "Look at that face. As red as a monkey's backside. He has clearly had too much to drink. If he ruins the evening for the magistrate and the general, the Zhang family might find it hard to stay in Hushy County," someone remarked, relishing the spectacle. Zhang Yuanwei, "Miss Qin is with County Magistrate Chen and General Sheng. Are you sure you wish to create a scene?" the matron said with a grim expression. "What?" Zhang Yuanwei's drunkenness dissipated almost instantly, realizing he had been too loud. Though the Zhang family was among the wealthy elite of Heshi County, they paled in comparison to the two most esteemed individuals present. County Magistrate Chun governed the region, while Sheng Huai'an commanded 2,000 valiant soldiers. Who would dare offend them? Acknowledging that Miss Qin was with Chun and Sheng, Zhang Yuanwei quickly retreated. Behind the screen on the second floor, Sheng Huai'an and County Magistrate Chun observed the commotion below, but chose not to engage. General Sheng, a beauty has extended an invitation to you. Why not compose a poem in response? If a beauty were to invite me to craft poetry, I would gladly produce 10 verses on the spot, remarked County Magistrate Chun. General Sheng Huai'an gazed at Magistrate Chun, perplexed at his sudden transformation into a sycophant. This young lady Qin Yao possessed an extraordinary allure, capable of captivating Magistrate Chun to such an extent after merely a single encounter. How could he so easily succumb to her charms? Come now, Brother Chun. Surely, the enchanting fairy Qin Yao would be thoroughly impressed by your talents. 10 poems are hardly sufficient. Why not 100, esteemed Chun? Sheng Huai'an teased, observing Chun Tianhua's embarrassing display of affection. Good heavens, he has truly become a sycophant. Has he not heard the tales of the perils that befall such fools? Chun, with a hint of awkwardness, replied, I find myself lacking inspiration today. Sheng Huai'an shot an incredulous glance at Chun Tianhua. This presumptuous fellow. My lord, does my humble form not merit a single verse? If you could compose a poem for me, I would gladly spend the evening in your esteemed company, Qin Yao said, her lips slightly bitten, exuding irresistible allure. Chen expressed his envy, jealousy, and disdain as he gazed upon Qin Yao's unparalleled beauty. Sheng Huai'an felt a surge of blood rushing through him, almost impossible to contain. Was this woman a seductress, so adept at bewitching? Very well, if the fairy so earnestly invites, I shall bestow upon her a poem. Sheng Huai'an wondered if he declined. Would this enchantress not leap into his embrace to tempt him further? Upon his agreement, Qin Yao promptly fetched ink, paper, and brushes. I shall prepare the ink for General Sheng, Magistrate Chen eagerly offered. Your kindness is much appreciated, Qin Yao replied, handing the inkstone to Chun while she personally laid out the paper for Sheng Huai'an. As Chun busied himself with the ink, Sheng Huai'an wished he could kick him aside for his obsequiousness. Once the materials were prepared, Sheng Huai'an began to compose. No, it was not mere copying. It was the act of recreating poetry, a task befitting a scholar. Clouds yearn for garments, flowers long for beauty, the spring breeze brushes the railing, dew glistens thickly. Were it not for the sight atop the Jade Mountain, I would encounter you beneath the moonlight at the Yao Terrace. Magistrate Chun was entranced, his gaze dreamy and unfocused, as if he beheld a divine goddess. The vision transformed into Qin Yao, a beauty as exquisite as a peony bathed in the gentle warmth of spring. He seemed to glimpse the celestial being upon the Jade Mountain at the moonlit Yao Terrace. Qin Yao softly recited the verses, ripples of emotion stirring in her beautiful eyes. Was he likening her to the unparalleled fairy beneath the Yao Terrace? Clouds yearn for garments, flowers long for beauty, the spring breeze brushes the railing. Dew glistens thickly. Where did that poetic voice originate? It seemed to echo from the second floor. Chapter 58. You did not bring me to the Willow and Smoke Pavilion. Our feelings have faded. Had it not been for our meeting atop the Mountain of Jade, we might have encountered each other beneath the moon at the Yao Terrace. The enchanting voice, accompanied by melodious song, made those on the first floor, indulging in wine and dance, feel as though a celestial goddess had descended, petals cascading down, illuminated by the moonlight, dancing gracefully upon the Yao Terrace. What exquisite poetry, what beauty! Who crafted such verses? A prodigious talent, truly remarkable. Many scholars rejoiced, for this was undeniably a masterpiece destined to be remembered through the ages. Madam, who occupies the elegant chamber on the second floor. Someone could not contain their curiosity, eager to discover the author of such extraordinary work. Esteemed guests, within that chamber are the county magistrate and General Sheng. The madam's smile stretched from ear to ear. Such a transcendent creation emerging from her Willow and Smoke Pavilion would assuredly gain fame throughout the land, attracting countless literary figures and ensuring her establishment flourished. With both the county magistrate and General Sheng present, who could possibly be the author? After all, there are two gentlemen in the chamber. Surely it must be the county magistrate, as he hails from a scholarly background. Yet, that cannot be right. Despite his scholarly achievements, he has never composed poetry. Then it must be General Sheng, for he is known to have penned 2 immortal poems. Do not forget, General Sheng was once a scholar himself. Indeed, his verses, "With lofty aspirations, I feast on the flesh of the barbarian. In jest, I drink the blood of the Xiongnu. As well as the bones by the uncertain river are pitiful, yet they linger in the dreams of spring, are now renowned across the land." Such splendid work could undoubtedly be attributed to General Sheng. Clouds envision garments, flowers envision beauty. The spring breeze caresses the railing, heavy with dew. Had it not been for our meeting atop the mountain of jade, we might have encountered each other beneath the moon at the Yao Terrace. What splendid poetry, what beauty! Let us drink in celebration. Upon witnessing this poem, we must raise a toast. This journey has not been in vain, not in vain, ha ha ha. Tonight, the Willow and Smoke Pavilion is abuzz. Within the elegant chamber on the second floor, Qin Yao's gaze towards Sheng Huai'an shifted. Such talent, striking appearance, and refined demeanor make him an excellent choice for a suitor. Qin Yao admired General Sheng's literary prowess and felt grateful for the poem he had composed on her behalf. Finding herself at a loss for how to repay him, Sheng Huai'an looked at Qin Yao, wondering if she meant to pledge her life to him. "I shall repay you in the future." After a moment's pause, Qin Yao finally spoke. "Fairy Qin Yao, next time you speak, do not pause. Promise me, will you?" Sheng Huai'an replied, speechless. How should he interpret her promise of future repayment? "What splendid poetry!" exclaimed County Magistrate Chun, excitement evident in his voice. "It is decent, rather ordinary." Sheng Huai'an responded calmly. At this, County Magistrate Chun nearly choked on his own saliva. The audacity of such a remark caught him off guard, nearly causing him to twist his back. "General Sheng, you ought to be cautious with your words. Such comments may lead to conflict." County Magistrate Chun glared at Sheng Huai'an, questioning the implication that his poetry was merely average. "You cannot defeat me," Sheng Huai'an retorted dismissively. County Magistrate Chun clenched and then relaxed his fist before the enchanting beauty. He could not afford to be abrupt, lest he lose his composure and dignity. Qin Yao smiled gently, finding Sheng Huai'an to be quite intriguing. This smile, though seemingly innocuous, nearly ensnared Magistrate Chen's soul, while Sheng Huai'an's heart raced uncontrollably. This bewitching fairy, Qin Yao, was utterly captivating. Were it not for his dedication to the Great Sun Sutra, which rendered him incapable of breaking the pure yang, he would have had his way with this enchanting creature today. Truly, her glance was a bewitching smile that could outshine the beauty of the six palaces. Why, such an ethereal beauty has found herself in the world of vice? Sheng Huai'an inquired, his curiosity piqued. How could someone of such extraordinary beauty be a woman of the night? "Ah, General Sheng, you are unaware. I, too, have suffered. My father passed away in my youth, and my mother remarried." Qin Yao began to recount her tragic tale of origin. The fairy's background evoked both pity and sympathy. As Magistrate Chun observed her pitiable countenance, an overwhelming urge to protect her welled up within him. Sheng Huai'an was momentarily taken aback. This dialogue felt oddly familiar, as if he had heard it before. "Tonight, allow me to serve General Sheng in his chambers, for you have gifted me such a magnificent composition," Qin Yao said, her eyes glistening with autumnal water as she gazed at Sheng Huai'an. He found himself wanting to acquiesce, much like one might yield to the tender invitation of a beloved. However, he regretted his dedication to the cursed practice of celibacy. If only heaven might grant him another chance. Alas, no such opportunity existed. "Fairy Qin, you misunderstand. I, Sheng, am not that sort of man. My poetry is merely in homage to your beauty," he declared with an air of righteousness, almost as if inscribing the words "upright gentleman" upon his forehead. Qin Yao regarded Sheng Huai'an's earnestness with a flicker of intrigue in her gaze, uncertain of the truth in his words. Yet throughout their exchange, he remained unenchanted by her beauty. Unlike other men who were easily captivated, their expressions akin to that of fools, eager to claim her. "I see that Magistrate Chun harbors great affection for Fairy Qin. Why not let him share a splendid evening with her?" Sheng Huai'an berated himself internally. In ancient times, Han Pao Pao had led his pillar, and now he, Sheng Huai'an, found himself yielding to the charms of a woman. He envied the likes of Su, who could cultivate dual practices to enhance their strength, finding joy in the process. Indeed, indeed. Magistrate Qin eagerly nodded, his demeanor towards Sheng Huai'an transforming into one of warmth, a testament to their brotherly bond. Observing Qin Yao's alluring eyes and entrancing visage, every gesture exuding charm, Sheng Huai'an felt overwhelmed. He feared that continued interaction would lead to his undoing. To secure his place atop the world in the future, he resolved to take his leave. Fairy Qin, Magistrate Shun. I must return to attend to military affairs. Do enjoy your conversation, Sheng Huai'an said, turning to depart. Should he linger any longer, he feared he would be unable to suppress his desires. This beguiling fairy was truly a perilous temptation. As Sheng Huai'an bid farewell and departed, Qin Yao found herself uncertain of his true intentions. Was he truly impervious to her allure, a paragon of virtue, or perhaps was he unable to rise to the occasion? Meanwhile, County Magistrate Shun perceived Sheng Huai'an as a true brother for allowing him to approach such a captivating beauty. As Sheng Huai'an descended the stairs, the fervor within him gradually subsided. He glanced back at the elegant chamber on the second floor, pondering whether she might be a siren, capable of igniting an uncontrollable fervor within his veins, stirring an insatiable desire in his heart. Ah, General Sheng, are you departing? The madam remarked with a knowing smile as she observed him. Sheng nodded in acknowledgement. General Sheng. Many in the first floor greeted him with smiles, to which he responded with a courteous nod. Upon leaving the Yinlu Tower, Sheng Huai'an made his way towards the military camp, leaving the expenses of the evening to County Magistrate Shun. Why has General Sheng left? Many began to speculate as they watched him exit. Such a remarkable composition should surely have earned him a night of hospitality from the enchanting Qin Yao, should it not? Could it be that the verses were penned by the magistrate, and we have misjudged? I had surmised that such an exquisite piece could only be crafted by someone of County Magistrate Chen's scholarly stature. After Sheng Huai'an's departure, Qin Yao regarded County Magistrate Chen, noting the vast disparity between him and Sheng, both in talent and demeanor, not to mention appearance. Lord Chen, General Sheng has left. Will you not follow suit? She inquired, her voice as cool and enchanting as flowing water. Oh, yes, I shall leave at once. Chen rose hastily. Once outside the chamber, Chen suddenly realized he had intended to spend a delightful evening with Qin Yao. Why had he left so obediently? This was not how it was supposed to unfold. Descending the stairs, the crowd once again spotted County Magistrate Chen. Lord Magistrate, are you leaving? Won't you linger a while longer? The madam inquired. Chen shook his head. No, thank you. Was that poem you recited just now your own creation? Someone queried. Not at all. It was penned by General Sheng, Chen replied, stepping out of the Yinlu Tower. As he stepped outside into the brisk night air, a wave of clarity washed over him. What has come over me? Was I enchanted? Surely, this Qin Yao must possess some beguiling art. Reflecting on his behavior within the chamber, he felt utterly embarrassed, as though he had lost all dignity. As a man of integrity, how could he have acted so inadequately in the presence of a woman? Resembling a lovesick fool who hadn't encountered a lady in 3 centuries? Crucially, Sheng Huai'an had graciously relinquished Qin Yao to him, and he had somehow deemed it a stroke of good fortune. The thought sent a shiver through Chen. He felt as though he might collapse from embarrassment. Truly, she was a bewitching enchantress, and this place was fraught with mischief. He resolved never to return and quickened his pace to leave. Qin Yao returned to her room on the 3rd floor, holding the poem composed by Sheng Huai'an. To her surprise, in this remote corner of the Great Way, she encountered such a talented individual. It seemed that his cultivation was quite profound as well. Meanwhile, Sheng Huai'an had returned to the military camp and encountered Wang Wu. You're back so late, Brother Huai'an, Wang Wu remarked, observing him. Are you on guard duty tonight, Brother Wang? Sheng Huai'an nodded in response. Wait a minute. Why do you smell of rouge? Did you visit the Yinlu Tower? Wang Wu, with the keen sense of a hound, detected the fragrance of a woman on Sheng Huai'an. No way. Are you part dog? How could you even smell that? Sheng Huai'an exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, Brother Huai'an, you've gone astray. You went to the Yinlu Tower without me. What a pity. Our bond has weakened. It's rather disheartening, Wang Wu lamented, feigning betrayal. No, you've misunderstood. It was Magistrate Chun who invited me, Sheng Huai'an clarified. I want to listen. Chapter 59. The Emperor's Demise upon returning to his abode. Sheng Huai'an commenced his rigorous training. To placate Wang Wu, he promised to take him to the Yinlu Tower to meet the enchanting Qin Yao, which finally assuaged Wang Wu's impatience. As night fell, he delved deeper into his cultivation, the great Sun Sutra pulsating within him like an ardent sun, his true energy and blood fervently surging within. Fortuitously, his past as a humble scholar, devoted solely to study and devoid of the means for indulgence, had bestowed upon him a pure yang constitution. As the great Sun Sutra flowed through him, he resembled a blazing sun, his blood, bones, and sinews undergoing a formidable trial, gradually fortifying his physique. For a martial artist, the essence of strength is drawn from one's vitality and corporeal form, even with an exceptional advantage. Sheng Huai'an persisted in his daily training, driven solely by the desire to grow stronger. To achieve this, he resolved to resist the temptations of desire, all in pursuit of becoming a formidable force. In the days that followed, Sheng Huai'an abstained from visiting the military camp, devoting his time either to training the troops or to his personal cultivation. He dared not seek out County Magistrate Chun, fearing the allure of the Yanlu Tower might beckon him anew. The snow of the northern frontier gradually melted away, the first snowfall quickly fading into memory. Wang Wu, waiting in eager anticipation, grew increasingly impatient for Sheng Huai'an to fulfill his promise. Sheng Huai'an glanced at the golden light screen displaying his status. Name, Sheng Huai'an race, human realm, innate perfection techniques, Great Sun Sutra, minor accomplishment, bull strength technique, minor accomplishment, blood slaughter blade technique, major accomplishment, overlord spear technique, minor accomplishment, strength, 85,000 pounds talent, divine marksman kill value, 4717 system upgrade available in recent days. Sheng Huai'an had quietly elevated his cultivation to the realm of innate perfection. His single-arm strength surged to an astonishing 85,000 pounds, a stark contrast to the typical innate perfection martial artist, whose strength averages around 50,000 pounds. The journey from early to mid-innate required 2,000 kill values. From mid to late innate consumed 3,000, while the final ascent to perfection demanded 4,000. With each advancement, the requisite kill values increased, revealing a troubling trend. Each successive stage consumed greater resources. The total expenditure to ascend from early innate to perfection amounted to 9,000 kill values. He could only speculate how formidable the requirements would be to breach into the realms of Master and Grandmaster. Had he not begun his journey on the battlefield, he would have questioned whether he could sustain such a powerful advantage. Now, having stealthily attained innate perfection, he reveled in his triumph. Chuckling to himself at the thought of those who had dared to provoke him, imagining striking them down effortlessly, in the presence of formidable masters. He no longer felt the trepidation of facing celestial beings. Instead, he sought to grow stronger in silence, preparing to astound all with his prowess. In the grand city of Dawei, the capital of Luo Jing, prosperity flourished, drawing together the elite and the wealthy from across the realm. The entirety of Luo Jing is resplendent and magnificent, a city of unparalleled splendor, a historical capital that has flourished through the ages, its vast expanse stretching beyond the eye's reach. Towering pavilions and palaces stand in a varied array, with a resident population having reached a staggering 3 million. This prosperous capital of the dynasty is illuminated with brilliance. In the residence of the second prince, Han Feiyu, harbors a cold gaze. Recently, his uncle, Lord Li, has led an army of 20,000 northward, becoming ensnared by the 40,000-strong forces of the Xiongnu in the regions of Yan and Qi, leaving him unable to extricate himself. This has substantially diminished his influence in Luo Jing, and other princes have united with ministers to continually suppress him. In recent days, his role as regent has become exceedingly precarious. Your Highness, last night, Minister Wang of the Ministry of War visited the Crown Princess residence, reported a spy. That old man, despite my numerous attempts to win him over, has consistently rebuffed my overtures. Has he now completely sided with my elder brother? Han Feiyu's anger surged within him. He was the regent and the most likely candidate for the throne. What of the Minister of Revenue? He inquired. Lord Zwatang visited the third prince's residence a few days ago. Very well, very well, Han Feiyu replied with a sardonic smile, filled with fury. So, these esteemed ministers do not hold me in high regard, do they? Where does my Han Feiyu fall short? And the left chancellor? The left chancellor remains bedridden, recovering from illness, having not ventured outside for many days. The right chancellor, Xie Yan, supports the ninth prince, thus the number of ministers backing the second prince is few. Is Commander Zhua Qianxiu still wavering? The commander stated he would only heed the emperor's command. After a long pause, Han Feiyu's expression turned grim. You leave me no choice, you force my hand. His voice, resonating like echoes from the depths of hell, reverberated in the darkness. He could wait no longer. Indeed, the spy vanished into the shadows like a specter. Summon General Tang and General Cheng to lead their troops into the capital. Present my command to release General Jin Daorong from the dungeons. Ensure General Wei Wu secures the palace. Generals Su and Deng of the Five Cities Military Command will oversee the royal city. The second prince, Han Feiyu, intended to act decisively, issuing his commands with precision. He planned to strike first, and as he gazed into the determined eyes of the second prince, his advisors and followers felt a surge of fervor, both excited and apprehensive. If successful, they would share in the glory, their status elevated beyond measure. Come, follow me to the palace. A throng of guards, ministers, and advisors marched towards the imperial palace. Halt! Who goes there? The royal city is under curfew. Approach further and be shot with arrows. The guards bellowed. I am the second prince and have urgent matters to discuss with my father, the emperor. Stand aside. Han Feiyu proclaimed loudly. The guards exchanged glances and ultimately lowered their bows. They are the imperial guards. The commander of the imperial guards, General Wei Wu, has issued a decree this night. No one shall enter the palace except for the second prince. The guards opened the gates of the imperial city, allowing the second prince and his entourage to enter the palace. Upon the second prince's arrival, the gates shall be swiftly opened to admit him. At the crown prince's residence, a secret spy rushed in with alarming news. Your Highness, it is dire news. The second prince has entered the palace under cover of night with his followers. What? This is disastrous. The crown prince, Han Che, felt a sense of foreboding. Quickly, we must leave the city. He led his trusted confidants in a hasty retreat from the city. He understood his younger brother's intentions, yet felt powerless to intervene, nor did he wish to. The imperial guards were loyal to the second prince, while he commanded only a mere 10,000 troops from the Five Cities Military Command. Of the remaining 40,000, half had already sided with the second prince, while the other half remained loyal to the third prince. Simultaneously, the third prince, Han Yuan, received word from his scouts that the second prince had entered the palace with his forces. Damn it! Has that fool lost his senses? Han Yuan cursed vehemently. Summon messengers to inform Generals Fong and Lu to lead their troops to the palace at once and prevent the second prince from succeeding. Urgently communicate with General Lu, stationed in Yuzhou, to march his forces to the capital and suppress the second prince's rebellion. The third prince reacted swiftly, issuing commands with the intent to quash the second prince's ambitions and seize the fruits of victory once the deed was done. As the second prince made his move, the capital of Luojing was thrown into turmoil. The sixth prince, the ninth prince, and several other princes vying for the throne also began to respond to the unfolding chaos. At the left chancellor's residence, amidst dim candlelight, Chancellor Fu Xiangru sat before his desk, holding a book yet unable to focus on its contents. Gazing out at the stars, he murmured after a long silence, "The winds have risen." The second prince skillfully navigated through the palace to the emperor's chamber. Your Highness, the second prince has arrived. The eunuchs and palace maids, trembling in fear at the sight of the formidable second prince, knelt in trepidation, sensing impending calamity. The palace had already fallen under the control of General Gu Sheng, a subordinate of the second prince. The second prince gazed upon the emperor, who lay on the dragon bed, sustained only by medicinal potions, his breath shallow and labored. The old emperor was but a flickering candle in the wind, likely to extinguish at any moment. Everyone else, leave. Only the old eunuch may stay, the second prince commanded. He dismissed the palace maids and eunuchs, who were subsequently dragged away by the imperial guards and executed without mercy, leaving no survivors. The second prince was acutely aware that this course of action would earn him eternal infamy. The old eunuch spoke calmly. Eternal infamy? History is written by the victors. At that moment, the second prince cared little for what others would say. Once he ascended to the throne, the entire realm would belong to him, and anyone who dared to speak against him would be silenced. Proceed. The second prince, Han Feiyu, steeled his resolve. Two assassins emerged, making their way to the bedside, where they seized the pillow and forcefully covered the old emperor's mouth and nose. The old eunuch Wei refrained from intervening as the second prince committed patricide to seize the throne, having dwelled within the palace for so long. He had grown numb to such scenes. In this royal lineage, where familial bonds are but an illusion, fathers slay sons, sons murder fathers, brothers kill brothers, and fratricide is commonplace. Such tragedies had unfolded numerous times within these opulent palace walls. The old emperor soon breathed his last, departing this world on his bed. The emperor of the Great Wei has fallen. The two assassins exited the palace, promptly ending their own lives before its gates. Old Wei, I entrust this imperial edict to you, said the second prince, producing the prepared decree and sealing it with the emperor's grand seal. The old eunuch Wei accepted the edict, his expression devoid of emotion as he tucked it into his sleeve. The second prince waved his hand, and the eunuchs beneath him immediately cried out, "His Majesty has ascended! His Majesty has ascended!" The echoes of this proclamation reverberated throughout the palace. Dong, dong, dong. The funeral bells tolled, resonating across the capital city of Luojing. Chapter 60. The Ascension of the New Emperor. Upon hearing the solemn toll of the death knell, the third prince, stationed outside the imperial city, promptly commanded his army of 25,000 soldiers to commence their assault on the royal palace. The second prince, Han Feiyu, disregarding the authority of his father, engaged in regicide to usurp the throne. "Come, my comrades, let us vanquish the traitors and restore justice," cried the third prince, Han Yuan. "General L, General Fong, breach the palace gates and avenge our father." Generals L Jian and Cheng Li led their forces into battle, risking their lives and fortunes for the glory of the dragon's merit. "Kill!" they shouted. "Soldiers, follow me to eradicate the rebels." "Kill!" roared Deng Xing, as he led his troops to repel the advancing forces outside the imperial city. A cacophony of battle cries erupted, and this night in Luojing was destined for turmoil. Numerous ordinary officials cowered in their homes, filled with dread. The insurrection of the princes threatened to turn the capital into a river of blood and a mountain of severed heads. In the residence of the sixth prince, a confidant spoke, "Your Highness, the second and third princes are clashing. Should we intervene?" "No haste," replied the sixth prince, Han Shang, shaking his head. "The first to reveal themselves will meet their demise. The ripe fruit shall fall first. Besides, my elder brother, who has bided his time, has yet to make a move." The ninth prince shared a similar sentiment, contemplating the notion of allowing the second and third princes to exhaust themselves in their conflict, then striking at the victor. The uprising of the princes plunged the Great Way into chaos. The second prince sat firmly upon the dragon throne in the Hall of Heavenly Clarity, eagerly awaiting dawn. Once daylight broke, he planned to issue an imperial edict proclaiming his ascension, announcing it to the world. Meanwhile, the first prince, Han Che, fled Luojing to rally troops for the suppression of the rebellion. After a night of fervent fighting, the third prince, Han Yuan, was unable to penetrate the royal city. The second prince's commanders, Su Wei and Deng Xing, fortified the city walls, securing a natural advantage. As dawn approached, the third prince sought out allies, the sixth and ninth princes, urging them to join forces to seize the palace and eliminate the treacherous second prince. "Sixth brother, ninth brother, what are you waiting for? If we delay, once the second brother's forces arrive, it will be our doom. If he occupies the palace, he will undoubtedly forge a false edict, and when his army reaches Luojing to announce it, we shall have no escape." "But the elder brother has not yet acted," the ninth prince interjected. "Why rush? We could inadvertently pave the way for him." "The elder brother has already escaped Luojing to gather support," the third prince countered. "If we do not act swiftly, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage." The sixth and ninth princes, upon reflection, recognized the necessity of capturing the imperial city first, eliminating the second prince, and then uniting to confront the first prince. The three of them combined their forces, a grand army of 60,000, to besiege the royal city. While the atmosphere of impending conflict enveloped Luojing, compelling ordinary citizens to remain hidden within their homes, too fearful to venture out. After a relentless assault lasting a day, 60,000 troops breached the imperial city, leading to the demise of the second prince's faction. The second prince, Han Feiyu, met his end at Chaotian Hall, his forces ultimately failing to arrive in time. The third, sixth, and ninth princes seized the imperial city and palace, subsequently fortifying their positions and remaining on guard, wary of one another, fearful of betrayal. They were, after all, rivals, united only by circumstance. The first prince, Han Che, commanded an army of 150,000 to quell the rebellion, engaging in fierce battles with the third, sixth, and ninth princes. Faced with the formidable force of the first prince, the three princes assembled a coalition of 100,000 troops, clashing for 10 arduous days. Ultimately, the first prince emerged with a Pyrrhic victory, the third prince was slain, the sixth prince vanished, and the ninth prince fell in battle. Just as the first prince believed victory was his, preparing to ascend the throne, the seemingly unremarkable fifth prince unexpectedly emerged, outmaneuvering him and claiming triumph. Han Che fled with his remaining loyalists, escaping the chaos. No one anticipated the tumultuous twists and turns of this power struggle. The victorious fifth prince, Han Feng, emboldened by his newfound status, turned his attention to the imperial harem, indulging in debauchery with the concubines of the late emperor, his father. This reckless behavior incited the wrath of the royal martial sage, who dealt a fatal blow to Han Feng. Thus, the true sixth prince triumphed, yet met his own demise. Confusion swept through the ministers, leaving the populace astounded. In the Wei dynasty, princes vied for the throne. Those who perished did so, while those who fled escaped. The hard-won victory of the fifth prince proved to be that of a libertine, lacking moral compass, leading to his execution by the royal ancestor. The question of succession loomed large. Just when it seemed the court would elevate the young 12th prince to the throne, the elderly eunuch Wei produced a decree prepared by the late emperor, proclaiming the 7th princess, Han Jiangxue, as the new empress. The notion of a woman ascending the throne met with resistance from numerous court officials, yet the royal martial sage championed her claim. Far away at the southwestern border, the Grand Marshal, Xiao Wuxing, also publicly endorsed Han Jiangxue's ascension. With the backing of these two unparalleled champions, the empress ascended the throne with remarkable ease, marking an unprecedented moment in history. Following her coronation, Empress Han Jiangxue adopted the title of Wu, declaring herself the Wei Wu Emperor. This was a title never before claimed by any emperor of Wei. After mourning the late emperor and ensuring his proper burial, Han Jiangxue, supported by the chancellor, commenced the governance of the state. Clad in a resplendent red dragon robe, adorned with the imperial crown, she sat upon the dragon chair in Chaotian Hall. Her flawless beauty radiating an aura of authority that commanded respect and deterred direct gazes. The majesty of her imperial presence effectively overshadowed her exquisite visage. If there are matters to report, present them. If not, the court is dismissed. The elderly eunuch bellowed in his distinctive voice. The empress, under his service, became the 3rd emperor of the Wei dynasty. Your Majesty, I must inform you that the Xiongnu have invaded the northern borders, leading to the fall of 3 provinces, causing the populace to flee amidst turmoil and suffering, living a fate worse than death. I earnestly beseech your Majesty to mobilize troops to expel the Xiongnu and restore our territories, lest the affairs of Heshi Prefecture repeat themselves. Thus spoke Minister of War Wang Cheng. I second this motion, proclaimed the Left Chancellor Fu Xiangru, who immediately rose to express his support. Upon witnessing Fu Xiangru's endorsement, other ministers quickly echoed the sentiment. Grant permission to mobilize 200,000 troops northward, under the command of the Marquis of the North, to encircle and annihilate the Xiongnu forces. I command the Marquis Li to expedite the expulsion of the Xiongnu, and subsequently proceed to the southwestern frontier to fortify against the demon tribe under the command of General Xiao, ordered Han Jiangxue decisively. As matters of governance that had accumulated during this period were raised, the Left Chancellor actively participated in their resolution, causing those officials who wished to hinder progress to refrain from voicing their dissent. It was then that many realized the Left Chancellor, this cunning old fox, was indeed a supporter of the 7th Princess Han Jiangxue. Old Fu, you have concealed your knowledge well. Did you not foresee that His Majesty the Ming Emperor intended to pass the throne to the 7th Princess? Whispered Minister of Revenues Wu Tang to Fu Xiangru after the court session. Indeed, you are as crafty as a fox, observing the tides of the world. Minister of War Wang Cheng added discreetly. The Left Chancellor Fu Xiangru glanced at Minister of Revenues Wu Tang and Minister of War Wang Cheng, remaining silent. His hands clasped behind him, as if to convey that he would support whoever ascended the throne, unlike those treacherous officials who leapt about in chaos. The Right Chancellor Xie Yan, implicated in the conspiracy of the princes, was dismissed and imprisoned. Ministers Wu Tang and Wang Cheng had not partaken in those intrigues. They were merely invited by the 2 princes, which inadvertently triggered the 2nd prince's nerves. The 2nd prince, Han Feiyu, committed regicide to usurp the throne, causing an uproar throughout the realm. He was subsequently disowned by the royal family, stripped of his royal lineage, and reduced to commoner status. Those generals, ministers, and noble families involved in the rebellion faced dismissal, imprisonment, or execution, with the Xuanyihui struggling to apprehend all the culprits. The dungeons of the Dali Temple were nearly overwhelmed. With the ascension of the Empress, governance began to be addressed, and the chaos that had plagued the capital of the Great Wei for nearly a month gradually subsided. A new emperor has emerged in the Great Wei. Chapter 61. The cavalry general, the ascension of the empress to the throne swiftly spread throughout the entire Wei dynasty. It was well known that this event would usher in a new era. The storms of Luojing in the Wei dynasty bore little influence on the northwestern frontier. It was merely a change of emperor. For those residing at the borders, the identity of the emperor was inconsequential, as their lives remained largely unaffected. In Heshi County, Sheng Huai'an had been training troops for a month. The court had yet to dispatch a new captain to garrison Heshi County, and no military orders had arrived from Anning Pass instructing him to return. As winter descended upon the northwestern frontier, frost adorned the mornings, and snow would occasionally fall for days on end. "General Sheng, my master invites you to partake in some wine," announced a servant from County Magistrate Shun, arriving at the military camp to convey his master's invitation. "Is your master so idle?" Sheng Huai'an mused, lamenting the leisurely nature of the county magistrate, in stark contrast to his own daily regimen of training and cultivation. The servant chuckled, aware of the general's jest but refraining from comment. Upon arriving at the magistrate's residence, they found him in the garden, near a pond and pavilion, where white snow blanketed the rocky landscape. Clad in a black coat, Magistrate Chun was indulging in wine while admiring the snowfall. "Chun, you possess quite the refined taste, spending your days savoring wine and snow," Sheng Huai'an called out from a distance. "Are you mocking me, General Sheng?" "It is merely a brief respite amidst my duties," Magistrate Chun replied with a smile. Sheng Huai'an approached the pavilion and took a seat opposite the magistrate. "Speak, what is it that you require? I hope it is not yet another invitation to the Smoke Willow Pavilion tonight." Raising a cup of warmed wine, he took a sip. In recent days, he had acquiesced to Magistrate Chen's pleas to visit the Smoke Willow Pavilion several times, solely to catch a glimpse of the enchanting Qin Yao. It baffled him that his companion, despite never gaining anything from these visits, remained infatuated with the idea of seeing her, as if ensnared by a spell. "What does General Sheng think of me?" Magistrate Chun inquired with earnestness. "A sycophant," Sheng Huai'an replied with a hint of indifference. "Ah, but that Qin Yao possesses remarkable allure, captivating even the likes of Magistrate Chun, while I maintain my respectful distance from her," he added. "What exactly is a sycophant?" Magistrate Chun asked with curiosity. "It is a term for one who praises your noble qualities," Sheng Huai'an stated with clarity and formality. "Well then, being a sycophant is not entirely bad." Magistrate Chun chuckled, nodding in approval. Sheng Huai'an sighed. "Now, speak of the matter at hand. Why did you summon me today?" Having grown familiar with one another, their conversation turned more casual. "Are you aware of the events in Luojing of the Wei dynasty?" Magistrate Chen set down his cup and regarded Sheng Huai'an. "How would I know? I spend my days training in the military camp, and I have no acquaintances in Luojing," Sheng Huai'an replied, holding his cup, the happenings of Luojing feeling distant to him. "The emperor has passed, a prince has seized the throne, and a new emperor has been established," Magistrate Chun declared with a serious demeanor. "Oh," Sheng Huai'an squinted. "The old emperor has died. Who is the new emperor?" Sheng Huai'an set down his wine cup and inquired, for after all, he was now entrusted with the responsibilities of the Great Wei, and it was essential to become acquainted with his superior. "Guess." Magistrate Chun spoke with an air of mystery. "Guess if I guess whether you can guess." Sheng Huai'an shot him a disapproving glance, bemused by Chun's juvenile wordplay at his age. Chun nearly choked on his drink. Having intended for Sheng to ponder who would ascend to the throne, only to find himself entangled in a tongue twister. "Aren't you curious about which prince will take the throne?" Chun gazed at Sheng, bewildered. As it appeared, Sheng was not particularly interested in the identity of the next emperor. "Who becomes emperor has no bearing on our daily sustenance. The emperor is far removed from our concerns, especially regarding the matters at the border," Sheng mused, dismissing any worry about which prince would rule. After all, it was not he who would don the crown, so why should he fret? He yearned to vanquish foes and grow stronger. Once he attained the status of a martial sage, the emperor would surely bow to him with reverence. Little did Magistrate Chen know, Sheng held little reverence for the emperor in his heart. "You truly are something else," Chen lamented, his curiosity unfulfilled. The one to ascend was not a prince, but the seventh princess, Han Jiangxue. Seeing Sheng's reluctance to guess, Chen had no choice but to reveal the truth. "What? The seventh princess, Han Jiangxue?" Sheng exclaimed in astonishment. "A female emperor? In a world where strength and masculinity reigned supreme. How could the court possibly acquiesce to a woman on the throne?" Witnessing Sheng's incredulous expression brought a sense of relief to Chen. "So, are you surprised?" "When I received the news, I too found it hard to believe." Chen, having racked his brain, could hardly fathom that the one to ascend was the obscure seventh princess. Indeed, quite astonishing, Sheng nodded in agreement. Historically, the first female emperor appeared 500 years ago in the Great Li dynasty, Qin reflected. Now, the Great Wei has its own female emperor. Qin recounted the recent events in the capital, Luojing, to Sheng, who realized that the royal struggle for power could easily be fashioned into a dramatic series filled with twists and turns. The imprisonment and execution of over a dozen master generals, along with the involvement of Lord Li, who was likely to be exiled to the southwestern frontier to fend off the demon tribes, elicited a sigh from Chun. The struggle for power within the royal family has always been brutal, and one wrong move can lead to utter ruin. With so many masters dispatched to the border to repel enemies, it is unlikely that the three provinces of Yin and Qi will fall, Sheng remarked. Qin readily agreed with Sheng's assessment, noting that Heshi County, situated in the northwestern frontier, lacked a master to safeguard it, making it vulnerable to incursions by the Rongdi tribes. The people of Heshi lived in perpetual unrest due to frequent invasions. As the two conversed about the happenings in Luojing, Sheng gained a clearer understanding of the capital. In the imperial palace of Luojing, Empress Han Jiangxue was diligently managing state affairs, overwhelmed by an unending tide of responsibilities each day. Emperor Ming is aging, and numerous state affairs have accumulated. The second prince, Han Feiyu, is managing the state, but is preoccupied with rivalries among other princes, leaving a mountain of unresolved matters in the hands of Han Jiangxue. As she reviewed the memorials before her, she stretched her wrist. A nearby maid presented her with a cup of fragrant tea. Your Majesty, take a moment to rest and enjoy some tea to alleviate your fatigue, the maid, Han Yinran, suggested. Han Jiangxue accepted the cup, took a sip, then set it down while massaging her temples. How could I dare to rest? So many matters await my attention, and some officials in the court are eager to impeach me and usurp my position, Han Jiangxue replied. Many court officials were dissatisfied with her ascension. Her reign did not align with their interests, and they were merely waiting for her to make a grave mistake. If they dare, I shall have their heads, Han Yinran declared fiercely. If only slaying could resolve issues, Han Jiangxue sighed, shaking her head. Managing the state cannot rely solely on executions. She picked up another memorial, this one from the northwestern frontier, and began to read intently. Sheng Huai'an, with 1,500 cavalry, has slain 5,000 foes at the age of 17. The Empress, Han Jiangxue, became intrigued by the contents of the memorial. This report had been submitted by the magistrate of Heshi County, requesting the appointment of Sheng Huai'an as a 6th-rank general to guard Heshi and defend against the nomadic tribes. Sheng Huai'an, that name sounds familiar, Han Yinran remarked. Have you heard of him? Han Jiangxue inquired, glancing at her longtime maid. Your Majesty, this person has composed a poem that has circulated widely in the capital. Han Yinran replied. Pray, recite it for me, Han Jiangxue urged, her interest piqued. It is said that Sheng Huai'an penned a poem for a courtesan named Qin Yao, which has been sung by many literati and courtesans alike. Clouds wish for garments, flowers yearn for beauty, the spring breeze brushes the railing, dew is rich and heavy. Were it not for the sight atop the mountain of treasures, I would meet you beneath the moon at Yao Terrace. Upon hearing it, Han Jiangxue remarked, what kind of woman deserves such a poem? A goddess beneath the moon at Yao Terrace, indeed. The poem was exquisite. But Han Yinran sensed an unusual implication and refrained from speaking further. In this world, aside from her unparalleled beauty as the Empress, who else could be worthy of such verses? To waste it on a mere courtesan is truly a pity. I wish to obtain information on this Sheng Huai'an. Han Jiangxue stated coolly. As you command, Han Yinran responded, turning to leave the Zhenghe Hall to visit the Xian Yi Guard for information regarding Sheng Huai'an. The Xian Yi Guard of the Great Wei monitors officials and citizens alike, serving as the Emperor's blade and eyes. With the information gathered from the Xian Yi Guard in hand, she learned of Sheng Huai'an, 17 years old, hailing from Anning Pass, a scholar who, upon joining the military, exhibited remarkable bravery in battle with an exceptional talent for cultivation and rapid advancement in rank. He had twice ventured into the grasslands, slaying the Xiongnu enemies, and had once led 1,000 cavalry to vanquish 8,000 foes, later rescuing Heshi County by defeating 5,000 nomadic tribesmen, achieving the status of 2 innate warriors. In the battlefield, I compose verses of valor. Hungry for the flesh of the Hu invaders, I laugh as I thirst for the blood of the Xiongnu. The bright moon of the Qin era shines upon the gates of the Han, while countless miles of the long march remain unreturned. If only the valiant general of Longsheng were present, he would not allow the slaves' horses to cross Anshan. I vow to eradicate the Xiongnu without regard for my own life, even if it costs me 5,000 sable furs amidst the dust of the Hu. How pitiful the bones by the restless river, still lingering as dreams within a spring boudoir. The sentiments expressed above reflect the essence of Sheng Huai'an, who would undoubtedly feel that the mysterious imperial guards are indeed omnipresent. Truly, a man of both courage and strategy, he stands as a formidable general, possessing a commendable poetic talent, excelling in both martial and literary arts. Upon reading this, Han Jiangxue could not help but offer her praise. Subsequently, she retrieved the commendation document from Yang Yi, the commander of Anning Pass, for Sheng Huai'an. In light of this, I shall appoint him as the general of cavalry, tasked with defending Heshi County against the nomadic tribes. Han Jiangxue promptly issued a decree of appointment, after which she chose not to dwell on the matter further, recognizing that a frontier commander did not warrant excessive attention. Half a month later, a decree arrived in Heshi County from the imperial capital. The proclamation was announced. A eunuch, striding with measured steps, accompanied by Magistrate Chun, entered the military camp. At that moment, Sheng Huai'an was engaged in training his troops. Observing the grand procession, both he and his subordinates were filled with curiosity. What did that eunuch just announce? Wang Wu inquired. It seemed to be an imperial decree. With his keen hearing, Sheng Huai'an had indeed caught the words. An imperial decree? The faces of Wang Wu, Guo Xiaoping, and Hu Bing turned astonished. After all, it was an imperial edict. Why did the captain not seem to regard it with urgency? General Sheng, quickly received the decree, Magistrate Chun urged as he noticed Sheng Huai'an standing still. What? Me? Receive the decree? Sheng Huai'an finally comprehended the situation. The eunuch approached, waddling as he came closer. I am here to present the decree to General Sheng. I accept the decree. Sheng Huai'an finally reacted, bowing to receive the edict without kneeling. For this was no grand occasion. His officers also bowed in respect to the emperor. By the will of heaven, the emperor proclaims, today, General Sheng Huai'an has displayed extraordinary valor in battle, repeatedly achieving remarkable feats. The eunuch recited a lengthy proclamation, of which Sheng Huai'an paid little heed. He could hardly fathom why the emperor would issue a decree in his name. Today, I confer upon Sheng Huai'an the title of General of Cavalry, to defend Heshi County against the nomadic tribes and to safeguard the tranquility of the border. Thus it is decreed. Upon concluding the proclamation, the eunuch turned to Sheng Huai'an and said, General Sheng, please accept the decree. Oh, Sheng Huai'an accepted the edict, and behind him, his officers were ecstatic, even more so than he himself. Thank you for your hard work, esteemed eunuch. After receiving the decree, Sheng Huai'an presented a silver ingot of 50 taels to the eunuch. Upon seeing the silver, Xiao Chunzi felt delighted. This general truly knew how to handle affairs, making the arduous journey worthwhile, dispelling any grievances along the way. I invite you to rest for a while, and tonight, I shall host a banquet in your honor, Sheng Huai'an graciously offered. It is often difficult to guard against the scheming of petty individuals. Although merely a low-ranking eunuch, it is still prudent to maintain cordial relations. A lesson learned from past experiences. However, General Sheng, I must return to convey the edict. I am grateful for your hospitality, replied Xiao Chunzi, gracefully declining and taking his leave. Congratulations, General Sheng. It is a rightful promotion to the esteemed position of General of the Cavalry, remarked County Magistrate Chun with evident delight. The title of General of the Cavalry, a 6th-grade officer, surpassed his own rank of 7th-grade County Magistrate by a tier. Holding the imperial decree in his hand, Sheng Huai'an felt a sense of bewilderment. How could he suddenly be appointed as the General of the Cavalry by the Empress, tasked with guarding Heshi County? Was there truly anyone in the court who could possibly draw the attention of the exalted Empress to a mere lowly captain like him? Little did he know, the orchestrator behind this surprising turn of events was none other than the jovial County Magistrate Chun, who stood beside him, beaming with congratulations. Congratulations. From this moment forth, we shall all refer to you as General Sheng, cheered his subordinates, including Wu Xiaoping, Hu Bing, and Tang Yunshan, all equally elated. From now on, stationed in Heshi County, they would form their own independent military, severing ties with the Anning army. Chapter 62 Xiao Chuyi holding the imperial edict in his grasp. Sheng Huai'an gazed upon his subordinates who were offering their congratulations. A sense of nostalgia washed over him. The journey had begun with such promise. Yet the return felt irrevocably altered. His promotion to the general of the cavalry implied a command over 5,000 troops, thereby establishing him as a formidable force in his own right. General Sheng, I humbly request your guidance in the days to come. Chun, the county magistrate, remarked with a sly grin reminiscent of a crafty old fox who had just pilfered a hen. With Sheng Huai'an at the helm, the security of Hushi County would undoubtedly elevate to a higher echelon. Sheng Huai'an scrutinized Chun, sensing something amiss in the man's overly jovial demeanor. I too hope for your continued support, Magistrate Chun, he replied, endeavoring to maintain a cordial atmosphere despite his unease. A promotion was indeed a cause for celebration. General Sheng, now that you have ascended, will you not treat us to a drink at the Yinlu Tower? Chun inquired, his tone lighthearted. Indeed, General. Your promotion warrants a festivity at the Yinlu Tower. Wang Wu chimed in enthusiastically from the side. He had longed to catch a glimpse of the enchanting Qin Yao. Yet Sheng Huai'an had thwarted his desires, insisting he remain in the barracks to train scouts. Now, as a squad leader commanding 50 men, Wang Wu felt the burden of duty weigh heavily upon him. Where do you think you're off to? There are pressing matters at hand. Sheng Huai'an shot Wang Wu a disapproving glance. Magistrate Chun, the affairs of the military are demanding, perhaps another day? Did you not declare you would no longer frequent the Yinlu Tower? Sheng Huai'an remarked, exasperation evident in his expression. Every time Chun returned from the tower, he proclaimed his intent to forsake it, only to forget his resolve and long for a glimpse of the ethereal Qin Yao. As Sheng Huai'an declined the invitation, Chen's countenance fell slightly. Without Sheng Huai'an's presence, the prospect of encountering Qin Yao seemed all the more pitiful. With a hint of disappointment, Chen departed, yearning for the company of the enchanting maiden. Turning to his troops, Sheng Huai'an noted the gleam in their eyes. Today, we shall forge our own army and assume the sacred duty of safeguarding our land. I hereby command that 1,000 county soldiers be integrated into my ranks, followed by the recruitment of an additional 2,000 regulars and another 2,000 reserves, he declared resolutely. Guo Xiaoping, you are hereby appointed as the captain of the 1st Battalion, he announced. Yes, thank you, General. Guo Xiaoping exclaimed, his voice ringing with joy. Hu Bing, you are appointed as the captain of the 2nd Battalion. Yes, thank you, General. Hu Bing replied, equally elated. Though both had recently transcended to the heavenly realm, their tenure in the Anning army had delayed their rise to the captaincy. With this promotion, they attained the rank of 7th grade military officer, capable of overseeing a county and standing on equal footing with the county magistrate. Tang Yunshan was designated as the 10th captain, while Hai Dai became the 11th. As each subordinate received their assignments, it became clear that this army was distinctly his own, comprised of those who had remained steadfast by his side from the beginning. The once 300 veterans had now risen to positions of leadership, captains, or higher. Tang Yunshan and Hai Dai had realized their aspirations, attaining the rank of captain. Meanwhile, Magistrate Qin swiftly gathered the remaining 2,000 soldiers to present to Sheng Huai'an. However, the 2,000 reserve troops left Magistrate Qin in a state of hesitation. As a 6th-ranked deputy general, he was only permitted to command 5,000 men. The actions of Sheng Huai'an, without a doubt, were deemed impermissible and overstepped boundaries. What are you afraid of, Magistrate Qin? I fear nothing. Quickly gather the troops. Otherwise, when spring arrives and the nomadic tribes launch their attack, how shall we defend ourselves? Moreover, His Majesty has conferred upon me the title of General of the Cavalry, without stipulating a limit of 5,000 troops. I have the right to form my own army. Commanding 10,000 is hardly excessive. After much persuasion from Sheng Huai'an, Magistrate Chun reluctantly recruited an additional 2,000 reserve troops. Sheng Huai'an assigned these troops to Lieutenant Wu Cheng for training. Under the healing elixirs provided by Sheng Huai'an, Wu Cheng managed to survive, albeit not as one of Sheng Huai'an's core subordinates. He was temporarily tasked with leading the 2,000 reserves. Thus, the total number of troops under Sheng Huai'an's command swelled to 7,000. To train his forces, Sheng Huai'an spent every day in the military camp. Despite Magistrate Chen's attempts to invite him to the Smoke Willow Pavilion, Sheng Huai'an consistently declined. After finally attaining the rank of general and establishing his own foundation, he was determined to cultivate his strength. What did the Smoke Willow Pavilion or the enchanting maiden Qin Yao have to offer compared to this ambition? With an army and a station base, Sheng Huai'an's thoughts began to flourish. The heavy armored cavalry he had long desired seemed within reach. The camp housed 5,000 warhorses, providing the necessary resources to form 1,000-strong heavy armored cavalry, with Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing commanding 2 battalions of 4,000 men. He could indeed establish a formidable 1,000-member heavy armored cavalry under his direct command. However, upon hearing Sheng Huai'an's plans for the heavy armored cavalry, his subordinates exchanged concerned glances. "General, the cost of heavy armored cavalry is exorbitant. We lack the funds to create such a force," Guo Xiaoping remarked. They were merely a 5,000-strong army, and the imperial treasury's remuneration must also sustain the additional 2,000 reserves. The thought of establishing heavy armored cavalry seemed utterly fantastical. Even the Anning army lacks the resources for heavy armored cavalry, and the northern garrison, with its 200,000 troops, can only muster 3,000 heavy armored riders, Wang Wu added. "General, think carefully." His subordinates urged him to reconsider this notion. Sheng Huai'an understood that creating heavy armored cavalry amounted to a financial drain. Ultimately, it all boiled down to money. Without funds, nothing was feasible. "No matter, I have my own plans," Sheng Huai'an declared. "Is it not merely a matter of money? Can it truly pose a challenge to me? I am resolute in my intention to establish heavy armored cavalry. It is the essential weapon against the nomadic tribes and the Xiongnu." The following day, a figure arrived at the camp, bearing a hand edict, seeking entry to serve under Sheng Huai'an as a lieutenant. The guards at the camp's entrance, observing the individual clad in black and glancing at the edict, hesitated, unsure whether to allow entry. "Go inform the general, let him decide." One guard dashed off to consult Sheng Huai'an. Hup, hup, hup. Sheng Huai'an was currently occupied training soldiers in the art of weaponry. "General, a visitor has arrived at the military camp, bearing a decree from the Ministry of War, claiming to be appointed as a lieutenant in our army." The guards reported this. Sheng Huai'an instructed his subordinates to continue their training while he proceeded to the entrance of the camp. There, he beheld Xiao Chuyi, clad in black attire, a blade at her waist, embodying the spirit of a warrior in masculine garb. At first glance, Sheng Huai'an was deceived into thinking her a striking beauty, only to be disabused of this notion upon noticing the prominent Adam's apple and the unremarkable chest, confirming her identity as a man. After perusing the decree, he scrutinized Xiao Chuyi once more. The document appeared legitimate. Yet he pondered which noble scion from the capital had leveraged connections to obtain such a decree and venture to his garrison in the northwestern frontier to serve as a lieutenant. Xiao Badian, was it? Sheng Huai'an mused at the incongruity of such a delicate figure bearing such a formidable name, which seemed more fitting for a towering warrior. Xiao Chuyi assessed Sheng Huai'an, nodding slightly. Was this the renowned general who, with a mere 1,000 cavalry, had vanquished 8,000 Xiongnu riders? The poet celebrated in the capital? "You have arrived too late. I already have 2 lieutenants under my command," Sheng Huai'an declared, reluctant to accept an individual of unknown provenance into his ranks. "The decree was issued by His Majesty through the Ministry of War. Do you intend to defy it?" Xiao Chuyi remarked coolly, her demeanor unwavering. "Oh, the audacity of invoking the emperor in his domain was truly remarkable." Sheng Huai'an felt compelled to acquiesce, albeit begrudgingly. "If you wish to stay, know that I have no surplus troops. You will have to find a way to manage on your own," he replied indifferently. After all, the individual was merely a pawn sent from above, and he preferred to let Xiao Chuyi recruit her own men. Xiao Chuyi nodded, her expression placid, showing no signs of refusal. She had anticipated challenges upon her arrival. After all, she possessed the capability to gather troops, or else she would not have ventured here. The sudden appointment of a lieutenant unsettled Sheng Huai'an. Was this an imposition from above meant to supervise his actions? "Very well, find your own quarters within the camp," he instructed, departing with a growing discontent towards the Empress. Had he just been promoted only to be monitored? Did she perceive him as a petty schemer, perhaps even a rebel? With heightened vigilance, he pondered the implications of being watched so soon after his elevation. Meanwhile, Xiao Chuyi entered the camp, independently seeking out a barack to settle in. Chapter 63. Borrowing money in the military camp. The arrival of a well-connected lieutenant quickly became the talk of the barracks. Guo Xiaoping, Hu Bing, Wang Wu, and others, being rather perceptive, remained cautious of Xiao Chuyi. However, Xiao Chuyi was indifferent. She was neither there to monitor Sheng Huai'an, nor was she a member of the Xuani Guard. She had merely been inspired by Sheng Huai'an's poetry and had ventured to the Northwest Border Army to experience the life of the frontier military. Hoping to discern whether the renowned Sheng Huai'an truly embodied the dual talents of both literature and martial prowess as rumored, Sheng Huai'an was preoccupied with training his troops, striving to rapidly cultivate their combat effectiveness. The majority of his soldiers were newly recruited and lacked formidable strength. Thus, the only way to enhance their capabilities was through incessant training and fostering cooperation among them. He also guided the soldiers in honing their strength, aspiring for them to become martial apprentices swiftly. Days later, Xiao Chuyi approached County Magistrate Shun, requesting him to recruit 2,000 soldiers for her. Upon learning this, Sheng Huai'an couldn't help but exclaim that indeed, those with connections had their advantages. Having a solid backing allowed for the effortless recruitment of 2,000 troops. Once she had gathered her forces, Xiao Chuyi commenced her own training regimen, seemingly intent on competing with Sheng Huai'an. Seeing this, Sheng Huai'an chose to ignore her. He was exceedingly busy and had no time to concern himself with Xiao Batian. As long as she didn't cause trouble or bother him, he was content. General, the soldiers are consuming too much. We are nearly out of money and provisions, Guo Xiaoping conveyed to Sheng Huai'an one day. With 9,000 men and 5,000 war horses, the demand for food was immense, especially since Sheng Huai'an had allowed unrestricted rations. The military supplies allocated by the court were utterly insufficient. To expedite the training of the new recruits into martial apprentices, Sheng Huai'an had even permitted the soldiers to consume meat, leading to exorbitant expenses. Out of money and provisions, Sheng Huai'an, engrossed in drill, had been oblivious to the situation. Guo Xiaoping couldn't help but internally criticize. General, you are rather carefree, are you not concerned? This was indeed a serious issue. Without supplies, even the training of the army would be jeopardized. Contemplating, Sheng Huai'an pondered what would bring in money the quickest. The most immediate solution, undoubtedly, would be to raid, but with heavy snow blocking the routes outside the pass, it was impossible to venture into the grasslands to confront the Rongdi or Xiongnu, even under the best conditions. Summon Wang Wu, Sheng Huai'an commanded. Yes, General. Guo Xiaoping promptly went to fetch Wang Wu. General, you called for me. In the camp, Wang Wu referred to Sheng Huai'an as General, reserving more familiar terms for private moments. I have a task for you, Sheng Huai'an began. Wang Wu was quite adept at intelligence gathering and reconnaissance. Whatever it is, just command me, Wang Wu replied earnestly. Fixing his gaze on Sheng Huai'an. I need you to gather information on any bandits or major threats within a radius of several hundred miles, Sheng Huai'an instructed. Unable to raid the Xiongnu or Rongdi, Sheng Huai'an turned his attention inward. The vastness of the Great Way made it impossible to maintain control everywhere. True peace was unrealistic. Particularly in this ancient world, the existence of banditry and significant threats was inevitable. Gathering intelligence on bandits and major threats, Wang Wu understood, discerning that this might be a means to train the troops or something else entirely. Very well, I shall proceed at once and await good news. Wang Wu stealthily departed from the city of Hushi with 10 scouts he had trained. Sheng Huai'an stroked his chin, contemplating that eradicating bandits to seize money and grain was ultimately a petty endeavor. To amass greater wealth, one must seek a more expedient and lucrative avenue. What course of action should he undertake? Sheng Huai'an pondered over potential means for swift monetary gain. Soap, wine, mirrors, salt. However, salt was out of the question. As it was strictly prohibited by the imperial edict, discovery would lead to execution, and he lacked the strength to confront the Great Wei dynasty at this time. Perhaps opening a tavern to sell wine and roast chicken would suffice. As Sheng Huai'an considered his business acumen, he realized that brewing wine could indeed be profitable, though it was currently impractical due to his dwindling funds, which left him unable to purchase sufficient grain for brewing. How is soap made? He mused, recalling that it seemed rather simple. Instead of ruminating, he decided to seek a loan from County Magistrate Shun, believing their friendship would allow him to borrow a few thousand taels of silver without difficulty. Without further ado, Sheng Huai'an left the barracks and made his way to the magistrate's residence. Achoo! County Magistrate Shun had just finished his administrative duties and returned to his quarters for a moment's respite when he sneezed. What could be the cause of this? I am not ill. He tightened the cloak draped over his shoulders. The weather in this northwestern land is indeed harsh and unbearably cold. On such a frigid day, it would be beneficial for more of the barbarian tribes and Xiongnu to perish. The magistrate was quite concerned for his country and its people. As his servants prepared the meal, he was ready to dine. Master, General Sheng has come to pay a visit, announced an elderly servant. Quickly let him in, County Magistrate Chen instructed. No need. I have already entered, Sheng Huai'an replied as he stepped inside. Observing the spread of food on the table, replete with wine and meat. Ah, a splendid feast indeed. General Sheng, please take a seat and join me for a meal, Chen urged. Without hesitation, Sheng Huai'an sat down and addressed the nearby servant. Chen Guanjia, please bring me a pair of chopsticks. Just a moment, my lord. The steward hurried to fetch the utensils for Sheng Huai'an. Come, General Sheng, let us share a drink. Chen poured wine for Sheng Huai'an. Thank you. Sheng Huai'an raised his cup, took a sip, and began to devour the dishes as if he were at home, wholly unconcerned about being a guest. What brings you to seek out me today, General? Are you not usually preoccupied with military drills? Chen observed as he watched Sheng Huai'an eat voraciously. To seek the county magistrate certainly implies a matter of importance. Sheng Huai'an replied candidly. Do tell, it is rare for you to visit me, Chen encouraged. Their conversation resembling that of acquaintances who were familiar yet distant. Who is this Xiao Batian? Sheng Huai'an inquired. Xiao Batian. County Magistrate Chen paused, momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. This young lady has quite the flair for mischief. It is not something to be spoken of lightly. He shook his head vehemently. Am I not permitted to know? Just whisper it to me. I shall not divulge it to anyone else, Sheng Huai'an urged softly. The magistrate Chen gazed at Sheng Huai'an and inquired, Do you perceive me as a fool? To some extent. Sheng Huai'an nodded in agreement. Aye. Did you come here merely for this matter? If so, after dinner, you might as well return. I intend to go to the Yanlu Tower. The magistrate replied with a hint of irritation. Please, there are other matters at hand. Even if you wish to visit the Yanlu Tower, the fairy Qin Yao would not grant you an audience. Speak swiftly. Whether I assist you is uncertain. Could you lend me some money? How much? 100,000 taels of silver. Get lost. Leave my home at once. The magistrate trembled with anger. 100,000 taels of silver? Even if I sold myself, I could not gather that amount. Please, do not be hasty. Why are you so flustered? Sheng Huai'an hastily attempted to placate him. 100,000? I would be embezzling for 3 to 5 years and still not amass such a sum. You truly dare to ask for it? The magistrate retorted, exasperated. Is it not said that a clean governor can accumulate 100,000 taels of snow-white silver over 3 years? You, honored magistrate, have held office for 3 years now. Cannot you produce 100,000 taels? Sheng Huai'an scrutinized the magistrate with skepticism. Sheng Huai'an, let us sever our ties. Leave, and do so swiftly, the magistrate seethed, nearly cursing. How could he, a reputable official, be reduced to this by Sheng Huai'an's insolence? Do temper your anger. Why are you so worked up? Sheng Huai'an leisurely indulged in his meal and drink. How can you, of all people, insult another's integrity? The magistrate, incensed, felt the urge to strike out. Alas, I am left with no other recourse but to seek your assistance, esteemed magistrate. Thousands are in dire need of sustenance. Sheng Huai'an began to lament his poverty. Has the treasury's quarterly provisions been depleted so swiftly? Could it be that you have embezzled them? The magistrate scrutinized Sheng Huai'an closely. You, who are not in charge, know not the soaring prices of oil and rice. There are 9,000 mouths to feed and 5,000 warhorses to maintain, Sheng Huai'an replied curtly. By the way, those 2,000 men recruited by Xiao Tianba were arranged by you. You should be accountable. The magistrate regarded Sheng Huai'an, pondering if he had once been a rogue in a past life. What does that have to do with me? They are not my subordinates. I oversee a county with a population of tens of thousands. I am more aware of the prices of oil and rice than you. The magistrate retorted, his mood souring. If 100,000 is unattainable, then how about 50,000? Sheng Huai'an began to haggle. Not a chance. A worthless life is all I possess. Take it or leave it. 30,000. It cannot be any less, Sheng Huai'an countered. The magistrate sulked in silence, choosing to ignore Sheng Huai'an's pleas. Chapter 64. The suppression of bandits. Surely, after all these years as the county magistrate, you have not managed to reap any benefits? Sheng Huai'an gazed at Magistrate Chen, questioning the integrity of this so-called honest official. If you believe you are capable, then by all means, take up the magistrate's position. I shall write to His Majesty this very moment. Were it not for the fact that he could not best Sheng Huai'an in a physical confrontation, he would have relished the opportunity to mar that handsome visage. As if I would covet such a trivial position as county magistrate. Especially when I can't even pass the examination for a scholar. Sheng Huai'an boasted, dismissing the role as inconsequential. He aspired to be the top scholar, the prime minister, and more. Come now, how much can you lend me? I need a firm answer, for I am waiting for the funds to buy rice for cooking. Surely, you cannot bear to see 9,000 soldiers starve. At most, 5,000 taels. That is the entirety of my wealth. Take it or leave it. Magistrate Chun was exasperated by this shameless borrower. He had come seeking a loan, but behaved as if he were collecting a debt. What? 5,000? You truly are destitute. Sheng Huai'an's eyes widened in disbelief at the magistrate's apparent failure. In a city teeming with wealthy families, how could he have failed to acquire even a modest fortune? Those village leaders from his past life had fared better than Qin Tianhua. Enough. I will not lend you any more. Depart at once. You are not welcome here. Qin Tianhua's anger was palpable, his veins standing out. Was this man truly so impoverished? 5,000 taels of silver constituted a significant sum. What was the price of grain? 1 tael could sustain a family of 5 for a month in comfort. Wait. 5,000 it is. I will repay you in a few days. Why be so miserly? Sheng Huai'an quickly interjected. Qin Tianhua fumed, his face reddening, though he lacked a beard to tug in frustration. All his possessions were now pledged, and he found it absurd to be deemed stingy when that money was meant for his future bride. In the end, Sheng Huai'an successfully borrowed 5,000 taels of silver, alleviating the financial strain on his military camp. After his departure, the old steward stood behind Qin Tianhua, perplexed. Master, why have you lent him all that money? The military is in need. Should we not petition the court for assistance? What does he intend to do with the funds? To maintain an army, the magistrate replied coolly. And for what purpose? The steward inquired. To defend Heshi County. What then is your identity, my lord? The magistrate of Heshi County. Oh, it seems you are not as muddled as I thought. The old steward finally understood. With the funds secured, Sheng Huai'an continued his rigorous training regimen, ensuring the soldiers were well fed and nourished. Only with full bellies could they muster the strength to train and cultivate their skills. Eating and honing their bodies was paramount to military practice. In the span of just 1 month, under Sheng Huai'an's unrelenting provision and training, many new recruits advanced to the initial stages of martial discipleship, gaining substantial combat capability. His soldiers began to display a newfound vigor, shedding their former identities as simple farmers. 3 days later, Wang Wu returned to the camp. General, we have a target, he reported to Sheng Huai'an. Do share. Sheng Huai'an's face brightened with anticipation. On that day in Lin County, a mountainous region, a band of marauders had established a stronghold, numbering in the tens of thousands. Their leader was a formidable practitioner of martial arts at the innate realm. Despite multiple attempts by the soldiers of Dingzhou Prefecture to eradicate this band of brigands, they remained unscathed. The sheer number of these outlaws, along with an innate martial artist among them, suggested that they were no ordinary pests. Sheng Huai'an stroked his chin thoughtfully. The existence of such a vast number of bandits, thriving without consequence, indicated either the influence of a powerful figure pulling the strings or the clandestine support of a prominent family. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for wild brigands to reach such a scale. They would have long been squashed for the sake of political performance. This was not an era of dynastic decline or chaos. This band of marauders had entrenched itself in Lin County for a decade, implying that they had amassed considerable resources. Wang Wu chimed in. This remark struck a nerve with Sheng Huai'an. A rich foundation was precisely what he sought, for otherwise, raiding them would yield little more than a few strands of fur. Damn it, they are the ones. How far is Lin County from here? Sheng Huai'an inquired. The cavalry can reach it in a day. It is time to test these wretches. No matter how much they practice, they must first taste blood, or else no amount of training will make them seasoned warriors. Sheng Huai'an declared. He then summoned his subordinates, Captains Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing. Generals, Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing arrived at Sheng Huai'an's quarters. You two must guard Heshi County diligently. I have business to attend to outside. Sheng Huai'an instructed them to defend the city. Although it was winter, with cold and snow, the likelihood of incursions from the Rhone and Xiongnu was minimal. Yet protocol must still be observed. Understood, General. Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing did not question Sheng Huai'an's intentions. Their orders were simply to protect Heshi County. After briefing them, Sheng Huai'an set forth with his direct command of 1,000 men, accompanied by 2,000 warhorses, departing quietly from Heshi County under the cover of night. The next morning, when Xiao Qi arose to commence training her soldiers, she noticed that Sheng Huai'an was not conducting the usual drills, and that the 1,000-strong army had vanished. Xiao Qi, keenly perceptive, sensed something amiss and immediately sought out Guo Xiaoping. Captain Guo, where is General Sheng? Xiao Qi inquired, her gaze fixed on him. Feeling a sense of wariness in the presence of Xiao Qi, Guo Xiaoping replied, I do not know. Do not know? How could I possibly be aware of what General Sheng intends, or where he has gone? Must he report to me, a mere captain? Guo Xiaoping huffed dismissively, indicating to her that she was overstepping her bounds. Xiao Qi scrutinized Guo Xiaoping, attempting to discern any clues from his expression. Unfortunately, Guo Xiaoping was no fool. Though not as cunning as a fox, he was certainly a seasoned veteran. With no answers gleaned, Xiao Qi returned to her training duties. As for Hu Bing, being another loyal subordinate of Sheng Huai'an, he was equally unhelpful. Under the cloak of night, Sheng Huai'an's forces pressed on, swiftly making their way into the territory of Lin County. On this day, Lin County was characterized by its mountainous terrain, with scarce plains, rendering it unsuitable for cavalry operations. However, Sheng Huai'an was not present to train cavalry, but rather to experiment with military formations. Wang Wu, you are in charge. Go ascertain the location and defensive status of that band of marauders, Sheng Huai'an commanded promptly. Yes, General, Wang Wu replied, leading 20 scouts away from the main force, swiftly vanishing from sight. The remaining soldiers rested in place, while sentinels were dispatched to prevent any approach to the camp. They did not approach the county town or villages, but instead halted for rest in a secluded forest, which was advantageous for concealment. By evening, Wang Wu returned with his scouts. General, I have gathered intelligence. The band of marauders has established their camp on the hillside behind a village outside Pingshan town. The terrain is defensible, yet vulnerable, and their defenses are quite lax, making it relatively easy to approach, Wang Wu reported. Excellent. Let us set off now, aiming to launch our attack just before the hour of Yin, when their vigilance will be further diminished and fatigue will set in, allowing us to advance with greater ease. Sheng Huai'an ordered, prompting the forces to march towards Qingshan town. The hour of Yin, which corresponds to around 4 in the morning, is when those who have been awake late are most prone to drowsiness. Upon reaching the outskirts of Pingshan town, they circumvented the village and headed straight for Hushao Mountain. This gang of marauders, self-styled as the Green Camp of Hushao Hall, fancied themselves as heroes of the forest. However, according to the intelligence gathered by Wang Wu, these brigands committed heinous acts, plundering merchant caravans, torching and pillaging villages, abducting respectable women, and exhibiting unrestrained brutality. The common folk of Tianlin County lived in terror under the oppressive yoke of these bandits, suffering greatly. The villages at the mountain's base were little more than livestock for the marauders, who feasted at will, leaving the citizens of Pingshan town numb to their plight. The local officials and soldiers were powerless against these marauders, leaving the ordinary populace to endure their tyranny. General, I will take a team to eliminate those bandits guarding the pass, Wang Wu volunteered. Now a martial artist of great prowess, he was brimming with confidence and regarded the mere bandits with disdain. Thanks to their successful forays on the prairie, where they seized numerous Xiongnu elixirs, the 300 seasoned veterans who followed Sheng Huai'an had received ample resources for their cultivation, significantly enhancing their abilities. Select 10 martial artists to accompany you. Sheng Huai'an nodded in agreement. Wang Wu took 10 martial artists with him and stealthily advanced. Sheng Huai'an followed closely behind with the main force, ever ready for an assault. On the mountain path, beneath the dim glow of a flickering fire, several ordinary bandits tasked with guarding the route were struggling against sleep. I'm so tired. Damn it, why must we always be stationed here? It's both cold and exhausting, grumbled a pockmarked-faced man, yawning in dissatisfaction. Wang Matzi, do you wish to die? If the squad leader hears you, you're finished, one companion warned. That Tang Li Ping only became squad leader because he offered his sister to the 7th master as a concubine. What is so impressive about that? His sister must be suffering greatly under the 7th master's whims, Wang Matzi retorted angrily, perhaps emboldened by his own recklessness, speaking without restraint. Silence. Do you wish to court death and implicate us? The other person's gaze was icy, seemingly thirsting for blood. Dare to speak of the 7th master? Do you seek to be extinguished? Faced with that murderous glare, Wang Matzi obediently fell silent. The mountain path once more descended into tranquility. The campfire crackling amidst the cold and fatigue, soon 5 sentinels began to succumb to drowsiness. Wang Wu, accompanied by 10 warriors, approached stealthily. He was the first to strike. One hand covering the mouth of his victim, the other wielding a dagger, swiftly slicing across the throat. 4 others from the group stepped forth, joining Wang Wu in the assault. Taking a deep breath, dizziness was a normal occurrence. It would soon fade away. Wang Mozi and his companions emitted not a sound as Wang Wu and his comrades effortlessly dispatched them. Sheng Huai'an led his troops, slowly ascending the mountain from behind. Upon reaching the entrance of the stronghold, Wang Wu and his allies neutralized the guards on duty. Unfortunately, one individual, suffering from a weak bladder, arose to relieve himself and, in a dazed state, caught sight of Wang Wu and his men. Witnessing the bloodshed, the guard gradually collapsed, startled to the point that he lost control of his bladder. "Who are you?" the man shouted. Upon realizing they had been discovered, Wang Wu's group remained unfazed, for they had already reached the stronghold's entrance. "Kill!" The 10 warriors charged forth, mercilessly hacking the unfortunate soul to pieces for having disrupted their flawless ambush. Those awakened by the commotion, upon witnessing Wang Wu's men slaughtering the urinating man, instantly raised the alarm. "Kill!" The advancing army, now aware of their discovery, launched a direct assault. The battle cries reverberated throughout the stronghold. Chapter 65. Brother, please spare me. I will give you whatever you desire. The cacophony of battle cries reverberated through the bandit camp, rousing many from their slumber. Sheng Huai'an led his troops into the encampment, unleashing a brutal slaughter. Numerous fresh recruits followed the seasoned soldiers, striking down their foes. For many of these novices, who merely months prior were ordinary civilians, the act of killing was an unfathomable ordeal. Even slaying a chicken had seemed a formidable task. An enemy assault was underway, and the officers were under siege. Panic-stricken bandits shouted in terror. Many of them had no time to don their footwear, hastily arming themselves with blades and weapons to confront the advancing enemy. Sheng Huai'an commanded his forces, targeting only those of martial prowess, while leaving the lesser foes to his subordinates. His mission was twofold: to plunder and to train his men. The soldiers, organized into groups of 10 under the leadership of a squad leader, formed a unique combat formation to counter the oncoming bandits. Indeed, Sheng Huai'an had introduced the Yuanyang formation to this realm, aspiring to forge his subordinates not only into formidable armored cavalry, but also into invincible infantry on foot. During routine training, the significance of this formation had been understated, yet now, as the soldiers executed the Yuanyang formation, the bandits found themselves unable to approach. 2 shield bearers held their ground at the forefront, while 2 soldiers wielded polearms, disrupting the enemy's line of sight. The firearm troops formed the rear, all under the strategic command of their leader, seamlessly integrating their efforts. The bandits charging forth were relentlessly dispatched. Sheng Huai'an specifically targeted the formidable foes among the bandits, while his soldiers, executing the Yuanyang formation, remained invulnerable. As more bandits were awakened to the chaos, an unending stream of them emerged, brandishing knives, swords, and clubs. This bandit camp housed over 10,000 brigands, a considerable force indeed. To slay them is to make them pay for their audacity in attacking our Tiger Roar camp, declared a boastful leader of martial mastery, dismissing Sheng Huai'an's mere 1,000 men with contempt. Brothers, strike down these treacherous officials. Many bandits, fueled by rage, resented the early morning intrusion upon their dreams. Capture the dog soldiers and earn a reward of 100 taels. The smaller bandit leaders were brimming with arrogance. Previously, they had only attacked the government forces who would avoid confrontation with them. Now, they dared to assault their encampment, akin to lighting a lantern in a lavatory, inviting doom. Sheng Huai'an, upon observing the martial bandits, unleashed a surge of true energy with a snap of his fingers, akin to the legendary 6 Meridian's divine sword, instantly piercing the skulls of his adversaries. A dozen martial leaders fell before Sheng Huai'an's prowess, yet the bandits continued to charge recklessly, lacking any semblance of strategy or formation. Truly a rabble of uncultured brigands. Among the bandits were some martial practitioners whose strength was not overlooked. Each was a point toward his tally of slaughter. Under Sheng Huai'an's vigilant command, the relentless extermination of the more formidable bandits continued, while only the weaker ones were permitted to approach, allowing his subordinates to hone their skills and taste blood. Engaging the enemy with the Yuanyang formation, his troops suffered no casualties. The soldiers gazed in awe at the figure of Sheng Huai'an, their admiration deepening. This was their general, the architect of a new formation, and they had not anticipated its formidable power. In a clash of equal strengths, the adversaries were destined for slaughter. The air was filled with a deafening chorus of battle cries, rousing the leaders within the bandit camp. What is happening outside? Why is there such a commotion? Roared Wei Hu, the chief of the Tiger Roar camp. Beside him, a scantily clad woman appeared, dazed and filled with fear, clearly traumatized. A lackey stationed by the door hastily responded, "Chief, an army is attacking the camp. Our brothers are engaging the imperial troops." Upon hearing this, Wei Hu was taken aback. Which audacious imperial forces dare to assault our camp? Have they lost their senses? He sprang from his bed, flinging aside the covers to reveal his bare form, startling the woman who had clearly been driven to the brink of madness. Ignoring her, he donned his clothes and strode outside. "Chief." The lackey bowed respectfully as Wei Hu emerged. "Come, let us see which imperial army has the audacity to disturb us. They have overstepped their bounds," Wei Hu declared with an air of authority, as if he himself were the rightful enforcer of law. For Wei Hu, as long as the state troops were not involved, he felt no fear. Moreover, his superiors had not informed him of any military engagements from the provincial forces. Accompanied by a throng of subordinates, Wei Hu marched forward with great confidence. Brother Li Liang, the third in command of the Tiger Roar camp, approached him with a group of younger followers. "Third brother." Wei Hu nodded at Li Liang. "Come, let us discover who dares to create chaos in our camp. I shall capture them and make an example of them." Together, Wei Hu and Li Liang led a formidable contingent of over 1,000 men, advancing with great momentum. "How dare you? Halt!" Wei Hu shouted as he witnessed Sheng Huai'an strike down the seventh in command, a martial artist at the early stage of the acquired realm, with a mere slap. Sheng Huai'an had dispatched this challenger with ease and observed two more leaders approaching, one at the early stage of the innate realm, exuding a profound aura, and the other at the pinnacle of the acquired realm. The bandits were indeed formidable, explaining their long-standing dominance, with the authorities unable to contend with them. Without a powerful innate master leading an army of 30,000, it would be nearly impossible to subdue these marauders. Alas, Sheng Huai'an had set his sights on them. "You little wretch, I command you to cease. Are you deaf?" Wei Hu glared furiously at Sheng Huai'an, his innate energy surging. Sheng Huai'an's gaze darkened as he regarded Wei Hu, akin to observing a mere insect. This was the first time someone had dared to insult him in such a manner. "You insolent pup, you think yourself so capable, leading a mere 1,000 to attack my camp?" In Wei Hu's eyes, a murderous intent surged as he surveyed Sheng Huai'an's attire, instantly recognizing him as a high-ranking officer of the imperial army. If he could eliminate Sheng Huai'an, the soldiers would be left at his mercy, begging for their lives. Perhaps his grandfather might spare them if they groveled sufficiently. Wei Hu laughed maniacally, dismissing Sheng Huai'an entirely. "Audacious!" some soldiers shouted in anger, appalled by this rogue's insolence towards their esteemed general. Sheng Huai'an was utterly incensed. This man had successfully provoked him. No longer suppressing his formidable aura, Sheng Huai'an exploded with a presence akin to divine wrath, resembling a primordial behemoth. He stepped forward and unleashed a punch towards Wei Hu, its imprint blazing like the fierce sun, terrifyingly unmatched. Wei Hu's expression shifted dramatically. He had intended to indulge in some trivial banter, but all foul words caught in his throat. What manner of monster was this? Young yet already a congenital powerhouse. Surely he must possess a profound background. However, Wei Hu was no mere clay figure. He too was a congenital warrior, and only through combat could one ascertain strength. No wonder he was so confident. It turns out he was a congenital master. Yet, even congenital warriors could not act with impunity in his Tiger Roar camp. "Brothers, let us vanquish these imperial soldiers," Wei Hu bellowed as he charged at Sheng Huai'an. Boom! Wei Hu met Sheng Huai'an's punch head-on, only to have his arm shatter upon impact, sending him hurtling backward. The sheer force had not only obliterated his arm, but also dispersed the innate energy within him. This sudden turn of events left the bandits in shock. Their once mighty leader, who exuded authority, had been effortlessly defeated by the young man in a single blow. They could scarcely believe their eyes. Panic gripped Wei Hu as he realized he might have encountered a master. In a frantic bid for survival, he gathered his energy and attempted to flee. His life was far more precious than the lives of his comrades, who could easily be replaced. Ignoring the agony of his shattered arm, he stumbled to his feet and fled. Bang! Sheng Huai'an would not allow this rogue to escape. He leapt forward and kicked Wei Hu to the ground, then brought his foot down to obliterate Wei Hu's dantian, crippling his cultivation. Uffed! Wei Hu coughed up blood, his eyes filled with despair. In that moment, upon witnessing Sheng Huai'an's terrifying aura, he realized he had provoked a figure of death. How many lives must one have taken to accumulate such a menacing aura? At that moment, all the bandits ceased their attacks, standing frozen in place. Sheng Huai'an regarded the weakened Wei Hu with icy eyes, crushing one of his legs underfoot. Cry out now. Were you not so loud just a moment ago? Oh. Wei Hu cried out in agony, his body trembling with fear and pain, completely devoid of the arrogance he had displayed while berating Sheng Huai'an moments earlier. Elder brother, please, do not kill me. Whatever you desire, I shall provide, Wei Hu stammered, gazing into Sheng Huai'an's eyes that glimmered with a chilling intent to kill. Chapter 66. Swift retribution. At this moment, the brigands of the Tiger Roar camp were gripped by palpable fear. Their leader, the mightiest among them, had just been vanquished by a single blow, leaving them in a state of despair. Did they still possess the strength to confront this band of imperial soldiers? Please, spare me, great lord, my ancestors, one of them pleaded. Sheng Huai'an raised his foot and mercilessly crushed another of Wei Hu's legs. An agonizing scream escaped Wei Hu's lips, clearly indicating that his pleas for mercy were in vain. Sheng Huai'an had no intention of showing him clemency. You dare lay a hand on me, you filthy wretch? You shall meet your demise. Wei Hu spat back, his remaining left hand intact. Should you kill me, know that you too shall not survive, you wretched creature. If you end my life, you will accompany me in death. With that, Sheng Huai'an brought his foot down once more, shattering Wei Hu's left hand into fragments. The chilling cries echoed in the ears of the brigands, instilling in them an uncontrollable tremor of fear. My powerful backer will not let you go. You will pay for my demise. Wei Hu laughed maniacally, as if driven mad. Sheng Huai'an, uninterested in the identity of this so-called powerful ally, smashed Wei Hu's skull with a decisive kick. Kill them all. Leave not a single one. Sheng Huai'an commanded coldly. Simultaneously, he unleashed his fury upon the remaining brigands, dispatching them with ruthless efficiency. The second and third captains, among others, could not escape the blade of Sheng Huai'an, each falling victim to his wrath. In no time, the entire brigand camp was devoid of anyone above the martial artist rank. Run! Flee! They cried, with their leader, second captain, and third captain all slain. The common brigands lost all hope of resistance and fled in a frenzy. Spare me! I have done no wrong. They shouted. Please, great officials, spare me. I have an elderly mother and a 2-month-old child at home who depend on me. I have never harmed a soul. I am kind-hearted and innocent. Please, have mercy. The air was filled with the cacophony of cries for mercy and the sounds of slaughter. Sheng Huai'an's soldiers began a relentless pursuit of the fleeing brigands. Once the blood was drawn, they pressed on, eager to claim more lives. The new recruits shed their fear and discomfort, treating the encounter as akin to slaughtering chickens, each blow or shot claiming a life. Upon hearing the commotion, the captive women, brought up the mountain, emerged numbly from their quarters. Witnessing the imperial soldiers mercilessly slaying the brigands, they could not suppress their laughter. Ha ha ha! Let them all perish. Die all of you, ha ha ha! Serves them right, the devils deserve to die. Clad in tattered garments, the women laughed heartily, tears streaming down their faces. The very fiends who had tormented them were now being obliterated, and they felt as though heaven had finally opened its eyes. As the brigands fled, Sheng Huai'an showed no mercy, commencing a bloody rampage. He spared neither martial apprentices nor warriors. Those brigands who attempted to escape found themselves pursued relentlessly by his soldiers. After all, he only brought 1,000 men with him. Sheng Huai'an brazenly unleashed a torrent of slaughter, as one by one, the deeply sinful bandits fell to his blade, allowing him to amass a staggering amount of kill value. Once all the bandits had been vanquished, the entire encampment was drenched in blood, with corpses piled high and the air thick with the stench of carnage. The new recruits, having experienced the brutality of battle, had cultivated a newfound aura, no longer mere novices. Sheng Huai'an reigned in the bloodlust that emanated from him. The sanguine aura surrounding him had turned a deep crimson, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Aside from the ordinary bandits lacking cultivation, more than half of the bandits perished at Sheng Huai'an's hands, totaling over 2,000 souls. He had indeed harvested a significant bounty of kill value. The leader, a congenital warrior, yielded 60 points, while 7 acquired warriors contributed over 200 points. Today, his extermination of the marauding horde netted him a total of 8,300 kill value, coupled with the previously accumulated 4,717 points. He now possessed a grand total of 13,017 points. Gazing at the golden interface, he noted, name, Sheng Huai'an race, human realm, congenital perfection techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra, minor completion. Bull strength, minor completion. Blood Blade Technique, major completion. Overlord Spear Technique, minor completion. Strength, 85,000 pounds. Talent, Godly Marksman. Kill value, 13017. System upgrade available. The prompt for the system upgrade appeared once more, and his cultivation level had sufficiently risen for the kill value enhancement. Indeed, to swiftly advance in cultivation, one must vanquish foes to acquire kill value. As the battle concluded, Sheng Huai'an commanded, "Organize a team to search for any survivors. Everyone else, gather the bandits' provisions and treasures." "Yes, General." His subordinates sprang into action. A throng of women, numbering 400 to 500, rushed forward and knelt before Sheng Huai'an, bowing their heads in gratitude. "Thank you, General. Thank you for slaying those demons and rescuing us from our anguish." "Rise, please, rise," Sheng Huai'an exclaimed, startled by the sight of so many women kneeling before him. Among them, some were in their 30s, while others were mere girls of 14 or 15. "What is the meaning of this?" he asked, looking at the women who continued to express their gratitude. "General, I have inquired. They are all virtuous women who were abducted by these bandits and have endured relentless torment." Wang Wu spoke with anger. "These are unfortunate souls who should have known a good life, yet were forcefully taken by the Hu Shao camp to be used as mere instruments of pleasure." "Everyone, please stand," Sheng Huai'an said, observing the women who remained bowed in reverence. Out of frustration, he ordered his soldiers to assist them in rising. As he looked upon these ravaged women, he felt that merely killing Wei Hu and his men was a leniency they did not deserve. "General, we have discovered the bandits' treasure trove," Yuan Yong rushed over to report. Now he is also a martial artist, appointed as a baron, one of the earliest veterans who followed Sheng Huai'an. "Wang Wu, take good care of them. If anything goes awry, I shall hold you accountable," Sheng Huai'an commanded. Wang Wu's expression instantly fell. Among these women, many had already resigned themselves to death, clearly unwilling to continue living. Sheng Huai'an offered Wang Wu no chance for rebuttal and followed Yuan Yong, eager to ascertain the extent of their gains. Having traveled a considerable distance, crossing over 100 to 200 miles, he had come solely for the silver and gold plundered by these bandits. Upon entering the cave, Wei Hu had stored the looted treasures and provisions within. Sheng Huai'an stepped inside and beheld mountains of grain, alongside crates brimming with gold, silver, and jewels. The sight of these riches ignited a gleam in Sheng Huai'an's eyes. "Have they been counted? How much gold and silver do we possess?" he inquired with delight. Reporting to the general, the treasures amount to gold and silver valued at 300,000 taels, with provisions totaling 50,000 stones, Yuan Yong replied. 300,000 taels of silver would suffice to sustain his army for a considerable time, and the 50,000 stones of grain would also provide ample sustenance. Such a bountiful haul brought an immense smile to Sheng Huai'an's face, as the rewards were simply splendid. "You haven't tampered with anything, have you?" Sheng Huai'an's gaze suddenly sharpened, his demeanor shifting as he fixed his stare on Yuan Yong. Yuan Yong was taken aback. Sheng Huai'an's gaze was as piercing as a blade, striking directly at his heart. He hurriedly responded, No, I swear on my life." Sheng Huai'an scrutinized Yuan Yong for what felt like an eternity, causing him to break into a cold sweat. The weight of Sheng Huai'an's presence was almost suffocating. "Very well, I trust you. You have done well. I shall remember your merit. Guard these treasures and provisions closely. Anyone who dares to touch them shall be executed," Sheng Huai'an declared solemnly. "Yes, I swear on my life. Should anyone dare to touch them, I will personally behead them," Yuan Yong vowed earnestly. However, Sheng Huai'an was not entirely at ease. The temptation was far too great. With treasures valued at over 300,000 taels of silver, he could not guarantee that the soldiers would not be blinded by greed and desire. Summon the others quickly. We must move the gold, silver, and grain. Not a single grain should be left behind, Sheng Huai'an ordered. "Yes, General." The soldiers swiftly began transporting the grain and jewels down the mountain. Their war horses, 2,000 in total, awaited below, fully capable of carrying these spoils back without issue. Such an abundant harvest justified Sheng Huai'an's long journey to eradicate this band of marauders. Chapter 67. You are truly outrageous. In this recent campaign against bandits, the strategic formation known as the Mandarin Duck Formation, meticulously rehearsed by Sheng Huai'an, was employed. With the formidable Sheng Huai'an commanding, the army suffered no fatalities, with only a handful of soldiers sustaining injuries. This statistic is astonishing, considering that in the era of cold weapons, How could one expect a battle to occur without casualties? Victories are invariably forged through the sacrifice of lives. It can only be asserted that the Mandarin duck formation has demonstrated its formidable prowess in this world. Originally conceived by the valiant General Qi to counter the marauding pirates, this formation proves immensely beneficial for ordinary soldiers. Having witnessed the might of the Mandarin duck formation, Sheng Huai'an resolved to train the entire army in its tactics, as it excels in both offense and defense. General, Sheng Huai'an, come quickly. I cannot withstand this any longer. Those women are intent on taking their own lives, and I cannot dissuade them. Wang Wu hastily approached Sheng Huai'an. Upon hearing that the women were contemplating death, Sheng Huai'an rushed over to investigate. After a strenuous effort to rescue them, he found them all crying out in despair, demanding to die. What a predicament! In this world, numerous lonely and single men are unable to find brides. Upon arriving, Sheng Huai'an witnessed 2 or 3 dozen young women attempting to hang themselves, a scene reminiscent of swinging on swings, truly a spectacular sight. What are you all doing? Why are you just standing there? Save them! Sheng Huai'an shouted. The soldiers, initially frozen in disbelief, sprung into action upon hearing his command. Sheng Huai'an felt a headache brewing. Were these soldiers truly so oblivious? Their hesitance to rescue those hanging was baffling, and it was no wonder they struggled to find wives back home. General, just let us die. Our lives have lost all meaning, lamented one of the rescued women, tears streaming down her face. Many other women echoed her sentiments. They had been abducted by bandits and brought to the mountains, and the news had spread throughout the village and town. Even if they were rescued now, they had been defiled by their captors and could not return home. In this vast world, where could they possibly go? As Sheng Huai'an looked upon these women, he saw that hope had all but vanished from their eyes. In this ancient world, the greatest virtue for a respectable woman was her chastity. Under the oppressive rule of a feudal dynasty, they faced an almost insurmountable path to survival. It was truly vexing. Sheng Huai'an could not allow these women to resort to despair. Listen to me, my dear ladies. A good death is not preferable to a life of hardship. It takes far greater courage to survive. If you fear death, why should you fear living? Sheng Huai'an proclaimed to the women. But how can we continue to live? We have no home to return to, and our bodies have been sullied. What hope do we have? One woman wept. They were indeed fragile beings, reliant on family and husbands for their existence. How could they preserve their chastity after being taken by bandits? Their former families would not accept them back. Listen to me. I am the general of the cavalry, the defender of Heshi County. If you find yourselves homeless, you may accompany us back to Heshi County, he urged. I shall arrange for you, and naturally, I will ensure your survival. It is only through living that one can experience the beauty of life and behold this splendid world. Sheng Huai'an understood that this group of women, yearning for death, were homeless and devoid of hope for survival. His immediate task was to instill within them a flicker of hope for life. Is it true that we can accompany you, General? A timid girl, appearing no older than 17 or 18, inquired. Upon hearing Sheng Huai'an's assurance that they could leave, a glimmer of hope ignited in the eyes of many. A promise made by this general is a promise kept. Sheng Huai'an affirmed with a nod. With Sheng Huai'an's commitment, the women, previously consumed by despair, began to regain a semblance of clarity in their eyes. They had persisted thus far through a faint desire for survival and deep-seated hatred. Those who had resolutely sought death, refusing to endure further humiliation, had already taken their own lives. Ultimately, who would seek death if not driven by utter hopelessness? Their choice to end their lives stemmed from the belief that Sheng Huai'an and his companions would eradicate the bandits, allowing them to return home. Better to perish in the wilderness than to endure scorn and degradation upon their return. Now, Sheng Huai'an had offered them a glimmer of hope for survival. Thank you, General, for granting us the gift of life, one woman exclaimed as she immediately knelt before Sheng Huai'an, bowing her head in gratitude. Thank you, General. The other women followed suit, kneeling and expressing their thanks. Sheng Huai'an was taken aback by the sudden display of reverence. Please rise. Quickly get up, he urged, hastily attempting to lift them. Why are you all standing there like statues? He shouted at the soldiers nearby. After calming the emotions of the women, Sheng Huai'an exhaled in relief. Keep a close watch on them. If anyone shows signs of distress, reassure them immediately, he instructed Wang Wu. The women were in an extremely volatile state, having just been rescued from a hellish existence. Without someone to soothe their emotions, it would be easy for them to spiral into despair and contemplate suicide. Are you truly planning to take them back? Such a large number. How will you manage? Wang Wu whispered. This was no trifling matter. Organizing 400 or 500 women posed a significant challenge. Otherwise, shall we let them all hang themselves on this mountain? Sheng Huai'an retorted, exasperated. You must think this through. We are the garrison. If we fail to arrange this properly, it could lead to chaos, Wang Wu cautioned. Rest assured, I have a plan, Sheng Huai'an replied, patting Wang Wu on the shoulder. General, here are the letters we retrieved from the bandit leader's quarters, a soldier said, presenting a collection of documents. Sheng Huai'an took them, his brow furrowing in concentration. After a lengthy pause, he inquired, who is the prefect of Dingzhou? The prefect of Dingzhou is the younger brother of the head of the Cui family, one of the prominent families in Dingzhou. Cui Lang holds the position of prefect and commands 5,000 troops, Wang Wu explained. Ah, a significant background indeed, with both white gloves and black gloves involved. Sheng Huai'an chuckled softly. It appears that we have provoked a formidable adversary. Wang Wu furrowed his brow. Clearly, this giant bandit was nurtured by the Cui family to handle their nefarious affairs. Their annihilation of this gang undoubtedly incurred the wrath of the Cui clan. What is there to fear? As long as they do not provoke me, I shall trample the Cui family into the ground, declared Sheng Huai'an, a glimmer of dominance flashing across his brow. To provoke him means to create an enemy, and an enemy equates to a bounty of bloodshed. Gather all the gold, silver, jewels, provisions, and weaponry, and transport them down the mountain. 1,000 war horses will barely suffice to carry the seized goods back. The principal concern lies in the abundance of food. Once the battlefield is cleared, Sheng Huai'an instructed Wang Wu, in 2 days, set fire to this stronghold and erase all traces, then return. Understood, General. Wang Wu nodded in agreement. He left 50 men with Wang Wu, tasking them to incinerate the stronghold in 2 days. This time frame would be ample for them to return to Heshi County. With the weather being cold, there was no fear of decomposing corpses. After 2 days, a single blaze would engulf the entire stronghold, obliterating all evidence. By the time others discovered the scene and sought clues, it would be nearly impossible. After 2 days of transporting the seized provisions, gold, silver, and 400 to 500 women, they finally returned to Heshi County. The journey was deliberately taken along less traveled paths to avoid detection, which caused the delay. Upon reaching Heshi County in the evening, the soldiers guarding the city hastily opened the gates, quietly allowing Sheng Huai'an and his companions to enter. Sheng Huai'an dispatched someone to summon Magistrate Chun. Such a multitude of women could not be accommodated within the military camp. The camp was filled with vigorous young men, which could lead to complications. When Magistrate Chun arrived and beheld the throng of respectable women, his expression was one of astonishment. Sheng Huai'an, where did you unleash your troops to seize so many virtuous women? You are utterly lawless. Faced with the suddenly enraged Magistrate Chun, Sheng Huai'an was at a loss for words, as he was not even afforded the opportunity to explain before being unjustly condemned. Chapter 68. Winemaking. Do not make such a fuss. Am I, Sheng Huai'an, the kind of person you think I am? Sheng Huai'an hastily interjected. How could his illustrious reputation be tarnished in such a manner? How would he ever court the fairer sex again? You are not that kind of person. But how do you explain this? An explanation is futile. Do not blame me for lacking compassion. I shall report you to His Majesty, County Magistrate Chen declared, pointing sternly at the women. Allow me to elucidate, Sheng Huai'an replied. They are unfortunate souls whom I rescued from bandit camps while leading my troops against the marauders. He recounted the events of his recent campaign against the bandits, and upon hearing his account, the magistrate's stern demeanor began to soften. He was genuinely concerned that Sheng Huai'an might make a grievous mistake. I have heard of the notorious bandits from Tianlin County. I did not expect their atrocities to be so extensive. Alas, County Magistrate Chun sighed in resignation. He understood that prominent families often employed bandits for their own ends. Such occurrences, while not commonplace, were certainly not rare in local governance. The power of these influential families was formidable. Therefore, these women require your assistance in finding suitable shelter. Rest assured, I shall provide for their sustenance. I only ask that you secure them a temporary residence, Sheng Huai'an urged. This matter necessitated the magistrate's intervention. Very well, I shall take care of it. County Magistrate Chen acquiesced. As long as the women were not taken by force by Sheng Huai'an, he saw no issue. Arranging accommodations for 300 to 500 individuals was merely a trifling task in his eyes. The magistrate arranged for the women to stay in a cluster of vacant houses to the west of the city. The owner of these residences had fled upon hearing of the advancing barbarian army. The borderlands were perilous, were it not for their established businesses. Many would not dare to reside in such dangerous territories. The constant threat of foreign incursions left everyone in a state of unrest. Sheng Huai'an also dispatched 50 soldiers to patrol and safeguard the women's welfare. With so many women residing together without protection, the local ruffians would inevitably take advantage of the situation. You have been so reckless these days, abandoning your post to chase after bandits? You are quite audacious. County Magistrate Chen remarked, observing Sheng Huai'an. A border guard should focus on defending the frontier, not usurping the duties of the provincial troops. Here, this is the 5,000 taels I borrowed from you. I return it now, Sheng Huai'an stated as he repaid the magistrate. How much did you seize? As the magistrate took the banknote, he finally grasped the implications of Sheng Huai'an's expedition against the bandits. Seized? Is that the term you wish to use? It is a confiscation, do you understand? Sheng Huai'an retorted with righteous indignation. Fine, confiscation it is. But how much did you confiscate? I shall not disclose that information, Sheng Huai'an declared, turning on his heel to leave. Watching Sheng Huai'an depart, County Magistrate Chen ground his teeth in frustration. That insufferable fellow, summoning me for assistance in the dead of night, and not even uttering a word of thanks. The following morning, Xiao Qi discovered that Sheng Huai'an had returned and was training his soldiers, albeit with a diminished contingent. Where have you been these past few days? Xiao Qi inquired as she approached Sheng Huai'an. Sheng Huai'an regarded the somewhat effeminate individual before him and replied coolly, Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? Not at all, she retorted, but do remember that you are the guardian of Heshi County. You must not leave lightly. Should the county fall to enemy invasion in your absence, the danger would be dire. The lives of the populace rest upon your shoulders. With that, Xiao Qi turned on her heel and departed. Sheng Huai'an smirked, bemused at having received a reprimand from a mere captain in his command. Were it not for the formidable background of Xiao Batian, who had not caused him any trouble since his arrival, he would have certainly given her a taste of who truly held dominion over this territory. Upon returning, Sheng Huai'an imparted the techniques of the Mandarin duck formation to Captains Gui Xiaoping and Hu Bing, instructing them to train their subordinates in its application. After teaching the formation, he felt a swell of vanity as he basked in the admiration of the two captains. Establishing a military formation is a feat that many generals aspire to but fail. Yet Sheng Huai'an had not only conceived it, but also tested it in battle. The two captains, filled with enthusiasm, eagerly commenced their training. The 1,000 soldiers directly under Sheng Huai'an's command tended to their injuries, while Wang Wu, with 50 men, had yet to return. He dispatched another 50 to guard the women they had brought back. The remainder, he instructed to train independently. With ample resources at hand, he no longer needed to fret over provisions. Yet he understood that maintaining his rigorous training regimen would quickly deplete his treasury of 300,000 taels of silver and 50,000 pickles of grain. To forge a powerful army, one must possess wealth. With sufficient funds, he could not only procure heavy cavalry, but also armored infantry. When the time came, he would sweep across the northern steppes, harvesting enough valor to grow even stronger. Driven by the desire for strength, Sheng Huai'an gazed upon the abundant grain, his thoughts turning to brewing. Alcohol is an immensely consumable commodity. As long as it is crafted well, it will always find buyers. Soon, the influx of silver would enable him to purchase more grain, brew more wine, and amass further wealth. With riches, he could commence the creation of his heavy armored cavalry. Upon Wang Wu's return, Sheng Huai'an conscripted him without hesitation. Brother Wang Wu, I have a task for you, he stated. Huai'an, I just got back. Can't you let me catch my breath? Even beasts aren't worked this hard. Wang Wu protested, exasperated that all the arduous tasks seemed to fall upon him. It's not plowing the fields. I merely need your assistance in gathering some people, Sheng Huai'an replied, not viewing Wang Wu as a mere beast of burden. Fine. Just tell me what it is. I guess I'm fated to toil, Wang Wu resigned himself. Don't be that way. Once this is done, I'll take you to Yanlu Tower to see the enchanting Qin Yao, Sheng Huai'an assured him. Really? Wang Wu's eyes lit up. You better not be deceiving me. If you are, I want to let it go. Truly, I promise, Sheng Huai'an nodded. Now what is it that you need to do? Go and gather all the individuals in Heshi County who possess the skill to brew, for I intend to craft some fine liquor, declared Sheng Huai'an. What? You wish to brew liquor? Why would you do that? If you desire to drink, you can simply purchase it, came the incredulous reply. Enough of your nonsense. I plan to create an entirely new and exquisite wine to sell, thereby earning funds for military expenses to forge heavily armored cavalry, Sheng Huai'an elucidated. Oh, I see. So, Sheng Huai'an remains undeterred in his ambition to establish a formidable cavalry. You can brew liquor? Wang Wu gazed at Sheng Huai'an in surprise. Hurry now. Do you not wish to meet the enchanting Qin Yao sooner? Urged Sheng Huai'an. Leave it to me, Wang Wu replied, thumping his chest at the mention of Qin Yao, and promptly departed. Observing the gullible Wang Wu, who had fallen under his charm, Sheng Huai'an could not help but chuckle. He is utterly captivated. As for meeting the enchanting Qin Yao, he dared not look too long, unless he were to achieve a breakthrough to martial sage at that very moment. After Wang Wu's departure, Sheng Huai'an resumed contemplating where to establish the winery. He aspired to brew a potent spirit reminiscent of those from a later era. Once successful, it would yield a continuous stream of wealth. The location of the winery was of utmost importance. After some deliberation, he resolved to situate it adjacent to the military camp, where the presence of a large army would deter any prying eyes. Thus, Sheng Huai'an led the soldiers to commence the construction of the winery. The area surrounding the military camp was vacant, devoid of any residents. With funds now at his disposal, he procured materials to facilitate the soldiers in erecting the necessary structures. Xiao Chu-yi, noticing Sheng Huai'an directing the soldiers in the establishment of the winery, was puzzled and hesitant to inquire further, opting instead to train her troops while discreetly observing. Such a significant undertaking naturally captured the attention of County Magistrate Chen. Approaching Sheng Huai'an, he inquired, General Sheng, what is the purpose of this endeavor? Is the military camp insufficiently spacious? The military camp in Hushi County was designed to accommodate 10,000 personnel. Yet we currently have only 9,000 soldiers, ample for our needs. I intend to establish a winery to brew some liquor for consumption, Sheng Huai'an replied, observing the diligent soldiers at work. What? Brewing liquor? County Magistrate Chen thought he must have misheard. A distinguished military leader, instead of focusing on training his soldiers, was indeed planning to build a winery for the purpose of brewing liquor? Chapter 69. The Emergence of Spirits. The fierce west wind, is this not a case of indulging in frivolities? I said to General Xingda, what kind of liquor do you wish to drink? I shall procure it for you. Can you not devote yourself to training the troops? Our entire Hushi County, the northwestern gateway of the Great Way, relies upon your steadfastness. The lives of over 200,000 citizens of Hushi County rest in your capable hands. Could you not take this matter more seriously, my esteemed general? Observing the county magistrate Chen, who appeared as if he were reciting scripture like Tang Sung, Sheng Huai'an understood why Sun Wukong often found himself in distress. Sheng Huai'an replied earnestly, I am indeed serious. You. The county magistrate Chen, frustrated by Sheng Huai'an's demeanor, felt powerless to intervene. As his words fell on deaf ears, Sheng Huai'an, a 6th-grade deputy general stationed at the border, commanded his own troops. Apart from the Ministry of War and generals of 3rd rank or higher, none could impose authority over him. In just a few days, he led 5,000 soldiers to construct a grand distillery. Furthermore, Wang Wu fulfilled his mission admirably, returning with a dozen master brewers. I have completed the task you entrusted to me. Do not forget your promise, Wang Wu said, weary from his travels. He was, by nature, destined for toil. Understood. I shall not forget, Sheng Huai'an replied dismissively, his gaze falling upon the group of brewers dressed as humble farmers. General, the brewers hurriedly bowed in respect. In the presence of Sheng Huai'an, these ordinary villagers felt rather awkward, for he was a great general, a figure of high stature in their eyes. There is no need for such formality, esteemed masters. I trust you all possess brewing skills, Sheng Huai'an said with a smile. Indeed, we are but familiar with rudimentary brewing techniques, crafting coarse spirits for our own consumption. One of the brewers quickly responded. They hailed from small villages. Brewing a modest supply for personal use, far inferior to the products of a grand distillery. That suffices, as long as you can brew. It is acceptable, Sheng Huai'an nodded. After all, the potent spirits of later generations are merely refined products. Mastery of the distillation process is what truly matters. With the brewers gathered, the next step was to find laborers. Sheng Huai'an had a suitable option in mind. The 400 to 500 women he had brought back would serve as excellent workers. Providing them with employment would allow them to earn their own income, diverting their thoughts from despair. Thus, Sheng Huai'an proceeded to the west of the city. General. Upon his arrival, the women gathered around him, exchanging greetings. In this new environment, smiles adorned their faces, dispelling the apathy and lifelessness that once plagued them. "How have you all been faring?" Sheng Huai'an inquired with a smile. "We are doing well, General," replied Xiaohi, a woman in her early 30s, with a hint of charm in her demeanor. "That is wonderful to hear. I have come to ask if you would be willing to work at the distillery and earn your own wages," Sheng Huai'an announced. Upon hearing this, the women's eyes sparkled with life. Though they yearned to survive, they were unwilling to remain dependent on others for sustenance, longing to discover their own worth. "Really? Is what you say true, General?" The girl known as Little Grass joyfully inquired. "Is that truly the case?" "Of course, it is," Sheng Huai'an replied with a smile. "We are willing, General. No matter how arduous or taxing it may be, we are ready." Xiaohi, overwhelmed with joy, wept tears of happiness. The ability to sustain themselves was their greatest aspiration. With 400 to 500 women at his side, there was no need for Sheng Huai'an to seek out laborers. He led them directly to the winery. The establishment of the winery had included accommodations for these women, making it entirely feasible for them to reside there. With workers and brewers in place, and grains readily available, the production of brewing equipment was a simple task, yet Sheng Huai'an opted to purchase a complete set instead. He entrusted the military affairs to Gu Xiaoping and Hu Bing, assigning them to train the troops, while he immersed himself in the winery, collaborating with a group to explore the art of brewing. During this time, County Magistrate Chen sought out Sheng Huai'an, but the latter, wholly devoted to his brewing endeavors, paid little heed to the magistrate's visit. After 10 full days, joyous shouts echoed from the winery. "General, we have succeeded. We have triumphed." Laughter and cheers erupted. "At last. We have achieved it." The brewers, the female workers, and the soldiers who had joined Sheng Huai'an in the brewing process all celebrated exuberantly. Especially those young women who had been rescued. They embraced one another, tears of joy streaming down their faces, celebrating this moment of success. They had proven their worth and fulfilled their aspirations. Sheng Huai'an savored the aroma of the liquor, taking a sip that was spicy, potent, and warming, ultimately leaving a sweet aftertaste. "We have succeeded," he declared to the crowd, equally delighted. After a grueling fortnight of relentless trials, they had finally crafted this potent spirit. "General, please bestow a name upon this liquor," urged Brewer Du Fei, his eyes glimmering with delight. "Let us call it Western Fierce, for the northwestern winds are both fierce and cold. And this liquor is strong yet warming," Sheng Huai'an suggested. "Indeed, Western Fierce is a splendid name," they agreed. "From this moment on, let us hasten the brewing process. Once our liquor is launched, it will attract countless merchants," Sheng Huai'an proclaimed. "Master Du, Miss Xiaohi, we shall rely on your efforts in the days to come. The General is too kind. This is our duty. You have provided us, unfortunate women, with a safe haven. We must repay your kindness," Xiaohi replied. "Indeed. This is what we ought to do," the other women nodded in agreement. Upon learning of the women's plight, the lead brewer Du Fei felt a deep sympathy, and he recognized that these women worked with skill equal to that of men, earning the respect of the brewers. With Western Fierce ready to be unveiled, the next step was to commence mass production. Sheng Huai'an promptly assigned 200 soldiers to guard the winery, ensuring its safety. The families of the brewers were also brought to the city to settle down. With all matters arranged, they awaited the liquor's release to the market, eager to establish its reputation and commence sales. Completing the brewing endeavor left Sheng Huai'an feeling content. The hen that lays golden eggs was poised to begin its fruitful production. "Why are you so joyful? Has something good happened?" County Magistrate Chen inquired as he entered the tavern, noticing Sheng Huai'an's radiant smile. "Heh, old Chen, I've succeeded," Sheng Huai'an replied with enthusiasm. "Succeeded? What do you mean? Have you become a master?" County Magistrate Chen responded with a series of questions. "My brewing has triumphed." Sheng Huai'an rolled his eyes. "Really? Or is it a jest?" "Let me taste it," County Magistrate Chen said eagerly, curious to discern the quality of Sheng Huai'an's concoction. If it were subpar, he would undoubtedly revel in teasing him. As Sheng Huai'an opened the vat, an intense aroma of liquor wafted through the air. "How fragrant!" County Magistrate Chen exclaimed, his eyes alight with delight. The scent was truly captivating. He hastily scooped a spoonful, eagerly drinking it down in one gulp. "Ah, exquisite liquor. It is bold, spicy, invigorating, and warming, with a lingering sweetness. This is remarkable, truly exceptional wine." County Magistrate Chen vowed that even the finest court wines could not compare. Before Sheng Huai'an could intervene, County Magistrate Shen took another spoonful and downed it in one go. Hey, take it easy. This wine can easily intoxicate, Sheng Huai'an urged, aware that this was at least a potent 56 degrees. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before County Magistrate Shen succumbed to inebriation. What of it? I have a good tolerance for liquor. Are you reluctant to share? County Magistrate Shen, tasting such delightful wine for the first time, felt compelled to indulge further. Drink up, drink up. I'm curious to see how much you can handle. Sheng Huai'an ceased his caution. Some individuals are simply beyond persuasion. After the fifth spoonful, County Magistrate Shen felt his vision blur slightly. General Sheng, how do you manage to perform the art of body duplication? He slurred, swaying unsteadily. Sheng Huai'an gazed at him in disbelief. This fellow was already losing control of his limbs, wobbling precariously. What has befallen the magistrate? Xiaohe asked, observing County Magistrate Shen's peculiar dance. Nothing to worry about. He has merely had too much to drink, Sheng Huai'an reassured her. However, before he could finish his sentence, County Magistrate Shen staggered and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Huh. Let us see if you still call me stingy. Get up and continue drinking, you little glutton. Sheng Huai'an couldn't help but chuckle.